your wings to the night. Observe as flames fill the sky. It's just your frame of mind. Strike the match, ignite your life. Spread your wings in the night. Anticipate lonely roads. Expand your frame of mind. Don't ever lose your soul. Cyber harmony, dissonance within your voice. When you smile, you burn down absent walls in your mind. Happiness is all I really need. Don't fear the darkness, it's your light that shines so brightly.
Can't hold you back from destiny. It's your time now. Set yourself free. Can't hold you back from destiny. It's your time now.
Earth's flames fill the sky. It's just your frame of mind. Strike the match, ignite your life. Spread your wings in the night. Anticipate lonely roads. Expand your frame of mind. Don't ever lose your soul. By the harmony, dissonance within your voice. When you smile, you burn down absent walls in your mind. Happiness is all I really need. Don't fear the darkness, it's your light that shines so brightly.
Can't hold you back from destiny. It's your time now. Set yourself free. Can't hold you back from destiny. It's your time now.
Up above the clouds, shelter me under your wing. And it's more simple than you thought, and reflects your company. The storm's approaching and I see the dark within your eyes. Then you shine a smile and whisper, it's alright. Happiness is all I really need to keep my soul full and wear my heart up on my sleeve. Can't escape it, I can't outpace it. Get straight off of the path you've flown so far. Instead of your last dance, take a second chance. Rebirth is waiting for you. Ignite your life.
Can't hold you back from destiny. It's your time now. Set yourself free. Can't hold you back from destiny. It's your time now.
Look back upon the night. It's always dark before the dawn. So simple, now you see. Strike the match to set you free.
don't understand what they want from me. They take my hands, washing them in dirty water. Silence fills my heart with empty space. But now I'm sure of where I'll go from here. And tensions rise, they push me to divert my vision. But I will break the ceiling and the walls that kept me in for all this time. And all the reasons that I cannot find.
They'll wait for me to fall under that pressure. They'll wait for me to give it up. Well, I will not work against the forces I trust. Have to stay above the rushing water.
I will do my best to keep myself composed. It takes a lot not to overload. They can't tell me what is right for me. I just need peace of mind and my ability. But no one said that it would be this hard. You can't force it, but you'll play your part. So I will run until I reach the end, and who knows where I'll be. But all I know is that we'll start again.
They'll wait for me to fall under that pressure. They'll wait for me to give it up. Well, I will not work against the forces I trust. Have to stay above the rushing
I've got my sights on a brand new beginning. A steady rhythm will hold me to the shore. I've got my sights on a brand new beginning. A steady rhythm will hold me to the shore. I'm waiting, I'm hoping that you set me free. Can't take the pressure, you hold over me. I'm falling, I'm fading, I'm losing my mind. Can't take the pressure and leave you behind. I'm waiting, I'm hoping that you set me free. Can't take the pressure, you hold over me. I'm falling, I'm fading, I'm losing my mind. Can't take the pressure and leave you behind.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to day 2 of the SMITE World Championship. We are coming to you live from the wonderful Cobb Energy Center of Performing Arts, and I am here. I'm going to bring you into the show, warm you up for things, what promises to be a fantastic day. Now, the observant of you will have already seen that I've got some wonderful stuff right here in front of me. So I'm going to do the nice thing, and before talking about myself, I'm going to ask my friend Birger to come by in. Birger, how are you doing today, sir?
I'm doing well. Very well. How about yourself?
I am doing very well as well. Now, Birger, let's not mess around here. This stuff is fantastic. Tell us, you guys are from which company? HitPoint?
We're from HitPoint, yeah.
And HitPoint is, tell us a little bit about them.
Basically, HitPoint's a company that produces merch for a number of brands, influentials, video game publishers, gaming teams.
Nice, nice. Now, this is probably one of the coolest things as an adult collector I've ever seen in my life. Can you tell me a little bit about it?
Thank you. Well, actually, when we were preparing for this event, Hi-Rez told us that Bellona is going to be a key figure, or key character within the event. So they asked us whether it would be possible to create a statue in time. And we tried and we did. And it was very close. I think we I think, sent this to Hi-Rez, I think, 5 days ago in order to get it approved. So we hit the wire, but we did, and the results, we're actually surprised by the fact that we managed to get it this well within the time frame we were given. So, yeah.
Well, congratulations, because it looks absolutely wonderful. I'm not going to touch it, guys, because it is absolutely the belle of the ball here. Everybody loves it, and I know that the guys can actually also get it. And the detailing on the back, trust me, as somebody who really is a big toy collector, if you know me, is super excited. I'm literally jittering at the thought of it. Can you tell me a little bit, how do people get involved with something like this? Where can they buy this, or is it online?
Well, currently it's only available for pre-order at the event. But starting Monday, after the event, we'll actually make this available for pre-order online as well. And it'll be shipped around the end of February, and the cost is $250.
And where would somebody need to go? Is there like a Twitter handle or a web page, or where does somebody go to kind of follow where this lives?
Well, you can just go to, our general store is at just hitpoint.tv, but we also have a sub-store for Smite, which is smite.hitpoint.tv, and then you'll find it under collectibles.
Smite.hitpoint.tv. Also, I can say right now, this fantastic hoodie I'm wearing is also crafted by the wonderful people over at Hitpoint. And as if that wasn't enough, right here you can see some lovely figurines that you guys have made as well for none other than Anubis, Ymir, and Neith. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Right. Well, actually, maybe I'll take a couple out of the box.
An unboxing! That's always the best part. Here we are. Get one out. Who should we take out?
I think Ymir is.
There you go. There you go. I feel like we're on the same wavelength. Hang on, let me see if I can do this one-handed, not ruin the box. Dun, 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 dun. Drums, please. Now, as I said, if you guys are interested in this stuff, lots of these goodies will throughout the day be made available because there'll be giveaways during the show. Yes, indeed, it's not just the players here who are playing for awesome prizes, swag, fame, glory, and of course, $1 million. Let's not forget that. But there'll also be prizes being handed out throughout the day, so you definitely want to stay tuned in. And the good people like Bart will be able to tell you how to do that. So tweet directly at Bart and he'll be able to help you. That's absolutely fantastic.
I think it's one of our, one of the requests from Hi-Rez to see whether we could actually do figurines as well. So we made a selection of the figurines that would be possible to actually get made in time. And we decided going with Ymir, Anubis, and Neith. I think Ymir looks the best. It was the hardest to make. It was very difficult to capture his personality within the Chibi style, which was a style which we selected for the figurines, which is, I guess, one of the most more common styles for these type of vinyl figurines for video game characters. And I'm very happy with how he came out.
Well, we are very happy to have you. Anything else you'd like to add? Sorry.
Well, as I said, we're here all weekend if you're going to the event. So you can just find us at the Hi-Rez Expo. And if not, online, we have all the products available, figurines, hoodies, sweaters, the statue, etc. We have a lot of good promotions as well. Just check us out, and hopefully we can welcome you as a customer.
Awesome, Birgit from Hitpoint, thank you so much for taking time to talk to me. Absolutely appreciate it, and I love this. I'm going to try to get my hands on one. I'm actually going to walk over here because I believe if we're lucky, there might be the chance that there will be some of the players coming down the red carpet, which are always good. So I'll skip down this way in a jaunty step, and then I'll take this and do that over there because I can do, and look down here and see who do we have. As if by the magic of television, none other than, come over here, boys, jump this rope, forget this, you're tall enough.
What's up?
Payne Vivian, how are you doing today, sir?
I'm doing pretty good. What about you?
I am doing very well, and of course the lads, how are you doing, lads?
Good. How are you doing? Why don't you shake your hand?
Shake hands, get in here.
Come on, boy.
There you go, there you go.
Get in there, boy.
Let's talk about yesterday. How was yesterday for you as a whole?
That's pretty exciting. We managed to beat Avant-Garde. People thought we were going to maybe lose to them, and then Fanatic, everyone thought we'd lose to them, and then we just walk on them, right? So today's probably going to be rinse and repeat, right, for us?
A rinse and repeat?
Yeah, of course. I mean, come on now. Let's be honest. The rest of the tournament's going to be rinse and repeat.
I love the confidence. I love the confidence. Now, I have a question for you guys. You're in a tournament like this. You've got all this stuff on the line. You're literally $1 million is out there. It's so close, tantalizingly close. How do you guys sleep? What do you guys do in the evening? I mean, how do you chill out? I'd have a hard time just like falling asleep.
We don't sleep. You stay awake for like 72 hours or whatever. It's just simple as that. It's a trick.
Yeah, just stay focused.
Yeah, that's the way it is. Yeah.
Sleep is for the weak.
That's right. Non-stop staying awake.
Staying awake, right. And now this morning, you're in here, you're back again. It feels a little bit, obviously, like you're coming home, back to the SMITE World Championship. You know what's in store for you today. how will you spend the day when you're around here? Are you hanging out with fans? Are you chilling back? Are you kind of on your own seclusion? What's your day look like?
Well, most of our day we like talk to people around, but before our matchup, we usually talk about picks and bans. We get ready for the next match we're gonna play. So hopefully that pays off every day. It's been so far. I mean, obviously day one only, but you know we're gonna keep it up. And if people are here, if you come to the tournament, please feel free to come see us. We're not evil, except me, obviously, because you know I bench people. But you know, but come see us, please. We're gonna have a great time. It's really fun. All the players are like super friendly. So yeah, come say hi.
I can see somebody down there rotting his shirt. Right? Come on, buddy. Come on.
That's our coach.
Come on in. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Doing great.
That's super, man. A few words, already focused, already present. Now come, let's have a look at this. Let's have a look at this. This is where you guys actually are. This was the first one of the day. Avant-Garde. This is the second one. That's today.
I think we're already there. I'm pretty sure.
Such confidence.
I think it's probably bugged. I think it's lag. It's probably lag. So I see enemy. It should be here, and then here. I think that must be it. Yeah, there you go. That's much better.
So I'd be pretty sure of saying that your confidence is pretty high.
It is pretty high. I mean, how could it not be high? Let's be honest. We got me on the team. We got Sweaty. Come here, boy. We got the best dual lane in North America and the world. Come here, boys. Come on. We got my man Chaos.
I'll see how far my arm can go down the line. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great and sweaty.
Amazing. Great. I'm tired.
But that is that because Penny really wouldn't let you sleep last night because he said it's the 72 hours.
I was making him train. I was like, Saul, you don't stop until you don't win every single match in the world. So that happens, right? Right, Saul?
That's a direct quote, yeah.
It was.
A direct quote right here, live from the red carpet at the SMITE World Championship. Guys, I'm going to let you go. And get ready, get psyched up. I feel like you guys are already doing well. Any last words you'd like to say to the wonderful kids that are following, watching, all at home, all around the world?
Shout outs to all the fans. Please keep supporting us. And shout outs to the guys at home. Do you mind if it's in French?
You can say in any language you want, mate.
Okay. Dès que 10 minutes, les boys, on ramène la victoire en fin de semaine. So let's do it. Let's go, boys.
Couldn't have said it better myself. All right, looking down the line, I'll let you guys pass. Here you go. Thank you so much again. Best of luck today. I'm sure we'll see you again very shortly. I can see Nabil right there. I know that there was a story of Hindu Man being around here somewhere, and I'd love to get my hands on Hindu Man. But unless he appears, it'll just be me standing in front of this. But that's not bad, because as cool as it sounds to talk to Hindu Man, I also get to look upon this glorious, glorious trophy. It's not just badass, and I'm going to tell you that right now, I feel a little naughty doing this, but I might just do it anyway. As you know, this is actually, it's actually Thor's hammer, and I should say that right now, I am wearing from the good guys over, just if I can pull this out, this is actually one of the t-shirts that we have, which you can get at smite.clothing. There's nothing beyond that, just smite.clothing. Head over there, and this t-shirt is actually there, which is the Thor Ragnarok t-shirt. I can see, hey, the man, the myth, the legend.
Hi.
I love that you almost walked straight past me.
I was just trying to walk. What is this? I'm just trying to get to my job, man. I got a comment.
Come with me. Come on. It's for those of you that don't know, my man F. and I are, I wouldn't say brothers. I wouldn't say we'd go as far as besties, but we're knights of the old code. How are you feeling today, sir?
It makes about sense. I wouldn't say besties, but maybe that's my BFF.
BFF.
There you go. I think things are doing well. You know, placement round's over. We're getting ready for the real meat and potatoes of the competition, as you can see.
Yeah. So let's talk a little bit about what we've got on the line today. What are you most excited about?
Obviously, it's going to be Epsilon and Fanatic. I mean, this is one that I don't think anybody really. Georgia Powerball was 800 million. I think this was less of a chance of winning that. So.
Okay, so this is definitely the outsider there. And if you had to pick somebody and I had to put you on the line, I'm sorry to do that. Who would it be?
For Fanatic Epsilon, it's interesting. They've been practicing against each other for so long because I didn't think they'd be able to play each other. Well, they're here. Real talk, I think it's Epsilon. Fnatic gets down on themselves. They lost to Enemy. No one wants to lose to Enemy. So I think Epsilon is in better spirits. And eSports is what, 90% mental or something like that? So
There you have it, an absolute masterclass. We know what's going on. We know what's about to happen, and esports is absolutely mental. Thank you so much.
Can I get back to work now? Can I get back to work now?
We want you to get back to work because we need you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sean. Take it easy.
Take care, buddy.
Thank you.
All right, looking around, who else is here? I can see him right now, the man. I'm not gonna say the myth and legend. I've already done that twice, and it's actually just for Golden Boy. Buddy, you wanna hug it out?
Hug it out, hug it out. Feels good. Don't look at the shoes.
I won't look at your shoes.
They're not shoes, that's why. They're...
Okay, we're
No, it's early morning. I'm not on camera yet, supposedly. And they're like, oh, just come over and see Sean and say hello. So,
Can I tell you what the problem is? My cameraman is such a great cameraman that we just on command. Look at the shoes. He can't stop.
if only we could have that while we're in game.
All right. So, word spoken there. Hinduman, let's talk. We just saw the guys from Enemy. I'm not even gonna sugarcoat it. Pain de Beyond seemed so confident.
They should feel confident. Like yesterday, they played off against Fanatic, and Fanatic, they looked good, but they got outsmarted and baited into picking bad picks. For me, that's all it came down to. And I'm sat in the crowd watching, like, baited and outsmarted is just the storyline there.
Now,
Quite clearly.
I have to ask you. Looking at today, it's a great day we've got there.
I don't need to say just look. You can see it. Like that's the game. That's the game for today.
So basically, you're siding immediately with F-Dot, or is he siding with you? Or did you discuss this and agree this before you came and stood here with me?
F-Dot always agrees with me because I'm the chair too. I'm the knowledgeable one, okay? He's just there for the looks and the voice, and I'm there for the knowledge. So yeah, it's game 4. Game 4 is the one you want to see today.
Absolutely the one to see. And do you have any predictions for the other stuff for today?
All right, I've got Paradigm, Enemy, QG, no, Cloud9, and finally, that last one, I ain't got a clue. I have not got a clue.
Absolutely no clue. Well, I guess that's what we want. We want going into this. I mean, yesterday, it really felt like, you could feel that the energy, everything was tension. It feels like today, people are a little bit more in business mode. Like, everybody's like, okay, now things are really kicking off.
Well, day one's kind of feeling each other out. You're playing the same sort of gods you played all season. You're not going to show any strategies because it's the first round. Then you get to the second round, and you're like, okay, maybe we might have to show some of the strategies because we've not seen some gods so far. We saw one Mercury, and I expected Mercury to be a lot bigger. We're seeing gods like the Sol that we've seen before, not winning once again. Kepri, not winning very much either. The gods that we see all season. I'm expecting to see this round, we may start seeing some interesting picks this game, today onwards.
Now, as things kind of, let's say, heat up here at the SMITE World Championship, I mean, we know what's on the line. That trophy is absolutely fantastic. There's $1 million waiting out there. Do you think that's going to start playing in for these guys? Is it becoming more real, and is that adding to the pressure, or has it been the same throughout?
I think it's been the same throughout, but the competition is going to get more and more difficult. Yesterday, if you saw some of the games, like Epsilon, for example, in their first game, they were very, very slow and reserved, a little bit more than we would normally expect, but they're giving respect to the other regions. It's going to happen the same again today in these quarterfinals. All these teams, they know there's a lot on the line, they can't make mistakes, and if you do, well, you end up facing off against Epsilon. Talking to you, Fanatic. To be fair, though, that was a really good game, and Enemy played so well. No discredit to Enemy there whatsoever.
Hang on a second. If we ask, I can see Nabil there on this segue. Maybe we can beckon him in. Come on, Nabil, come say hi. Come and say hi.
No, he's hiding away. He's hiding away.
To be fair, he's up. I just want to say, as much as I love it, I feel like it's perfect because it's almost like a Bond supervillain.
He is. Him and Ataraxia together on the back desk yesterday. He looked like a Bond villain as well. So put those two together. He's like a henchman for Ataraxia in the background, like, yes, sir, how can I help you today? But he's been riding around on that all day. Here we go.
Come on, here it is.
He's on the red carpet now.
Hey, buddy. That was it. A man, a few words, and such classy moves. I mean, I have to say that's probably the greatest segue I've ever had.
That's just Hi-Rez. That's just what Hi-Rez. That's a standard day in the office. That. Nothing
I just want to say that's raising the bar of red carpets everywhere. That might be a segue red carpet first.
We'll have to see if the movies start this now, where they're going to come out on the hoverboards are going to come out next.
Oh, there you go.
Can you imagine that? We should get one for next year. Can you imagine Nabil on a hoverboard next year?
I can imagine Emil on so many things, and I think that I don't want to say stole the show, but that definitely stole the red carpet for now.
It did, for the time being.
Let's see.
How are we doing?
We're doing great. We've got loads.
When's it start?
So
I've got first game.
I know, and I should let you go.
No, it's fine. I can stay all day. Unless you're bored, it's up to you.
I want you to hang out with me. We're officially going over, I believe, around 11 o'clock, so we're getting down to things right now. And I'm looking around here to see who I can have a chat with. I can see somebody beautiful up there, Jared Gerritsen. Let's see if we can get him down.
Small.
Come on.
But nobody wants to come and say hi.
Come on, Jared, come say hi.
Oh, 1 second. I'll get you someone. Zip.
Yeah.
Zip.
Here we go, perfect. As I said before, the players are just piling in.
This is Zimstar from Paradigm.
Hi, Zimstar.
Oh, no. Come and say hi.
Hello.
Hello. This is a camera. Do you remember this?
Yeah,
Do you remember
I've
you
done
used
this
to
before.
analyze?
Yeah.
Before, when you were good?
No,
remember this?
it's only losers on the analyst. That's great. That's the way it works. So now I'm here, the right side of the screen this time. You know, we're ready.
Are you really ready though?
Yeah.
So you got China today,
China today,
enemy tomorrow,
enemy tomorrow.
all being well?
Or Pain, right?
Or Pain. Who are you signing for that?
I hope for Pain.
Pain?
Yeah. We want to face Pain.
Is that it?
Yeah, I mean, we'll see.
Is that all you got to say? After all the talk for the years of EU going to be the best region,
I'm too nervous. I'm a wreck.
He's always nervous.
I'm okay, but I'm really not, you know.
He's nervous. Thank you for joining us, though.
Thank you.
For the moment. He wasn't going to talk much. We made him talk all last year.
Can I be honest? We did really absolutely grab him. Come, Smith, come over here. Come stand this side. Yeah. Come stand over here. I will now kind of bounce between.
Yeah, I was going to say, we've got one microphone between.
Smith, how are you doing?
I am fantastic. How are you?
I'm wonderful, and it's so nice to finally get you here because we've been trying to get you and grab a hold of you for the entire weekend, it feels like.
Sorry, I'm a busy girl. They got me working upstairs.
So what are you doing here?
Well, I'm running the SMITE Pro Twitter and just, making sure everybody knows when the games are starting, what's going on, who's playing, keeping you guys updated.
Absolutely important stuff. And for you guys obviously know each other, you work.
Sadly, yeah.
Yeah, we sadly know each other. We fight more than we're friends. Isn't that right?
Bad. It's just because she's bad at the game.
You're way worse. As a matter of fact, I think I remember Sub Wars, something about our Sub Wars that we did, and we kind of...
That's our sub, so that's different.
We kicked your butt.
Listen, there's a reason bronze is there, right? There's a reason bronze is there, and that's why you're there.
I'm in plat. I'm plat 1, baby. That's right.
Plat is the new bronze, guys, just so you know. Plat is the new bronze. Smith just confirmed it.
Browsers.
Why are you trying to banter with me? It's not going to work. Like, everybody knows it's just not going to work.
Why aren't you going to bat? Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm an American.
I know you'd be defensive to 2 people there.
Right.
Think about that one, did you?
Anything you'd like to say to kind of bring this interview back on track?
How are you doing?
I'm actually doing really well. Thank you so much.
This is the best fill ever, by the way. I'm loving this fill.
Yeah, we're doing a great job here, guys. Look, here's the thing. I got to see a statue earlier that I was really excited about. I can see my friend Jared Gerritsen up there who won't come over and say hi, but that's fine. I know that we've got loads of really fantastic games on the lineup, and already yesterday, it really felt like it was that kind of like, the excitement was tangible. The fans were so involved. They were so loud. I'm actually a little worried about how far the roof's going to go today.
Just wait till you see Cloud9. That's what I'm going to say. When Cloud9 hits the stage, the crowd is going to go crazy. It was crazy yesterday when we just said the name. Wait till you see them on stage today. The Barracuda chants will go through the roof once again. It's definitely NA's hometown favorites. Shocking, I know.
Shocking.
But don't worry, after the semifinals, maybe that'll change.
So many words. All right, I've asked everybody else.
Right.
Look in here, day 2. What's your feeling?
Paradigm.
But there's more than one game today.
It doesn't matter. The Paradigm is the only game that matters. Let's see here. Probably Enemy Paradigm, and then Cloud9. Probably Epsilon, that's what I'm thinking.
Epsilon, how do you feel about the...
Honestly, I spoke to Epsilon last night. They're really confident against Fanatic. They are scrim partners as well, Fanatic and Epsilon. So those 2 guys, they go at it all the time, and they exclusively only scrim each other. So they know each other very well, and they've probably had all these strategies planned out for all the teams, and especially for each other in case they ever meet. So Epsilon's very confident. Fnatic didn't seem too worried either. It's going to be fun to see how that's going to work out, because I think Epsilon's the confident one, but Fnatic, well, they're at Worlds. They always do well. Apart from yesterday.
Can we...
We're grabbing now. Incon?
Come say hi.
Come here.
I'm trying to squeeze people from down here. Yeah, jump in. Come on, jump in.
It's the man.
Okay, look. Hey, buddy, how you doing?
Pretty good. How about you?
I'm doing very well. Thank you very much for asking. How was day 1 for you?
Day 1 was awesome. We saw some great games. We saw Enemy beat Fanatic, which was crazy. A lot of people didn't expect that, but I expect to see them going a long way now.
And now looking at day 2, see it behind here. how do you think the day's gonna unfold?
I think right now the day's going to unfold pretty normal. I think we have a lot of games coming out where people think they know exactly what's going to happen. People see Paradigm Cloud9, they're like, oh, they're going to take it 2-0. I think they're probably right. I think the crazy games are going to be Enemy versus Pain. Pain Gaming went 20 minutes even against Epsilon eSports, and that is no small task. So I think that versus Enemy will be the first great game of the day.
First great game of the day. You heard it here first. Now, for you, you're on the desk, you're doing Analyst. How do you spend your time? How's SMITE World Championship for you?
For me, if I'm not on the desk, I like to walk around, hang out with all the fans. It's great to meet everybody coming out for SMITE. A lot of people here for different reasons, whether they're here to support the team or support the game. Everybody has their own reasons to be here, and they just love hanging out with each other.
Well, we love having you, and I have to ask now, who do you see going all the way?
I think that at the end of the day, we will have the still undefeated, undisputed, reigning champions of the world. Cloud9 will take the entire thing.
Now, I had to say, because when people say it, and I put it on everybody, are you just pandering to the fans?
No, I'm not. They are genuinely one of the hardest teams to beat, man. They're crazy, crazy.
I'm just teasing you. Now, for you, you'll be on the desk again today. What's it like hanging out on the desk? It seems like it's a pretty nice vibe. You've got a really good crew there. You know, Golden Boy leading the charge. Are you enjoying yourself?
I genuinely enjoyed the desk. How I'd like to describe it to people is it's basically streaming in a really big bedroom. That's all it is for me. Is you're just hanging out, having a good time, doing a little bit of work, just like you do any given day.
Very, very, very nice. Now, the next question that I'm going to ask, and this will be probably the last one, so I won't bother you for too long, is when you look at where SMITE has come, from where it kind of started to now being this absolute gaming juggernaut that really has a truly world competition level class. Is that something you ever saw when you first kind of got involved in the game, when you started things? I mean, what does that do to you, this whole cauldron of energy, of esports, millions on the line, just everything, this trophy that's amazing?
It's absolutely incredible. I actually got started, my first LAN ever was the launch tournament for SMITE several years ago now, and it was such a great experience. And ever since then, not only have the prize pools grown, but the fan base has grown, the player base has grown, everything has grown, and everything's leading towards SMITE being one of the top, if not the top esport in the entire world.
Well, good talks, always there. Thank you so much, mate. I really appreciate your time. Have a good one. You can go down this way, you go down there, go down anywhere. Come on, more people for me to grab. I feel so lucky. Hey, mate, how are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic.
How has your day one been?
Day one was awesome. I got to play here last year. Obviously, as a player at heart, very competitive person, I would rather play. But the Analyst test has been so much fun. I didn't expect to enjoy it this much. I thought I'd be quite nervous, but I've heard a ton of positive feedback from everyone, so it's been an absolute blast. And the atmosphere here is just, everyone just loves to be here. It's such a great place to be.
But the positive feedback and the positive energy in general around SMITE just seems to be absolutely oozing. But looking at what we have now in store for day two, you must have woken up this morning and said kind of goody gumdrops, this sounds like a fantastic day.
I am so excited. I think we've got some really close games. We have the chance for China to show themselves against the first seeds. Epsilon Fanatic is going to be a really tough one for, us EU fans, because two fan favorites. But at least one of them is going to advance to the finals, guaranteed. So, good stuff, good stuff.
So you'll see one and through. Now, when you look at that matchup, the EU matchup, do you...
I really love Fnatic, but I kind of got to give it to Epsilon. They've had such a strong performance, not just today, but for the second half of the split. So for me, I don't care who wins. I want to see some good SMITE. I'm going to go for the cop-out answer, but Epsilon, I edge them to take it.
Hi-Rez seemed really kind of, I'd say quietly confident. Yes, he was very chill, just walking around. He didn't seem to really. It was almost like it was just, walk in the park or something. It didn't seem to faze him at all. Is that what you'd expect from him?
Hi-Rez is after, I know him quite well, and he puts out this confidence aura as part of a personality, and he's quite BM, but he's not really. He's actually a very nice guy, and I know that as the captain of the team, he will be keeping his guys in check and saying, don't get too confident about this. We have to work every step of the way. And I know for a fact that he's making them work hard, and they do not take anything for a sure thing.
Well, that was actually going to be my question there. Thank you for kind of teeing that up. How much of that is showmanship? It feels like a lot of that is part of the SMITE scene. The guys do like to do a bit of talking, the banter, the playfulness around that. But it's definitely much meant with a light heart. It's not meant venomously, and it's not actually, most of the time, I think, how they actually feel. It's more just a bravado that they're putting on, because they really are putting the hours in.
Yeah, I think that's exactly as you said, you know, especially for Irafa. He is genuinely a very nice person, but he does put on this BM or the bravado as part of an I don't want to say, oh, I guess it is an act, you know, it's for the fans and stuff. People like that sort of stuff. Everyone kind of needs that kind of villain. He's not quite there, but, you know, but really he's an awesome guy and a stellar captain.
Now, villains are important everywhere, and we saw Nabil come by on a Segway a couple of seconds ago, and I see Bart right there. Maybe we can grab him to come over and say hi. Come on, guys. Come on down. Join us here.
How you doing?
Hey, buddy. How's it going? Let me grab you here. Swap mic hand. Very quickly, how you feeling?
Pretty good.
Ready for day 2?
Oh, of course. Like, this is going to be the good day. This is where we're going to see the really good matches.
Really good matches. Just let me finish up my question here. As we were saying, super villains and get involved. We have plenty of them in the game, plenty of people that are powerful, plenty of people strong. But you as a player, looking at this trophy, it's arguably one of the best trophies, not just in esports, but in just sports, in everything, in just any kind of trophy, cup. I mean, it looks better than an Oscar, put it that way. It really does. And so, as a player, you know, obviously you've competed to try and get your hands on it. How much is that playing into the kids' minds, and how much is just the fact that there's $1 million on the line playing into their minds?
I think for the teams who are first time here, then I think, you know, just doing well and putting on a good show is going to be their main focus. But for me, if I was back here, I am so desperate, you know, finals, to be able to lift that hammer out of the thing like Andy did last year. That for me is the dream, and I imagine any team coming back, specifically Cloud9 and Fanatic, you know, they desperately want just to pick the hammer up, and, you know, we did it.
It's all about the bragging rights. Thank you so much for taking time to. Yeah, we'll see you in a little bit. So, we'll do that again. We can shake hands as many times as we need to. Now let's start off. For you yesterday, what was your match of the show? What did you enjoy? What moved you?
I really enjoy watching Pain, because the Brazilian teams, like seeing them come up and do a lot better than they did last year. Because same with the Chinese teams, because in the last SWC, they really had no time to prepare, so it wasn't really a fair match at all. And so we're a lot happier to see that they've had a full year to get prepared, and we're really glad to see how well they've done. Both the Chinese teams did well, Brazil did well, and Avant-Garde did good as well. And so we're really hoping to see these other regions come up and make it more of an even worldwide match.
Well, I think the first step is, of course, just saying, which is already unique in esports, this is truly world teams coming together, world star. And they're all here playing. When you look at this, how do you see day 2 unfolding?
It's really hard to tell. I mean, that's what's the best part about this tournament, is you think you might know, but there's upsets happen all the time. And so that's what makes the game more exciting, is you don't really have a dynasty that's always winning all the time. So any team could win, so who knows what's going to happen. That's what makes it more fun to watch.
But I am going to be the horrible man on the red carpet right now and say to you, give me your predictions for today.
I mean, I'm going to have to say, I'm going to have to hope for my guys, OMGB. Those are the ones I want to win, because I'm project manager for the Chinese version of SMITE, so I like to support them, but Paradigm is a good team, so OMGB is going to have to really work hard to win.
Let me rush you through it, because we've got to handle.
Okay.
Enemy Pen Gaming.
Enemy's going to, it says the advantage, Cloud9 and Epsilon.
You heard it there first. Guys, the fact that I had to rush this good gentleman right here can mean only one thing. It is time for the main event to kick off, and that is my pleasure, I'm sure yours too, to say none other than over to you, Kelly Link.
Welcome back, everyone, to day 2 of the 2016 SMITE World Championships presented by Xbox One. 2 teams have been eliminated and 8 teams remain. We have 4 best of 3s today, the first of which is Paradigm versus OMG. Are you guys ready? Then let's go to the analysts for game 1 of Paradigm versus OMG.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Alienware Analyst Desk. Of course, I'm Golden Boy, joined by some rather impressive individuals when it comes to breaking down Smite, the one and only Adonis, Anatoly, and QE3Q. Guys, how you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good, Golden Boy. We had a lot of Smite action yesterday. Unfortunately, the two international teams that I was most excited to see and maybe find some upsets were eliminated, but you know, we still have some pretty good competition in China and Brazil.
Yeah, you know, I have to say it is great for Chinese Smite when you have two teams that, you know, make it past those prelims and into the top 8. So good on them, without a doubt. Unfortunately for them, they do have, I would say, a tall order in front of them, as they actually have to face off against two of the best teams in Smite right now. Now, let's actually talk about yesterday, because we had some pretty good matches, I would say, and some shockers as well. First and foremost, I want to talk about Epsilon eSports versus Pain Gaming. Now, of course, Epsilon ended up coming out on top on that one, but what I do want to ask is, Pain Gaming looked really good in that game, right? In my personal opinion, and in fact, kind of set the tone for the rest of this competition.
And you know, we came into the tournament expecting Epsilon to dominate these first couple rounds, and we did see that against Isurus, and Isurus played very scared, and you know, they couldn't put up a single kill, and Epsilon just rolled through that. But coming up against Pain, they took a little bit slower, and Pain did a fantastic job. They actually snuck an early Gold Fury away from Epsilon, and were able to keep the game pretty even. And I think they had a chance to win, although their teamwork and synergy and unwillingness to, I'd say, force the engagement probably lost them that, but they definitely put up a good fight.
Yeah, I'd say that their early to mid game was really good. They played defensively really well. They didn't give up too much, and like you said, they did the Gold Fury. And on top of that, their late game was kind of shaky when Epsilon was forcing the issue. They just didn't know how to really adapt to the pressure that was put on them.
Pain was actually ahead in gold for most part of the game, but then actually it's impressive because everybody that plays against Epsilon is usually in lower in gold at that stage of the game. But that the late game comes to this stage that Epsilon is just great in team fights, and they're really experienced.
Yeah, I mean, you know, without a doubt, Epsilon, they're looking to be one of the, you know, dominant forces in this competition. But I think for Pain, what this means for them is, you know, hey, we had a tough round against them. And how do you feel about their chances against Enemy, though? I mean, Enemy kind of shocked everyone. We'll get into that matchup in a little bit. But Enemy kind of shocked everyone with that, you know, that victory
over Fanatic.
Fanatic. I kind of want to get your guys' thoughts in regards to Enemy versus Pain, because we'll, of course, break that down later today. But I guess preliminary thoughts for you guys. Adonis, we'll start with you, or Anatoly, if you want to take
so
it.
Yesterday was the best of one, so anything kind of went. Enemy had the better draft than Fnatic did. They had a better late game team composition. Maniac didn't really build accordingly. He was getting blown up by Vicium there at the end of the game. So today is going to be a best of 3. So it's going to be definitely interesting to see which team kind of prepared better, if it's Pain or Enemy against the other.
I'm really interested in this game because both teams have the same play style. They don't usually make the plays. They counter-engage really well, but I'm really interested to see how this game is going to work.
I think that might change depending on Pain Deviant, actually. His Khepri is very defensive, and I think his second best god, but his best god, in my opinion, is Athena, and if he gets Athena, that's when Enemy will actually try and take the fight 2 players and 2 teams, because Pain just wants to fight. He's always looking for the engagement, so if we see Pain Deviant actually pick up Athena, we could see a little more aggression coming out from him.
And that's good to have those, you know, strategies, those defensive strategies with the Khepri and those aggressive strategies with Athena. You don't want to be like a one-sided book where you just like everybody reads all your strategies. So.
Well, speaking of Pain Deviant and the rest of the Enemy team, let's actually go ahead and talk about that Enemy Fnatic matchup. You know, Anatoly, you said that they came out stronger in the picks and bans. They were holding their own, certainly against one of Europe's finest. I guess, you know, can Enemy go all the way is the question.
I think they've set themselves up to be a true contender. And, you know, I was talking to the other players. I was talking to, you know, Paradigm actually yesterday. And they thought that this could happen. They've actually prepared strategies for Enemy and Fnatic. They figured both of them could have made it through. And what they say is that Enemy is possibly the most intelligent team in Smite right now. Maybe even more intelligent than
And why do you think that is?
It's just like they play their compositions so well, because, you know, the matchup against Fnatic was a clear early game in Fnatic versus the late game team comp of Enemy, and then once it kind of hit the point where 30 minutes and Fnatic didn't have a big enough lead, They couldn't contend with the team composition.
Yeah.
And Enemy they know how to play those positions so well. And I want to bring it back to a specific point that we also mentioned in the cast the other day is 25 minutes. Enemy, they were still behind, but they started feeling themselves, got a couple kills, but then they started to go through, immediately dropped it because they recognized it's not the time yet. It's not for them to make the aggressive play at that moment.
Yeah, and Pain baited so many ultimates on top of himself, and then they re-engaged on top of Fnatic. They got 4-0. Soul Machine dove the tier 2 tower. The Kepri ult saved them back, and they just got so much of a lead off that tower and the Gold Fury.
Yeah, I mean, they were looking fantastic in that matchup. They ended up taking that. And there's our crowd, looking amazing as always. Everyone's filled the house up for this OMG Paradigm matchup. Can't wait to see this one. But we have one more game to talk about, and this one was a bit of a heartbreaker, I think, was Avant-Garde versus QG. Now, the reason why this was a heartbreaker is because a lot of people had high hopes for Australia coming into this competition, and of course, Avant-Garde had high hopes for themselves as well. Had an opportunity when the show was over, actually, to speak with Biggie, and it was kind of nice to catch up with him. We riffed about the Surfer Bro thing, which was cool. But you know, I could tell that he was not down, but he was like, you know, I understand why we lost, because yes, they were the most dominant team in their region, but they just, you know, they couldn't adapt. And his quote was, I know that we're good, but I know that we couldn't adapt in time. That's basically what he said in a nutshell. So QE, I guess we'll go over to you for this one. How do you feel about, you know, Avant-Garde and moving forward as well? What do you think that team needs to do for the next year as they prep, you know, for inevitably the next SMITE World Championship?
I think it comes down to the experience. The SMITE is really new on the Oceania part. Some players used to play on NA EU servers, but still, they need like more teams to play the game and get more experienced. But I think next year they will do really well.
And that's something too, is that the two teams we saw eliminated on day one, Isurus and Avant-Garde, had the same story. Undefeated in their region, basically, since June. No one's been able to pressure them. No one's been able to challenge them. And if you don't have anyone to bounce off of, it's hard to...
How do you get better?
It's hard to raise the bar when you're the top.
Yeah.
So, and I think that's what we saw there.
Yeah, it was tough. It was tough without a doubt, but you know, really looking forward to seeing what they could do moving forward. Now, fun fact is, for those of you guys at home who are keeping track of the SMITE World Championships, Reddit is an amazing resource, I just want to say. And I've actually been going through a lot of the threads, and one of the threads that I think is fantastic is the SMITE World Championships 2016 Day 1 Collected Data and Analysis thread that was actually done by, I forgot my old account, so great name for him. But the reason why is because there's some interesting things to take away from this thread, right? For example, Seoul, Kefri, Shingten, Bologna did not miss a single game, right, throughout this, all day one of the competition. And of course, a lot of it did attest to the fact that a lot of the matches were one-sided, so, you know, keep in mind that that is not something to kind of base all of the statistics on. But, you know, anything in particular here that you're seeing based on this data that has kind of caught your interest?
Those four gods being picked and banned every game, no surprise to me. My thing, though, is the lack of hell we've been seeing. I'm assuming it's because teams have developed some strategies around it, or maybe they just want to save the hell pick.
Yeah, normally you would see the Chinese teams, OMGB or QG Reapers, picking out the hell, but they just haven't been doing it. What's also really surprising was the fact that Seoul was picked 3 times out of the 8 games, but they lost every single game.
Again, there's just a lot of interesting nuances. Like, one of my favorites, actually, from yesterday was how effective Hunbats was. Right?
Oh,
I mean, I think, you know, pick 5 times, banned once, winning 4 games, right? What does that tell you? Hunbats is good. Right? Coming out of the jungle, amazing, right? If you lose Thor in the picks and bans, why not go with Hunbats?
And Thor didn't, you know, have the best of showings yesterday either. He lost every game, but I believe won. But he was typically picked up on the underdog teams. I mean, Thor is still so strong.
Thor is really strong. Like, all stage of the game, Thor is just really dominating.
Yeah, you can't really go wrong with Thor. Defensively, offensively, his kit's like built perfectly for that.
I mean, the SMITE World Championship, you know, trophy is literally Mjolnir, so.
Literally.
He can't be bad.
Maybe next year it'll be Bologna's
maybe
hammer. That'd be awesome.
Oh, man.
Bologna. All right, so folks, our next matchup will be Paradigm versus OMGB. Really excited to see Paradigm here. Of course, we had Zimstar in the booth. last year. You know, he was a great individual to have. His analysis was fantastic. We actually saw him in the red carpet show. So I know he's watching this with a very keen eye. I can imagine that they're confident, right? But we'll get into that in a little bit. Let's actually intro you guys to Paradigm.
Paradigm. Zalia. Hugo Fred. Lobster. Briggs Tank. Funballer.
And there you have Paradigm as these guys get ready for their opponent, OMG. Talking about Paradigm real quick, Anatoly, kick it to you. Who is going to be the player that you're most excited to see since we have not seen them yet?
Definitely Zayla. He has a lot of bags in his trick coming out of the soul lane. He'll whoop out anything. You know, he'll pull out Isis, soul lane. When you think it's not going to work, he'll just make it work.
Yeah, I agree. Zalia has just an immense god pool. He can play anything. You just can't really ban him out or like expect him to pick anything because he can play anything.
And he doesn't even play meta picks, right? There's Bologna and Jing, and he's running Isis and Chuck. Like, it's not something you see in a lot of other soul laners. Just always struggle to deal with it. And something I want to talk about too that we don't really talk about too often is his farm and how efficient he is. He's always at the top of the soul lane charts. He always knows how to get farm. He always knows how to build those items and come into team fights and make big impacts.
He's just so dominant, like in lane phase, and in team fights, he's just a monster. He plays team fights really well.
One of the players I want to talk about is Trix Tank, because Trix Tank, a great support player for this team, very aggressive. You know, I mean, in this matchup, where do you think, and look at that, just to the camera, it's almost as if he knows. I don't know, what do you think about Trix Tank here going into this OMG matchup?
I think Trix Tank is the most aggressive support probably in the world, playing at a very high competitive level. Trix Tank will pull anything, just like Zayla, he's willing to run anything. He is the old school warrior support. He's the one who's still playing Wukong, still playing Guans. We haven't seen his Hercules in a while, but maybe he could pull that out for this tournament. We'll have to see. And I think Anatoly has personal experience with Trix Tank's warrior support back in the launch tournament.
Yeah, that wasn't fun. He actually also ran Thor support, not in the launch tournament, but in the SPL a couple times, from what I remember. And yeah, he's not afraid to run aggressive supports like Bacchus as well.
It just seems like this team has a very deep god pool. Like they just know, like they have any kind of tool.
North America always kind of develops a meta, and like every player plays like 2 to 3 gods. And it's like they'll cycle them in and out, and depending, and you see a lot of the same compositions. Europe is a little bit more open, and then Paradigm is crazy open. They're running stuff that other players are calling bad and making it work, like Chucks.
It's pretty hard to pick and ban against them because they have so many versatile guys. They can switch like Soul to the ADC to the mid, Neef as well. They can play Bacchus on the solo lane as well. Like
yes.
How you do that?
Like, yeah, how do you like Bacchus gets picked up and you're like it's going to Trix, and then Zayla pulls it out and you're just like I have no idea what's happening.
What's going on? What do I do with my hands? You know, like. All right, folks. Well, on the other side of Paradigm, they pulled it off yesterday. Of course, it was a tough game that they had, a tough road that they had, but here is OMGB.
OMG. Bleed black. Blue whale. Bluefish. Xantorsk. Luo.
All right, there's OMGB. This squad, of course, having a difficult road, but they did defeat Isurus to get to this point, to be the first Chinese team to get into the top 8. Yesterday, though, I would say, you know, we saw some interesting things out of them. Aggression was the name of the game for this squad, as it is with, you know, QG as well. They're just very aggressive players. You know, this is, I don't think anyone should sugarcoat it, right? This is going to be a very difficult match for OMG.
It's going to be a rough one. You know, Paradigm, we've been talking about Epsilon a lot, but Paradigm still are the first seeds in Europe. They came out, they beat Epsilon, the 27-1 Epsilon, who had dropped a single game in the fall split. It's going to be a tough hill to climb for them.
Yeah, OMGB, they were successful yesterday with their aggressive support and soul laner with the Balone and the Xing Chen. So if Paradigm did their homework, they probably should not allow them to get those 2 gods.
And they actually ran a double assassin comp in their first matchup against Pain. It wasn't successful, but you know, OMG, they could bring out a couple different styles that could throw Paradigm off kilter.
Maybe it's a best of 3, so it's kind of harder to go for the cheese picks. But I think if they prepared well against Paradigm, they can take a game or 2.
And that's another thing to note as well, folks. Today is going to be all best of 3s. So we have a lot of Smite to play. And, you know, yesterday, I guess the idea was, you know, just play what you know. It's a best of 1. You know, this is it. So you have to throw basically everything that you have on the table and make that work. Now it's a best of 3, so changes a little bit, right? How do you feel this first game should go? In my personal opinion, if OMG wants a chance in this, I mean, you know, they have to beat Paradigm, or at least contend with Paradigm in game 1, like without a doubt, because at that point they need to get that confidence to say, okay, that was a tough one. We didn't hang with them. You know, their comp was better than ours, but we hung with them. So let's go ahead and make this happen in game 2.
Yeah, for OMG, in my opinion, the only way they're going to come out and beat Paradigm is abusing the over-aggression coming out of Paradigm's dual lane. Excuse me. Funballer and Trix Tank, they love to fight. They love to just take players on. Funballer specifically will always force 1v1s. We actually took note of it at the Super Regionals, always fighting Hi-Rez, who he felt he was better than, and he actually died a couple times, and Paradigm also lost a couple games, got a little worrisome. So OMG, I think they need to try and bait out that dual lane and try and get a lead there.
Yeah, that's a possibility, but I just don't see it working out for them. I think Paradigm is going to get an easy 2-0 clean stomp. They're just too good, too experienced. They have more team chemistry. It should be pretty fast games, honestly.
All right, well, we'll get to the predictions in a few. We'll get to that in a few, because, you know, I am 3 for 3.
You are.
FYI.
It's true.
All right, folks, well, let's go ahead and toss it over to Sean at the stage. Sean, what's going on?
Thank you so much, Alex. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, are you ready for your first best of 3 of day 2? Lobster, Luau, I can't hear you guys. Come on, are you ready for the first best of 3 for day 2 of the SMITE World Championship? I have to ask, Lobster, are you ready?
Yes, boy.
Luau, are you ready?
Ready.
These guys are ready. Come on. Are you guys? This is it. It's happening right now. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Paradigm and OMG. Come on. Gentlemen, return to your teams. Please go ahead and get ready. It's about to go down. Ask you one more time. Come on, guys. SMITE World Championship. Can I hear some noise? You guys are fantastic, and I'm sure these teams are going to play fantastic. Let's find out what their choices are in picks and bans.
All right, here we go, folks. First match of the day, Paradigm, OMG, picks and ban phase has begun. And this is going to be a really telling story here for us going into not only game 1, but just for the rest of the series. Where is Paradigm thinking? Do you know, and to be completely honest, do you think that they go with the, you know, kind of like, hey, I'm going to pick some things that I'm not particularly great with, but because I know I'm going to...
I think they're going to try and run some high pressure. I think this is going to be similar to Fanatic's team comp that they ran against Enemy yesterday, where they're going to look for a very strong push in the mid and duo. Neath Soul, I expect to be pretty highly sought after for Paradigm. Obviously, Soul going to be banned away by OMG. They don't want to deal with that.
And Circuit goes as well. Anatoly?
Yeah, so Funballer really leans a little bit on the Soul during the Super Regionals with Lobster can play like Hunter in the middle there, and actually they banned Neath away, so probably not going to be seeing that in mid lane. So the next ban going to be for OMGB here.
What do you think they go with now, right? What are they looking? Is it a target or a meta ban? Like maybe they ban out...
They might want to just take out the Bologna. No, it's going to be Giannis. Giannis is always something scary, so nothing too crazy.
I mean, Xing Ten's
banned
open.
out. Bologna's open as well, and I think that, oh no, Paradigm, they're not even going to worry about it. They're going to highlight that up.
Yeah, I think they're so strong right now. It's really strong.
And you know, Zalia, it could go to him, but I mean, Jingten also can be very aggressive. We saw it successful in the dual lane the other day. I think that was OMG that ran that, correct?
I believe it was.
There's the Bologna.
Yeah, so
every game.
Bologna and Shington open. Paradigm getting the better end of that stick, in my opinion. They also are leaning towards the Isis. It's a very good defensive god in the mid lane. We saw them run it against Isurus, which was very successful against the Mercury jungle that Isurus ran. Every time he would go in, you would just run into the circular protection. There was nothing the Mercury could do.
So I want to talk about this Bologna Isis, especially when Jingten's always picked in the soul lane. Jingten Bologna is like the matchup we're going to see basically all tournament until these gods start getting banned out more. But Isis dominates lane early. Bologna dominates Jingten early. However, they both have these massive defensive ults as well, so you can counter-engage. I think Isis Bologna is a combo that we could see often because it's so versatile and how the game plays out.
And there's the Chiron.
There's the Chiron QE.
I'm so happy.
And Thor. Thor is going to be selected as well, so we know where that's going.
So
and,
this is a pretty solid draft so far from Paradigm. There's nothing really too off the haywall. Like if you were thinking of Paradigm, you'd think of some pretty janky picks. Brawl gets highlighted by OMGB, which is really interesting. Circuit was banned away from Paradigm, so they can't lean towards that. And if they wanted to secure the Raw pick, they could go for an Odin ban after this. They do switch the Raw, though, to Freya, looks like.
And that Freya likely could go Hunter. That also takes it away from Funball. He also really likes mages, Soul, Kronos, and Freya.
Because they could definitely played Chiron mid, which would be really interesting.
Yeah, and I don't know if Paradigm would... I think if Paradigm runs Chiron mid, I don't think they would play it against OMG. I think that's something they might want to save.
I see.
You never know, though.
I mean, that could also be a scare tactic for their future opponent. If they're feeling confident against OMGB, they'll run Chiron mid like, hey, guys, look at us. We're running Chiron mid. Start banning it against us, or just get ready for it.
Zhang taken away. No surprise there. Mid for Paradigm still open. Zeus still hasn't been picked up. Actually was played every single game but one yesterday.
Lobster does like Zeus, so we could actually see that and have Chiron just go in the dual lane.
And they also have Thor on the team, which is, once again, we talked about earlier. That's versatile, too. That could go to Trix to support, or it could go to Qvo in the jungle. And Thor, very good at protecting Zeus, so.
Sobek being highlighted here for OMGB.
Thoughts on this?
Could be good in the soul lane if you could have the Bologna in the jungle. We'll see where OMG does place that Bologna if Sobek does get locked in. It leaves a lot of Guardians on the table there for like the late game team fights. Bach is being highlighted and locked in.
All right. So crowd really likes that one.
Yeah, that was definitely taken away from Trixtank. They don't want him, like, they definitely did their homework. They know that Trixtank loves Bacchus, so they take that away. And Guan Yu, as a result, is going to be highlighted.
You know, OMG has done a lot of homework. Like, they did this against Isurus as well. They actually banned away the Thor Giannis, which was Isurus's best gods. OMG, they've been doing their homework. They know what these teams are running. They know what they like to pick. We haven't seen Nuwa in a while, but it looks like Lobster could be running it.
No, it's a classical pick from Lobster. He really likes the global presence to help the other lanes.
So if you look at Paradigm's comp here, they have three very aggressive front lines between Xingtian, Thor, and Guan Yu, and a very passive, safe mid laner, Nuwa, that can just get off her damage.
Wow.
Send the golems and just destroy.
Wheelix is locked in. All right. Predictions.
Paradigm.
Paradigm 2-0.
Paradigm 2-0.
All right, I only call. I'm not going to make a call. Okay. We're going to go ahead, toss it over to the casters. Casters, take it away.
Thanks a lot, Golden Boy. We're getting into the matches right away. OMGB versus Paradigm. And we heard the analyst talk a little bit about how much of the homework China has really done. And really, that's what I noticed the most during these picks and ban phase.
Oh, for sure. I mean, they took away Bacchus. They took Freya as well, which we've seen over in Europe as well. On top of that, I like China's comp more than anything else. I'm going to go China here.
Yeah, definitely. China definitely has an EU-esque comp with the Freya and Bacchus and the Isis mid.
And don't forget, one of the things that I liked the most about it was the composition by itself. The Bacchus into the Awelish, there's a lot of synergy there. But don't forget, there's also, that's taking it away from Paradigm. Yeah, we like the Bacchus. We talked about that. We did not mention how much Qvo likes that Awelish and how powerful that was, how good that was for him during the regular season.
Yeah, it was almost like China wanted to take away the EU picks instead of picking their own style.
Exactly.
Well, maybe they can play that style as well. You know, they've done the homework. They will be researching other regions. It looks like they've planned well for Paradigm here. And it's one of the first times we may actually see Paradigm have a bit of a tough opposition here.
And not for nothing, one of the things that we've noted about the Chinese teams throughout this week or just yesterday and even through the regular season is how reluctant they were to go for those objectives. Well, Bacchus is very good at stealing those objectives away should Paradigm decide to go for a risky one and does a very good job, ISIS, at confirming their own. So they do have a good objective secure control here in this composition.
Yeah, I expect a lot of action to happen in this mid lane. Blue Whale on the Wheelix with Bacchus and ISIS combination is a lot of damage and can pretty much one-shot the Nuwa and Lobster easily.
Now these comps, when I look at them on paper, I would side with China 100% unless, if they're on the same playing field as Paradigm. Like if they've got the experience of Paradigm do, I really feel OMG's comp here is the stronger of the two at all stages of the game, realistically. Mid lane's going to push a little bit harder to begin with the ISIS, and with the Wheelix in the jungle, the rotations are going to be a little bit quicker too.
Exactly what you said, Hindu. They have the early game strength in ISIS, Wheelix, Bacchus, and then they have the late game threat of the Freya and the duel.
And it's just a beautiful composition. I mean, on the across the way, it's going to be very hard for them to kill Paradigm, though. Global presence, New War, obviously able to take itself up with the fire shards out of combat. Thor can do the same. Zalia's never going to die because it's a Shin 10, and we saw that yesterday. And then Funball, he's one of the safest hunters in the game.
That's immediately what I want to talk about. I'm excited to see how Funball does on this horseman. Kyren has been very successful throughout the weekend. Right away, OMG getting a little aggressive, so maybe a little different here from the Chinese team.
I like this, but what Zalia and Kivo did there was just watch. You were like, okay, what are you going to do? You're going to try and fight us? I don't think you really want to take this. Meanwhile, though, Tricks across the way. He's going to go for the steal and actually get it and walk into lane.
Thanks to the hand of the gods.
He may die, though. Oh, Funball is helping him a little bit. Luckily, that's going to help him out with
There's the passive heal on Chiron.
Are still doing work, and the belly flop comes out, but Tricks hits level 2, and now back is in a little bit of trouble, but the poke damage from Pulse.
Love the calculated aggression coming out of Paradigm. You want to talk about aggression? Funball driving into 2, right into the wave.
Double pony lane is what we're going to be seeing today. So expect to see them just cavalry charge all the time.
I love what both teams did there. They invaded the weak side of the enemy team. Freya's really weak early, so they decided to invade her, not let her have an easy laning phase. Xing 10 is also very weak, and OMG invaded him.
Again, we can't gloss over it. I mentioned it briefly. The Hog. Triggs has a hog, which means that purple was as good as his, no problem. I need to see how this evolves, though. Hand of the Gods is great for that first shot. We saw that during the regular season from Shadowq, actually.
We did, but Guan Yu as well is very, very good with a hog 3. He's got one of the best ways of getting into a fight. It's very hard to shut him down. They don't have any walls to stop him, but mid-lane aggression, Lobster could go down. First blood to China!
Beautiful combination. The Spirit Ball, the incoming flank from the right-hand side. OMG got the stun, and one down he goes. 1 kill on the side of OMG.
Yeah, this is the strength of OMG's early game comp. They're really making it work for them right now.
Really good rotations from the team as well, but this is what we said about the early game. Their strength is there, and they're using it well. Dual lane tried to go aggressive. Solo lane, Zillion a bit of trouble, but he should be fine still. But now Lobster, he won't die again, I don't think. Not too so quickly.
Well, see, that's the thing. People generally talk about Nuwa being, would you consider Nuwa a safe god?
It's a very safe god, yeah.
And she's safe because of the ult.
Yeah.
Well, they yanked her at level 2. There's no ult yet.
Exactly. But that also tells me that Paradigm don't want to focus too much on the mid lane. They want to use her global ultimate to pressure either the Freya or the Bellona.
Well, we said about this about China and OMG in specific. Bluefish in the mid lane. He is the big go-to star of this team. They look to feed him and get him stronger, and him getting an early kill will really snowball the team, hopefully.
If you're a Paradigm fan at home, though, there is, that first blood isn't the end of the day. Lobster actually, during the regular season, we watched him kind of die a lot. Paradigm does a good job of dealing with Lobster or kind of using him as a sacrificial lamb to come around in the other lane.
Yeah, Lobster is a very tenured player. He's been around since closed betas. He's been behind many times before, and he knows how to come back.
Oh, yeah.
Well, he's also played New War, so we can just sit back and continue to farm. ISIS will pressure early on, but then it should be fine after that, and just be able to just sit back with, as you can see there, use the fog, use the Shining Metal Ball. Right-hand side, aggression coming out. The combo of China is going to bring down Zalia as well. What is this?
3 minutes, 2 kills, and they're both on the Chinese side.
I said that comp looked great, and I was like, listen, I'm going with China. The analysts, they went Paradigm, but on paper, it looks like OMG should be the better team.
I'm so impressed with Blue Whale. He's hitting every single knockup that, you have to hit him from behind to actually knock them up, and it's really impressive.
Going to be a rough game for Paradigm so far. Cuvo Fred, though, he's got to get himself involved now. He's getting out-rotated by a Wheelish just because of the fact that she's got that mobility with Suku, but now he's got his ultimate available. Keep an eye to see if he goes on. I expect to see Paradigm's dual lane actually do exactly this and try and carry this team forward now because they're getting pressured elsewhere.
I like to see Luo on this Freya. Beautiful lift to interrupt the Guan Yu Tallow Assault going on. And Funball playing very aggressive right up in front. And that's the reason he's playing aggressive. Chiron has that dash that gets him out of trouble.
Mid lane though, Trix is just rotating. Cavalry charge onto the Isis, looking for the stun. Will connect, but Cubo at the same time. Bluefish is still alive, but not long enough. Trixtan gets the first kill for Europe on day 2.
Paradigm finally answers back with a fantastic 3-person combo onto that mid laner. And with that, they're going to go ahead and pick up the mid Harpies as well. And right now, Paradigm started off to a slow start, so OMG was leading. But with that kill, cuts the lead to about 1,000.
Yeah, great rotation by Trixtank there. A lot of times you don't expect that early rotation from the support, and as Guan Yu, he hit every single hit of Cavalry Charge.
I think that's a big key here for Paradigm as well, because I want to see aggression from the dual lane, but ganking a Freya is not the easiest thing in the world. She's got multiple ways of escaping. They would have dealt with Reels over in EU a lot from Fanatic, who plays a lot, so they know his strategies and how difficult it is to find that Freya. Going for the mid lane Isis, a little bit more easy. You've got the Thor dunks as well as the Cavalry Charge. You just stick to the Isis. Silence isn't going to stop it. Neither's the Spirit Ball. You can set up for the kills.
Even with those kills, Ice is still on top of your XP per minute. Just very efficient. A lot of efficiency is what I'm seeing coming out of the Chinese.
How do you feel about a rush of the build, though? She's going straight into Book of Thoth. No mobility in boots here. She's just going to rely on the Wingos. Is this a bit risky?
It is a bit risky, but I'm sure Bluefish really feels like he needs to carry this game, especially after he got that first blood. He wants to look to snowball his lead. Let's see if it pans out.
It is something we see out of the Chinese meta where the carries of the team will rush these stacking items early and forego the mobility. But I think this could cost him against someone like Guan Yu and Thor on the enemy team. I think Bluefish may have made a bit of a mistake here.
You know, it might, but here's the method of thinking I'm thinking around. Bluefish is going to be the guy to carry the early game, right? And then he hands off the mid game to Bologna for the most part. And then at the end of the day, you've got this late game of Wheelish that can murder people, and don't forget about Freya. So it's more about the handoff.
Yeah, exactly. The one problem with Bluefish's build, though, is that Paradigm's team is made to dive him in the backline. They have Cavalry Charge with Guan Yu. They have Thor Dunk, exactly how they got the kill on him in the first place. And he really needs probably to itemize more defensively so he can survive.
Well, I mean, he's got the beads, but that's about it so far. I do like the idea, though, that what we're going to see is the Bologna probably engage with Eagles rallies for the most part, try and burn the beads. Then you'll see the backers probably initiate with the belly flops, and then you'll see a Wheelix be able to ult because the beads are down from the Eagles rally. The composition just plays so well together.
Ping's coming out on the left-hand side. You take a look at Paradigm, take a look at the Gold's Fury, but there's vision from OMG on it. So Isis and Freya go ahead and respond. It's already down to 25% HP, and OMG's going to try and pick it up. Paradigm does secure it, but it was a little scary. Bluefish is going to take a spill. Funball gets credit for that one. Lobster goes for the assist.
Good engage, but look at this. The junglers come over a Wheelix. We'll find Lobster again, a return kill. They're chasing down for more. Eagles rally. He burst on Cubo, but he will get away.
Cubo, sliver of HP. OMG going to be careful not to go ahead and get too aggressive.
And this is the strategy that Paradigm likes to run. They actually run it before, and actually we've scrimmed them one time, and they ran the same strategy. Trixtank gets the hog, goes for the early invade, puts a ton of pressure in the duo lane, and then goes for the early Gold Fury.
Just to be clear, that was a hog one that Trixtank had there to secure the Gold Fury. The ultimate coming out from Isis, I thought was probably going to take that one away. We're not going to find it, but Funballer, he's looking for the extra pressure there on Freya. Not going to find it. You can see the split push cam. Zalia did not manage to rotate to that fight. Did get some tower poke down, but at the end of the day, it's a Guardian. Not going to do that much.
Yeah, Freya here in this situation, you want to stay in lane. You don't want to get zoned out, but right now he needs to cut his losses back, take the loss of the creep so he doesn't get zoned out anymore.
What's the hardest? That's one of the hardest decisions in the Hunter role, right? When to back and when to give up. And the moment he leaves, you're probably going to see Funballer push.
He's going to push, yeah.
And that's exactly what he's doing right now, just pushing it down Freya. Return to the jungle. She didn't go back to base. She's going to do back.
That's actually a smart move by Freya. So now she'll come back and probably get most of the wave, at least in experience.
And she gets to sustain a little bit of those back harpies. You don't get poked out as much in the wave, especially when there's no Chiron there. So she will get a wave, doing good work of staying in the lane. You can see that the supports have now started to join up with the mid laners and the junglers.
Yeah, we see our normal 3-on-3 dance here, at least from the ONG side. The core of the teams, as it's usually referred to as the mid laner, the jungle, and the support. They convene just to share a wave or two, and then everybody goes their separate ways.
I think the big thing here is OMG need to continue to capitalize on what they've been doing so far. They've got the aggression. They've got the fans behind them, too. You can hear how excited they are. They need to feed off that before Paradigm get their composition online.
Yeah, I love how OMG is taking the fight away from the Freya. They just want the Freya to be okay.
Oh, we're going to have a big fight. Pulled in his Trixtank. He does juke out and use the cavalry charge, too. Cubo in the sky, though. Will he find the kill? He should.
Cubo picks up one, taking to the sky is Lobster, trying to help out Zalia as he chases down the middle laner. Beautiful 180 stun, secures the safety of Bluefish.
And what I was trying to say is that OMG need to capitalize on this before Paradigm use their experience to their advantage. Funballer is so aggressive over here. Look at him. Just going straight at him all the time. Is this usual Funball, is that, man?
Yeah, it's usual Funball. He plays aggressive. He also is playing Chiron, and he's going solo to early, so he knows he has that kind of sustain from his passive and from the lifesteal on his in-hands.
Is the matchup normal? Is this a normal matchup you see from Chiron versus Freya?
Yeah, Freya's going to lose the early game to almost anybody until she gets her Fatalis, Pen Boots online. Then she can start looking to trade.
So we usually see a lane ward in the middle lane. Luo dropped a ward in his lane. What do you think about that one, You're not Brandon, you're Zach.
They're about the same skill level, right?
It's good. It's good. They want to keep an eye on where that Freya is. They want to keep tabs on her. If she kind of gets out of position or she rotates by herself, they want to look to pick her off.
So we're sat around 9.5 minutes now. This has been a lot closer than most people at home probably expected. I mean, everyone was siding with Paradigm for now, but China, they've come out to play today. They did lose the goal Fury, but you can see the goal difference. Very, very close.
This is all tied up. Even the kills. 3-on-3, 20 seconds till Fire Giant pokes his head out. Although with the way this one's going as far as the tempo, I don't think we're going to see that Fire Giant be touched for a long time.
I mean, I did get a chance to speak to Trick Tank earlier on yesterday, and he was saying they scrimmed China once and got the Fire Giant at like 11 minutes in. So they were very confident coming into this one. I'm pretty sure this time around, OMG, they know what's going on.
Especially with the Hog. You know, you mentioned this 11-minute Fire Giant. I'm looking at this Hog. All right, maybe it's a little more realistic than I thought.
Yeah, in order to make the Hog worth it, you really need to be aggressing on enemy buffs and looking to take big
Trick's
objectives
a little bit
early.
too aggressive, though. He's going to look for aggression coming out from the back as there. Luckily enough, though, I think if he intoxicated, he could have potentially found a kill there.
Yeah, I would have loved to see him cancel in the burp and look for the ult for the kill.
Straight away. Oh, but look at this mid lane. Lobster overextended. Doesn't see that he's got Bacchus behind him, but right-hand side aggression under the tower. Bologna going to get dived by Cubo and Zalia.
Here comes help for the Chinese side over on the right-hand side. Zalia very low. Bluefish takes care of the mid laner off screen, and Blue Whale chasing down Zalia. Should just be a couple of hits, but hello,
he's everywhere.
Cubo Fred traps the whale. No more chase, says the jungler.
This fight's everywhere. You saw the mid go against mid. Trix comes in to support, but meanwhile, Funballer gets the solo kill on low, which we didn't see over in the Hunter lane.
Great play by Zalia there. He used his leap once, which could actually be grabbed by a Wheelix, and he said, oh crap, I used it once, I don't want to use it again, because he got lucky that first time.
This is backwards and forwards, this one. The amount of kills that just happened in like 3 seconds, we could see like one kill. It was just not possible.
I mean, that's the beauty of this sort of team game is we had 3 separate engagements, a one-on-one on the left, one-on-one on the right, fight in the middle lane. Let's take a closer look at how that Freya versus Chiron went.
But it means that you said this would be the situation here. Freya loses early on until she gets a pen boots online and Fatalis. She was working on the pen boots just here, but didn't have them completed just yet. And Funballer continues to zone, and it looks like Low just lost his patience and walks up here.
Yeah, it's very easy to get frustrated as a hunter if the other hunter's in your face all the time.
Yep. Just over and over again. We can see the aggression onto Funballer. Funballer is like playing this very safe at the moment. This is a long engagement between the two, and just he's still being kept off the experience the whole time.
Well, yeah, that's really the beauty of how these hunter fights go, is that it's all about the little bit of poke that you get, and this small opportunity, all of a sudden, Funball goes right into it, gets the free damage from the second ability, and then good old-fashioned boxing fight.
Well, I think he's going to go for the ult. I guess that's what's going to happen here. He's just waiting for it. No, he's just going to wait for his cooldowns one more time. Freya hanging around, doesn't have pulse to clear the wave here, and you can see that's why the pressure's on under the tower.
One more wave.
Just continuing to farm. He's trying to get the wave. You do this all the time.
All the time.
He's doing, I'm fine, I'm safe.
There it is, the egregious back. He's gonna pay for that one.
Oh, with the new Warrel as well. She takes this guy defensively, and now she's going to look for it. Bit of a long one, this, between the two, but there's the snipes coming out. Finally, we will see the kill on to the Hunter, eventually.
There it is.
Hey.
The turnaround kill. And then Funball goes right for the tower.
Good mechanic. Good mechanics by the Chiron there. He waited for his 2 to hit, which actually slows the target and guarantees pretty much the 1 damage.
Paradigm off of that is going to take a look towards the gold. Furious 3-on-1, and again, taking a look at that Hog. It's at rank 3.
Yep,
so this is a very, very secure gold for your Paradigm. Want it. Do they want to fight here? Looks like they do.
Yes, they
Trick
do.
Tank up on the horse. He's going to go for the stun. Doesn't get it on Bluefish. Changes the target to the left-hand side.
And back is being engaged on by Cubo. Cubo's going up to continue zoning him out of the fight as well. Changes his mind and goes for the
Beautiful pull!
Pulled in by the Wheelish under the tower. They still find the kill, though, with Trickstack. Lobster with a fire shot secures another teleport coming in now once again from Bologna, but we don't see anything else going on.
Absolutely fantastic play. It didn't go the way of OMG. Right away, Blue Whale is playing out of his mind. We're seeing the aggressive plays, we're seeing the defensive plays, and Bleed Black trying to keep on keeping on. Funball takes one, Zalia takes one. The mid lane is violent right now.
Yeah, big problem in these team fights for OMG is they keep splitting up and they keep getting picked off one by one. They really need to stick together, protect the ISIS, who went for damage over protection or over HP with the
Yesterday, China had the issue of execution. Composition was great. Early execution this game, fantastic from OMG. But Paradigm is showing experience here. They're showing they've played in bad situations before and know how to deal with them. Gold Fury to Paradigm. They take a gold lead and the experience in a nice fashion.
Yeah, it's a big one. Big jump right there after those last couple exchanges. Funball really helping the team confirm their 4,600 gold lead. Not even to mention 7,000 by way of experience.
I was expecting a really quick 2-0 here for EU. I want China to win just because it's China. It'd be so good to see them in the semifinals here. I'm EU and I'm saying that. But I think we may even see a best of 3, a full best of 3 here between these two, because I don't think we're going to see OMG fall over.
Definitely, and this game's not over yet. What I want to see OMG do is try to protect this Freya, get this Freya to the late game, and she could be their saving grace.
She's nearly full build now, right? Oh, I mean, core build is what I want to say.
Core build, yeah.
When she's got that build on light side, okay.
The Monogrip is a huge power spike for Freya.
Should she be investing more into actives here, though?
I think because of how behind she is, she really needs that damage, and then after she gets that power spike, that mid-game power spike in the Monogrip, then she can afford to get active.
That's the classic Zatman school of thought.
Damage first.
I've always heard this. Actives just put you behind.
That's
the Zatman school of thought. So.
Well, damage is the best source of defense, right?
That's right. If
Back
they're
is
dead,
going
they
in,
can't
though,
hurt you.
trying to contest these Harpies, going to get aggressed on. Good belly flop
Love
just after the Teller whistle ended. And a good ult from Blue Whale. Intoxicate comes out too for backers, but Isis comes around the corner to the value, but Trixie's going in. It looks like they want to fight this.
Trix all by himself, goes for the stun. Blue Whale heals up from half to above thanks to his ultimate. Lobster gets the kill from the sky. Blue Fish in a little bit of trouble. Up in the air is the Freya. Funball takes him out, but not before Trixtag takes a spill. It's 1-on-3. Lobster is taking the win. Bleed Black is going to go down. Bleeding red this time around.
Kiro hook in the back, trying to get aggression, but nice play from Blue Whale to secure the kill. Deicide, however, to Paradigm. What a crazy fight.
Paradigm doubling the kills of OMG right now. They got off to a good start. They got off to a poor start. Then they started continuing things right now. All of a sudden, 6K in the lead, barking down mid lane.
Think about that fight there. We saw OMG engage, and Paradigm knew to go back in on his zap, and it worked out well for them.
Yeah, one of the problems you saw there with the Wheelix is you can't pick who your ultimate hits.
That's true.
They didn't want the Guan, they wanted the Thor, but the Guan was in front, so he took priority for that ult.
I do love the backers plays, though. The backers plays from Tantos here have been fantastic. He saved his belly flop until the Teller Assault ended, and then flopped down to make sure he got the double onto both of them. They don't get a tier 2 Paradigm here, though. They just get the tier 1 and half the tower down on the tier 2. Gonna retreat to do the red.
Little cleanup here coming from the guys out of Paradigm. Everybody's sort of looking for the next opportunity. A lot of vision here coming out from OMG. It's interesting. Those two wards overlap each other, but because they're right in the spots they are, you'll be able to tell you have the most information as far as if they're going further into the jungle or into the lane itself.
Talk about information, though. Paradigm had the opportunity yesterday to sit and watch all the teams play. They saw how much China warded up and how heavily they did. And look at their inventory. It was full as Sentry was just then. They know the ward battle is going to be key to winning this game.
The majority of these wards coming out of Paradigm have been the sentries, honestly, from very early on in the game. I mean, we're 17 in. I saw the first sentry around 4 minutes, coming out from the guys on Paradigm. Right-hand side, Bleed Black in a little bit of trouble, but Paradigm not willing to commit because there's 17 Chinese players coming from around the corner.
The rotation's coming around, so they just back out.
Yeah, this is a little bit of dangerous times for Paradigm because there's nothing to do on the map, and they're kind of getting a little antsy, a little anxious here. They may start trying to force things, which OMG can capitalize.
That's kind of what Trix likes to do as well. He's like, can we fight this? Can we fight this? Can we fight this? He's always looking for a fight, but there's nothing to get off the back of it, really, at this stage.
Yeah, this is one of those situations that I always talk about where you want to play your lead, right? You need to push your advantage when you have a lead, but you can't let your lead play you. Paradigm can't get a little too aggressive. Trixtank all by himself might be in the wrong spot right now, so they have to be a little careful.
He seems to be just hanging around here trying to keep vision of them so on the right-hand side they can look to invade this blue buff there, but the whole China team is rotating.
Yeah, right now there's nothing up to do for Paradigm, so what they're really trying to do is have vision control and look for picks.
Well, while they're looking for picks, look what's happening with Funball there over on the left-hand side. He's free. That's a dream for you, right?
That is the dream. But
actually, that's you in every single game. You just don't leave lane, right?
3 people coming to the left-hand side, so Funball has to be careful. Trixtank is here, but is it enough? Looks like it is. Funball is going to be safe.
Tallow Assault is very, very good. It prevents knockups, so against the backers, you just save it until he goes in the air. Instant Tallow Assault. Not the easiest thing in the world to do, but very, at this level, definitely.
Definitely, yeah. I really want to see this Freya look to do what Chiron's been doing. Split pushing, getting that free farm, and trying to get to late game.
Bit of a fight between the two. It looks like that did go over to Lou. The Chinese player defended his purple buff. Continue to put poke pressure on because they know in the jungle there's a group still there on that red buff.
Still grouped up is China in the middle lane. We'll see Isis back right now and a little more attention being paid to the left-hand side. Funball's pushed this lane up for the entirety of the match so far, so China has to send that wave a little bit backwards.
Yeah, and you can see all of Paradigm back here. They know the Gold Fury is coming up, and they all want to get that extra item in there to help them secure the gold.
I feel Paradigm needs to start stepping on the gas a little bit, though, because OMG, they've realized they started to lose the fights, and now they're like, don't worry, we still have Freya. We've got a late gamer Wheelish and a Bellona too. Let's just sit back at our tier 2 towers. There's nothing to contest just yet. Well, the Gold Fury's just come up, I should say. But now we're just going to see them have to push forward again to defend this and not give it up for free. Otherwise, OMG could be in a bit of a sticky situation.
Well, OMG is well aware that Paradigm are going for this. They have the timers. They had the vision. Paradigm took down the ward, and Cubo Fred playing goalie. He's going to drop the wall, and there's no chance to survive. Paradigm takes the gold.
And this shows a little bit of the experience difference here. Paradigm backed a lot earlier than OMG did, and they were ready right when the Gold Fury spawned.
Funball is still going aggressive. They did use the beads because he was worried about the rotation coming out from Lou as well for the follow-up, but that golden experience lead, man, is starting to mount up.
Zapman, I saw how excited you got. If you're China right now, how much are you licking your chops at that no beads Chiron?
Yeah, I think they just got to go all in on that Chiron here. Hopefully they get a pick.
Yeah, it's a big window of opportunity right here. Paradigm, no fear, playing in the enemy jungle, just pushing and pushing. And again, if you're a fan of this team, you know that this is sort of Trixtank's calling card.
Be on the front line.
Behind a tier 2.
Be on the front line, be a nuisance the whole time, and allow the rest of the team just to do what they want to do and get themselves in position to take the towers down. Left-hand side being pushed, mid being pushed. China have to make a decision to defend at least one of them.
I like this siege a lot. A lot of times you'll see the 4-1. This is a 3-2 push, which is interesting because it forces OMG to really spread their team out.
Yeah, sometimes as a 5v5, even if you're ahead, it's really hard to push down one tower. So what Paradigm is doing is splitting OMG's forces. They know their dual lane is stronger than OMG's dual lane, so they could win that 2v2 and hopefully get that tier 2 tower.
Yeah, we'll take a look as Paradigm pushing down this mid lane. There's 4 players here. Let's take a listen into Paradigm as they siege down this mid lane tower.
Okay, I'm fine. I'm fine. Let's disengage. I'm healing up.
Stun in the back.
Help, help. No, I'm dead. I'm dead.
We can win here. We can win here.
I use a lot. I use a lot.
Get out. Get out. Bellona.
Fred, help. Isis. Isis, Fred. Isis. Get him. Nice. Get him all.
Phoenix.
Get the Phoenix. Backs.
No.
Okay, nice.
Left.
You guys can get both Phoenixes, I think. Or at least get the Phoenix in tower.
Oh yeah, mid.
Phoenix tower at the very least.
You get tower.
Get a ball! Get a ball! That's all I heard. And it just exactly worked out well. The fight was not clean though, F-Top.
The fight wasn't clean, but the comms were, and that's what's so exciting. It looked like everybody on Paradigm was dying. It almost looked like that fight was in China's favor, but you had Paradigm stay safe. There was call-outs. Cuvo, go on the Isis, and the most important thing, it's always Lobster. All right, excellent, Phoenix.
Yeah, he's always the calm and collected one. You have the hype one and Trixtank calling the targets, and then you have Lobster, the one calm collected, knows what to do after they win the fight.
How important is that balance? Because like you said, Trixtank's just sort of yelling and everybody's telling Cubo, and then you've got the common collect. How important is that balance on a team?
It's extremely important because sometimes you only have a couple seconds of opportunity to maybe take that gold free before the enemy respawns, and every second counts. So if you don't have that guy that says, okay, we won the fight enough where we can get the gold free right away, you might lose out on that opportunity.
And then you heard Zeli say you can get probably 2 Phoenixes here as well. He was very calm. Zeli doesn't speak that much, but right then he was very calm about things, just like Lobster.
You know what I really liked? Funball is usually one of the more vocal players
really
on
quiet.
this team. I didn't hear anything,
That's crazy.
but I saw him mow down the opposition.
When you see his scoreline there of 6-0 and 9, he's not hold that thought. Santorski's in trouble here. Good aggression onto him. That's a tank. He's going to have to belly flop away. Meanwhile, Firejet has been started up. On the backside there, Zeli going to be able to find backers. The fat man should fall down here. He's made him drunk. But the guy with a chest for a face just killed him.
Santorski trying to get out. forced to stick around by the solo laner on the side of Paradigm. Lobster picks up the jungler. Fire Giant has been released. It's all about the kills right now for Paradigm.
Once again, going on to Lewis. Zalia putting the pressure on. Raw comes out, zoning him away. Bar on the back, though, is Bellona. And Zalia needs some support. And gets
wall.
Hugo
Fred out of nowhere gets to stun max range, forces Freya out of the fight. Now it's a 2v1. The rest of Paradigm looking at Fire Giant. This one's gonna fall. Paradigm sitting pretty. 23 minutes in, 21-9, and the gold is fantastically in their lead, 12.5K.
Great play by Paradigm. They know they didn't need all 5 members to zone out OMG because they were so far ahead. So they had 3 people, especially the Xingtian, who's completely tanky. You can't kill him. Zone out the whole team. Chiron and Guan Yu, they did the Fire Giant for free.
And China as well, I like what they did. Even though they're behind in this game there, they saw the buff hit the boys and backed off immediately. They stopped the fight because they knew they weren't going to win. Guan Yu is making an impact, though. Zap. You said this yesterday. I think he's going to be the dark horse of the tournament because he's going to have these heals the whole time.
Yeah, Guan Yu with max CDR, his heal, he can heal as much as a Ra, he can heal as much as a Hell. It's incredible.
And he's got breastplate, so it's actually factor into that.
Again, it's just so sneaky, right? You see one Guan heal, like, oh, okay, no big deal, it's on cooldown. And then he dashes, and all of a sudden it's off of cooldown again, and then he does that 7 times in a fight, and you sit there, why is everybody full HP? Because Guan has quietly been doing 8,000 damage worth of healing.
Exactly. Guan has that kind of sneaky heal where you see Guan Yu, you don't think to yourself, oh, I need a weakening curse or I need a pestilence or anything like that because it's small heals, but it's very often, and it really adds up in team fights.
It's the consistency.
When you look at the picks from OMG, though, do you think they should have gone for the Ra at all? They looked at it at one point. The sustain would have helped them, Zap. Oh, 1 second.
Cubo's up. Cubo's up. Paradigm's down. Looking for help on the middle lane. Funball picks up the kill on top of the tank. Bluefish is in trouble.
Good heal, though, onto it, but the damage from Lobster was huge. Funball gets a double kill. He's looking for the third one off Bellona. Will he get it? He will get the triple kill. The boys of China are running for their lives now. They don't want that guy after him.
This could be game, Hindu man. OMG feel it as well. They slam their F6. Luo slams his 4, but it's not going to be enough. The Titans under attack. Ladies and gentlemen, Paradigm are going to take game number 1. The Titan has fallen. Paradigm up 1-0.
They take game 1, but they won't be that confident after that one. China put up a fight there that I think a lot of people at home would not have expected.
Yeah, listen, a lot of those mid-game team fights, China could have won if they weren't so far behind. They actually outplayed Paradigm in a lot of those mid-game team fights. I think with a couple small adjustments, China can definitely start.
And that's been the story of the whole weekend with China is like, these guys are good.
But see, here's what's good. Here's what's exciting to me. We keep seeing these good starts coming out from China, and each game these starts are lasting longer and longer. You make an adjustment here, especially with the beauty of a 3-game set. You make that early start last longer and longer. I think we might see a Chinese win here.
I hope we get to see China in game 2, pull something out, put the pressure onto Paradigm again. Paradigm, they may be a little bit confident, but they should want to correct those early mistakes.
Maybe. Zapman, last thoughts before we head over to the analysts.
Last thoughts. China, just small adjustments, a little bit more, stay together in the team fights, protect their carries, and they can come out on top.
We're excited. Fantastic match. Hey, Golden Boy, how you feeling?
I'm feeling fantastic. I tell you, Paradigm was styling and profiling in that game like the Nature Boy. Incredible stuff there. It's number 1 for today. I think the story of that was an incredible start for OMG, right? And you see this happen a lot in sports and esports, where you have an incredible start. I don't know what it is, but it's just like everything just works, right? And then midway through, it all falls apart. That's kind of what happened.
And I feel like OMG were definitely feeling themselves. They definitely had the energy of the crowd after the first couple engagements. And they had their early game team comp, but basically they lost out to the experience of Paradigm. And the team comp worked early, they just couldn't keep it rolling.
So they had a good opening strategy between the solo laner and the jungler when they had the Bellona go the Bluestone Pendant, the red pot. They invaded at level 2. They zoned them out from speed buff and the blue buff. They invaded the blue buff at level 2, and because of that, Nuwa got naturally far behind. The Thor couldn't help her out, and that was why they got an easy first blood on the Nuwa.
Yeah, it's really impressive that they managed to kill the mid laner from Paradigm, Lobster, 3 times. He's known for to be a safe mid laner, and especially with Nuwa, which is a pretty safe god, and he got picked off 3 times by Oh My God B.
And shout outs to the jungler too, Blue Whale. I mean, on that Awelish, multiple times he just kept hitting the Suku charge behind him, like off to the side too. He was hitting those all the time and really allowed his team to find kills.
This play right here, triple kill in the game. I mean, you know, again, it just started to snowball in their favor, but you just basically see this Chiron just absolutely decimating everyone. He had so many great cannonball volleys just across the edge. It was awesome to watch. Honestly, you know, another thing that I noticed in this matchup too was how prominent Xing10 was. Xing10's like a force for anyone who picks up that god. Do you expect OMG to focus and potentially ban it out for game 2?
Or look to get it themselves, but I don't think
get it themselves.
I don't think Paradigm will allow them to get it. They really don't like this gods in the hands of anyone else. They banned it away almost every single game of Super Regionals except they lost, which they lost to Xing10. So I expect Xing10 to be picked up for Paradigm or banned away, but OMG now have choice of their side. Paradigm, they were able to choose that they wanted first pick. Game 2, now that OMG lost, they could switch it up and try and take that first pick. So there's that interesting dynamic to see what OMG are going to focus on.
And let's take a look at the post-game results right here. Anything, QE, that you see in particular that stands out?
Chiron did a lot of work.
You're so happy.
I'm so happy.
Grinning from
he did 9-0-10, dude. It was just so good.
Yeah.
He dominated the lane against Freya. He didn't let Freya get to the late game.
And we actually did get word. So yesterday, and we'll see the stats as well in a little bit, but yesterday there were a couple instances where tower damage was registered, but in the graph it was not enough to be a percentage. This matchup, in fact, no tower damage from OMG to Paradigm. So that is something, you know, again, it just showed like the presence Paradigm had, you know, and how they just dominated from that midpoint of the game onward. But I want to talk about the beginning. What could have OMG done better? And the casters actually broke it down a little bit, but I want to hear from you guys. Well, and totally kick it off to you. What could have they done better?
They didn't group up to push any towers or gold fear. The first gold fear was actually started by Paradigm. The ISIS almost stole it with the circular protection ulti, but Paradigm was able to secure it. And they lost 2 members for it, but it was worth because it was an early gold fairy. OMGB didn't really get any towers afterwards. They just needed to group up and put pressure. They had the experience and the gold lead early on, but they just never took advantage of it.
Kiwi, what about for you?
I think they should have tried to help Freya a little bit because she got shut down pretty hard by Chiron, and our Alex didn't really try to help Chiron.
Yeah, we saw a lot of focus on the Lobster we talked about, but Lobster recovered very well. Meanwhile, Funball, you know, I think it was the 10-minute mark about where there was 3 engagements that broke out across the map. We saw Kulo and Zalia diving MM in the soul lane. In the mid lane, we saw the Bacchus and the Blues brothers combo and kill, Lobster.
I made that one up.
You made it, not Hindu. And then in the dual lane, we actually saw Funballer solo out Luo, and that just was such a problem because that is such a lopsided matchup in the lane directly. Chiron dominates lane. Freya, Zatman pointed out, gets destroyed in lane until he gets a couple items online, and there wasn't any pressure put onto the dual lane. And I think this game really comes down to Paradigm allowed Funball to get ahead and dominate once the Hunter started rotating.
Yeah, and also the new ulti didn't help the Freya at all. Trying to survive against Chiron is not easy, and then when you have to worry about the new ulti, that just makes things way more difficult than it needs to be.
Yeah, it was, again, story of game 1 was an uphill battle, but it is certainly not impossible, which is, you know, something that I think a lot of people kind of tossed the favor toward Paradigm very early. Didn't expect OMG to come out so strong. Getting that first blood must have been a huge confidence booster for them. I'm hoping that they're thinking about, you know, how things started to fall apart in that mid game, and then, you know, how can they build upon it from there. Going into the next picks and bans, what do you think they should do? You know, they had a lot of surprising picks too, right? The crowd were really digging, you know, the Bacchus pick, the Awilix pick, right? There were really interesting picks, but I don't know. I personally, for me, outside looking in, it'd be nice to see some more meta-focused strategy.
So it's weird because I think you can clearly see the experience difference between these teams, right? No tower damage when you had a very good lead early. OMG, phenomenal individual players, very good at team fighting, especially in the smaller 2v2, 3v3 scenarios. However, knowing what to do after they get kills, or knowing when to engage, what the best time is, or, you know, that I need to go help my Hunter, that just isn't something that I don't think they're going to learn in between a game. I think they need to continue focusing on these very aggressive early game strategies, and eventually I think they're just going to have to win so hard that they snowball out of control against Paradigm.
Yeah, and they can't let Paradigm get their 3 tanky frontline gods again like the last game. That was just why they won, really. In the mid game, there was just nothing that they could do. They were too tanky, and with the heal from Guan Yu, it just made sure that Paradigm kept staying alive in those team fights.
Curie, what about you?
They can't allow them to get Xingtian again. Xingtian's just so strong.
Xingtian has to go.
Yeah, Xingtian has to
And Xingtian even got ganked. And then, you know, Cubo that's the thing, right? Xingtian got ganked, and then a little bit more pressure got put onto the soul lane by Cubo Fred because he knows he needed to help his soul lane. Meanwhile, Wheelix like, sorry, Freya, have fun. Good luck against Funballer.
Well, guys, this is it. Do or die time for OMG Paradigm. And there you go. Xingtian actually getting banned on the other side. But it makes sense that Chiron goes, though, early, because that did cause a lot of problems for OMG.
Right now, Lua is like, I do not want to play against this Chiron. I cannot handle the pressure. Paradigm, they're not first pick. They don't want to play against Xingtian. Just take it away.
That was smart. That was a smart play from them. Now it's going to be their turn for their next ban. But yeah, I think, and Soul goes, so not too, honestly, this is kind of like pretty expected here for the ban phase, what we saw yesterday too. So very reminiscent of that. First picks coming in.
I was thinking this. I was like, it's either going to be a Neath or a Zeus, I feel. Neath is, like, OMG, they're so good at researching teams. That is clear. They've done their homework. Neath is Paradigm's one of their favorite picks. In Europe, it's like actually just one of the favorite picks because it's so flexible, can dominate mid, can dominate duo, taking it away and giving it to yourself, and also helping Lua out, right? Now he has a safe god no matter what.
What's interesting was last game, Paradigm was the one that banned out Neath, and now OMGB is able to get it. I was expecting a Bologna first pick, and now with Bologna obviously going to be going to Zalia, more than likely is going to give him the opportunity to control his laning phase really early, really hard, and it might be actually Paradigm this time that might look for the level 1 strategy with Bologna and Thor invading on the blue buff and speed.
Yeah, QO Fred going to be locking in Thor there, but once again, it could go to Trix too.
Yeah, Thor is actually a really good pick against Neath because, like Zebman pointed out, I think yesterday, Thor can really just kill Neath pretty easily.
Yeah, because even if you miss your ult, like because she backflips, you can immediately chase her with their hammer, stun her, lock her down.
You know where she will land, so you can just stun her. And
it's very easy to calculate that landing.
A lot of hang time on that backflip.
Yeah. I liked the Isis last game. I didn't. The problem though is like he rushed the book of, like Bluefish rushed the Book of Thoth
against the Thor.
Against the Thor and had no boots. And you saw him. He was the only one to die early on OMG. So if he goes that build, it's a little bit risky.
That's the one you to take off from Paradigms.
Yeah, so they took away Bacchus last game, and now they're taking away the Guan Yu. They have to pick and choose what kind of frontliners Paradigm is going to get now with these picks.
They're so good at counter drafting.
Well, I mean, you know, look, let's just be honest, right? Like, yes, they're good at counter drafting, but there's that whole other thing called playing the game.
Yeah,
and OMG needs to step it up there. And not to say they are good. They are a very good team. I mean, we've seen, you know, I think the common phrase is mechanics, right? They have fantastic mechanics, and they know what they're doing. But you know, and I think Bart came over here earlier, and he had just mentioned, you know, it's experience, right, versus pure skill. And experience, you know, oftentimes comes out on top here. And that is something that Paradigm has. This is a squad that's been in the game for such a long time now. So next ban, Serket goes.
Which is actually interesting because if you look at OMGB's lineup, they're very sustain-heavy comp. So it wouldn't be bad idea for them to pick up Serket, have Thor maybe go in the jungle. But then again, you have Thor, Athena, Bologna. Those three are definitely going to be between support, solo, and jungle. So that's not an option for them.
What do you think OMG is going to go for in the ban here?
Maybe an Odin? No, there's 3 frontliners. They're not going to ban Odin.
I think it's going to be something they just don't want to deal with.
Zeus.
Yeah.
Oh, that's very intelligent, actually. I mean, Paradigm have a very good composition to keep Zeus alive. Lobster very strong with Zeus, so take that away. I'm a little bit surprised that we actually didn't see that Zeus in place of the Athena. I guess it's
perhaps they thought they weren't going to go for the ban on that one. Maybe they thought that they would prioritize something else.
I think Paradigm here are... I'd like to see them just pick up their Hunter and then save Lobster, allow him to counter pick in that last spot because they already know that Neath is almost guaranteed going Hunter. They are, OMG, they have the ice. It's going mid. Grab your Hunter that you know you're going to have the matchup in. let Lobster counterpick, but it looks like they're focusing on Lobster, and they're going to let Funball have the counterpick.
I would have liked to see an Agni here because you're going to have to worry about the Neath global ultis coming from the duo lane, and yeah, Kiwi's favorite guy.
Agni. You just stand all
yeah, once I said Agni, he just looked at me like, Agni? And yeah, because Agni could dash away and be safer under the tower when the Neath ulti comes out. Nuwa's still a safe guard, but it's just not as safe as the Agni would have been.
I think Agni is so underrated, though. He does a lot of damage.
Oh, we get it. You like Agni.
It's just like Agni is a little bit hard to recover with. If he gets behind, he just like it feels like it just tickles the opponent. It's just not enough damage when he comes set up.
So his name should be the Tickler.
The Tickler.
Agni, the Tickler.
If he starts feeding, that's.
I need to do voiceovers, man. That's just. Oh, Chalk. Okay. And that gets locked in. You guys don't seem as excited as the crowd is here.
I mean, I don't know.
It was pretty flat face. Like no one was like. You guys are dead in the eyes on that one. And
I like the Humbats, though.
I like the Humbats pick as well. Humbats has been deadly.
So yeah, Shock, another like self-sustained kind of god, going to be very easy in laning phase against Bologna. Also can outclear the Bologna early on. Uller being highlighted over here for Paradigm would be actually an interesting matchup against Neath.
Uller is really aggressive, and he got Athena to back him up in case of anything, and Tor also because of the global
like we saw that duo lane last game. There's going to be fireworks, especially with Fumble on Uller. He's going to be looking for a kill early.
All right, well, it's locked in. Does OMG answer back and force a game 3 here?
No.
No? My God, you guys are just so just negative. Negative Nancy's
I think
here.
the skill gap is just too wide here.
All right, well, I'll leave these negative Nancy's. Casters, take it away.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy. I am so excited for this one. Obviously, the Chalk I'm excited about. I'm excited about the Party Monkey. Hunbats makes everything exciting. Funball's Uller. Zatman, talk to me about Uller.
I love the pick. I would love to see how Funball goes into this laning phase. He actually picked it into a losing laning phase. They have Guan Yu, Neath, very lane dominant. He only has the Athena. They're going to lose early, but we'll see what he can do when it's 1v1 time.
There is an issue for China here, though. They don't have the composition they had last game with the early aggression for them.
Right.
They've got a Humbats jungle, so he's going to wait for 5. They've got a Chak in lane as well. There's nothing that's going to, like, snowball them early on in this one. They're going to have to just play good Smite.
That's the thing. It's about the mid game. When you see a Chalk, you think mid game. That's where he shines. Early game is cool. Mid game that's his time to play the game.
And then late game is like a big minion.
We don't talk about late game Chalk. But what I want to see out of the Chinese team is that early start that they got off to, do something like that, and then use the Chalk in the mid game to really secure.
Are you ready for game 2, boys and girls? China, Paradigm 1-0 up.
Yeah, to me, it seems like OMG, they picked to win the lane, right? They wanted to win the lane, and then they're going to try to do objectives off of that.
Start off, though, it looks like China may be going for a strat. Again, they've been playing around these sort of ideas as well. They can see that. Low, they can see the lantern. I guess they're worried about potentially. Who's worried more here about the invade? Is it Paradigm or is it China?
It's got to be Paradigm. China has the aggressive level 1 here with Neath and Isis.
I like this decision from the teams.
Lou's like, am I mid? Did you call mid? I called mid.
I mean, I love seeing this from OMG. It shows that they're loose. It shows that the last game didn't affect them and they're ready to play this game.
I honestly think the last game helped them up, but look at that right-hand side of the map.
Just waiting in the
round the corner.
Paradigm. They're going to come right on top of this jungle.
You dirty, cheesy boys.
As soon as OMG decides to go for that blue buff, Paradigm's going to call it their own.
But who wins this matchup? Is this close? It should be,
no,
right?
it's not close. The Thor Bologna win hands down.
He's not got Chak's no power part either, so he's not going to be able to burst it down. Here we go. Cuvo coming in with Zalia. They're going to look for it. They're actually looking for kills.
There's
Blue Whale.
Blue Whale half. Blue Whale, goodbye. First blood going to Quavo Fred.
Cuvo Fred took wall at level 1 to secure a kill. That is mad. Like I expected, like Berserker Barrage or Hammer. He went wall.
Yeah, he didn't need to go wall. They had Creeping Curse on the Humbats if he would have went spin, but that just tells me he didn't see the overhead smash at first, so he didn't know if Humbats leveled up an ability or not.
Hey, Santos there again. Hey, Trix, you know that thing that you did last game? I'm there too, but I'm not going to get the buff this time, but I will put the pressure on. They've just took a page out of his book, though.
Absolutely.
Hog online.
Hey, what was the first thing we said after game number 1? small adjustments, right?
Small adjustments.
Immediately, small adjustments. They pick the Guant, they go hog, just like Paradigm did last game, trying to beat them with a taste of their own medicine.
Well, you say small adjustments, but Paradigm have made adjustments. They've gone aggressive early, invaded. Lou and Santos putting a little bit of poke pressure onto that duo lane, but they're not going to be too worried. One thing to note, though, Trix tank on Athena is not something you see very often. Jack in trouble.
Bleed Black in some trouble. He'll be fine. But that's the biggest thing. That's the #1 note that I wrote down during picks and bans, Hindu Man, was that Athena is just not, it's not what we're used to seeing Trix tank on. That Guan Yu, those warriors, that's a Trix tank caliber. So I'm excited to see what he can do with this
you know, a
defensive
small
back.
problem here by the duo lane of OMG. They had the lane pressure, then they decided, okay, maybe we'll go for the purple, and then they ended up not doing it, giving up all their lane pressure, and now Paradigm's in the driver's
And you said that at the beginning of the game, is that lane's negative and they picked all into it, and it looks like Paradigm are the ones coming out on top now. Lou having to backflip, and Fumballers going in with the aggression. Good poke, but good heal coming out from Santos there, but Lou taking some necessary auto attacks, a little bit much from Funball.
Funball can, this is what's so scary about Uller, and I see Zapman getting more and more excited because it looks like you have a lot of HP, but if you land that 3-1 combo out of Uller, you're as good as dead with 30%.
They just disappear. They just disappear. And another thing to note is that Guan Yu's not really a tank. He doesn't have the scaling that Athena does. So even though it's a warrior and you think Guan Yu late game's tanky, in the early game he's actually quite squishy.
And now with this duo lane being pressured, Santos has had to do his purple alone. Meanwhile, Louis is not going to get the experience from that. Trix tank's going to rotate around and maybe still see it being done, but just down on the
Yeah, and all this stemmed from them being indecisive. They went to go for the Paradigm's purple. They didn't do it. They lost lane pressure, and now instead of they were supposed to be the ones bullying, but now they're the ones getting bullied.
So they're under pressure here. May have to see a rotation eventually out of the jungler in Blue Whale, but he got killed first-blooded, so that's going to put him behind a little bit. And Cuvo, well, he's on that Thor and working towards level 5 slowly after that first blood. It's going to help him out in the jungle.
Paradigm now playing the zoning game here on the left-hand side. Basically, by taking this aggressive position, they can deny any gold or experience that OMG could get by way of, it's interesting. See how these minions are killing each other? OMG is so far away because Paradigm's a threat that they can't get
Those are the sky. Cuvo's up. That's why he went in.
Dead.
There's the
Dead.
hits
Dead.
Blue with Lobster coming down, reigning supreme. The wall will cut off the angle of escape. China, second casualty of 4.
You know, and sometimes it takes teams a while to get ramped up, Hindu Man. And game #1, OMG played very well. Right-hand side, Chalk's in some trouble. Here comes help. Here comes help. There it is. That first kill for OMG on the board in game #2 comes the way of the solo lane assisted by the jungler.
Yeah, really important for the OMG to get the kill back, get that little confidence back as we look at the live replay here.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. One more time, Thor. This is the fight in the duo lane. This is just picture perfect. Thor comes down, hits 2 with the Berserker's Barrage, stun or none, it doesn't matter. The wall, the geometry, Neith's got nowhere to go.
And this is what I wanted to see a lot day one. A lot of people were picking Neith pretty much every game.
And you just hear the Thors go for them.
None of the Thors went for him. It's such an easy kill for the Thor. The backflip is so, you know, you could just see exactly where it lands and you can wall her off.
I tell you something, Paradigm was sat in the crowd all day one and they heard your commentary, so that's probably what they did.
Here's the deal.
You could say I helped them win worlds now. If they win.
Help the EU team win.
Here's the deal with Thor, though. Thor is almost 2 separate characters, right? Thor can be this tanky, sort of control-oriented guy. Paradigm looking towards the blue buff, not going to get it. Or if he gets a couple of kills early, he turns into this hyper carry. And I mean, you look 3-0-0 on a Cuvo Fred Thor at level 7. I'm afraid.
Well, it could be another kill for him. He's looking for Isis. Luckily, though, Santos is there to help. Cuvo goes to the sky. Will we run to Lobster? Lobster, the one under pressure here, trying to escape, but Blue Whale will find the kill.
Where did Cuvo go? Not wanting to play
Didn't want to go in. Didn't want to go in on that engagement at all. Now the boys are trying to grouping up, trying to chase them down. They're half health here. Guan Yu ultimate going in. They actually force them back, but well played by Paradigm to disengage.
Well played by Paradigm to disengage, but I love the insight into OMG's mind right there. They're willing to go aggressive. Right now, Zaya's trying to make Bleed Black play, but there's 3-on-1. Bleed Black might fall, but it's still Zelia in some trouble. Coming around from the side is Bluefish.
Oh my God.
Zelia finds a way out.
I can see why the Fire Giant died so quick when we just saw what happened to the monkey then with that bludgeon. Ow! 4-2 right now. Love what Lou is doing here right now as well. He's holding the wave. He's trying to catch himself back up.
Yeah, this is a way for a duo lane for a hunter to punish the other hunter for being greedy. A lot of times the other hunter will go to back harpies, assume that the enemy hunter is going to push the wave so he'll still get all the experience at the tower.
Go back to the first few kills of the game with that double kill for Cuvo over in the duo lane. The one thing I was going to see from that is like Paradigm, they had a negative lane, But they also, when they hit 5, they didn't have any engagements that could really punish them. You know, they don't have the big ultimates that you see out of a lot of the duo laners. And he had to rely on that rotation from Kuro, and it was on point.
You know, it's interesting. As we said, OMG had on paper the lane control, right? And then Paradigm took it back due to what they did. And then with that one small move that you went into about freezing the wave, now all of a sudden, Neath, as far as the gold is concerned, nice and even. Down by 100 gold, not that much to talk about.
That's the way you catch up by last hitting.
Talking about gold, though, as well. Guan Yu going for gold boots here with the mobility involved in that. Will get some extra gold generation from it. I don't know about this, though, Zap. The cooldown reduction you were saying is going to give him the extra healing throughout the game. If he went for the not cooldown boost, what am I talking about?
But think how fast that horse will be.
Yeah, exactly. But I think why he really did that is because he fell so far behind. He needed maybe that extra gold from the boots to try to catch himself back up.
Wouldn't it be able to go tanky or penetration, though, with the...
Yeah, it could have been, but maybe he's looking to just farm and, you know, get that poke off and get gold.
Staying on the same topic of the items, same build coming out from your mid laner on the side of OMG, Bluefish, going for that Book of Thoth Rush, and that's essentially trying to get the most power possible. We'll take a look at the jungle matchup as well. Kivo Fred has had a fantastic game, and it's represented in his stats, but Blue Whale, not a slouch at all. We saw him game number 1 on that Wheelish. We need to see a little bit more out of him on the Hun Bats to make this work.
Just so you know, that is Kuro for the whole season 2, not just for this tournament. That's a bit weird if we said 50 wins and 30 losses so far. But Funballer being punished a little bit in this lane, returning some damage to low, but once again, it's a Neath, so going to be able to sustain. But he has got support of Kuro in the jungle area just here, potentially looking for the pick. He's baiting. No, maybe he's not. I'm lying. Yeah, that's lying. That's not bait.
He goes in the air.
Athena's up too.
He goes down to the ground. Luo's in trouble. Flip is strong enough. Now everybody's looking at Guan Yu. Heal is strong. Slow is good, but that's a horse. Ultimate has been forced. 1 for 1 as far as the ults.
Lou's reaction time was pretty good with the beads there into the backflip. Otherwise, he was in a whole world of hurt.
Rare miss by Thor there on the stunning.
Sure, the stun, but last time around, right? Neath was near the wall. The stun missed, but it didn't matter because of the wall. Luo learns.
Oh, they're going in again,
middle of the lane. This time, it doesn't matter. Funball takes him out. Middle, wall, who cares? That's a death. 5 for Paradigm.
Very smart play by Paradigm. They noticed that the Neath didn't know the Thor was in there the first time, and that told them they didn't have any wards. So what Kuro did, he just did the old loop-a-loop and looped around the wall and came back again.
And this has been started all from the beginning of the game. The initial invade onto Blue Whale has put him in an awkward spot. He had to play catch-up for most of the game. He's done great work to get to 2-1 and 0 in this game, but that early pressure that they put on him means that he's had to be farming to catch up while Kuvo's been able to do these rotations.
Yeah, the problem for the Humbots here is that every lane is losing, so you can't really just go there
wait,
and gank and get a kill.
Who do you focus then? So which lane do you focus to carry? I mean, it's Chuck, so do you really want to try and get him ahead?
You want to focus the
Isis, maybe?
You want to focus either the Uller or the Nuwa, try to kill those guys, get your dual lane ahead or your mid ahead, either carry.
But then Nuwa, very easy to escape the ganks, we said earlier.
It's very tough for Humbots to find.
I guess it's duo lane you focus. I mean, you've got the support of the Guan Yu there as well, and the damage, the Will Weaver from Neath. I want to see Blue Whale head over there to see if he can make something happen.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, Hunbats isn't necessarily... ganks work, right? But Hunbats is more of the team fight guy, right? So really Hunbats needs to focus on whoever he can, but more importantly, focus on getting his farm. Right now, Paradigm's just trying to farm Bleed Black. He's toasted on the right-hand side. QO Fred gets credit. Another one. 4-0-1 for the jungler.
Wow. Meanwhile, over on the left-hand side, Lobster does pick up Blue Whale as the aggression.
You could just see how on point the communication for Paradigm is. As soon as Chuck uses his escape ability, his 1-2, you hear Zalius.
And now they're going to get Bluefish in mid lane as well. What is this? They're just putting pressure all over the map. They're going to lose left, though.
But yeah, as soon as Chuck uses his escape move, Zalius screaming, ult me Athena, and then they go in, get a free kill.
Right side, mid side, Paradigm pushing down 2 tier 1s right here. 500 gold for each will put 1,000 gold into the coffers of the team of Paradigm. And as we approach the 10-minute mark, the European squad is leading by 3,000.
Cam, keep an eye on it. The pressure was on Kuvo. He went to defend them, but going to get forced out. But the rotation is coming. Tricks and Lobster on the way. And the boys of China realize, hold on a second. Where are they? We need to escape quickly. And it's actually on you that's in trouble.
Thought strong. There's the shield wall. There's the blow up. Lobster. Credit.
But Lowe's still in lane here. He's trying to fight up against Funballer, who's having a 1v1 battle to the death. The difference is, though, there's 2 European boys on the way over as well. Lumpy's his shoot boots.
Big Daddy Emil's here and throws it into the taunt. One more kill. That one goes on to the Hunter.
Yeah, OMG did the right move. They were getting pressured mid lane and in the solo lane, so they tried to take the tier 1 tower on the dual lane to get at least something back.
But they didn't get the tower. And they, I mean, to be fair, out of all the 3 towers, the tier 1 towers you want mid and you want the right-hand side near Fire Jam.
Yeah, they had to take what they could get, but it was great rotation by Kuro Fed. He knew he couldn't really kill them, but he slowed them down long enough to get the rotations from his teammates.
Really good work from Kuro Fred. Funballer finally came in. And OMG, well, they got stuck between a rock and a hard place for the most part. And it was like, well, do we carry on fighting or do we just try and get out? One of them chose to try and get out. That didn't work. One chose to fight. That didn't work either.
Paradigm is just, they're on a different level here. I mean, game number 1 was warm-up, if you will, right? OMG looked strong and they were getting ready. Paradigm in game number 2.
You're right.
See the stop.
That is one thing to note as well. This is Paradigm's first game on stage today. They didn't play yesterday like all the other teams, so they've got a bit of a warm-up for the first one. And it looks like Xaylia, well, he's rallying everywhere right now.
Yeah, rally here, rally there, everywhere. Xaylia picks up another kill. 2-1-2 on the slash line for the solo laner.
Good performance from Paradigm this game. They've put the pressure on right from the outset. OMG answered back here and there when there's been a little bit too much overextending. But for the most part, it's been Paradigm, and the communication has been really showing here. Team fights have been very, very good.
A lot of damage coming out on the Bluefish here in the middle lane. Trying to slow down is the support. Doesn't matter when Cubo Fred comes off the top. Xaylia with the whip through the wall. One more kill onto the solo lane.
Man fight in the duo lane. Finally, I want to see this go down. Lou with the backflip Funballer. Will he continue to chase? Gonna heal off the minions with the axe stance. But now he's got reinforcements coming. Cubo's on his way over the wall as well. Don't forget, the damage is good. But luckily, Santos is there to support as well, as is the monkey.
All of Paradigm is here.
Yeah, I mean, Paradigm, they're doing what they're supposed to do. They got the lead, and their foot is on the gas. They will not let OMG have anything for free.
That's Black in trouble. Nowhere to go for a shock. There's silence, but it don't matter. Couple of hits from Funball. Leave that to the hail of arrows.
Will Weaver will save the day, though, on the pressure on Santos. Funball hiding in the fog. Lou didn't know he was there. He eats an axe to the face, but a monkey from round the corner. Rally here, says Xaylia. But no, Blue Whale will get out with a kill.
So right there, that's not a good situation for OMG, but that's exactly what we need to see at a Blue Whale. Y'all, we're talking about where are we going to see the ganks. This is where Hunbats does well. He's a fantastic counter initiator. So now that Paradigm has that foot on the gas pedal, Hunbats can come around, throw the ultimate, and say, you know what, leave my team alone.
Yeah, I mean, Funball was a little bit too over-aggressive there. The thing is, level 12, level 13 is the magic number for Uller. His 1 and his 3, his Hail of Arrows, are maxed out, and this is when he does the maximum amount of burst. So he's looking to make the plays.
Lobster, though, a little bit overextended over in this duo lane here. Gonna get engaged on by Santos. Bit of damage, but immediately disengages before the Shining Metal connects for the stun on those play minions. Mid lane, pressure onto OMG again.
Spin to win on top of Bluefish. He's gonna get hit. Nice heal up right here, but keep in mind, Thor misses. This could be a problem if Blue Whale is able to help out. QO Fred forced out to the backside. Trickstank in some trouble. Shred, 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 shred. One more hit should do it. Trickstank gonna fall to the hand of Santorsky, but not before losing a teammate.
And now the rest of Paradigm have now grouped up. You can see Cubo over the wall trying to zone people off of the wall. Lowe's in trouble there. He will fall down as well. Bluefish gets rallied on once again. My, oh my. Scourge is good.
Xaylia always going through those windows, finding the opportunity and not letting any chance go by. He's looking fantastic here. He was 2-1 and 2 minutes ago.
So what's the big thing to take out of this game, Zach, from Paradigm's point of view right now? They've played well, but who should we be looking at as the star so far?
For Paradigm, it's got to be Cubo Fed. He really set the pace of this game early with that big double stun on his ultimate in the duo lane. He got his duo lane ahead and kept going from there.
Honestly, I'm surprised by how aggressive Funball has been. He's normally an aggressive player, but in the Pro League and in this team, he's been sort of a backseat passenger for the most part. Played it very, very safe.
I mean, I'd hope he'd be aggressive if he picked Uller.
Yeah, I mean, he's been so far as well. I mean, straight up into Neef's face most of the time this game.
You know, it's interesting. We saw OMG hover over Sobek before they switched over to the Chalk. With the soul lane of Sobek, would that have been a better look here?
Yeah, definitely. The Sobek actually has a pretty good matchup against Bologna. What you want to do against Bologna is interrupt the bludgeon, the two. She has a spin, and then she slams down for her main damage. The Sobek tail whip or his pluck can interrupt that.
I completely agree. They wanted someone front line. They wanted more control in these fights. Chuck doesn't bring enough control to the engagement. Yes, he brings a front line, but it's just not enough against this comp that Paradigm are running.
Yeah, and on top of that, the Isis keeps going for a squishy carry build, and the Sobek would have provided a lot more protection for the Isis.
Getting invaded on his blue buff. 2v1 right now. There's nobody else in the area for support because there's an invasion on the left-hand side coming out from China here.
Look at that hit onto Santorsky.
Up in the air, though, they go with Athena and Thor and Lobster as well. Santos gonna get dunked up by Cuvo, but the heal will keep him alive. Meanwhile, Bluefish in the pit fighting Funballer, forcing the beads on the backside. You also see the engagement as Cuvo cleans up Santos, and still 1 for 0 exchange. Oh, sorry, 2 for 0 exchange so far.
Bluefish surrounded by enemies in the wrong jersey. Hits from all over the place. One more time. Funball over the top. Gets the kill. Luo by himself. Backflip slow onto Kivo. Fred, Tricksang, waiting for the cooldown on that dash. Luo could turn around and get the root, but he's got to find himself safely under the tower. Paradigm totally find a dive. Not going to find the kill.
Trix held his taunt through that entire thing and just ran him down. Kivo used the wall, got the beads off him. If it weren't under the tower by that point, I'm pretty sure we've seen Trix go.
Yeah, I still love what OMG is doing, though, because they're so far behind. They're looking to try to make plays. That fight was in Paradigm's jungle, even though they were so behind. But at least they're being proactive and trying to look for that kind of pick to get it back in the game.
Because otherwise they're just going to sit under the tower, throw out axes on Chuck, you know, spirit balls on ices, hope for something, and then eventually they're going to have to commit, or it'll be Paradigm that'll dive them with this lead they've got.
Yeah, that's the big problem for OMG right here. Chalk has been a non-factor, and not really his fault. There's 4 people in his lane all the time. We keep seeing the gank from Cuvo with an Athena ult, plus the solo laner. Chalk hasn't had a chance to even start.
Again, smart pregame strategy by Paradigm. They know that Chalk is very lane dominant, so they wanted to take that strength away from him, give him the invade, and give Bologna the free lane.
Did the early invade on that side, and then China made the small mistake in the dual lane in the beginning that just helped out Paradigm. It was like a, you know, thank you very much. You know, you helped us out in the
gave
dual
all
lane
the pressure away, just like that. Yeah.
Free tower here on the left-hand side, going to Paradigm, add 500 gold to their lead right now as we sit at 17 minutes. Luo, not quite as safe as he once was. Taunt hits from the top, and a couple of more basics coming out from Funball, but here comes Santorsky. Lobster's not going to be enough. The double tap through the wall is strong, and Luo's in some trouble.
On the backside, though, you can see the ultimate Fear No Evil was used, but Thor is now in the sky, maybe looking to dunk down into this engagement. Chivo Fred will found loud, but Santos will return the favor to Lobster. Funballer in a bit of pressure here. He's fighting 3 men because he knows he's got Zalia coming.
Zalia's off the mark, does not get a stun. Blue Whale will make Funball punish for his transgressions, being so aggressive. Zalia doesn't need the ultimate to take out Bluefish. Looking towards Trickstank as Paradigm. Not quite sure if they want to retreat.
Zalia missed a bludgeon, but a really good wall from Cuvo is going to help Zalia out, who's being beaten down in a corner right now, surrounded by minions. The monkey goes in. The disarm is good. Cuvo on the back with a double tap will help him out. Zalia's still alive. How is he alive right now? Trix is going to support him. Asked him a question.
Beautiful dodge.
No, he's got an answer. Still surviving. Will Zalia live forever?
Zalia, 1, 2, 3. Bleed Black finally gets his revenge, but not before Zalia runs around for what seems like a half an hour. And OMG, they're looking to be the aggressors here as Paradigm need to retreat and lick their wounds.
Yeah, the start for me, that fight was actually Cuvo Fred. He was low HP for about 75% of that fight. He stayed in range of his abilities. He used his stun to save Zalia at least twice there, and actually killed the Humbots on his own.
Exactly, and not for nothing. As much help as Zalia got from his team, he helped himself out as well. He was zigzagging, using the Scourge to heal up just a little bit to save himself for those extra
and that's the beauty of Smite. You know, you can make those kind of plays when you're low HP.
But that's the big level of the game that we're at here, where the players can hang around with low health. They know exactly what they can do. They know they're safe enough that they can get away from the engagement if they need to, but still support the team.
Hey. Zalia did die, all right?
It just took a very, very long time. It took so long that Gold Fury's now back up.
19 minutes on the clock, 22-8. Paradigm significantly in the lead by kills, but what seems to be a larger lead, they're only up 6,000 gold.
Oh, someone else is up. Thor is right now. Will he come crashing down is the question.
Hey, Zalia.
Big ultimate down as the Fear No Evil hits as well from Blue Whale in the jungle. Santos fighting 4 men. Rest of the team zoned out by that wall by Cubo as Chak keeps Lobster away from pushing the mid.
Shell already used by Paradigm right there, all by himself as Blue Whale. That's going to be a problem.
It's going to be a big problem.
On the top of that one. Trickstank half HP, but he's tanky, and he knows it.
He is tanky, but now on the backside, it's a Chak versus the world right now. He's tanky enough to hold off. He's going to use the ultimate, but immediately Lobster responds to make sure he doesn't get silenced out and pressured down. Santos still over here. Cubo cutting off the option of escape. China's still trying to fight this, though. Why are they trying to fight? Are they going to do the backflip on Lou and continue on?
Trickstank up on the horse, looking for more. Zalia gets a credit on to Bleed Black. There's Santorsky. Trickstank very low, but it's just a bait. Santorsky tries to get aggressive, gets punished for it for the 25th kill.
Cubo's ulti's back up. This fight's been going that long. He's used 2 of them now. They'll burst Bluefish down as well. Trickstank getting credit for that kill as under the tower. Lou with no mana will fall down. Who will get the credits? Lobster. But guess who else has got his ult back up? It's the Humbats.
Good play by Blue Whale, not enough to save his hunter right there, and not enough to save the tower either. Paradigm picks up 1,500 for the tier 2. And with that, they're going to retreat into the jungle and pick up a drive by Gold Fury.
Yeah, I mean, OMG is really showing great mechanics and great jukes. I mean, it looks so hard for Paradigm to really kill any of them. But it's a little too late right now as they're losing by a lot.
Last year for China was a learning experience, learning the game, understanding what was going on with the other regions. This year, though, they're really showing that they're almost at that level already with the game of Smite.
Fantastic Gold Fury right there. One more time, Paradigm picks up the Alienware Gold Fury at the 21-minute mark. And boy, their kills, their gold, everything is looking to go the way of the boys in the yellow and black. 20,000 experience as well, as we see a couple of members on the side of Paradigm approaching that level 20 mark. Lobster already hit it.
Yeah, good position for the boys of Paradigm now. They can start to look for either the tier 2 tower in the right-hand lane or the Fire Giant. Would you look to just try and bait them in here's up?
Yeah, I mean, when you have this kind of lead, the best play to do is get vision control around the Fire Giant, then look to bait them in. OMG will have to blind check the Fire Giant, and they can look for free picks.
Especially with the Athena as well. If they can land some of these taunts off in the engagement, force the beads, reset, do it again, force the beads, reset, over and over, and then eventually you've got Cubo able to just dunk in with Zaylia and the Eagles rally and look for the kills.
Pings coming out on top of Lobster. Thanks to the wards OMG placed in the middle lane. You know where everybody on Paradigm is. But what can they do with that information? They're down 10,000 gold. Paradigm's looking towards the Fire Giant. You're going to take a look at Santorsky, and as soon as he even looks, he's absolutely obliterated. That is a tank.
That is old school Smite there because he's got a hog 3, right? It's like kill the guy with hog 3 and it's free. That's basically what happened now. Blue Whale under pressure, Aegis is trying to keep himself alive, but Cubo dunks down for the kill. Turns his attention to the monkey once again. Lobster with the fire shot should secure the kill. No, Funballer will say, not today, my friend. I needed another one.
Now, you know, the build coming out from Santorsky here is a little bit suspect, I think. We talked a little bit about the foot choice, the boot choice, if you will. And here, you know, the hog is interesting. The meditation is also interesting. Meditation on Guan Yu is one of those that I don't immediately throw out of the window because it just allows you to spam your abilities a little bit more, but it's trouble.
Going into Salvation, though, will give him the heal to keep Fire Shards alive. That's the big key here. But it looks like Paradigm have come. Paradigm, #1 seed from EU, will move on to the semi-finals to face off against either Enemy or Pain Gaming.
It's a best of 3, and Paradigm only needed 2 games to do it. Game number 1, China looked very, very strong. They were coming out looking like they needed to make a couple of adjustments. Unfortunately for the Chinese squad, the Europeans did the same thing in the better direction for themselves, and Paradigm wind up with the win in just 2 quick games.
Overall, for me, I really want to say China performed very well in the course of this tournament. They've still got one more team in, though, however. We'll see them later on today against Cloud9 as well.
What impressed you the most about that one?
I think it was Paradigm, the way they played with their lead. They kept the foot on the gas. They pretty much played it perfectly. They baited the Fire Giant to finish the game.
Makes a lot of sense. Big part of that game number 2 for me was the jungler. Trickstank is on stage with the wonderful Kelly Link.
Thank you so much, FDOT. Joining me, like you said, is Trickstank. Congratulations. As always, I have to ask, how are you feeling?
Well, we're feeling very good. We're confident going into it, so but we're really happy right now.
So you've been with the SMITE eSports scene for years now. Back in the launch tournament, I believe is the first time we saw you. How do you feel about the evolution of SMITE eSports?
Oh, it's great. I remember launch, it was like 10 times smaller, and this is like so huge. It's so many people here, and it's just more exciting, more fun to play, so it's just really fun.
Is there anything you want to say to your fans in the audience? Do we have fans in the audience of Trickstank? Anything you want to say to your sponsors and your fans?
Well, I want to say thank you for Battle and Brew for hosting a bootcamp for us, and thank you for all our fans. I love you all. You're great.
All right, last question. If you make it to the grand finals, what team do you want to face?
I see right now it's between Epsilon and Cloud9, and to be honest, because we've been scrimming Cloud9, I'd rather face them.
All right, well, good luck. And we have Enemy versus Pain. Let's go back to the Analyst.
Thank you so much, guys. Wow, what a series there for Paradigm. They look great. Of course, OMG, their journey ends here. But still, I think everyone in the house should give OMG a round of applause for what they've done here. You know, 2 Chinese teams in the top 8 here at SMITE World Championships. That's a big accomplishment for them, and they should be super proud of that. You know, I guess now we just go ahead and break down this game. So starting from the top, right? You know, it was something I asked you guys beforehand, right in the middle of the game. I said, it seems like there was always a better option for a pick that that OMG could have made, and they just went with a odd choice, right? Like, you know, I referenced Chalk, for example. How do you guys feel about that?
I tend to agree. Just like in game 1, they last picked a Wheelix, which, you know, got some nice picks, but was very bad against the 3 frontline compositions, and you had to snowball super hard early, and they weren't able to do that. And then in this game too, Chalk kind of just didn't make sense. So it probably would have been a little bit of better of a pick. We know Zalia likes to run Chalk, but he's the only one who's ever been able to make it work.
Yeah, they already had their 3 frontliners, so there was no way Shock was going to get picked by Paradigm, so there was no reason for them to pick it. If they wanted to, they could have went for a Sobek, which was a little bit of a better option. The previous first game, they picked their Willish last because they didn't want to deviate away from their strategy. They had the Bacchus setting up their Willish. The second game, they went for a heavy sustain comp between the Neath, Isis, and the Guan Yu, so they wanted to have that 4th tanky presence in the Shock, giving himself that self-sustain and making teamfights last as long as possible, which it was happening that game.
Maybe there was a comfort pick for Omega B picking Chalk to feel more comfortable against going against Elia. But I still think Sobek was a better pick, like Zapman said, because it would cancel the Bludgeon on Bellona, and it would completely negate the clear wave.
Well, I would say Zalia definitely had a superstar performance there. Here's a breakdown of player damage as well as the rest of the stats. You know, I guess a couple things that, you know, take in mind there was, you know, Lobster's outstanding play, but Zalia's presence in a lot of those team fights was definitely something that you had to take note of. And another thing too, Santorsky down there with 3K and the Guan Yu not really being all that effective, and we've seen Guan Yu contribute a little bit more than that. I think that's the lowest I've seen so far.
Yeah,
in our
totally pointed
graphs.
out mid-game. Santorsky was actually maxing his heal, and there's no healing on that chart, but I'm sure if it was there, you would see probably something close to 15,000 healing. I mean, these fights were going on forever. Guan Yu wasn't focusing on getting damage off. He was spamming his conviction. He was making sure to keep his team in the fight. And, you know, that's the thing. They were able to stay alive for a long time, but the game still was never close. They could never kill anyone.
You can only prolong the inevitable for so long, which is exactly what happened. As you just see Bellona just tearing through everyone, because that's just what Bellona does, just running, you know, roughhouse all over OMG. It was evident to me, at least, that yes, their idea was to keep alive, because that seemed like a great idea, right, in concept. You know, okay, we have these people who are going to burst us, they're going to just destroy us, they're going to cause a lot of damage, let's reverse effect that, right? So they were playing for that part of the game. Unfortunately for them, they just fell behind.
Yeah, Zalia got off to a really fantastic start. I believe that they invaded in the beginning of the game. They were able to kill the Hun Bats there, and there was a lot of plays with the Thor and the Athena earlier on in the mid-game where they ganked the Shock, and OMG could have potentially snuck a Gold Fury during that, and they never really took advantage of that opportunity. And they also rotated into mid lane after getting the solo lane kill, picked off the mid laner, and they just kept controlling the pace in the game after that. I think that's where things start to really fall out of hand.
Honest?
Yeah, and you know, you could just take a look here. This is the play where Zalia juked forever and a half, and the fact is there just wasn't enough damage coming out from the sustain comp, and you know, that's what happens when, you know, you start losing every single fight little by little and just the levels snowball out of control.
I think just Kivo played really well the game. He invaded, he got the first blood, and then after he gets a double kill on the dual lane, and then he goes to the solo lane again, he kills somebody, and then he goes to mid lane and kills Isis.
He was all over the map.
Yeah, and that right there, I mean, you know, to have that kind of lane presence is truly something to admire, right? You know, of course, Paradigm moves on. OMG, they will be sent back and enjoy the rest of the SMITE World Championships. And actually, better note too, I do want to talk about Kivo's Thor here, because he was doing some work as well, right? You'd see him ult up, and I think even Hindu mentioned at one point he ulted it to start a fight, and then he ulted to close a fight again because that's how long the fights were going. But even then, though, the resilience that this guy had, I mean, just putting himself in the middle of the fray was outstanding.
This is some of the best I've ever seen Cuvo play. In Paradigm, you know, that's saying a lot when you don't really, their jungler always, you know, Cuvo always plays like good, right? But it's never like, Cuvo, you're carrying, you're playing phenomenally. And, you know, against China so far, he showed that he can play phenomenally. And this team's going to be scary.
His balls were just on point, every single one.
Yeah, and that's again, to echo what you said, Adonis, it is in fact very scary for our next two teams that are going to be coming up here in a little bit, Enemy and Pain. We'll get into that in a little bit, but you know, I would say in regards to the Enemy Pain matchup, if you're either of these two teams, you're looking at what Paradigm did here and you're saying, okay, this squad, I mean, well, not, of course they're here to play. It's the SMITE World Championships, but they have a lot of weapons at this point.
Yeah, and, you know, Paradigm have always probably been the team with the deepest number of weapons just in their god pools and the willingness to pick different things.
Which is something we mentioned at the start of the show.
And Paradigm, you know, we saw, like, some strategies here, and that's not even the crazy things they can do.
And now check this out, folks. So this is 5 minutes into the game. 50-50 down the line, okay? Of course, you know, Mana kind of faring more in that favor. Then 10 minutes into the game, still, you had down the line, but you get that, you know, you get a tower kill in there, right? You start to push that forward. 10 minutes into the game, this is a result. Is there anything here that kind of catches your attention? Because it still was very even at the start of that game. And similar to what we saw in game one, a decent start. Not the best start, not like they had in game one, but a decent start. And then it just, you know, started to fall apart. It really came down to those team fights.
Yeah, like we mentioned earlier, the team fights lasted a while. They got to the mid-game team fights. They had one successful team fight, which it was a 3-for-2 in OMG's favor, but they never really got anything after that point. They never got the stuff after the stuff, which you have to do as a team to collectively get those objectives. And we see here the final map control, Paradigm controlling it by 56%.
Something interesting is that you know, Paradigm actually didn't steal away a lot of buffs, it seems like. There was just so much team fighting going on that the buffs were kind of just picked up. I guess
like you'd
available.
expect it to go 50-50 at the beginning of the game because everyone's getting their camps, you know what I mean? Like they're just getting their things. But sometimes you kind of see like someone dipping in the, you know, dipping in the other side, right, and trying to take their stuff. Not the case at all. QE?
Yeah, they really didn't go for invades that much. They just got the kills and got objectives, like Gold Fury and Towers, not looking to steal buffs that much.
Yeah, it was all about getting in there, beating the crap out of their opponent. That's, you know, the long and short of it.
You know, China, or OMGB going into this game, I really wanted to see them, especially after game one where they ran the pretty four-man aggression outside of Freya. They didn't have the same thing here, and then we saw it with the first blood. You know, when you pick the Hunbats Chalk, who don't have really any pressure early, maybe Chalk has a little bit, but Hunbats can just get bullied. We saw it come out from Cubo Fred and Zalia, recognizing that they have the advantage there and forcing the invade onto China. And then from there, you know, they're just a team that I think performed better so far in this tournament with the aggression, and the fact that they didn't have the aggression comp. I think it just, that's what happened, right? It's just Paradigm's more experienced.
If you pick Chalk, you want to win the early game, but then Paradigm just invaded and shut down Chalk completely on the solo lane.
Yeah, and it's really rough when you get shut down in the solo lane early and your jungler shut down as well.
Yeah, I mean, again, you know, OMG had a good run, but now we look forward to our next matchup, which is going to be really exciting. We have North America's Enemy taking on Pain Gaming. Pain Gaming, this team, you know, I would say if you look at the 4 matches we have today, right, a lot of people can kind of predict, except for, of course, match 4, which can be anyone's matchup, in my opinion. But Enemy, you know, this one could be shocking, too, because not a lot of people picked Enemy, you know, defeating Fanatic. And for Pain Gaming, they held off against Epsilon, who many regard to be one of the greatest teams coming out of Europe, despite them being in prelims. So with that being said, does Pain Gaming ride that energy? And actually, we'll go to you, QE, because you graciously allowed them to come here by losing to them.
I gave them a chance, you know?
You gave them an opportunity. I guess, how do you feel about Pain Gaming's chances against Enemy?
I feel like they're pretty confident, especially against playing against Epsilon, they're pretty well. So going against enemy on these quarterfinals, right?
Yeah.
They're pretty confident and really happy to be playing here. So I think they can take a game or two, maybe.
Did you have a chance to talk to them?
Two, they win.
Yeah.
Maybe two, okay.
Maybe two.
Yeah, so you think they can win this game?
I think they have chances, pretty high chances. Actually.
I think they run actually a very similar style of game outside of Pain Deviant, depending on what Godzi gets. We'll get into that a little bit, but they both really are successful in counter-engage and big 5v5 team fights. So it's going to be interesting if both are going to go for that late game style, or if one of the teams is going to switch it up and look to be a little bit more aggressive.
So of course it works out in your favor if Pain goes to the semifinals, because it makes you look good, right? Because gracious, right? You're a gracious man. What about you, Anatoly? How do you feel this one's going to pan out?
I think Enemy, even though they had a rough opponent on Epsilon, Enemy defeating Fanatic specifically was a very difficult challenge for them. And the fact that they overcame that challenge means that they're definitely going to be ready for Pain Gaming. So I have to lean a little bit more in Enemy's favor.
I got to go Enemy as well. I think Pain might put up a fight in one game, but it's going to be a 2-0.
My passion for freedom will lead me more toward Enemy here, but I do love the story that we have. But I mean, come on, guys,
America.
In any case, though, folks, guys, thank you so much for joining us here. We are going to have Ataraxia and Incon joining us in just a few. Of course, congratulations to Paradigm as they move on to the next round. Semifinals tomorrow. Well, they will face off against the winner of our next matchup, Enemy versus Pain Gaming. But before we do that, let's actually take a look at Trixtank and learn more about this young player.
I chose the name Trixtank basically because I was doing a lot of tricks in my gameplay, and I've always been playing tank, so I mixed it together. I'm good at support because what I love to do is engage on the enemies. I love to just go all in without even thinking about dying. Besides playing Smite, I go to school, I try to hang out with my friends as much as possible. I try to work out and just keep myself in shape.
He's trying to do both with perfection, but I know it's a challenge because both takes a lot of time.
Learning Smite have been a big journey. We started from the beta version. At first, I was a little bit skeptical, I guess. I was at least less skeptical than our parents.
If I look 2 years back, when Jeppe was 16, I remember it clearly that he came and asked me if he could go to Atlanta. And my first answer was definitely no. But after a while, I get a better understanding of what is happening, and I decided to go with Jeppe to the launch tournament. And it was one of the greatest experiences I've had together with him.
So this is where all the magic happens. This is my setup. I have 2 screens for obviously streaming. Logitech gear and Razer, everything is just perfect. I am sitting in what I would call my gaming room. Basically, my room is one big bed, so I had no space for my computer. I decided to overtake this room, and now it's my gaming room. One of the funniest stories about Jeppe is definitely when he his pants in Atlanta. A lot of the competitive players out there are gonna know what I'm talking about.
He dueled me to a one-on-one in Smite. He thought like he can beat me easy, so he bet out $100 and he ends up losing.
Interacting with people is really important. Whenever I stream, I always try my best to really interact with people. For example, if I stream and they start to ask me questions, I always answer the questions they got.
I am very excited about the upcoming championship.
I know he is going for this one, and he will do whatever he can for making a success this time.
Winning the regionals where I won this medal was only one step towards our ultimate goal. I'm super excited for the tournament. I'm so excited meeting all the other regions.
Go get them, because you can do it.
Go for it. I think you're ready. I think your team is ready.
Go get him, you beast. I'm hoping that it's going to be an amazing LAN, and I'm looking really forward to it.
Back here on the floor, and I am joined by the man himself, Fumble. How are you, sir?
I'm very good. You know, we just won a set in 2-0, and yeah, it feels really good.
Must feel good. Talk to me a little bit. Tell me a bit about your SMITE World Championship so far.
Right now, meeting all the fans is like, it's insane. Last time I was on Team Coast in the launch tournament, and that wasn't really working out. But here in Paradigm and launch, it's great to meet every fan, including the EU ones.
Including those. Now, one of those fans you may have noticed is standing right over here. What's your name, sir?
My name is Mick.
Now, Mick, where have you traveled from today?
Orlando, Florida, man.
Orlando, Florida. We're so happy to have you. Now, how are you experiencing this SMITE World Championship?
It's insane, man. The crowd goes wild every second. You get a kill, the crowd is up. You get a death, like the crowd is up. Tower go down, Phoenix go down. Everybody's just so electric in this arena right now, man.
Now, I understand that you're a bit of a fan of the Paradigm Boys, and that you actually, this isn't the first time you're standing right next to Fumble. Tell us about that.
No, so yesterday I was holding Zalia's food while I was taking a picture, and he's like, oh, let's go to the VIP section. So I was like, dude, can I show up? And the whole Paradigm team's like, hell yeah, man, let's go. So I got to chill with Paradigm and C9. They're all such great guys, man. It's just so down to earth.
Well, that's exactly what the SMITE World Championship is about. Hey, guys, are you all still out there? They are indeed. Guys, I'm so glad you took the time to talk with us. Congratulations, of course. We'll see you later, and enjoy lots more of the show, Mike. And thanks for watching. Anything you want to shout out to anybody at home?
Hell yeah, man. Shout out to Thirst Chat. Shout out to everybody who supports me. Follow me on Twitter at McMickeys. You know, I want them Twitter followers.
Has to plug the Twitter. Absolutely not a problem. No, you're fine, mate. Don't worry. That's perfect.
I love SMITE! I love SMITE, man. Come on.
There you go. Anybody else who loves SMITE in here? You are not alone, Mike. Fumble, thank you again. And of course, guys, stick around. There's lots more coming.
Inside your cell phone with jetpacks and swords. Jetpack Fighter. Jetpack Fighter. Beat up robots in the fighter. Jetpack Fighter. Fight for us, screaming love. Jetpack Fighter. Jetpack Fighter.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the SMITE World Championship 2016. Before I do that, though, just got to give a shout-out to our boy Mick, you know?
Love SMITE!
You know?
Hey, man, it's been a great tournament, bro. Killing it with Thirst Chat, you know?
Crowd's electric, bro. It's been amazing. So let's actually talk about Enemy, you know, going to this.
How
Production's just in my ear, and I'm just like, I'm going to talk like this the whole time, dude. Anyway, guys, welcome. Hello, how are you?
Doing
you look
great.
good
How
today.
about you?
You didn't change your shirt.
No, this is the shirt.
It's the only shirt you own.
The only shirt I own, yeah.
It's actually like he doesn't even have two jerseys. He's starting
He
to
doesn't.
smell.
Yeah, he doesn't have.
It is a bit smelly right now.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie. You know, I want to stand a bit over
It
here.
has
You know,
a little
someone's
bit
been
of an
closer,
odor, like
but
so you didn't see. What you don't see because the camera works magic is that there's just like this green aura, just actually emanating from Incon right now. So
I see how it is, guys. 3-on-1. Where are my odds, man?
Anyway,
man. I mean, if you made it to Worlds, you wouldn't have to take these shots on the death.
Yeah, but the rest of
Right.
the team looking good to be making Worlds.
And that Xbox Open bracket in the final.
Right,
Okay,
that's
okay.
right. That's actually going to be coming later today, so we'll update more of you guys about that one. But actually, no, I was just lied to by my production guy. He said Saturday we will see some Xbox Smite, so yay. I'm sure Scott Gandhi is happy about that. In any case, though, let's actually talk about this matchup coming up here, folks, because we actually do have to analyze this game. That is what we've been hired to do here, besides talking about your BO. So thinking about this Pain Enemy matchup, very exciting, right? Because while, of course, the Epsilon Fanatic matchup could go either way, right? Both teams are very talented. You know, this matchup has that same potential, right? Of course, Enemy's looking great, especially after that win against Fanatic, but that was yesterday, right? Today's a whole new day. It's a new day.
Oh
Yes,
my
it
God!
is.
Again,
All day, baby.
another WD.
All day. That's two. So, I guess how do you feel about this team's? How do you say? How do you feel about it?
Okay, let's go. All right.
Unwind.
Enemy played phenomenally yesterday against Fnatic. You know, everyone kind of was picking Fnatic, but they didn't think Enemy was fully out of it, and they showed their resilience, especially running a pretty late game team comp against the very aggressive team comp of Fnatic. They held out and played strong. And Enemy right now, they're feeling confident. They look confident. Even listening to their comms and in the Curse Voice listen, and we could just hear everyone is like, no one's going crazy. They're making the calls. They're following them. Enemy's a real contender heading in. But at the same time, Pain Gaming also looks great against Epsilon.
Yeah, so I mean, we have what I love, because it's Pain Gaming versus Pain. So, I mean, that's one of those things that's going to be wonderful. But honestly, Pain Gaming showing up versus Epsilon eSports, keeping the game even, almost in taking a lead, actually, at one point in 20 minutes against Epsilon. And that's huge, huge, huge for a team to be showing that they can play like that level against Epsilon. They are pumped right now. They are so ready to be playing this game. And on the other side of things, Enemy eSports, who, you know, they were so happy just to make it to Worlds. Now to have a legitimate shot at going into the semifinals is huge.
Yeah, for me, Pain Gaming, out of all the international teams we've seen here over the past 2 days, they're the standout ones for me. I think, you know, going toe-to-toe against Epsilon, and for me, the most thing, the big standout thing is that they farmed like an NA or EU team. They farmed like a Worlds team, which we haven't really seen that much of outside of NA and EU. So for me, that's really awesome. And what I would just love to see now going into the set is continue that, you know, work with that, and then move to actually look for opportunities to move into, to actually, you know, put the aggression on, which is not what we didn't see that against Epsilon. So I'd love to see them actually look for opportunities and use that farm efficiently.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, because both these teams actually love the passive game. We saw both of them very comfortable letting the first 10, 20 minutes of the game kind of fly by, looking towards that team fight section right around the 20-minute mark right now at SMITE, that where really, really get your team ahead. You win that one team fight, you get the gold fury, you get a couple of towers, all of a sudden you're 4K ahead. And that's what both these teams really want. So it'll be interesting to see if either of them go to interrupt the early game to try to mess up the other team's strategy, or if they both say, hey, we want to go 20 minutes with you and we'll win the team fight.
That's the thing, though. We talking to QE yesterday was the team as a whole has a passive playstyle, but the side lanes are actually very aggressive. Stalker and that Soul Lane is definitely going to be looking to challenge Salt Machine, but at the same time, Enemy's kind of the same way, where Salt Machine he's a superstar in lane. He will dominate you. Mechanics are phenomenal. Will take any 1v1 that you bring to him, and that could be something that's going to be a rough look for Pain if Stalker tries to get over-aggressive, because we know Adjust likes to go over to that Soul Lane. Adjust likes to make sure that Salt Machine is safe, because Salt Machine is kind of the same way with Stalkers. He's going to be very aggressive, so Adjust puts a lot of effort into making sure Salt Machine either doesn't get ganked or gets ahead.
On the topic of Enemy, me and Incom were talking earlier about, you know, what is Enemy's identity as a team. Like Fnatic are, you know, they're very team fight oriented. Climbs Land are like the favorites. And for Enemy, we were talking that their draft is on point, and they might, you know, they could be the smartest team right here, because their drafting is amazing. You know, some say that the reason they beat Fnatic was because they mirror their playstyles, and when it got to the end, their draft was so much better. You know, everyone saw it in the pick and ban. It was Enemy's draft. It was.
How do you feel about Pain's drafting, though?
Wait, which Pain? Pain Deviant or like Pain
This
Gaming?
is going to be confusing, because I'm not that smart, so I don't know how I'm going to do this.
I think Pain Gaming actually outplayed.
We're going to call him Meatloaf.
Meatloaf?
Yeah.
Meatloaf versus Pain Gaming?
Meatloaf, yeah. I mean, not to be confused with Meatloaf the singer. I'm sure all you young children at home totally get that reference.
All of them,
definitely.
every single one of them. But I think Pain Gaming in their Epsilon matchup actually outdrafted them a little bit. They had the triple global along with the tier with teleport. I think, you know, we talked about earlier, their aggression wasn't there when it needed to be, and that's why they lost more than anything. But drafting style, Pain is definitely solid.
Yeah, Pain and Enemy both have very strong drafts. I think the one thing that makes Enemy stand out, though, is they play to their draft.
Yes.
Which, honestly, a lot of teams don't do. A lot of teams will just draft a pick, and they're like, hey, these are good picks. You know, we're just going to get Bologna to get Bologna, you know? That's what a lot of teams look at, to get the strong picks. Enemy looks at, hey, what is our overall plan for this game? Do we have a late game comp? Then we're going to play late game. Do we have early game? We're going to play early game, and that's very, very high level
It's
play
just
right
like
there.
the Bologna-Jing matchup, right? Jing is better in the late game, but should get pressured by Bologna. And if the Bologna is just sitting there in lane, letting the Jing farm, it's really bad. You need to get ahead with the Bologna. You need to rotate to team fights. You need to make an impact. And that's what Enemy does so well, is as a team, they make sure that they don't play out of their composition. If they have a late game composition, it's pure defense. Never force anything. I'm going to go back to the same play I talked about earlier against Fnatic. 25 minutes in, they were down 4K. They got a couple kills, started feeling themselves, started up a Gold Fury, and they're like, why are we doing this? This isn't our composition. We need to go another 10 minutes before we start forcing this stuff.
Yeah.
They dropped the Gold Fury, didn't even try and make the fight. They let Fnatic engage, let Fnatic make the mistakes. Enemy are so intelligent.
Well, there's a lot of questions that we have to ask for this game, but the only way we could do that is if we intro the teams and get along with the show. So by doing but by doing that, though, folks, let's actually talk about these two teams some more. But before we do, I want to intro you guys to Pain Gaming.
Pain Gaming. Stalker. Crocodile. Johnson. Nagare. Arcangel.
And there you have it, folks. Pain Gaming. But on the other side of them is a squad that not only is happy to be here, but could very well make their way to the top 4. And you know what? I mean, hey, they can go all the way. You never know.
They could. Enemy is looking very strong, but you know, you kind of just told us that we're talking too much.
Yeah,
no. Roll the video.
Yeah, no, we're gonna. That's actually a good call. Way to go, buddy. I'm trying to recover. I knew you had some skill. I knew you had some skill. They put you on this test for a reason.
1 out of 10.
Let's go ahead and intro to you guys. How do I keep focus in this booth? Enemy. Enjoy.
Enemy. Assault machine. Adjust. Chaos. Pain Deviant. Video.
And there you have it, folks. Enemy, not Pain, Enemy, actually showing up big time here. Crowd loves them. You know, they're certainly our fan favorites going into this matchup. The game is just about to begin, but before we dive into that madness there, what is it about Enemy that, you know, the crowd seems to really enjoy, Adonis?
I think it's that underdog dark horse story, right? I predicted them to be the worst team in the fall split, and they were incredibly average. We expected them to beat Envy.
Boo him.
Excuse me.
Everyone, boo him now.
Everyone agreed with me, okay? No one predicted Enemy over TSM and then Enemy over Envy. You know, I know Incon didn't. And every time they exceed expectations.
Why you got to do that, man? Your boy's right there.
Hey, man, I love Incon, but hey, man, he ain't
don't touch him.
I can't even
smelly.
win games,
Don't touch him.
man. I got the green on my hands.
You got to wipe that off. Get a napkin. Well, not on me.
No, I don't want it.
Honestly, for me, the highlight of this game is going to come down to Arcangel and Vedium. Honestly, they have played so well this tournament. Vedium considered widely to be the star player of Enemy, and Arcangel really showing up this tournament. You know, everybody was looking towards Stalker to be that star player, and I think it's really going to be leaning on the Hunter role, so I really want to see how that pans out, Hunter v. Hunter.
That's the one thing that we saw in Pain Gaming versus Epsilon was that, you know, that they were farming evenly, and they weren't looking for opportunities, except for Arcangel. He was trying to get his team to make plays. We saw that amazing snipe through the wall, followed by the 2 to get that kill on Rafa. So really, what it comes down to, Arcangel, can he get ahead in his lane? Can he get his team to start doing things, start winning these team fights?
All right, well, it's going to be an interesting game, without a doubt. People, are you guys ready in the crowd? Just want to know. You guys sound ready. See, hey, Sean, I could hype them up too, right? You see, I could do that as well. All right, speaking of Sean, as a matter of fact, he's over at the stage. Sean, what's going on?
I am indeed, Alex. Thank you so much. I'm joined by 2 men who need no introduction. Guys, I'll start over here. Pain Deviant, we spoke earlier today. How are you feeling right now going into your match here on day 2 at SMITE World Championship? 2-0. Schultzen, this isn't the first time we've spoken, but I feel like, I feel a little bit like there was, shots fired right there.
No, I'm pretty confident. We are pretty confident. We're going to do our best again. And RX Ilha, RX Spain, RX Brasil. A gente vai jogar essa porra com muito respeito e seriedade. Vamos!
I don't know what it was, but it felt powerful, so thank you so much for saying that. I have to let you put some words back. I mean, beyond the 2-0, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking, what the hell was that? Enemy boy, let's go!
Playing to the crowd, always a good thing. Guys, I want you to come here and shake hands. Oh! We promised you a good one. I think these guys are about to deliver. They definitely have the personality. They definitely have the passion. What about the fans? Are you guys out there? Now, come on. We just saw two men jump into each other's arms for your entertainment. Are you out there? Guys, I love your energy. I know these guys love performing for you, and I know that's exactly what they're about to do here on this stage. So let's get game 2 of day 2 of SMITE World Championship underway one more time. Make some noise. It's about to go down.
All right. Sean's a little better at that than I am. I'll give him credit. You know, he's okay. He's okay. I'll get him next time.
He's pretty good.
You
got to give him some credit there.
Yeah, no, that's just what he does best. What about that warm embrace? That warm embrace.
Scholten was ready, man.
Yeah, he just
I think
dived into his
he
arms.
might have like clawed Payne's back.
Could have.
Like
Injury. We have to check
maybe
for
he was
that.
looking for like we need an instant replay on that one.
That's right. We need to double check. Okay, here we go. So Xing 10 says bye-bye already for enemy. They do not want to deal with him. Totally understandable. It's been a force in this competition.
Honestly, kind of surprising to me because that's been one of their best picks. Enemy has been using that Xing 10 to such great effect. You know, they used it honestly against us at the Super Regionals in the first game. It totally caught us off guard and was one of the huge reasons why they won that first game.
All I hear is excuses.
So it's such a strong pick overall, and they play it extraordinarily well.
I'm really surprised that it's because they are first pick as well. So the Jingchen, if anyone's going to get it, it's going to be them. And the fact that they've opted to ban it out means that maybe there's a counter going around in scrims that they're not ready for, or maybe they're just they're not interested.
They might just be looking for Bologna. Like the option here too. We know Vedium loves Soul. He played it a lot at Super Regionals. I don't think it was the best thing we've seen from him, but it's something that puts out a lot of pressure in lane and maybe enemy wants to look for. And I like this Kepri ban away from Payne.
I like the Zhang Kui ban, by the way, just out of curiosity.
Yeah, the Zhang Kui ban's interesting. It was played by enemy, though. We saw the Zhang Kui come out to great effect. So it's one of those gods that people always say, oh, you just buy Shell to counter him. But like, if you're buying an entire active to counter a god, I mean, you do that against Poseidon. You buy an Aegis to counter his ultimate. You know, same kind of thing. Doesn't make Poseidon bad. So something they definitely don't want to deal with, all of that area damage. And there's the first pick, Bologna. No, nothing crazy.
There's going to be a tier. Like Payne Gaming, Stalker is getting his tier. The matchup in lane isn't the worst, considering you can knock or stop the bludgeon with the Fearless, which is very important. Take away her main clear move. But no, Payne right away. They're not going to be playing passive in the dual lane at least. Soul going away.
So Soul picked up by Payne Gaming, which is an interesting pick because she did not win a game yesterday. I believe she was picked in 3 and lost every single one. So obviously she's starting to seep through pick and bans as people realize maybe she's not as good, or maybe enemy are just ready for this. But I'm excited to see what Arcanjo or maybe Scholten can do on the Soul.
I really enjoyed those first 2 picks coming out of Payne. Soul, incredibly strong. It's going to give you the push in the lane. And Athena, not only is that a great pick for you, but you're also taking it away from Payne of Yande, who is arguably the best Athena in the entire world. And he plays so aggressive with that Athena. It's one of the only gods that they will play aggressively early with it. And we see Agni possibly coming out as well for Chaos.
Where's Kiwi?
That's his god.
He's so excited.
He's in the crowd cheering right now.
he's the guy I heard squeal just a little while
But here's the
ago.
problem. Payne Gaming don't have Agni. It's enemy.
That's
so
true.
He can't cheer for Agni. He's got to cheer for Payne Gaming.
That's true. That's true. I don't know if he secretly. I don't think he wants to cheer for.
He probably wants them to lose. He's like, I can't believe you lost to this team. It's like I'm the best hunter.
Oh, look at them.
Locked in.
Dancing a little bit.
We were talking about the strength of both of these teams in their picks and ban phase, and right now, Payne Gaming really showing how strong the pick and ban phase is.
Do you notice how unbelievably confident they are?
They are.
Can you just I mean, I know we're supposed to break down the picks and bans, but like, look at this. So confident.
They're just so happy as well. They're genuinely having a great time on stage.
Absolutely insane. One or the other. It's like you're either blindly happy or just this is it. This is the edge of insanity.
Scholten, their mid might be a little bit.
Maybe.
He's the one who jumped into Payne's arm.
Yeah. Oh, okay, so Sobek and Humbats is going to get banned out as well. So
I think the Sobek ban is to, you know, that's for Salt Machine, so it doesn't have to do the Bologna Sobek, the infamous counter matchup. So that's a pretty smart ban coming out there.
what do you guys think of the Neath and Agni picks on enemy side?
I think it might have been a little bit early for the Neath pick, because if you want to pick the Neath early, you usually try to make it a pick where, oh, it could go mid, it could go in the ADC, and they immediately picked up the Agni, so we know it's not going to the mid roll, because we're going to have the Agni there.
Yeah.
And we also love the Hunbats ban coming out. Hunbats has been one of the most popular junglers right now that we've been seeing, and one of the most effective, so might as well take that away from enemy.
Yeah, it just didn't make much sense, right? They picked up Soul, so you clearly know, like, okay, right, you can take your time with that, right, in my opinion. But makes sense, though. Makes sense.
On the topic of Agni and Neath,
Whoa.
though, they are. Oh, that's gonna be a. That's
They're
not
not
real,
locking
right?
it in.
They're not locking that in.
They're not
I
locking
dare
it
you,
in.
enemy, to lock that in. I
They're not.
dare
Because
you.
Ataraxia hates Anubis. Okay.
They're trolling. They also
Yeah.
have an Agni.
Yeah.
They're trolling the crowd. You hear the crowd start booing, like, come on. Serket probably going to be picked up for it just there. We saw how good he was on it. And I do expect him to make a pretty frequent trips to the Soul lane. You know, Bologna more than likely already going to have a positive matchup, whoever he faces. But that's kind of enemy's game sometimes, is make Salt Machine get ahead and just dominate the 1v1.
This is such an enemy draft. You've got Salt Machine on Bologna, that really aggressive front line. Vicium on his very famous Neath had a big splash at Super Regionals. Chaos is probably the only player right now on the Agni. Saket for Adjust, and the defensive get for Pain Beyond. I love this from enemy.
All right, they locked in tier, and that's going to do it, folks. It is time for enemy versus Pain Gaming. Casters, take it away.
Much, Alex. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the commentary desk for the second time today. As we move into our second matchup, it's going to be Enemy and Pain Divan versus Pain Gaming. The Pain versus Pain matchup.
No desk.
The commentary area. Welcome to that as well. My name is Bart. This is Brandon. And of course, joining us is Aurora for this best of 3 matchup. And well, boys, Enemy's draft looking pretty solid, playing to their strengths.
I mean, the Agni and Neath, it was the first thing in my head. They gave up Soul for a reason. I think Vidium was the person who started this Neath counter pick going into regionals in November, and I think they got exactly what they wanted.
Yeah, and they also were able to pick up Bologna, which is big for Salt Machine. So I'm excited to see how Enemy plays this game.
Yeah, probably the most interesting part of the draft for us here was the Xingtian ban in the first position out of the first pick spot in lieu of the Bologna. Any thoughts there?
I think they did it purposefully. They grab Bologna first. If it gets through, they give up the Soul to counter it with the Neath, and then Chaos gets his famed Agni. I mean, it's his best god by a mile. I think this was perfect.
They've also banned out both a Sobek and a Xingtian, both of which are very, very resilient, very hard to kill, high damage output mages. So, you know, maybe leading a little something on how they want to take these team fights. But guys, let's go ahead and hop into the game. It's game number 1, Enemy versus Pain Gaming.
Well, we do have Stalker on tier. This is what we know he wants. I mean, this is one of his shining gods. He uses this god a lot. And honestly, he does well against Bologna. He always has. This has been maybe not a counter pick, but definitely a god you want against Bologna since, I think, her inception, even when she was way better than she is now.
Stalker has a ward, and Enemy grouped up, but they weren't able to find him there. So no kills for Enemy early on. It just looks like he's going to be able to get his ward off for free.
I thought we were going to see a run back on that Bologna Bluestone that China did. That was awesome.
Yeah.
She got a kill with it, too. It was great.
Soul Athena going into Neath Geb. Shouldn't expect a kill in this lane early on. Seems pretty defensive on the side of Enemy. A lot of ranged clear. Pain probably just looking to get that Soul farmed up, get into a couple items before they really look to move around the map.
Then again, they have Thor, and we saw what Thor can do against Neath. Do you see that wall in the last set?
Yeah, oh yeah.
That's crazy.
Oh my God. Hugo Fred is a genius.
Fred's good at video games, isn't he?
Yeah. He should try to make money at him. I think he could do it.
Well, guys, that's it. The game is getting started now. We're just a few seconds away from minions spawning and the jungle camps popping up. Enemy going to go for a, well, what has become the standard opening here through much trial and tribulation during the SMITE Pro League. And notice how they will leash this red buff all the way to the absolute extreme right side of that camp so that Chaos can get the lane. Take a look at Isis. This is actually one of the better starts that you're going to see. That one nearly step perfect. Schulten's still going to have the advantage in the push.
She has Purple Pot right here, so they're going to definitely look to be super aggressive at these first mid camps.
This is the CV play.
Yeah.
You know, CV and ranked, Purple Pot, I get the right camps. And if you don't give them to me, I'm going to kill you.
Yep,
right?
CV's famous for that in NA rank.
Oh, a two-man taunt coming out.
Nice.
Vicium going to take a bunch of damage out of the Soul. Looks like that passive is fully maxed out as well. Pain Devon, you can see that Geb Stone Shield removed in just a couple of hits there, but Archantia just off of the mark with the Stellar Burst.
Left side camps will go to the blue team. Enemy going back into the middle now. Pain Gaming has control of the lane, as you can see. Justin Chaos going to be a step behind as the Potion Brothers are going to go into the jungle, trying to clear up as fast as possible, get Thor to level 5 as soon as possible so we can start ganking this Neath.
Yeah, I mean, the conventional wisdom here is that enemy is going to be looking to dodge Pain Gaming for a good little bit of this early game and let those purple and red pots wear out.
Whoa.
Here, ooh, yeah, Stalker barely going to outrain the back half of that bludgeon that would have taken him very, very close to critical.
2 more levels he needs before he can start healing up cleanly.
Yeah, Tyr versus Bologna. Bologna wins almost every matchup early on. Until Tyr gets to about level 9, he's not going to really be able to stand up to Bologna in this lane at all.
I'd say 7.
I think 9 for
Level
Bologna.
4 heal, I think, is generally enough to stop her from killing him.
Pain taking some damage here. Nice job there by Arcanjo to, kind of maintain his positioning in the incorporeal form, but still looks like Vishum gets the better of that trade between the two.
Whoa.
And now moving forward is Pain Devon. Hey, a little cheeky there, but look at Thor. He's turning the corner here.
This could be good. This could be good. He's looking for it. He's got to be careful here. Vishum seems to notice that something's afoot. He's trying for it. He might have walked over a ward. There is a blue ward on the top side of the jungle.
Yeah, I think he did. But if they saw him, that doesn't really explain why Pain blinked forward for a 2-man knockup. Ticking down a bit as Schultzen looks like the first ultimate coming out of Adjust was not successful in finding a kill.
Level 5 though, I mean, he's a step ahead of the Thor right now. Thor needs to try to get into this level 5 and get the ganks going in a safer fashion. I mean, if he had just waited a little while longer, it's possible, but there's so much ward coverage. Zatman was talking about how the 3-minute mark is such a great place to do it because there's no wards on the map anymore. They've already gone. By going in early, he kind of showed his hand.
Well, all things told here, it does look like Pain Gaming is going to have one of the more successful starts we're going to see from an international team versus a North American or European squad. Fairly close here in the gold, only about 90 separating the two. Dead even effectively their experience as well. We saw just in the last set, the Chinese team OMGB going up just a hair over Paradigm in game number 1. But this looks like a sustainable start out of Pain, right? They're not going to be relying too heavily on a snowball to take this game down.
Yeah, this start's good by Pain, but you have to remember that they have 2 power pots on their team, on Isis and on Thor.
Right.
If they don't get anything off these power pots, enemy's going to have a huge lead just off of that.
To the same point, Adjust has one as well, so it's only really the 450 gold. But again, yes, Pain should be a little bit more aggressive. I thought we were going to see Thor and Isis stick together until Thor was 5, maybe try to pressure Adjust. I mean, early game Serket, of course, has escapes, but is still very susceptible. She doesn't have a lot of damage.
She doesn't have a lot of HP, only about 850 HP here. And, well, an Anvil of Dawn into a Mjolnir's Attunement is going to do about 700 of that out of the Thor. So.
Yeah. I'm curious to see what Agni's going to go into. He does have the first thing of Chronos Pendant. I wonder if he's going to choose that second or if he's going to choose to go into a spear.
Stalker taking a lot of damage. Oh, and maybe some land nerves there as he whips a big power cleave on cooldown for only a few seconds. It looks like he is leveling it, so we'll get most of that health back from the blue buff.
Enemy's going to take this left side camp. Right side did go to Pain Gaming, so still an even start up here. But as you mentioned, Pain in the hole about 500 gold with a pot unless they can find a kill here in the first, well, they got about maybe 30 seconds left on those power pots.
Right side blue is going to get taken down at just a little bit late on the rotation. Should be okay, though, considering that the speed buff is coming up in a few seconds. I would like to see him start here as Salt Machine is still fighting. Remember, Stalker out of mana right now is a susceptible gank as well.
Well, Stalker does have that blue buff, though. It's going to start ticking him back up, and he should have enough sustain to throw out the odd power cleave here and there to heal himself up. The sustain still not going to be a major problem for Tyr, unless Salt Machine elects to go into some kind of anti-heal. It should be a fairly stalemated lane.
I can't expect that we're going to see
Can't imagine what it would be,
yeah.
So one thing I've been seeing this tournament out of Enemy, they've been splitting camps way better than usual. Back at Super Regionals, Adjust was soloing a lot of these camps out and not splitting experience with Chaos.
Trouble.
But we look like
Trouble. Oh, nice jukes there by Stalker, putting on his juke shoes.
He's gone.
He's going to move both of the, or at least lose both of the Madness stacks.
Thor. Thor's up.
Thor ultimate coming down as well. Tyr over the top. There's an ETH ultimate coming in. Bologna
Adjust
rallying
is down.
here. The poison did spread. However, Nagare trying to move forward with Thor as well. One more set of CC should be enough to pick up a kill on the Salt Machine, but Bologna just too resilient in the early game. The CC chain just a little bit off the mark there. Not another taunt out of Athena available to find that kill, but still a return kill very, very quickly from Pain Gaming, and they get the first blood in game number 1.
Yeah, now 17-7 compared to 17-1. Pain Gaming very successful in that.
Is this enough? I'm sorry to cut you off there, but is this enough to compensate for the 2 power pots versus the 1? Is a single kill and getting first blood worth it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and they also took Adjust out too, so I think that's pretty big. Thor really needed to kill him there so he could get the farming time and try to catch up to him a little bit. He's actually 200 gold ahead of him now, even though they both got the kill, so I think that was really, really good that he got the kill.
That's the bounty, first blood bounty. He got it. Just barely, too, because that poison was ticking down quickly.
Oh, so Pain did get the first blood. Yeah,
Pain got
that's
first
huge.
blood, yeah. Pain picks the first blood there in that engagement. So not only do they get the bonus gold, they also get the extra experience because they were alive when the kill happened versus the other side where Circuit did fall from a Just. So Enemy, maybe their hands full a little bit here with Pain Gaming.
They invested a lot into a character that just doesn't care about things being invested into him. I mean, he's tier, he heals, he does a lot of damage, he doesn't get CC'd. I mean, that's just what he does. And they went pretty big there, but they forgot about the globals. We saw Thor all the way from the speed buff coming in. We had the Athena ult on as well for the damage reduction. It was a good play by Pain Gaming.
So what real opportunity do they have here now, Aurora, does Pain Gaming, with this early game lead? What can they really do? I mean, is it just go back to the lanes, continue farming up, and hope that you build a bigger advantage? Or is there some specific plays, maybe the early Gold Fury, that you're expecting them to make?
Yeah, they can definitely go for early Gold Fury with the Ice Assault. And I feel like if they get a pick, they could turn it into whatever they want that's available on the map.
Okay.
Oh, all right. Is that a warning shot? It's like, hey, I have this.
Just thought he was going that way. You never knows. The
Stalker
slippery
and
Circuit.
Salt Machine, both kind of low on the mana here. Salt Machine's teleports up in 10 seconds. Still about 30 here for Stalker, so it'll be a one-wave probably wait for each person.
Yeah, that's fine. Stalker just a little bit behind in the experience department, probably perfectly happy to enjoy an extra wave over Salt Machine.
Camps split, it looked like. Left to blue, right to red, as it seems to have gone this game so far.
Yeah, I think we've had a 50-50 mid-camp split full on across the board here so far through 7 minutes and 20 seconds. Guys, if you are just joining us, this is game number 1 of the second best of 3 here today at the SMITE World Championships. And as you can see, demonstrated on the graphs, this one is dead even through the opening laning phase.
Somehow, Enemy worked all that gold back and yet lost experience in the meantime. How did that happen?
Yeah, I think it's because of the mid camps. That's what really brought them a lot of their gold.
Soloing, they must have must have been only a single person getting credit for one of the mid camps.
Possible, yeah.
To lend that experience disadvantage.
Stalker going into the jungle here, rotation over as well, so he should be safe going for the blue buff should he choose to go for it. Both teleports, or I'm sorry, no, one teleport is available. It looks like Salt Machine has already backed.
Thor's going up, hanging on in a lot of trouble here. That soul ultimate is perfect. The Neath is going to be there, and it's going to be enough to stop Madrigal. And yeah, I mean, realistically, Vicium saves a life there. In comes a Just. There is going, there comes the ultimate coming out, but there's going to be damage reduction for the Thor. Not going to be enough to find the kill unless the Ognibomb gets it. Indeed, he will. The poison will spread onto the Athena as well, but they've isolated Sol, and Sol will be the target. No, the Ice Silver will heal up for now.
Wow, they got him!
From Arcandro, but still Just finds that kill. It's a 1-for-2 trade for now. In comes Tyr. Stalker gonna have a hard time on this up. Bees right away from a Just. Do you have it over the top with the Lawbringer? Looking for Circuit. Ambush pending very, very shortly. Gonna be hard to find a kill, and indeed they will not. Pain unable to draw even 3-2 for Enemy.
Very smart for him to go into the jungle towards Pain. Enemy is going to get the better of that one, 2-1.
So the timing on Vicium's ult at the start of the fight to save Geb was crazy. It stopped Thor's 3, and that's why Geb was able to survive.
Yeah, Geb looked dead to rights there. I mean, it's not very often you see a character eat an entire soul ultimate and live to tell the tale, especially with a Thor there. In some trouble, Salt Machine, a brilliant block coming out from Thor, but now they have no way to slow down the Bellona. They did get her ultimate, and her beads are still, her teleport is still down. They can maybe put a bit pressure on here and get Nagare and Stalker back ahead, getting some bonus experience in the lane.
It looks like Mad right there underestimated the movement speed of Bellona, was unable to catch up. In fact, actually wound up losing distance as they continue to chase. Pain's going to rotate over to cover the lane as it looks like Salt Machine's teleports down for still 50 seconds.
Well, guys, it looks like this one's going to come down to ganking and counter ganking. It appears to be the way this game is going. And you would think that Pain does have the better of that with the Thor. They should. But I mean, they've really been using Thor as an initiator, not as a counter initiator, because comparatively, it just has been significantly less active.
Well, I mean, he's 2-1-1. He's not so bad right now. Pain in a real good spot, though. Another beautiful Cataclysm. Jolson's going to get stunned out of the... He's trying for it. He's going to have all of his healing reduced. There's nowhere for him to go. In fact, he's going to spread this poison if he's not careful. He might get out. Final tick.
Jolson will
he's
survive.
Alive.
Just barely. On the backside, Athena as well. Just now going to get CC'd out by the Fearless Chain, and that turns into a kill in return for Pain Gaming. A little bit of overextension into the enemy jungle by, well, Enemy.
This is big. Look at this. Vicium going at it as well. Arcanjo try to send some damage back. He doesn't have his movement speed available to him. He's trying to be careful. Probably looking for the Radiance right now to get a small amount of healing. Vicium keeping pressure forward, knowing that no one's coming to save him.
Going back to the fight in the right jungle, I feel like they backed off because they thought Agni Bombs were going to hit it and finish the kill off, but Enemy just wasn't able to secure any of the kills, and
that
it was a great rotation by Stalker to pick up Circuit.
Yeah, that Aegis factored in pretty heavily there. And now, Stalker didn't even have to port in for that one, so now he does have the available teleport 3. Look for maybe a deep rotation to a ward out of the tier.
That's going to be a Soul Eater picked up for Vedium. You can see he pushed the wave very aggressively, even at the cost of some HP. Went into the jungle, placed the ward down, backed, and finished up that very helpful, tanky lifesteal item. With that, we still see Soul sitting on a Talon Trinket. Now, this has two options. She could go for a heavy lifesteal and aura to help out the Isis with Pythagorean's Peace, or could go for just a ton of base damage with Bancroft's Talon. I think either one's fine.
Or I mean, do we want to play new meta or misclick? I mean, that could have just been accidentally going for down the Polynomic tree.
Ooh.
And picked up the Talon now. I mean, because that item is not something that seems like it's worth prioritizing in the early game on Solomon unless you want to really be a pure mage.
I really like it because, I mean, she needs a lot of base damage. Poly does decent damage, but you also need to have damage to back it up. It's 65% scaling, so putting something like 100 damage on Bancrofts, which is a super cheap item, super cost-effective, I think it's really a smart play.
Oh my goodness, Pain Gaming.
Ice ult's ready.
Just before 12 minutes here, they've started up. The Gold Fury has been sniffed out by enemy. Chaos is here. They have the Isis ultimate. This should be sufficient to pick it up, and indeed it is. Pain Gaming gets it. Cataclysm is going to hit multiple, as will the knockup. Vici getting credited for a kill. The Soul ultimate, not enough to push back enemy. Enemy continuing in. It does look like they will stop the bleeding there. 2 members do go down in exchange for the Gold Fury, which will make this effectively a wash in terms of gold and experience. You see the graph dipping down and coming right back up.
Wow. Yeah, look at that graph right there. It's just a complete dive down after it goes straight up.
See, it looks like it's a really important swing, like, oh my god, look what just happened, but those are 2 500 gold markers, which are not something we normally see at this stage, but another 500 gold gained, and there goes the entire lead once again.
But experience still continues to go in favor of enemy. In fact, they're going to take 2 towers off of this push. Really pushing their advantage there. Nice heads-up play by the captain, Pain Devon, to get his team in position to find 2 towers. That's 4,300 experience. The gold, it's the first real lead of the game at just under 1,500 gold in favor of enemy. And now they are in the driver's seat here. What does Pain's response need to be?
I'm just so surprised because it looks to me like Tier had the teleport. Why didn't he take the chance to defend the Tier 2? At this time, that tower does way too much damage to pretty much everyone. They wouldn't have been able to take it. Athena could have ulted him as well to reduce damage, get another presence there. That was curious. They're going to trade out a 1,000 gold swing for those towers.
Yeah, and they elected, split push that that right side lane, take a Tier 1. I think they just got a little bit caught out of sorts there, thinking they could trade a Tier 1 for a Tier 1 and maybe 30%, 40% damage on the Tier 2. But, that Neath in the backline, Cirquet, and Bologna, I mean, you got pretty decent damage into those towers with the 3 physicals.
With that Stalker a level down, Mad a level down, Schulten a level down. It might get worse here. A lot of presence coming through. There's no healing, and that's true damage. Decent amount of ults used, but it's going to be spread. Nagari is forced to retreat.
Yeah, the Cirquet into the Isis, I mean, so often she's using that ultimate to heal herself back up during these gank attempts as she does, but that Cirquet ultimate shutting down all healing.
Yeah, Pain's got to start watching out more for the Circuit. It keeps spreading almost every fight that we see it go out.
I mean, I think that's number 3, right?
Yeah.
And then that's usually something that we don't see a lot in North America and Europe. There's just such a, I think, a stigma and fear behind Circat that maybe they don't have in Brazil.
Bologna holding 2,200 gold in her pocket right now. Salt Machine. He's poised and ready. It's got to be the heavy hammer into Frostbound here?
I would say so. She's almost there.
Yeah. It's nearly complete. In fact, Salt Machine going to fall back. Looks like it will be indeed. That heavy hammer going to be coming out for your Lady Bologna. No, right into the full stone of Gaia. Going into a tier as well. Soul.
The Soul and Isis. And plus, there is the Defender of Olympus damage. This is massive regen through mana and health. I think it's a good call.
Yeah, and it's also really good for farming. It makes it so he doesn't have to go back to base for mana if he doesn't have his blue buff. It also gives him a lot of health regen as well.
So
6-3.
Lane sustain going to be now effective for the Bologna. And I would expect her to be planted there until she teleports into a fight now at this point. Blue buff going to be coming back up shortly as well on the side of enemy. Pain Gaming. They need to make a stand here. I mean, they did find the Gold Fury, but they lost a ton on the back of it. It was the right thought, but picked up 2 high-priority targets to the enemy and were able to turn into a push. Just going to try to make the
Deathbane's down?
one-on-one play, but here comes the rest of the squad. Oh, no! Thor's going to block out Schultz in there.
Why?
And now the poison will spread yet again onto the Athena. A little bit more true damage going the way of enemy, and yet another kill for Adjust.
Why spread it?
I don't know.
I mean, there was just no option. And how did Adjust get away with doing that?
There was 3 members there. Salt Machine pushed underneath the tower of the Fearless Chain, but Stone of Gaia, here's the rest of the squad.
You'll notice how quickly he did the power cleave. I don't know whether that's a lack of knowledge or whether he choked a little bit, but by waiting another like half second before throwing the power cleave, he could have got another tower shot off. Given the fact that he has a Stone of Gaia on Salt Machine, that lack of damage is really effective. We got a double ult coming in. He's going to miss most of the damage. Salt Machine able to get out of this one. Taunt doing decent damage, but Chaos was tanking the tower. Salt Machine continues to hold the front line.
Wow, yeah, I mean, 2 big ultimates used there, and they didn't really find much damage on the Salt Machine. I mean, 50% of Bologna's HP pool is just not a problem, especially with Stone of Gaia.
She's going to sit there and laugh this off. I mean, she just doesn't care. They'll go right down for the blue buff. They'll split it, some extra experience and gold. Chaos is here to hold down the lane just in case. I mean, this is really good defensive play from Enemy.
Well, guys, we've just passed the 16-minute mark here. Gold Fury, she's back up in just under a minute. You're looking at 6,500 experience on the side of Enemy, 2,300 gold as well. And it's been a slow but sure, steady path for Enemy here. Taking this lead away from Pain Gaming. It was modest in the beginning, but now it's turned into a real lead. And one thing about the graphs that I did just notice, I mean, we were talking earlier about that big swing, and Brandon, you mentioned, you know, look, those are 500 tick marks. Right around that 12.5-minute mark, you can see where that swing was and just how small that is now in the scheme of things with the lead that Enemy has built.
And with that, Enemy about 6 levels their senior right now. Pain Gaming starting to fall behind. I think this is the same thing that happened to them when they fought Epsilon. They had a fair lead in the early game. They started to work it. They got a pretty good objective clear, and then Epsilon started being Epsilon. Mad's in some trouble here. Salt Machine going deep, needs the Scourge or the Bludgeon. Gonna find it, but he's out of position. Decent damage. Trying for it. Pain's here to protect.
They'll silence on the 2. They'll put a Spear Fall out. That's going to be, yes, shielded away by Geb. Geb's going to Cataclysm as well, just to stop any follow-up.
That is the third, like, absolutely perfect multi-target Cataclysm to stop CC. Pain has been perfect this game with Geb.
And now with that engagement going on deep on the right side of the map, Enemy is going to pick up a Gold Fury. That one uncontested by Pain Gaming. And this lead is continuing to expand. It looks like the North American #1 contender is here to play. I mean, there's been a lot of doubt around this Enemy squad. Was it a fluke? But no, I think that we can say unequivocally now that this is one of the top teams in the world.
Look at this guy.
Got a good chance
Look
to
at
win
this guy. Pain Evian again, perfect shield.
I mean, he's playing at an all-time high.
Yeah, Pain's playing like a crazy Geb right now. I think they were happy to give the Athena up and pick him Bam because they knew they could just go to Geb and stop all the Athena taunts and just play to counter-engage again. But right now, like, they weren't really even counter-engaging this game. Their biggest fight was on the first Gold Fury that Pain tried to take when Pain blinked in to kill all the Enemy members on Pain.
But it's about 5,000 gold now for Enemy. Things starting to look kind of bleak here for Pain Gaming, and I think that comes right back down to the picks and bans. I mean, Enemy got a dream roster. I mean, when I think of these players, Adjust, I'm thinking Cirquette. Salt Machine, I think Bologna or Xing Chen. I mean, Chaos is Ogni, right? At least of North America. That still belongs to Lobster.
Lobster over in Europe, yeah, you're still giving to him.
Forever
Well,
and
take a
ever.
look. I mean, here's what I think is really worth pointing out is Salt Machine, this Stone of Gaia early on, you know, we were kind of saying, okay, you know, it's a lane sustained pick, but when you look at it, Pain Gaming's only real option to get back into this game is going to be on the back of Soul, who has gone for a immensely late game focused build with Book of Thoth and Bancroft's talent.
Wow.
Very much a mage, and basically Bologna will not care. She stacked enough HP and the Stone of Gaia on top of it. There's just no way that the Soul can be effective at healing Bologna.
She needs more penetration in this build before she can even really get a safe poly. Vicium's taking some decent damage here, but Chaos returns in spades. Nagare going to be forced to back even inside that shell.
Yeah, those Ogni Bombs still doing a ton of damage. Fear of the Mad just surely on the side of Chaos, factoring in pretty heavily there. There are 9 ultimates available. Only Isis via Schultzen does not have one, and Enemy's siege of the tier 2 continues. But up will go Thor. Stalker off the mark. Back down with Athena plus Thor. Not going to do very much damage to Chaos. In fact, not even enough to get rid of that Geb. Stone
That's a
Soul
kill.
Ultimate goes out. Doesn't matter. Adjust will fall again. And yes, the poison does indeed spread. Archangel doesn't get anything out of his heal. And now on the backside, Salt Machine is unstoppable. No one can prevent him with the heavy hammer from going deep. And indeed he will. That will be a 4-man wipe outside of the right side of Phoenix. Only Nagare is alive. Enemy, just before 20 minutes, will find the first Phoenix. I don't think they can end here, Brandon. It's going to take them too long to take down the structure.
They do have a wave coming in. I think they're just going to retreat and go to Fire Giant, though. It might be a little too risky. It's too early. It's still only 20 minutes in.
A new world where Pain Evian doesn't take the most risky play possible.
Well, they're starting to get a little bit more experience, get some notches on the belt there, are the boys of Enemy. I mean, they've picked up, several very, very big, high-profile wins against teams that, 6 weeks ago, I tell you, they have no business beating Fanatic, TSM. some of the higher, stronger contenders, Envy indeed, in the world, and Enemy. I mean, like I said earlier, there's been some big question marks for this squad, but I think there is no question that they are maybe the top contender to stop Cloud9 from taking another World Championship.
Oh, Athena does not have her ultimate here.
Bye-bye.
Stalker will fall. Another good combo. And the Fire Giant getting lower and lower. No one to defend it, and it looks like Enemy's poised to take this one down.
What's been interesting about this game for me as well is it does indicate to me maybe a little bit of a weakness for this Enemy roster. It does appear that they do play up a little bit more to those bigger matchups than they have here. I mean, like, it seems like they could have found a bigger advantage earlier on in this game had they really been firing on all cylinders. I think they are, you know, a better team than Pain Gaming, and they seem to play a little bit better against Envy, Epsilon, and the like.
Well, I feel like Enemy plays the slower style, so maybe that's why it seems like that. I think they played pretty well this game. Adjust has been on point with his ults. We've seen him spread almost every single fight. Chaos has been playing a phenomenal Agni. He just had a crazy fight. And Pain Deviande has been playing probably the best game we've seen out of this tournament out of him on Geb.
I would agree with that.
So I feel like just maybe it looks like that just because they have a slower style. And you can't count out Pain either. They've been playing great this game.
Pushing into the left side, 3 people deep. They shouldn't have much trouble taking this one down. There is some resistance here, but it looks like the tier 1's going to be let go. They'll fight for the tier 2. Stalker on the wrong side. No teleport. This will be a power play.
They can't even fight for the tier 2. They're going to have to give this one up, but just waiting in the wings to get in there on the backside. Yeah, it's just way too much. And I mean, you got to really like this composition from Enemy. I mean, we said this is a couple of, you know, very, very typical gods for the squad, but just the combination of Circuit plus Agni bombs. Agni, still really one of the only gods that has really, really great range damage and stuns. And it sets up brilliantly with that Circuit poison. They've been in, and as you mentioned, they've been able to spread it in basically every application.
Stalker's trying to find a way in. He can't blink anymore. He has been tagged. Trying for some damage here. VDM does take a few hits, but the bird has fallen. Nagare to fall as well. Poison, does it spread? No, just outside the range. But the way it just puts it right into the backline, that actually would have been a kill if it hit too.
Yeah, Schultzen will get into the pool before the damage comes through from Neat Spirit Arrow. Into the middle, Phoenix will go Enemy 14-3, 22.5 minutes into this one. They're up 60K to 47K on the side of Pain Gaming. Enemy trying to take down the final Phoenix and completely break the base of Pain. And it looks like they will be successful in that venture. Stalker's going to try to go to the back line, and one last-ditch effort as it's here. Up will go Thor, down will come Thor. Chaos will aegis the majority of that damage, and Stalker will die to the bombs. Boom goes the dynamite.
Pain Deviande again!
Adjust somehow is going to be surviving this one due to his captain and support player. Down will go Schultzen. On the backside, Salt Machine will solo down Arcanjo. Ladies and gentlemen, this will be the end of game number 1. Enemy defeats Pain Gaming.
A damn good stand in the beginning, but Pain unable to hold, it seems, against Pain's perfect play from Geb. Enemy poised to find themselves in the semifinals, but they need another big win before they can get there.
Pain's perfect play pops Pain.
Headline tomorrow morning?
Headline tomorrow morning on on the post. Well, guys, yeah, you just saw that was game number 1. This is a best-of-3 contest. At least one more game coming your way. But with that, we'll toss it over to the Alienware Analyst Desk and Golden Boy and the boys. Take it away, guys.
Sounds like a boy band, you know? Golden Boy and the boys. You know, like that's what we.
Okay,
gotta,
I hear it in your voice.
Yeah, no, I got the pipes, bro.
Oh man,
like,
I can't even
sing like a
dream of singing.
Exactly, like a majestic beast. In any case, wow, what a start there for Pain. You know, you guys felt pretty good about Pain in that draft phase. You know, in the picks and bans, but then things started to kind of crumble. Enemy just started to get things going. They made some pretty smart picks. Adonis, we'll start with you. What did you think was the difference maker in game 1 that gave Enemy that victory?
I think Adjust was just a little bit more potent than Madruga on the Thor. Most notably, we saw Madruga get the Thor. He actually got first blood on Adjust in the Logitech first blood, you know, at the 5-minute mark. We saw Adjust try and help Salt Machine. We expected that to happen, but Madruga hit the perfect ult. And this was like seconds away. You could see, you know, Adjust was like 1 life just as that came in, and, you know, Stalker was 1 life as well. But, you know, from there, we didn't see Madruga really do anything.
Yeah, it was, without a doubt, like, he got shut down. And that, you know, that just happens from time to time. All right, so Incon, what about for you? What were some of the main takeaways there? That Agni pick definitely worked out very well for Enemy. They did some work there.
Yeah, Agni's one of his go-to picks, always has been. So comfortable on the god. Enemy eSports also works so well around that because Pain loves to initiate with these big gods like Geb and Athena who can group up targets. So then on top of that, you get the Agni bomb stunning them again. You can crowd control the entire team for so long using those methods.
What about for you?
For me, again, it was Chaos and Pain de Viande. Pain de Viande, every time we saw a Gebot coming down, it was on, 2 or 3 people all the time. It was, he was on point, and he was baiting them as well. He made them seem like he was alone, and then we would see time and time again, we would see Pain Gaming try and gank him, and then suddenly Gebot, 3 people, in come the cavalry, they clean it up, and then we take another skirmish.
Well, Salt Machines, Bologna there definitely stood out. You had made mention before that Salt Machine, like this was the Salt Machine that you wanted to see.
Salt Machine is a very dominant lane player, and that's what we saw. We really saw him control Stalker. And Stalker early on actually got some nice rotations, actually out-rotated Salt Machine even though he was losing the lane. But it just wasn't enough. Stalker found a kill or 2 early, but after that, once again, Pain Gaming weren't being the aggressors at all. They were playing that very passive style, and the rotations weren't getting them anything.
Yeah.
A lot of the times he would come a little bit late, and so Salt Machine got a couple levels ahead, and then he could just be a bully in the back line. And, specifically adjust at about after the 12-minute mark, where enemy knocked down those first 2 towers in the middle lane, and then he just kept ganking Schultzen's ISIS every time he walked back to lane, and it was brutal.
As an ISIS player, Serket is the worst. There's nothing you can do about it because your big defensive measure is using your ultimate to counter. And Serket comes in and uses her ultimate, and you can't get any healing off from your ultimate with that ultimate on you. Also, one of the biggest things we saw that game was how many Serket ults spread. This is something that I haven't seen in such a long time, especially in North America and Europe. It's just second nature to walk away from the Serket ults. And here we can see a Serket gank, and this is really the start of it. And I believe it might even spread. Here we go. We're going to see a spread of the Athena.
And
every single time it was on the Athena. And it kept spreading and spreading. And I don't know if that was just a base mechanic error that Pain wasn't really working with, but it spread so many times, giving so much additional unneeded damage.
We commented on the adjust killing ISIS a lot, and for me, a lot of that comes down to the build. Now, I am not a big fan of Warlock / Mages. I find that it's, by the time you get stacks up, especially as a mid laner, I love on solo, but as a mid laner, you never really get them up to a point where it's worth it. And if you want that HP and survivability, as he definitely did in this game, for sure, because he got the brunt of the offense, then maybe an ethereal staff would have been a better option because you get all the HP straight away, same price, and it just works out a little bit better in my opinion.
Okay. Interesting observations there. Of course, Adjust will be your player of Game 1 with his outstanding performance. Definitely held it down there, and certainly is very deserving of that title, at least for Game number 1. Now, kind of to talk about Pain Gaming's, I guess, demeanor before the game. Very happy, very jumpy. Energetic, dancing, feeling like they were winning this picks and bans potentially. Lord knows what they were dancing for. That could have been it. I don't know. I'm not in the booth with them.
Maybe they had a great lunch.
Maybe they had a great lunch. Ian, you never know. You never know. There's some good food out here in Atlanta. But I think that now you're going to start to see them, I guess, tighten up a little bit. They're going to be a little bit more serious. At least I would hope so. This is their tournament life on the line here at this point. This is it. If they lose this one, they are gone from the competition. So at this point, it's do or die, and I'm expecting them to approach it in that manner.
And, I got to go back to the aggression factor. They played Isis Thor, which is a combo in the mid and jungle that you really want to get ahead with early. And we saw them try that. We saw the counter gank. We saw the first blood go to Thor. And then the second time he actually heads over to the dual lane, and they try to pick off Pain. Pain snuck away because of a beautiful snipe from Vicium on that Neath. Immediately stopped Thor the second he landed, and Pain was able to get out. But after that, there was nothing. That fight got turned. Enemy won at 3 for 2, and then Madruga kind of fell off the map. There was nothing going on from him. So I want to see them, even if they get a little bit behind, they can't be deterred. They need to be aggressive if they have that style of composition. And I think, once again, that factors, I wouldn't say scared, but they felt timid in this game.
Yeah, so we're seeing a lot of, even from the Chinese players as well, we saw the early game was actually very strong. We saw these first, 5 minutes going into 10 minutes, actually very competitively strong, good farming, good rotations, good ganks. But it's right around then where you're starting just the beginning transitions into the mid game where you're going to start leaning towards more grouping up, is when we're starting to fall apart here right now for the international teams. Pain Gaming has a great shot at it. They just need to keep moving forward. They can't be giving up as many objectives as they had. And the one thing was they went for the early objective, and they got it. They got the Gold Fury, but because of the Gold Fury scaling now, it was not worth it for them when they lost 2 members and then lost 2 towers. It was not even close to being worth for them. So they have to be a little bit safer with their calls as well.
So do you feel like they did a good job, though, in the picks and bans phase, like overall, and you feel confident about them? It comes down to execution, right? I mean, there's 2 games here, right? There's the picks and bans. That's where you got to outsmart your opponent and try and get what you want, you know, for your team. And then, of course, there's the part which makes this indeed a video game, the part where you have to play the video game. So, Ataraxia, for you, I think, you know, that is something to keep in mind for them. Anything that you want them to change up, though, potentially?
Maybe take away some of their comfort picks, because for me, I know you guys preferred prey and stuff, but I loved enemies because it is an enemy draft. You know, all of their signature styles were in there, so maybe if they feel comfortable on those gods, try to take them away.
Okay, folks, well, here we go. It's going to be time for game number 2, as this is Pain's last stand here. This is the last opportunity that they would have in the SMITE World Championships. They have to get together, they have to focus, they have to make this happen. But for Enemy, though, one more. They move on to tomorrow's matchups, where they would actually they would compete against Paradigm, who had one heck of a game today. And there goes that Xing 10 ban right away. Enemy just prefers not to deal with it. Khepri on the other side.
When you're Enemy right now, as far as I care, you want to just run it back, right? If everything goes your way in the first game, you just start running it back. I wouldn't be surprised to see some of the same bans, some of the same picks coming out from them.
The question is Pain Gaming going to ban away the Bologna, or do they feel comfortable in that tier versus Bologna matchup? And it was just the fact that you know, Enemy got a little bit too much of a lead for them to handle. And
Well,
that's what
I think you know what they're going to go for first.
There's no reason to not first pick Bologna. You
Yeah.
run the same bans back, run the same first pick back if you're the winning team.
I find the Athena ban interesting because did we feel that she had the massive impact in the last game, worthy of a ban in the first stage?
I think, honestly, they banned out the Athena because of how well the Geb worked for them. I think they're figuring towards if they can ban out the Athena, the Khepri's already gone. There's only going to be Geb left on the table.
Maybe they're trying to bait the Geb from Pain right here. Maybe they have a strategy. They want Pain to pick Geb.
Pain to go. Yeah, because right now Geb is the obvious choice going into the support role right now. But at the same time, Soul's on the table, so you have to pick
Do you think we
Soul.
can see the same exact, similar draft, I would say? Because this kind of has started the same way as it did last.
We definitely can out of Enemy. I fully expect to see an Agni, but here comes the Geb being stolen away from Enemy, so maybe this plan is, you know, maybe it's working in the favor. Maybe they have something
too smart in draft.
Yeah, I think
this
so
is they
too.
baited the Geb. I don't know what they have planned for it, but they baited that Geb. I expect to see a lot of ganks on him.
Well, they got that Neath now, so let's see what they do with it. Do they choose to let that be a flex, or do they go for something right away? And there's Giannis, and we haven't seen Giannis yet in this matchup.
I'm surprised that we haven't been seeing as much Giannis as we could have. Giannis, one of the strongest mid-gods, if not the most general strong mid-god in the game. There's no situation where you have a Janus on your team and you're like, wow, I really wish I had something else. But Agni coming out as well for Pain Gaming, maybe they're like, man, the Agni was so strong at Enemy. I'm sure we can play Agni.
Does Schultzen have an Agni as good as Chaos's? Chaos has shown in 2 games so far that his Agni is top tier, maybe the best tier. Can Schultzen match that?
Got rid of that Circuit too. Makes sense. You don't want to have your jungler with that again, right?
I think right now this is actually the Agni pick plus the Circuit ban. This is the mid laner tired of getting farmed last game. He's like, I'm tired of getting killed, so I'm going to go a nice safe pick with Agni. I can always dash away and call it a day.
All right, boys. We're going to see the Bastet come out from Adjust, and he's going to gank Nagare on cooldown. That's what I think is going to happen.
I can see that, yeah.
That's what I
would
think
be
they
pretty
wanted to do.
good.
I think they wanted to get the Geb, because Geb can get picked pretty easily. He has the rollout, but if you can't get it started, very easy to lock down, kind of like Sylvanas and Ymir.
What is Pain going to play, though? Because Geb is gone, Athena's gone, Khepri is gone. Those are his 3 premier gods. Where does he turn to now?
I don't know.
This would be very interesting to see where he goes. I would love to see something hyper aggressive though right now. I would love, honestly, even like an Ares out of this team right now would be very interesting.
I was thinking about Ares, but I've never seen Plain Pillow.
I've never seen
I was
Pain
like,
play
it's
Ares
not, he
as well.
can't do it, right?
But that would be, I mean, you're on land, right? So yeah, there's no ping to worry about hitting your chain. So this would be the time to pull out Ares if you wanted to pull it out. So we'll have to see what he has up his sleeve.
That's a pocket strat. If that is something that Pain's definitely been practicing in private. That's saying, oh, Hanbots is available as well.
Ares does do very well against Geb, especially when paired with Needs, because they combo the chains, and then Geb actually cannot do anything. He just just dies, really.
Yeah, not to mention if you hit the knee through, then you can't possibly miss your chain, so you don't even have to worry about hitting your chains. But we're leaning towards the Bacchus here, which is going to be interesting. That's more of a trick tank style pick. And if we block
this
it in.
I don't know how I feel about this. This is not Pain style. Pain style is calculated aggression with the Athena and a very defensive backline type of support. So on a Bacchus, which is more, he's messier. Pain is very clinical, and Bacchus is a messy support. So I am very interested to see how he does in this.
And that could, spell bad for him because that's the only time that, Pain really falters is when he gets a little bit over aggressive if his team's behind.
Pain Gaming go for the Sun Wukong?
Break out the monkey.
Bring out.
It looks like he's saying pick it right there, Pain. So, I mean, Bellona versus Wukong, that's a very good matchup for Bellona.
Please take Wukong.
This is a very interesting, I think maybe he has to go for a red pot to even do anything in this lane, otherwise Bellona is going to walk all over him.
All right, does Pain force it game 3? Ataraxia, start with you.
I think this is Enemy. I love their draft. I loved it last time. Easy, 2-0.
Enemy all the way.
Enemy.
Okay, I will refrain from, picking here. All right, folks, that is gonna, I'll save for the last one. That is going to do it for us here at the Alienware Analyst Desk. Let's go ahead and toss it over to the casters.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 2 of Pain Gaming versus Enemy. I'm Bart, this is Brandon, and we're joined by Roar. And well, looking at that Enemy draft, Brandon,
yes.
You're saying like
yes.
GG at pick 4.
This is, yeah, I mean, as soon as the Humbots got locked in with the Janice Neath, I was looking at that like this is Dunskies.
Global. Very global is this lineup. And Pain, you heard Araxia pointing it out as well, is that that this Sun Wukong into Bellona matchup is a really, really difficult one.
It can be. I mean, Sun Wukong does different things than Bellona. They both have decent damage. They both have decent control. But Sun Wukong's a little bit harder to kill in the end game. The issue is that the idea of Salt Machine falling so far behind Mad, or rather Stalker, that it's going to be even getting to that point after watching game 1 and then seeing that draft is hard for me to grasp.
Yeah, it seems like it's going to be a really, really tough laning phase for Pain, but maybe they can turn this into a little bit more. But it does look like, guys, that we are ready to get into the game. So let's go ahead and hop in and bring you game number 2 of Pain Gaming versus Enemy, starting right now.
Pain's got a lot to do here, a lot to change. I think their early mentality was good. I like the rotations, but they're not focusing enough on proper Gold Fury fights or proper objective fights. We saw Tier trading out a Tier 1 for a Tier 2. We saw people rushing the solo lane when Gold Fury was a major objective point on the map. I mean, these kind of things have to be fixed, and unfortunately, they don't have a lot of time to practice.
Yeah, Pain's repping the Enemy Bacchus skin. That's awesome.
Yeah, we did fail to neglect this as the god with the enemy skin. So Enemy Bach is going to be making his debut here in the SMITE World Championships. He was played earlier in the tournament, but of course not with this lovely skin.
Pain gets 2 pretty decent wards down. Arcanjo's going to see it, stop the back. And that could hurt. Look at the timer there. He actually wanted to back to be able to pick up other things. He's not going to have mana potions now. There's nowhere near enough time for him to get back here. Aurora, how badly is that going to hurt a Bacchus?
It'll hurt him quite a bit, but luckily for Enemy, they have Geb. They're laning into Geb, so they don't have to worry too much about mana. They could just kind of stalemate the lane and not really worry about pushing in. They're just not going to be able to play as aggressive as they wanted to.
Of course, now he has Belly Flop as well instead of Belch of the Gods, which is a little bit higher damage here in the lane clear. So, well, it's a small thing, but Pain Gaming going to get ever so slightly the better of Enemy the first, 15 seconds.
Of course, Chaos, a little bit slower to the lane, just by pretty much the map distance. Schultzen going to take the safe route and just going to dash right through. He does tag Chaos, which is probably a negative considering how much Archer damage he just took.
Yeah, that Archer damage is huge. Look at Schultzen's health right now. It's just chunked out just from Archer damage alone.
Oh, what is this?
Adjust. Wants to be aggressive over here on the right side. Pain.
Mad lost his teleport there. I think they should have this now.
Oh, yeah, especially going through the wall there, Schultzen, and takes a ton of damage.
Whoa, where are you going?
Oh, adjust.
Where are you going?
This is not a... This is
double
not
tap, trying for it. He's stuck, though.
Yes. First blood going to be credited to Thor on the side of Pain Gaming.
That was the I'm feeling myself from last gameplay. Yeah. Watch me do things.
And he also lost his 450 pop. That's huge.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Ooh. I mean, that's just... you heard Brandon mention it, but that's really like when you play a 30-minute game in which you're so dominant, you're playing Circuit, and then you get in, you're like, oh, wait, I'm level 1.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's hard to go back to level 1 after you've been playing so well at level 20.
Yeah, this is going to be a rough start for enemies. They're also losing both mid camps, the first split, and his 450 pop. That's 3 big things in the early game that they just lost.
And Pain can't like help him clear. If he does, he's going to get caught out and die. He doesn't have enough mana to really control the lane, and he did take Chug. He's trying to keep it balanced. It's going to be hard for him to do.
Sun Wukong losing this trade even with the archers there, and that's the difference between mages and warriors in the laning phase. I mean, Bologna perfectly happy to shrug off a few hundred damage.
He should have stayed there. He should have fought that. I mean, taking the bludgeon damage with the archers there, as long as he spreads the damage out so it doesn't hit him and the archers, he probably could have won that engagement. But I think Salt Machine has put a little bit of fear into him. Tyr was his go-to god. I mean, the analysts, me, Aurora, we all predicted that that was going to be the god that was going to be picked, and he still lost the lane. He's got to be shaken.
Yeah, he can't even approach the wave, really, as Bologna will proxy clear it and push forward, hit it with a Scourge as well. Stalker can have a hard time keeping the minions out from underneath his tower through probably the first 4 minutes.
That final cudgel there is not going to get him anything. It's a use of mana. He doesn't back. That could wind up coming back to haunt him.
Another thing to keep in mind is Stalker has a red pot, and he's also getting pushed into towers.
Wait, Stalker has a red pot?
Yeah. Look, go back to Stalker right now. Look, see?
What in the world? And Salt Machine's winning against Wukong. How does that happen?
Positioning.
Bologna.
Oh, it was the crab. What was that? Bologna? Yeah, sounds like Bologna.
Yeah, Bologna.
I'm telling you, that cinematic is canon. Like that is the storyline of Smite right now. He's gonna finally go back, but I mean that's 3 minutes down on the potion. I didn't even realize he had. What the? Hey, they're still winning though.
There was a Thor ultimate there that nearly would have been enough. I mean, they would have been able to get in there before Just hit level 5 and really put him behind if they find that kill.
Just is still level 4 at 3 minutes. Jeez.
A slow start certainly from enemy, but we've seen them recover fairly well throughout this tournament.
That's true. I mean, they are the. I feel like the first blood doesn't hurt them. I feel like it makes them more powerful. They were down 0-4 against Envy at regionals and won that game. And then yesterday against, what was it, Fanatic, right?
Yeah, Fanatic.
Yeah, they were down
They were
all
getting
games.
bodied.
But the difference here in this game is, compared to the Envy game,
Brazil instead of Europe?
Well, they died before the red pot was on. Now he died while his red pot was on, and they lost both mids.
That's true.
In the Envy game, they just got invaded on before the busts were even up.
Right, but it was 3 kills. Like, how do you come back from that deficit so cleanly? It looked like they controlled almost the entire game after like the 10-minute mark.
Well, just through 4 here, it does look like Pain is going to enjoy this early laning phase advantage, and they haven't given anything back just yet, sitting on just about 600-700 gold.
Yeah, I'm surprised why they didn't contest the purple buff there. They have a Thor with red pot, and they have a...
And now he's leaving.
Yeah,
I guess he's just like, do you think they're going to do it? How do you think they're going to? Let's watch.
Looks like they may want to try to take a fight at the mid camps here is Pain. As Thor moves forward, he's going to stun out Adjust, and Adjust really does seem to be the target. And look how much damage Mjolnir's Attunement does. Oh my.
Agni Bomb thrown out as well. The Meteor not going to do much. Adjust also does have a health pot ticking, so no worries just yet.
I guess with what we saw there out of the hammer toss from Thor, you get a good idea of what his build-up is. It's a 3-1-1-1 build.
Oh, jumping in on the left side. They're going for it. Schulten very low, going to be picked off. That's 1 for 1 now on the board.
Yeah, and no Thor ultimate in response. In fact, he does ult, but it's not in time, and he goes over to just simply the orange buff. So, yeah, that's 2 Thor ultimates now that haven't really resulted in any kills.
Well, I felt like Pain there should have just stayed grouped up. Thor went for the right camps while the support and mid went to the left. I feel like if they were grouped, enemy would have not been able to do that to them.
My big thing was that the Geb used the shockwave from like mid-range on just the camps. Didn't save it for the fight, didn't save it for the secure. It seems like they thought that they had that for free, and they very clearly did not.
Like the 4-man split on the back camps.
God bless.
Hey, you know, when you absolutely must maximize. No, you don't like 4-man splits on back camps?
No, please. Stop.
What if you had 2 Bumbas masks?
Oh, I can't breathe. Fart. Oh, Stalker going to take some damage there, forced into the animals again.
Now we're seeing the more kind of traditional Sun Wukong play out of Stalker here. And early it seemed like he was a little bit hesitant to kind of move forward and go for the Cudgel, Master's Will, and Ox back through. But there, I mean, it is a little bit more effective, obviously much more mana intensive, but a good clear.
Salt Machine's in such a good spot. I mean, he's 400 gold up plus the
1,000
450
gold
pop.
up.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He's 900 gold that he just gained in this lane for what seems like no reason. Bologna.
Chaos's Giannis hasn't really factored in too heavily yet into the game. I mean, that first kill did for Enemy did result, you know, as, was as a result of the burst coming out from Giannis. But we haven't seen that big rotation just yet. Magic out taking just an absurd amount of damage. Looks like he got hit by Bludgeon and a first hit crit out of a Just on the Hun bots.
You'll notice a Just ult there. He was saving it for a little while longer to guarantee that if Thor decided he was going to throw the hammer a little bit later, he was going to be picked off. Didn't use his jump to ensure he could follow up if necessary. Really good play.
Doing what he can over here is Stalker, and I think, you know, going back to what Ataraxia said, he's right on the mark. I mean, this is just, Incon was saying it as well, nearly an unwinnable matchup for Sun Wukong now, given the adjustments to both him and Bologna, and now he's forced up into the Sun
Wait,
Wukong
now
cloud.
there's two of them. Maybe they can win now. No, that was part of the trailer too. Never mind.
Blue buff has come back out, and Sun Wukong has been forced out of the lane. See if Salt Machine recognizes this and goes for that kill. Knockup's going to come through onto Arcanjo. Just going to do what he can as well, but without any additional CC, hard to keep that soul. Oh man, the second time now that Adjust is going to get out of the way of a Thor ultimate. Continuing to fight here.
Pain's
Pain
in
Gaming,
trouble.
the Bond's coming down. Pain will go down indeed to Schultz and Chaos, putting a ton of damage in through the wall. Stalker does not have the ultimate still available, but will get out just fine for now. Purple buff going to be aggressed by Enemy. It's a 3v5 for the moment.
Someone probably will need to back to deal with Bologna in just a few seconds. They've done decent damage, but I feel like they're getting baited by the presence here. They shouldn't take this as a fight. They should take this as an opportunity to spread back out around the map and continue farming.
Bologna does
like
take the back camp. She's going to take a blue camp as well for free and get the better part of a wave, it does look like. So maybe not the best decision to leave Bologna out here on an island, although to be fair, Stalker hasn't really been preventing too much farming on Assault Machine.
Look at the XP difference right now, 2,500, even though they got the first blood and they got Adjust in the grave earlier, he wasn't able to farm.
I mean, Salt Machine's at 760 per minute, just about. Next highest is 665 on his own team. Wukong's over 170 behind, and that's his own lane.
And look at Adjust, he's ahead of Thor, even though he died early. That's crazy.
Like, to get over 800, it would mean that, like, the Thor was ulting to the Soul Lane to feed Salt Machine underneath his tower on, like, cooldown, right? I mean, like,
yeah.
This is an absurd amount of XP per minute.
I don't understand. I mean, realistically, Wukong has some of the safest and cleanest clear in the game. You can walk away from the wave, just let her clear, and you'll almost out-clear her every time, at least in the early game. But it doesn't seem like that's what he did. He was trying to trade out because he had the red pot, and I think Salt Machine just got the better of him.
Well, yeah, I mean, how are you realistically supposed to handle this? I mean, Bologna's Bludgeon's just doing so much damage to Sun Wukong. I mean, there's the answer right there, right? I mean, you have to Oxform the knockup almost every time, but the Neath ultimate's keeping him just so honest. I mean, you saw it right there. Someone saw Cloud force out yet again by Vicium, targeting Stalker in the right lane.
Looks like we're going to get their jungler going back to the base again. It's a lot of trips back to the base for Thor, a lot of trips back to the base for Wukong. I think that's kind of where these leads are coming from. Check it out. We actually have Hunbot's back on, not only on par in gold, but he's ahead of him in experience pretty cleanly. It's a level now, whereas I think it was 6-4 in favor of Thor, yeah?
Yeah, totally recovered.
And he's also down 600 gold in the early game, and now he's ahead of him by like almost 50 gold now. That's crazy.
That's really good farming, and I think this is something that adjusts, and I hate to point it at it, but it's ranked. It's playing lots and lots and lots of ranks, learning when your team falls behind, you're with it, and you learn how to carry games. When people tell you there's no elo hell, it's people like Adjust that could tell you that because he knows how to get out of it. It's that kind of being able to play from behind in the early game that makes him such a good player, and then his late game team potential is amazing.
Another thing going off of that, enemies just gotten so good at splitting camps. During Super Regionals, they weren't as good as they are now at splitting camps, and I feel like they've gotten so much better at it.
Ooh, pressure into the jungle here, just leading the charge. I think they're looking to see if they're doing back camps, which they do intend to do. Painivion leading the charge now as he sees the red buff is available. Just going to scoop around. I think they're going to make a contest here.
Yeah, with 3 members and a fourth in the wings in terms of the Neath. There's also a wave being pushed into the tier 1 tower on the left side. It's going to make it very, very difficult for Pain to stop this in aggression, and indeed it will get picked up easily by Adjust and Chaos. Vicium a little bit out of position, but will backflip the Agni Bomb and will root the game. In fact, will root all 3 by detonating a weave, and Vicium standing in place and doing a quick 360 there. Yeah, oh yeah, no, we know, buddy.
That is Vicium in a nutshell to me. I mean, that's what he's come to be ever since regionals. I mean, we were talking about the 2-man and 3-man spirit hours that he were hitting. And right there again, he catches it right as Geb falls out of the CC immunity. That's really impressive stuff.
Well, right side mid camp's coming back up shortly. This one will indeed go to Enemy. Left side's pending as we approach 11 minutes in this game. It's 2 kills apiece, but Enemy building a significant lead off of those 2 kills.
Salt Machine again clearing up. Adjust rotates over at perfect timing to get this blue buff. He actually walked in right as it spawned. That's going to be another steal and more lost gold and experience for Stalker.
Yeah, they had the timer because of Bologna picking it up earlier, and Enemy will also take both the mid camps in the last spawn there. So this lead is going to continue to grow up to now well over, or I'm sorry, solidly into the 2,000 mark.
Going for it.
Unbot's ultimately going to be expended as well. Over the top comes
Got him.
Bologna. One smack of the
Look at
button
that
will do it.
chain. Wow.
Thor going to try to return a kill here onto Adjust. Adjust will once again, for the third time this game, leap away from the Thor ultimate. Thor in a lot of trouble. He mistimed the beads there as well. Will get stunned, but Salt Machine not willing to dive the tower. Chaos, however, maybe a different story here. No.
Threads the needle.
The hot sidestep there from Thor will prevent too much damage coming through from the unstable vortex, but nonetheless, a tier 1 tower will fall in favor of Enemy.
They take a kill as well, somehow avoiding the return onto Adjust. They get the tier 1. That's a huge win for Enemy.
Yeah, huge. And coming out, the CC chain between Salt Machine and Adjust was crazy. The Humbots all came up, and then as soon as the fear ended, he stunned him, so Wukong couldn't respond ulting. Just great play by Enemy.
No Gold Fury so far. She still stands tall at 12 minutes. Much different than what we saw from the Fanatic roster over the past couple days. Trying to work their way over there now. They actually have a pretty big grouping here. I wonder if Brazil will decide to contest.
They do have this need for really good secure. She's going to backflip and then use the weave to get double damage off her Spirit Arrow. So it's going to be really hard for Pain to steal this away.
Well, Arcanjo has spotted it out. He's rotated his soul over here. Leashed momentarily by Enemy is the Gold Fury, and it does look like that will be the end of the engagement over here on the left side, but still, like 4 members of Pain frozen over here. In fact, all 5 members of Pain on the left side of the map.
And check out Bologna over on the other side of the map.
Fight Bologna.
Yeah, well, she could be over there farming, plus she can teleport over when she needs, but remember, she only has a tier 2. Chaos taking some damage. Good shot there.
But she'll just recall, pick up tier 3, and then move into the ward, right?
That's still, 8 seconds versus 3 seconds. That could be the make or break. She should probably take that opportunity sooner, but the teleport just came out from Wukong. They could definitely have a power play now.
Yeah, now Bologna might as well just recall and pick it up, right? I mean, at this point, Gold Fury seems like a foregone conclusion with some Wukong frozen out in the right side lane.
They could try for something now. Pain de Vion's back here, though. Controlling, and it looks like Vision belongs to Enemy over on the right side. It looks like Salt Machine's keeping Stalker stuck under the tower.
And rotating back towards the left side of Salt Machine, he will note that this Orange buff is available. And yeah, he's going to go ahead and just start this one up. Really just force Stalker to fight him over and over and over again.
Pulling Stalker off the tower is probably his most important point right now. He's 3 levels ahead. He wants to continue this boxing match. Hell, he can fight 2 people pretty cleanly here. Thor cannot keep with this Bologna.
Yeah, and to that point, it also forces Thor over to the right side, and in return, Enemy will start up the Gold Fury. Vicium has started chipping away at it here. Chaos and Adjust zoning out with the range damage. Pandyvon here as well.
They forced Geb Shield out already. That's pretty big. Now they're going to be able to look for CC on any target.
Bologna, Stalker's in some trouble here. Stalker may be going down. He's going to need to go up into the Somersault Cloud. It is available. Indeed, he will use it. So Salt Machine does force out yet another ultimate. Pandyvon will pick up a kill on Nagaria there with the ultimate out of Bacchus. Thor going to try to make it out of time. Will not. Unstable Vortex. Just too much burst out of the Giannis. There's a dash forced out from Schultzen as well as a bomb. Salt Machine, it'll just tickle the Bologna as the Gold Fury will be falling shortly for Enemy. There doesn't seem to be much chance for Pain to really try to contest this one.
Some crits coming out. They're going for the Gold Fury. It looks like this one's going to be uncontested. The charts will reflect another major objective win as Enemy extends their lead even more deeply.
Yeah, Soul thought about it maybe there for a moment. There's a World Weaver coming out as Salt Machine is in the mid lane, smacking around Schultzen. Schultzen going down here. Bang. The ultimate from Chaos, in and out. He will go. A stun going to come on to Stalker for Pandyvon, but he will just waddle his way out from underneath the tier 1 tower and happily continue his campaign to, well, stomp all of Pain Gaming, belly flop on top of them. And, well, it hasn't been the same game that Pandyvon that you saw in game number 1 with that Geb, but still a highly competent Bacchus.
Jason, Janice, the old pastime of Smite. It's a fun mini game we like to play sometimes.
Look at the difference in the builds right now between the Neath and the Soul. The gold is fairly moderately different, but it's a Bancroft's 2 pen boots going into, well, a tremendous amount of attack speed, Iqbal Soul Eater boots, and then now also yet another short sword into the Executioner. I mean, this Neath is really unboxable for the Soul for the remainder of the game, given how we've seen Arcanjo try to build up.
We're going to actually switch to the replay real quick. I have to see this come back because we got the Bologna bludgeon, which was so big. We thought it was going to kill. It just barely does it, and then Spirit Gun right to the back. Going to find Schultzen, and then Chaos immediately gets out. Puts himself in a bad spot, but he actually winds up getting out of this by going through the mid-camps and teleporting right out as he forces 3 people to chase him. Brilliant.
Short sword up and running now for the Sun Wukong as well, pulling quite a bit ahead of the Thor. 800 gold plus that pot explains the 1,500 difference in item.
Bologna's damage is insane. Can we go back to the damage done chart? She's
yikes, doubling out the next highest.
Wow.
And it's Wukong.
Wukong, who is well known for getting quote-unquote free damage. I mean, basically, Cudgel is...
Are you still mad?
It's unmissable.
Are you still mad?
Undodgeable.
Bart hates Sun Wukong.
I don't think I will ever be not mad at this character, but we'll go into that a little bit later. But basically, Cudgel Right is free damage. It's nearly unavoidable, that spell, and it does a nice moderate amount.
Schultz's in some trouble here. Having that down is going to, having that dash down is going to be really difficult for him to make this defense here. He's almost 100% relying on bombs.
If you're wondering how this game is going, look at Salt Machine positioning. I don't even think he's returned to the lane yet. He's just sat around blue and orange buff on the right side for Pain Gaming.
Whoa.
And now he'll make his way to the backside. Nagari going to get exploded there. Agni Bomb's coming in. And yeah, they'll chip away at the team nicely, but even without healers, it does look like enemy will be able to continue this siege.
You really hate to see a perfect Gebel with perfect Agni ults on top of it and them have that much health afterwards.
Yeah,
right?
and like Thor had already used his abilities in Soul. You know, she's kind of her one-trick pony. And the ultimate, we haven't really even seen the ultimate of Arcane Joe in a meaningful way yet this game.
Honestly, I mean, it does decent damage, but you're mainly looking for those stellar bursts right there. Speaking, there's one. She's trying to get away from this. She'll get into the Corpulea form, but now has no way to escape the major danger that's coming. Oh, I thought it just was going to jump in.
Minions are there, tanking up the tower a little bit. Tower down to about 50% HP. Oh,
nice.
It's tier 2 here in the mid lane. Enemy looks like they want to continue this siege for now. No major objectives coming up. 2 minutes still for Gold Fury.
Nagare is already back up. His ult was used in the last fight, so I don't think Pain's going to be able to really engage here at all. They're just going to be sitting on this tower looking to defend it. And it looks like enemy's going to back up right now.
They did get Soul's beads as well. They may be looking for, if she makes her way out of the tower, to pick her up.
I think one of the biggest things about this gold lead is it's going to give enemies so much room to go into those luxury actives, things like Weakening Curse or Shell, anything to really affect the team fights. But you still see a ton of money invested for Pain into actives, and that's why we're not seeing a lot of items. That's why Salt Machine could just dive to tier 1 chasing a soul. I mean, he's not even having any trouble.
He's got nothing left. Down you will go, indeed. Soul ultimate is used, but to no great effect there. Vicium, he's going to be cleanly hitting that tower. Yeah, very nice on Civil Vortex, flipping to Stalker. Not in the best position there on that Sun Wukong. 50% HP is not enough to feel safe with the CC chain as possible. But I guess without Bludgeon over on that side of the map, you're maybe feeling a little bit better.
So Schultzen trying to defend against one here as Bologna takes a trip back to the base. She does have teleport available to her, albeit tier 2. Schultzen taking a lot of damage, and we're going to get a teleport from Wukong, it seems.
Yeah, Wukong's going to move in over here to the left side of the map, and this makes it easy for Bologna to port in as well. Bacchus, he's pushing up the mid lane. He's going to force Thor to stay there and respect the Bacchus in hands. He will likely get to the mid tower as well. He just doesn't care. Benny Vaughn really knowing basically exactly how much he can stretch this. Now getting down to about 50%,
that's great.
60% HP. You know, he would have had to start bugging out there, but it doesn't matter. Tier 2 still successfully secured by a Bacchus of all things.
Little by little, they're finding these wins. They're getting objectives. They're getting towers. They're getting 1 kill at a time, 2 kills at a time, maybe even trading in some regard. But suddenly 10,000 gold lead, suddenly 11.5 thousand gold lead.
You got to think a Fire Giant is going to be the next major look for enemy.
How many times has Bacchus and Humbots jumped out of Agni stuns, Thor ults? It's just been I can't even count how many times this game. It's just over and over again.
Yes, you can. Come on.
It's been like the hallmark of this game, I'd say. That's, you know, when we think back to the games that were played at the SWC, we'll go, remember that game where enemy just dodged like every major stun on the side of Pain?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, and this is it. This is that one that we're talking about 2 weeks in the future.
Adjust, still clearing up. He's level 16 right now, 2 levels ahead of Mag. And he continues to farm. I mean, that's what he needs to do. The only level 20 on the board right now is Salt Machine, which is 2 levels ahead of Chaos, who's the next highest.
And he's 4 levels ahead of his lane opponent, Stalker. Oof. And some absurd amount of net worth, nearly 3,000 gold.
Is it really?
Yeah, and well, Vicium doing what Vicium does best, standing still and holding down left click.
I mean, and look at the two, the Warriors, right? It's a full Frostbound Hammer plus the end of the Stone of Gaia over the other Warrior. I mean,
look at the position again from enemy. Why is Pain down here?
I mean, why not?
Like, legitimately, why is he in that position? He came from behind that Sun Wukong while Bologna was taking blue buff.
He's trying to get back to the base here. They're going to need to make a defense. It seems like next is going to be the right side tier 2. They could also try to pressure for the left Phoenix. The left Phoenix being super worth right now as it'll provide pressure on the left side of the lane so they can try to go for the right side Fire Giant.
So I feel like Pain's best chance to get back into this game or win a team fight is either a fight on a Phoenix or a fight on Fire Giant. It looks like enemy might pull Fire Giant right now. Or it looks like they're just setting up for it.
I think they're perfectly happy just to force Pain to fight at Fire Giant, right? And that's got to be the call for now.
Salt Machine here.
They can't burst him down. I mean, they, you know, an extended engagement, maybe they find him, but they've...
That's all 3 Agni Bombs.
Yeah, they've isolated Thor over
Spirit
here.
Gun.
Oh my God!
Bang.
Chaos, once again, showing off why he is what I would say is maybe one of what should be one of the more feared mid laners in North America. I mean, that is an unbelievable amount of damage. Yeah, this
it's getting worse.
Could be getting pretty close to the pack where the base is going to get broken on the side of enemy. But I mean, to hit a ultimate and an unstable vortex at the same time on Giannis is pretty unbelievable there. As the City of Alpharetta will pick up yet another tower kill.
I do not see a level 16 Soul or a level 16 Sun Wukong in 21 minutes stealing this away. Not against 5.
I'm not going to say that I just like absolutely hate it and it's the worst thing ever, this Soul build, but it ain't good. Not in this situation. I mean,
yeah,
the second game in a row where he's gone for this full kind of mage build, and it just makes it way too easy for this Bologna to just laugh in his face. I mean, just simply
Vicium's low.
Going for that.
Stalker's lower.
Defense. Yeah, Stalker's going to get exploded in the CC chain there, but that Stone of Gaia completely mitigates anything Soul is able to do. Agni does have the Spear of the Magus to help out a little bit, but it just has been too little too late.
Just so smart by enemy. They knew they should pull off Fire Giant when Stalker went into his ult because they know the only way they can lose this game is if they get some kind of miracle.
Again. The teleport, does he take it? He's going in. They're trying for it. He does take to the sky. Thor is going to find nothing but retreat as the Fire Giant falls 12-2. Enemies looking real good.
22 minutes and 20 seconds into this one, enemy. They're going to fall back to their base, pick up their next set of items, and look to make their way in and start cracking away at some of these Phoenixes here. On track for about a 26-27 minute victory if they can break this space clean and easy. But with the XP and gold that they got, it doesn't look like it's much that Pain's going to be able to do to deny them.
I can think of 2 throws that were 15,000 gold or higher, both of which in my head date back to 2013.
Launch tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I'm talking like old school, like the bipolar method roster, right? I haven't seen that in a long time, which means Pain Gaming is basically praying at this point.
Yeah, I mean, like usually what we'll say in this kind of situation is that it's gotten past the point of a team fight. It's now you got to win a couple team fights, and one of them needs to be basically at the Fire Giant if you're going to have any chance of getting back to this game, because you're going to need to wipe all of the objectives. Can we take a quick look at the structure damage dealt by Pain Gaming here? And you'll notice that there is none.
Yep. That hurts. And look at Vedium, 54-60.
Yeah, that's, you know, that's just the way she goes, Brandon.
They're rushing down 2 lanes. I think we're going to see another split here. Salt Machine.
Pretty unbelievable that Sun Wukong didn't get a single in-hand off on a tier 1 tower as a solo laner.
It's got some minion hits.
Well, guys, enemy going to be looking to push into the base here. Let's take a listen in with the enemy comms as they look to close out Pain Gaming.
They're going to play for the blink. I'm going in. They're so fucking scared. Let's get
yeah, knocks us off on this side. They might be able
That's
to defend
one down.
Wait, there's a Wukong behind us. There's a Wukong behind us, guys. Just so you know.
Push your middle, push your middle. Push your middle here with me.
Yeah, I'm with you, Dad. I'm with you, Dad.
Wait, hold on.
Tank it, Dad.
Go for it, all.
Dad.
That's scary. Oh, okay. That's my heavenly, that's my shell. I'm in the back of that. Soul. Got him, boys. Keep going on Soul. Thor. Knock up. Turn back. Where you at? Soul, Thor. And we can just end the game.
Yeah.
Phoenix end game. Solo him.
Vicium putting the work to Thor there, kiting around, going back through that Giannis portal as well. And your enemy, we can end. Indeed you can. A deicide coming out on the side of Pain Gaming. An enemy will move on. Get another round as the North American Dark Horse takes down another opponent.
How many teams are they going to have to beat until they're taken seriously, Bart?
I would say that enemy
2 more?
is right now looking like, well, yeah, 2 more is a good one, but I mean, looking forward for enemies' next few matchups, I do think that this is potentially the #1 contender right now. I mean, how they played this tournament. Granted, we haven't seen Cloud9.
Yes.
We'll see how they play, but they look pretty damn good, does enemy.
That was incredible. I mean, Pain, they held their own for a long time against Epsilon, and it seems like enemy looked more just together.
Yeah, poised.
And you have to remember,
1 unit.
Pain had a huge lead at the start of this game, so it just shows how good of a team enemy is to come back like that.
Well, guys, with that wraps up the commentary desk for set number 2. Let's toss it down to Kelly Link with the ever so gregarious Pain Devion. Take it away, Kelly.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Bart. I am joined here by Pain Devion. Congratulations on your win. You know, your teammates are newer compared to a lot of the other North American European teams here, and a lot of people probably didn't give you the credit and your team the credit that they deserve. What do you have to say to those people now?
Every tournament, we go against anyone, doesn't matter. Predictions are Enemy's gonna lose against every single team. And guess what happens? Enemy wins. So I'm assuming in the next round against Paradigm, people are gonna predict that we're gonna lose, right? And guess what's gonna happen? And then in the finals, guess what's gonna happen? So here it is, boys.
All right, let's say you make it to the finals. Which team do you want to face?
I kind of want C9 to make it because NA Master Race, right? But but I kind of want to face Epsilon because they struggle against these guys, and we kind of just walked on them right now. So I mean,
I'm gonna take the mic away from you right now. All right, guys, we got Cloud9 versus QG coming up next. Let's go to the analysts.
All right, some strong words there from Enemy. You know, looking good.
The not America, but the North America. So,
North America.
Pain's from Canada, so it kind of counts. I guess.
We got our friends up north. You know what I mean? They're just a colder America anyway. With better health care. That's just essentially what they are.
Hey man,
right?
don't be. Let's not start with health care.
They have great health care.
They do have fantastic.
I'm complimenting, and they produce Justin Bieber. And Tom Green, and all these. I don't think that cheers for that. I'm almost certain that cheers not for that. Any case, though, everyone. I mean, it's been I would say a very stressful road for Pain Gaming, but Pain Gaming certainly fought valiantly. Enemy, just a talented squad. And they are, as we actually go ahead and take a look at the Logitech First Blood here in just a second. Adonis, why don't you set this one up for us?
So this was actually a pretty big misplay by Adjust. You could see here, he actually jumps onto the Agni after the Giannis gets the portal. But the Giannis is backing off, right? I mean, Chaos doesn't want to fight this. Just a miscommunication. And then Madruga is able to pick up the First Blood. So just a little bit of miscommunication. Adjust thought that they wanted to fight the 2v2 after they got that massive amount of poke. And Chaos didn't, so.
Yeah, so that, of course, folks, when you're talking about Enemy, right, this team, they are, as Bart had said, the North American dark horse, right? Now, was that Bort being Bort, or was that actually the case? Or, are these teams now the North American dark horse? Because even DM said, how many teams do these guys need to beat? Of course, the joke is 2. But, I mean, take them seriously, right?
Yeah, so definitely, I think Enemy is the Titan of last year, where no matter who they were going against, people, that's right? People were saying they're not going to win, right? They're like, they were not going to win this game, they're not going to win this one, and then they win it. They're like, they're not going to win this one, and then they win it.
We all thought last year that you guys sucked, essentially.
I mean, okay, all right. I'm gonna agree. Everyone came in saying, nah, Titan aren't gonna win, they're gonna lose this match, and you know what? They were wrong. But I think that Pain Deviant, we were
for the final.
Until they were right.
Until they were right.
All right.
But honestly, too soon. Too soon.
I think that I think that Pain is taking the team in a different direction. We were the traditional underdogs, we were nice, and I think Pain is going for he's going for the villains. That all that talk on stage, he is going for the bad boy of Smite. So honestly, I think that's refreshing.
It's so hard to see.
It's great for storytelling.
They were smiling the whole time. Like you can't. It's like kind of like being a bad boy and like grinning from ear to ear. It's just I don't know. Either that or like I said before, you're just crazy. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's what Pain is. All right, so let's go ahead and talk about this matchup here. Game 2, you ended up seeing Adjust just doing work again. I mean, absolutely talented player there. What were some of the takeaways in the jungle for you?
Just kind of losing that First Blood, losing his red pot. He was, not only 400 or 500 gold behind because he lost First Blood, but also that 450 additional gold for losing that red pot. But he was able to just farm up nicely. There wasn't crazy engagements, and he played a very defensive style until he finally got even, and then he could find picks in the jungle, just like on this Agni here.
It was incredible play coming out from Pain Gaming yet again in the early game. We saw them playing very strongly, not making any mistakes until the point where all the mistakes were made. It's so strange to see that they can play so strong up to a point, and then you can see it slowly starting to fall apart as the North American, European metas really start to come together, where the focus is all on that mid game.
So speaking of the North American, European meta, actually we'll get to that in a second and talk about map control here at 5 minutes in. So mid Harpies control for Pain Gaming, they were looking really good there. at that 5-minute mark, you know, winning that a little bit more than Enemy was. But then as we started to see the game progress, you like a seesaw, just swung right over to the other side, and then Enemy from there just kept the good times rolling on.
It's definitely one of those areas where it's just Pain Gaming has that great start and the picks are strong, and I love being able to see all of these incredible picks coming out, but Enemy showing veteranship, coming out saying, hey, even if we lose a little bit in the early game, that's fine, we're going to transition, and they had such strong jungle clear there at the end of the game. You saw getting upwards of 60% of the jungle. That's just showing how much dominance they had towards the end of the game.
For me, a big part of this was Salt Machine, and I think that we've seen through this tournament, Bologna is tearing it up. You know, maybe it's a new cinematic, it's really hyping all the Bologna players up, but she is actually ridiculous at the moment. Her win rate and pick rate is through the roof. Do you think that maybe teams are going to start banning her out now?
I think she's definitely going to start to see some bans pretty quickly here. I mean, I think she was banned once or twice.
It's Epsilon and Fanatic are the only teams that have banned her out so far. So clearly those teams, because they were scrimming each other, have figured it out. You know what, she's not worth that.
Well, I had thought in game 2 that Pain would ban out Bologna.
I thought that was definitely a possibility as well.
Because, you know, the Xingten went early, and that's one god you got to be careful about. And then everyone, I mean, it was a kind of just like a meme in the crowd with DM at this point where Bologna was just, you know, too good. And everyone's like, yeah, Bologna. You know,
it's like, yeah, Brandon's like, what is this? And the crowd go, Bologna!
Yeah, that's it.
It's just Bologna things.
It's just, yeah, you know, just another day in the office for Bologna. So I don't know. Honestly, I think that, you know, that should have been their plan. And the fact that they didn't do that, maybe they felt like that Sun Wukong could counter it, which did not happen, like, at all.
The worst part, I think, about the Sun Wukong is that I also bought a red pot, 450 gold, and then like I think like 5 or 6 minutes in, he was already 1,000 gold behind, plus the 450 he invested. You buy the red pot to either look for a kill very early, or you need it to help your clear. Didn't help him either way, and he really struggled. And right now, solo laners kind of across the world are being some of the biggest difference makers in these matches. There's never, very few games are going into late game with the solo laners having been even. One's usually dominating the other and making a much bigger impact.
When your solo laner is behind, it's so much harder to win right now in Smite because you need them for that mid-game transition. They're going to have the teleport so they can get to the team fight. And if your solo laner is 2 levels above the other solo laner, that's an incredible difference. And especially if it's a Bologna, there's nothing you can do.
Yeah, you know, and just real quick, yeah, Ataraxia, you know, you also have dabbled in the solo laner realm. A lot of question marks for that Sun Wukong pick. Everyone was like, really? Like, you guys were questioning that quite a bit. And I want to reference a statement I made earlier where it's like, you know, there were other options, but they just went with this one. Why, right? And why do you think that's the case? Is it, and when we even asked QE, he said, you know, he's not very familiar with, you know, Sun Wukong being played by Pain. So what was the reasoning behind it? Was it just because hoping that the red pot really worked out for them?
Yeah, I mean, Wukong was a very popular pick before his most recent nerfs. And the one way that he beat Bologna in lane was by going for the red pot. I said off air, you know, they picked this Wukong. He has to go red pot, otherwise he's just going to get smashed. And then he got smashed anyway, regardless of it, so it just made it worse. But I think that was basically the thinking, because Wukong outside of lane, that's where he really struggles at the moment, is in lane, because he gets bullied so much because he doesn't have a lot of HP anymore. But outside of lane, he has a fantastic kit, especially with some CDR on board, to really just keep dishing out damage. And he's never the first one to die. He's always there until the very end, and that's kind of the strength of Wukong, in that maybe you pick him to match Bologna's presence in team fights, but obviously if you don't get out of the lane early, at the same time, and even, then it doesn't pan out.
Well, unfortunately for Pain, their journey ends here. But Enemy will continue to live on and fight another day. They move on to the next round where they will face off against Paradigm. As you can see in the bracket, that's going to take place tomorrow. Our first matchup at the top of the show. Super excited for this one. You guys should be in the crowd as well. Coming up next, though, we have the crowd favorites. Everyone knows and loves them. The 2015 SMITE World Champions. Cloud9 will be facing off against China's QG Reapers. I'm a big C9 fan myself. FYI, just want to say this because you know how I've been right all weekend long. Okay. You know this guy. 2015 SMITE World Championships. Who picked Cog Prime to win? This guy. It was my first time doing this thing, too.
Freighter.
You know? So, well, I hate to break it to you, man, but
That's actually why.
That's why we lost. It's Golden Boy's predictions. He's always right.
The golden prediction. There you
You
go.
owe me a lot of money, Golden Boy.
But before we go, though, as a matter of fact, we want to let you guys know about some of the cool things that we are doing here at the SMITE World Championships. Things that you guys can purchase at home. Actually, pretty cool things as well. So Bonafide's doing an awesome buy one, get one half off sale, okay, on the Pantheon shirts. All you got to do is go to smite.clothing. Now, I did not know that .clothing was an actual domain name. It literally blew my mind away. So just go to the site for the pure epicness of that ending domain name. How is it?
It's not SmiteClothing.com.
No, it's not SmiteClothing.com. It's literally Smite.clothing.
You have no idea how confusing it's been all year.
I can only, that just blew my mind away, man. It was like a revelation. Also, our friends at Hit Points are actually doing a cool thing as well. All you got to do is go to smite.hitpoint.tv. Use the promo code HPSWC. 10% all Smite merch, people. So once again, go to smite.hitpoint.tv. 10% using that promo code HPSWC. And lastly, one of the things that I actually want to talk about, because it's funny, you know, we sit here at the desk, we talk about a lot of the promotions and things that we're doing here. And Jetpack Fighter actually came out for Hi-Rez. And you can actually get the awesome Leona Nemesis skin in Smite by trying out the new iOS game. And I actually want to show you guys something, because last night I was in my hotel room, and I was bored. I was actually watching Barack Obama's town hall meeting thing, you know, because that's what I do, right? I'm not a very entertaining person. And I decided, you know what? I'm going to download Jetpack Fighter. So I did. I downloaded Jetpack Fighter, and then I opened up my fighter section, and I end up getting Nemesis in the game. You can actually play as Nemesis in the game. Look at that. Nemesis right there. Right, I got these giant gloves on her because it punches harder. It's actually pretty cool. So I honestly, I know people are like, oh, totally were paid to say that. Look, man, either way, right? I think the game's cool. So check it out if you get a chance. Pretty cool game and really fun to play. So once again, Jetpack Fighter's in the iOS store. Give that one a try. But that's going to do it for us right now. But in the meantime, though, we're going to go to a break. When we come back, we are going to have Cloud9 G2A versus QG Reapers. Don't go anywhere, and we'll see you guys on the other side.
You have chosen wisely, Grasshopper. I am the Dojo Grandmaster, or something like that. Just getting my yellow belt should be enough to crush these guys. Can I get some nunchucks? Hiya! Power up! Shisha! Skadoosh! My moves are fast as lightning. This thing barely even fought back. Hey, nice try, big guy. Everybody was kung fu fighting. Hey, I'm a martial arts master. Well, I've been practicing for 3 days, which is pretty much forever to me. I'm gonna hit you and it's gonna be like whoosh, and you're gonna be like, eh. Ancient kung fu secret. Use wards. I ward. So did my father and his father before him.
Here we are in none other than the wonderful, wonderful SMITE Hi-Rez, the conference room here where everything is taking place. And I am not alone. I'm not standing around here. I'm joined by the wonderful Amanda from the community team at Hi-Rez. Amanda, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. This has been just an amazing experience.
Now, Amanda, beyond just being somebody that you're talking to from the community side, also has gone ahead and I'd say kind of hit it out of the park in her Bologna cosplay. Tell us a little bit about this.
Yeah, so I'm dressed up as Battle Maiden Bologna, who is Bologna's recolor. I've done it through Cosplay Q Up, our YouTube show, and it's just been so much fun to make this armor and have people recognize me here.
Now, a big question is, a lot of people ask, especially in events, how long does it take to put something like this together?
Well, I've been working on this for most of the year, so I'd say 80 hours. Yeah, a lot of Netflix.
A lot of Netflix, a lot of dedication. We love that. Now, people that are totally dedicated to cosplay are actually going to have a huge moment in the sun here at the SMITE World Championships tomorrow. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so we're having our cosplay contest tomorrow at 11. So if you're in costume, come down to the media room at 11 a.m. We're going to show off some cosplayers a little bit earlier, too, and we're so excited for that.
I hope that maybe if I ask really nicely, Amanda will actually join me maybe on the pre-game show tomorrow, and we can actually meet some of the cosplayers there. What's on the line for the guys that have all come down and are taking part in the cosplay competition?
Well, besides bragging rights, we have these beautiful medals, as well as $20,000 in prizes.
I'm sorry, I think you may have a fan. Hey, look, the competition is amazing. The cosplay is fantastic. Amanda, listen, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. Thank this guy for falling in love, which is totally understandable. Well played, GG. Anything you want to say to the people who are out there from the community side?
Well, if you're not cosplaying, you totally should, because it's a ton of fun and it's a great way to show Smite and your passions.
Absolutely, couldn't have said it better. Guys, Amanda, round of applause, Bologna stuff. Everybody here, you guys having fun? They are indeed. Back over, there's lots more to come.
是因为我前几年一直在玩游戏吧，想打出点成绩证明自己。
I've played a lot of the MOBAs, you know, I've played every single one, but there was something there because I really enjoyed playing World of Warcraft, you know, the PvP arena aspect, and I love playing MOBAs, Dota 2, and Smite was the mix, you know, it was perfect for me as soon as I got into it competitively, it was awesome.
What drew me into Smite competitively, and Smite in general, was the third-person mechanic. I really liked World of Warcraft and other third-person games like that. And I like the whole MOBA idea of League of Legends, but I didn't really like the top-down perspective a whole lot. It kind of confused me, and it wasn't as immersive. And then when I heard about Smite, it was just crazy cool, and so I jumped into that.
I started playing Global Agenda when I was like 10 years old, and as that was sort of dying down, a bunch of my friends got me into Smite, so I just sort of transitioned, and it was fun.
The third-person view really captured my interest in the game compared to other games like League of Legends, which is more bird's-eye view, and I prefer the third-person view because that's the old games that I used to play with those type of games.
打神之浩劫职业的话，首先，我非常喜欢神之浩劫这个游戏，出于兴趣，然后慢慢的，因为，你想玩一个游戏的话，就会想把它玩得更好，然后慢慢的，你想越来越好之后，到最后就肯定是走上职业这条路了。
Before I played Smite, I played a lot of League of Legends, like not pro level, but like pretty high level, and like some friends started playing Smite, and they wanted me to start playing with them, and I just thought Smite was a lot more fun than League of Legends at the time, so I started playing, and then like I felt I was pretty good, you know. It was only casual when I was leveling up.
我打职业的原因的话，应该是有一群大家有共同爱好的朋友一起来玩这个游戏，所以说才一起来打职业。
Natural progression, really. I started playing Smite because it was a similar game to World of Warcraft, which I played for 7 years, and it was I always wanted to try a MOBA. So as soon as I saw Smite, which was similar enough, I tried it, and since then I've been playing it, and the competitive side of it came naturally.
I mean, I've always been into competitive games. I played Halo 1, 2, and 3 professionally. Then I joined the Navy, then I wanted to continue the professional gaming career, and I literally Googled free-to-play MOBA, saw Smite, downloaded it, and then three years later I win the World Championship. It's pretty nice.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the SMITE World Championship 2016. We're going to get ready for our next matchup, Cloud9 versus QG Reapers. Of course, joining me is my partner in crime, Adonis, as well as the pride of Brazil, the ever-so-charismatic QE3Q. And, of course, he once played an extra in The Sopranos, the one and only Anatoly. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good, man.
Did you die in that episode?
Yeah, I did. I was just an extra, man. You know, like they couldn't handle me.
You could have been a star.
You could have been a star. You could have done big things. But you know what? Smite deserves you.
It's a good option.
It's a good fallback, you know? In any case, so guys, big thank you for joining us here. It's been a fun day so far. It's going to be our third series of the day. Of course, we have 4 matchups. We saw at the top of the broadcast there, OMG facing off, and unfortunately for them, losing their game against Paradigm. Paradigm moving forward to tomorrow. On the other side, You had Enemy facing off against Pain. Enemy moves on to face Paradigm tomorrow, but now it leaves us at our third matchup. The hometown heroes, as it was said before, the 2015 SMITE World Championship team Cloud9 versus QG Reapers, a squad that was the first seed coming out of China, or excuse me, second seed coming out of China, but first in our hearts, of course. And
they were Doja's dog last year.
They were Doja's dog. They were
back.
here as well. So I guess before the game starts, let's talk a bit about QG real fast. This team, you know, having a tough road here. They ended up defeating Avant-Garde, a squad that many felt were a formidable, you know, opponents with, you know, lots of experience and a great record, you know, in their region. But QG looked dominant in their game.
It's just that aggression factor coming out of QG and all of China. We saw it earlier with OMGB also. Taking a very early lead against Paradigm in Game 1, finding some nice kills and picks, and I expect QG Reapers to be the same thing. We're going to see a lot of early aggression against them. Unfortunately, though, they're running into Cloud9, who are very experienced in dealing with janky strats. We saw in the Super Regionals, facing off against Cognitive Gaming, who ran probably one of the most interesting strategies we've seen. They also played Anubis. They ran a Nemesis and a Guan Yu as well, and they like role swapped them and went for early Gold Furies. They got like Hog 3 super early, so they have experience dealing with cheesy, janky, and very early aggressive strats, and I think Cloud9 is going to respond nicely.
Anatoly?
Yeah, they might get off guard depending on how QG Reaper starts off the game, similar to how OMGB started off the game against Paradigm. But I think that as the game progresses later on, I think that just Cloud9 is going to be able to win the team fights, get the objectives, and then just close the game out, depending on how the homework from QG Reapers will, depending on the early game, but I think Cloud9 definitely has it.
What about for you, Kiwi?
Yeah, I agree. I think it's good that QG, it's the first time the SMITE is playing today, so they got to warm up in a little bit. But they really get really good stuff from the crowd, because the crowd just loves Cloud9.
Yeah.
And I think we all do. But
well, Cloud9's first in your hearts. Whoa, are you coming over to this side here?
Are you cheering on America?
I am.
Oh man, Ataraxia is left alone now.
Oh man, well yeah, no, he can just go ahead and live in his, you know, hate box. Okay,
His
Ataraxia.
second place at Worlds.
I mean,
hate box.
that's
he's
just,
like,
he's not even here to defend himself,
I know,
man.
that's why I got to take the best shots now, so I don't get anything in return.
So okay, now Cloud9, they had an interesting start to their run, but we'll talk about Cloud9 in a few. But I actually want to go ahead and intro you all, for those of you who are just joining us, to QG Reapers.
Shogo Reapers. Mikasa. Yuan. Knight. I am Master Lu.
And there you have it, folks. QG Reapers. Knight getting a good cheer from the crowd. Everyone loves his unique play. Great player, you know, and definitely deserving to be here at the SMITE World Championships. But now Cloud9, we got to get back to this this professed love that you have, QE3Q, about, you know, Cloud9. Because what's going on here?
I mean, my team name was We Love Bacon back then, so I guess I'm half American, you know?
There you go.
Oh, there we go.
There you go. Bacon is the way of life, buddy. Look at my gut, and I'll tell you exactly the way you got to live your life. It could lead to some heart problems down the line, but it's okay.
It's worth it.
Well worth the 30 years that you'll be alive. In any case, Anatoly, you have a lot of experience with Cloud9. This team, since 2015, you know, just continue to see their meteoric rise. Everyone loves them. I guess my question for you is, do you see Cloud9 dropping a game in this series?
In this series, no, not at all. They're too experienced. They've been around together for a while. You know, they made the roster change with Baskin replacing Omega, but honestly, that was a plug-in play. So he fills the same exact role, the same exact gods, and it's the same Cloud9 that we all know from before.
Do you see Cloud9 trying anything new, given the situation, or
not in this
they respect their opponents, are going to play their game?
I think North America, you know, Cloud9's always been at the top of this roster, and they've always kind of played in their own refined meta. You never see anything crazy or innovative from them. Not immediately at a tournament, right? Maybe over, you know, a couple months they'll throw in a couple picks here or there, but they play a very standard meta, and I expect all these players to play maybe just 2 or 3 gods throughout the tournament. Maybe Analyst does something and expands it a little bit, but outside of that, it'll be pretty standard.
Yeah, C9 definitely leans on Analyst a lot throughout every single play that they have in store, that they're just going to keep rolling off of any god that he goes. He's going to go off of the momentum that he does in the early game. Whether he plays off of Baskin or MLC stuff, we'll have to see their god compositions, but they definitely rely heavily on Analyst.
I accept them to play their confident picks, especially in this matchup against QG Reapers. But later on in the tournament, maybe we'll see something new from Cloud9. I'm not sure.
All right, well, folks, let's introduce you all to Cloud9.
Cloud9, G2A. Baskin. And instead. MLC Stell. Jeff Hindler. Barracuda.
Cuda Mania running wild in here, you know? Cuda Mania.
There you go.
That's
Okay.
a good one. Yeah, brother.
I think the I think the Sex got more cheers than Barracuda there.
Look, we just need to take a moment to talk about the sexual beast known as Jeff Hindler.
Man.
I mean, look at this man's beard.
He knows it's about him too. He's trying so hard to concentrate.
So I hit up my boy, you know, JJ, and I was like, hey, JJ, what do you think about including Jeff the Sex Hindler in episode 8? And he said, I would love to, but I'm not directing it. And I was like, you know, JJ, that's just a fault. You missed out on an opportunity. We get it. You know, Chewbacca's all lovable and stuff, but Jeff the Sex Hindler, I mean, come on, look at this man. Look at this man. He puts Daniel Bryan's beard to shame.
I rubbed it yesterday for good luck. Like I just needed success at the analyst desk in my predictions, so I rubbed it. So far, 2 for 0 in predictions.
Yeah, actually, you also got to rub the beard as well.
I did.
It's a majestic thing, isn't it?
It's to get luck, you know.
Did it give you powers?
It does.
It does. Yes, confirm.
He's going to start to float off the analyst desk.
A little bit of just curious sends. And then, you know, a hair just grows from his beard. Oh, man. Anatoly, I mean, this must sting for you because you're an American player and everyone loves the sex. What's going on here?
Hey, I mean, I actually got a chance to spend a night in Atlanta one time with him.
This is getting weird.
Yeah, I mean, behind closed doors, when you're with the sex, anything goes.
Oh! Ay, Dios mío! Hi!
This is an English cast.
I know this is, but sometimes, you know, you just got to bust out the broken Spanish. My goodness gracious. In any case, all right, people. So we've had quite the day so far here for day number 2, but day 1 actually saw some awesome matchups, most notably the enemy Fanatic matchup. But before we get into the game, let's recap day 1.
Here we are, live on the stage at SMITE World Championship, Day 2, match number 3. I have a sneaking suspicion that you guys are pretty excited about this one. Now, come on, guys. You've been making a lot of noise. I feel like this is kind of your middle motor. I feel like you can do better. Are you really excited to see this match go down? I know you are going to show some serious love here. Knight, how are you feeling? How is your team doing?
We will win for China.
Win for China. Guys, show some love. Come on. Now on this side, a man who needs no introduction, but I'll do it anyway. Andy, how you doing?
Doing pretty good. Easy game, easy life.
All right, guys, few words, I can understand that. There's a lot riding on the line. I'm going to ask you to shake hands, gentlemen. The best of luck to you both. Back to your teams. Guys, come on. Are you ready for this? Ladies and gentlemen, please, you've come all this way. You've made your way to sitting in these chairs, watching us. This is your moment. Show some love. I do think we are ready to go into this. Guys, are you all ready to see Cloud9 play? Picks and bans.
All right, folks, here we go. Time for the picks and bans for Cloud9 and QG Reapers. Game number 1 in our third matchup of the day. Okay, he's happy. We get it. He's really happy. Just giddy with excitement here.
Stealth is always the happiest on his team, I think. And Analyst throwing out some words, some shots there.
Yeah, you know, I mean,
tonight.
You just got to, it's for the highlight reel, you know, at the end of the day.
He's got to have a,
Because Knight's had way too many. Knight has just been on the money every single time he's spoken. So here we go with the Zeus ban. Smart to get rid of Zeus for QG because they do enjoy using that god. And Soul on the other side for QG to Cloud9.
I like the Zeus ban away from Knight. He's been, you know, one of the strongest members on QG Reaper. So taking away a comfort pick and honestly one of the best mages in the game right now is a smart look. Sobek ban, I'm a little bit surprised at from Cloud9. Maybe just something they don't want to deal with.
They're leaving Xingchen and Bologna open here. They're expecting a Xingchen ban. They're probably going to pick up Bologna. Sobek is a good counter to Bologna in the solo lane, so that's the thought process behind that.
Oh, well, Giannis gets through as well. So that means Bologna and Xingchen, and as quick as I said it, couldn't even finish my sentence. Xingchen is locked in already. I think this will be the first time we see Xingchen played, or in a while, I would say. First time in a while.
Yeah, it's been banned for most of today. People just don't want to deal with it. And immediately, QG Reapers, they know they're going to be, that's going to be the matchup in the solo lane. It's the one we're going to be seeing all week until Bologna and Jink both start getting banned. Bologna expected to have the early game here, and it looks like QG Reapers, they're going to go for their aggression again. Neef locked in for the Hunter.
Yeah, so Bologna's going to be able to control the early laning phase, but as soon as team fights go around, Xingchen definitely going to make a bigger impact.
Oh.
A Moose and Cobb being highlighted.
He's trolling. He's not going to.
He might actually lock this in.
There's a high chance he locks
it in. Okay. Look at Vera's face. He wanted to play a Moose and Cobb. He still could.
So troll. So troll.
Wait, what
I mean,
safe to play AMC anymore, QE?
It have Neef, so I mean, actually Neef is in the same lane, so it's basically you can pick Muzinka because there's still Tor in the table. There's so many global ultis on the table, so it's hard.
Get dove too easily. Very defensive.
And Tor is a little bit better than Muzinka.
Surely Knight is trolling here.
No, this is Knight. This is he's the one who actually plays Anubis.
Yeah, but like we saw what happened with Anubis, and I expected that. Like you just don't risk it. You know, you want to give Cloud. I know that Anubis is great for Knight, but you want to give Cloud9 your best, in my opinion.
Yeah, and also taking away Nuwa from MLC Stealth. That's one of his go-to gods as well, so that's a good strategy coming out of QG Reapers.
Banning phase here. QG might target a Hunter they don't want to deal with, considering they have Neith locked on the board, and yeah, they don't want to give Barracuda Hou-Yi. Hou-Yi we actually haven't seen too often. I think we've only seen him once so far this tournament. Hasn't made a big impact, but probably a matchup that they don't want to deal with. Master Lu doesn't want to fight.
There are a lot of options for Hunter right now, I would say, for Cloud9.
Chiron's still open.
What was that?
Chiron's still open. I want to see Chiron again.
Yeah, Chiron. Yeah, you could realistically see Chiron.
That'd be a very tanky, sustain-oriented comp too. Chiron very hard to lock down. His ult giving him death immunity, potential to revive if you kill someone while he's in there.
Especially with the Caprice support, yeah.
Okay, and Athena taking a seat, gets banned here. And over to QG Reapers.
I almost would have liked to, I mean, obviously I don't want to deal with Athena, but I almost would have liked to see a Thanatos ban, considering that we know QG will run that, especially against a Kepri, can go through the execute, but it looks like they're highlighting Naja. And
Naja locked in.
This could be support. This is not 100% jungle. They ran Naja support in the Chinese regional finals.
Speaking of Naja, if this is jungle, that 2v2 matchup between Balone and Naja is a little bit stronger than the Thor Xingchen, so there could be a potential invade coming out of QG Reapers as Chiron does get locked in there for
You're
a very
so happy. You're so happy, QE. It's disgusting how happy.
You know what he'd be really happy about? If Chiron and Agni were both picked up by Cloud9.
That'd be the best
Same
team
time.
ever.
Yeah, well, still hope is there? No, maybe, probably not.
Poseidon, though. Poseidon is actually my most second play guy.
And Poseidon locked in there, so that is going to be very interesting.
The wombo combo between Thor and Poseidon just works so well together, the synergy that they provide. So Anister's going to set up MLC for a lot of easy Kraken kills.
I expect to see a lot of stealth and Anister synergy. That's, Andy can't stealth. That's what, this team has been known for a long time. And he started camping Baskin a little bit when he first joined the team, but Baskin, he can hold his own now. There's going to be a lot of focus on that jungle mid synergy.
Cloud9 usually looks to fight at mid camps with Jeff, Andy, and stuff. They really have a really good synergy.
So this final pick will basically tell you where that Naja is going to go.
Is it going to be support or is it going to be jungle? And it's going to be support. That's Thanatos jungle. And that Thanatos will be able to execute through Khepri.
And it's locked in. All right, folks. Lightning round predictions. Go.
C9.
Cloud9.
C9.
All right. Well, the analysts have spoken. It is now time for Cloud9 and QG Reapers to take the stage here at the SMITE World Championships quarterfinals. It's time to go ahead, toss it over to our casters.
Thanks a lot, Golden Boy and crew. Fantastic pick, Bandface. I mean, right away, we're taking a look at a Thanatos in the jungle and a Naja support. I mean, what do you want to see?
Hold up. Let's find out when we get in game, because that could be Thanatos support as well, Naja jungle.
I mean, Rafford did it once way back when.
It could be. I'm just saying, it could possibly be.
All right, so Zapman, you flirted with the jungle a little bit. I know you like Naja. Talk to me about the pluses, less so the minuses. Talk to me about the pluses of what Naja brings to the table.
Yeah, what Naja brings to the table is the fear factor. If you get too close to Naja, she has the potential to ultimate you, which brings you up to the sky, does a lot of damage to you. And when you land, it basically sets you up for all the damage from the enemy team. So it's high risk, high reward, because if you miss the Naja.
Sorry, I should say good matchup against Thor as well.
Yeah, it's pretty decent against her.
Because
you could stun out the spin.
Exactly, and one of the things that I like about Thanatos in that regard is looked at as the anti-Thor. The Berserker's Barrage, well, there's a silence for that. Thor goes up, so can Thanatos. So Thanatos in the jungle is going to do a good job at following around the Thor as well, but more importantly, there's a Khepri. Tell me about the interaction between Khepri and Thanatos.
Well, the Khepri and Thanatos interaction, obviously you can execute through the blessing, the Scarab's blessing that he can put on with his ultimate, so you can still find the kills. What I'm looking for, though, is the fact that there's very safe lanes from Cloud9. I expect them to look for the Neath all the time. That's going to be the real pick they're going to have to go for here.
Yeah, I was curious to see if Cloud9 was going to bring out any experimental picks here against the Chinese team, but they really went for a standard Cloud9 comp. They love to have an aggressive support. That's why they banned out the Sobek. Sobek's one of their favorite picks from personal experience. I know they love that. Yeah. They like the kill potential that Khepri brings, and also they banned out the Athena, which is another aggressive support in lane.
Yeah. I think these comps on paper, overall, I think both teams are quite happy with what they drafted. They drafted comfort for the most part.
Oh, yeah.
Even Stealth going for the Poseidon, very, very comfortable god for him. Nothing too extravagant or crazy.
Yeah, that was a very interesting pick. Hitterman and I sort of looked at each other, hey, why Poseidon? And that man said something, but I wasn't really listening. I'll listen this time. Why Poseidon here?
Well, both us and Cloud9, we have a lot of experience together, and a lot of the time run Naja Poseidon, and the other pick to it is Thor Poseidon. And he's a lot more comfortable with Thor over the Naja. But they both do the same thing. Thor lands from the sky, guarantees the Poseidon pull Kraken, and looked for them to be aggressive at the mid-Harpies when no one has actives yet.
Don't forget, though, as well, that these guys have been waiting all week for this game.
Right.
Cloud9's first game is today. They had to sit and watch Paradigm. They saw everybody play yesterday, and now this is finally their moment. The first game for Paradigm today, a little bit shaky. I expect Paradigm, I think Cloud9 is going to go for comfortable, get themselves set up, get themselves in the zone, and then game two, probably turn it up.
One of the things that I was looking at specifically as well was on the side of Chaogu was the Thanatos pick. It came out after the Poseidon. One of the big things that Thanatos brings to the table is using that ultimate early in the game, not for the executes, but for the setup. Well, when you do that to Poseidon, the results can be bad for the Thanatos.
Yeah, Poseidon is kind of like Zeus. If you don't kill him right away, he has 100-0 turnaround potential. So they have to be very careful how Thanatos uses his ultimate to engage on the Poseidon.
Yeah, if Thanatos lands down and Poseidon lasts throughout that stun, there's a Kraken right underneath the
Right, waiting for
Thanatos
the Thanatos.
where he doesn't want. So mid lane, if they are going to look at that Poseidon, it's going to have to be absolute just domination, very quick on the money for that. Taking a look towards the solo lane, it's pretty standard, honestly. Qingqian versus Bologna.
Well, hopefully. You know, I mean, I don't know where Nija's going. I don't know where Thanatos is going yet, so we can't say where we know where Bologna's going.
That's true. There's a lot of ambiguity on the side of the Chinese squad, which can actually be a very good thing. That said, if Cloud9 has done their homework, they can tell that the Chinese final regionals, we saw the support Naja. So we have a little bit of insight because we sat there and watched the games. Does Cloud9? That's the real question.
Yeah, but the one thing that Cloud9 is looking at with the draft is that the Chinese team picked 4 physical characters. So all they have to do is basically itemize for physical defense, and that is the type of defensive items that you want to get.
And QG, the biggest issue they have is their individual skill is very, very strong, but their team fights is where they kind of let themselves go. They're not very good at objective fight focus after they actually win a fight. Cloud9, on the other hand, they will abuse every single second they can of putting the pressure on them.
One of the big things about the whole situation, though, that you really have to think about is the idea of a LAN meta. We really dove deep into this during the Super Regionals, which was almost a week-long tournament, right? And the LAN meta that's going to come out is really the big thing that we noticed about the Chinese teams is their reluctance to go for the objectives early on. They like to be very, very safe. What we saw earlier today, OMG already made that adjustment. Yesterday, almost no objectives. Today, we saw OMG go for the early Gold Fury. Do you think Xiaogu has made the same adjustments that OMG had?
I mean, I hope they do. They need to be taking these Gold Furies. They need to protect the Gold Furies. They need to be able to sneak them to even have a chance against Cloud9.
Big difference is LAN meta is still early in the days right now. Day 1, no one's going to really show too much. We've seen the same sort of picks and bans. We said this earlier on. Day 2, where we are now, we may start to see 1 or 2 things. I don't think we'll see much out of Cloud9 that's special today, but I tell you what, the game 4 today is when we will start seeing things because that one is not clear cut.
That's very true. Touching back on that LAN meta, so much ISIS today. I tweeted out earlier, I was surprised that we saw so much ISIS. She's very strong, but not as much Giannis, etc., that I would have expected to see. In this game specifically, we don't see the ISIS. So on the side of QG, it's going to be a very curious situation to see how that mid lane goes. But again, that Kepri pick. Let's talk about that dual lane one more time. Zatman, I'm going to touch on you for the ADC knowledge, or the Hunter knowledge, rather. Talk to me about which team you think is going to be able to put on the early pressure in the long lane.
It's pretty much a rule of thumb for all dual lanes. If whichever dual lane has the Kepri, has the pressure. And on top of that, they have Chiron, which has great clear, great sustain on top of the Kepri passive with the shield. They're an unkillable lane.
However, though, you say unkillable, but if it is Nisha and Neath in the same lane, their wave clear is quite strong, and they do have kill potential as well.
Yeah, I mean, I've never seen the Naja Neath lane before. I've never really faced against it, so I'm actually really excited to see what happens.
You don't play ranked? No one plays support. They're just like, I'll play Nisha.
I mean, the Naja support is something that we have. It's not completely unheard of. As we said, the Chinese played it during their regionals, but even in North America, shouts to Aurora, who's not on the stage right now. He's been casting along with us. He's known for these aggressive sort of assassin supports. Naja's seen their time in the sun, and Ionic, the support player for what used to be Team Solo Mid, he actually has brought out the Naja in a couple of regular season games and even LAN games. So, I mean, Naja in that support role, there's a couple of things he does. He's got a slow, he's got a sash. Use your imagination and tell me where you expect to see this Naja support, if it is support, make an impact.
I expect to see the Naja support coupled with the Neath help the Thanatos gank that duo lane. Really just set it up, guarantee the Thanatos size, guarantee the Thanatos ultimate, and hopefully executes. And I expect to see a lot of action in the duo lane.
Yeah, there's a hand-in-hand combination with what goes up. When Naja goes up and comes down, sometimes the character lives with a sliver of HP. Who's great at killing things with a sliver of HP? It's Thanatos.
And I agree with that, man. Because over on the duo side, we're also going to see what Cloud9 are going to do. Andy's probably going to come and babysit that lane. Not because he has to, it's just that solo lane's going to be very, very hard to kill. Middle lane's going to be very hard to kill, but there is a Neath there, and Zapman's going to talk about how good Thor is against Neath.
Gank the Neath. Well, we're finally going to go ahead and think about getting into game, but the last thing that I wanted to touch upon before we actually jump onto the battlefield is the idea of warm-up or whatnot. QG played yesterday. They went out and they got their practice almost. As we said, they've made adjustments thus far. Cloud9, this is their first game. You've played in this situation before. How does that impact? Is it a positive that Cloud9 maybe have got more rest, or is that a negative that they might not be so hot?
It's definitely a negative. I mean, you want to get those kind of warm-up games in. You want to get the feel for the stage, get the feel for the crowd. No matter how much of a veteran you may think you are, you do get nervous at the beginning of every LAN.
It's true.
And, you know, you want to find your bearings, feel, you know, get comfortable with the mouse and the surface and all that. And every time I've seen a Chinese team play another game, they seem more and more comfortable, and it looks like they make more and more plays.
One thing, though, that China haven't had to deal with yet, and
What's
nobody's had to deal with yet, is the crowd.
That is true.
And the crowd, I'm pretty sure, is on Cloud9's side. It sounds that way anyway for most of the day.
You know what? Shouts
I
to
mean,
the
look,
crowd.
I mean, I wasn't even trying to get him to do that, but like, that was a light one from what we heard
the crowd's
earlier.
been pretty active, but I do got to give a lot of credit. I love the amount of love that has been shown to QG, specifically Knight, If, and Master Lu. Towards the end of those introductions, I think we've got some fans of the Chinese squads in here as well. So there's a lot of Cloud9 fans going on, but I think we've got more of an even arena than you might have thought.
I'll be honest, Knight turned around and said, you know, he's going to win for China, and I guarantee you Europe will be very, very happy if he won for them too.
Well, maybe right now we're going to see if Knight's words ring true, and if he will bring the win home for China, or, as if Analyst said, easy game, easy life.
Beginning of this one, let's exactly see what's going to happen. I wonder if we're going to see an invade out of this composition. It's going to be Bologna and the Thanatos in the jungle here. Will they like to invade the Xingtian and Thor? Zap, do you expect this out of them?
I mean, they could. One of the biggest weaknesses of Xingtian is his level 1, right? And you want to make Xingtian feel as uncomfortable as possible. Don't allow him to get out of the laning phase, even with the Bologna.
And I think that's what we saw yesterday, is a lot of focus onto the Xingtian solo lanes, potentially to try and like delay him on getting going at the beginning of the game. Cloud9, though, they seem to expect some mischief from QG here, so they're playing this very, very defensively.
Yeah, Cloud9 just staying around in the mid lane and doing what they can to stay safe. They absolutely don't want to even give QG a thought of how aggressive they might be.
Yeah, really interesting build coming out right away from the Nuwa, going Traveler's Shoes right off the bat.
Well, this was the thing that QG did, and I was a bit unusual about what was actually going to happen with this. But he's looking for the extra mobility to stay safer. At the same time, he's got the gold online as well, what he's going to get from it. I don't know if he's going to work out that well, Zub. Do you feel it?
I mean, it's a pretty decent pickup for Nuwa. She doesn't have a built-in escape, so he wants to be able to stay away from Anister's Thor.
Right away, something different. We're seeing Cloud9 do the 1, 2, 3 back camps the whole left side of the jungle.
Well, they're doing that on the right as well. And look at the right-hand side right now. They did back camps expecting to get invaded, and that's exactly what happened from QG.
Thanatos comes on side. I mean, Thanatos, Bologna, this is a strong composition to go ahead and invade. Xingtian and Thor, they're strong as well. Do they take this fight?
Yeah, I mean, they could take the fight, but I want to touch upon why Cloud9 went for back harbor search, right? They saw that they went, QG went 4 physical gods, very dominant at level 1, so they expected to get invaded. And one way to combat the invade is to get what you can while you can. So back harbors are relatively free for Cloud9.
Well, they gave up those some minions there to go aggressive in the jungle with the rotation from Stealth from mid. And Stealth picks up first blood for Cloud9. NA on the board. Where was the call from QG's mid laner?
Yeah, just a lack of communication, and QG just stayed a little bit too long. Right now, Barracuda might get in some trouble, but turns it around. If now a couple of basics, Barracuda, that's the second kill on the board. Cloud9 looking very strong here.
Putting more pressure underneath now, under the tower. General poke coming down here, but you spoke about this earlier on, Zap, is the strength of a Chiron at level 2.
Yeah, this is what Cloud9 is their bread and butter. They love the Sobek pick. If they don't get Sobek 9 times out of 10, they pick the Khepri.
Well, look at this, they're going aggressive onto Neef as well. The backflip got cancelled, and they're just waiting for it to land.
Barracuda, 2 kills already. 2 kills before 2 minutes. Barracuda knows what he's doing, and on the other side of the map, Cloud9 getting aggressive. 3 players in the opponent's jungle before the 2nd minute. Baskin's taking some poke here. Cloud9 on the retreat. Baskin gets whipped. Oh, he's stuck. Beautiful whirlpool by MLC Stealth.
And they can turn it.
Space and create the kill. Andy on the board.
Double tap comes out too. Looks like we will see Stealth get another kill as well. The boys of QG are in trouble early. Thanatos is only level 2.
5 kills, 2 minutes.
And that little skirmish right there is one of the biggest strengths that Cloud9 have. They kind of bait you in. QG thought that they could kill the Xing-10, but Anister and Cloud9, well, they were just baiting for Thor's abilities to come back up.
And
when
for
they did,
stealth as well with the Whirlpool. Like once that Whirlpool got dropped, he got isolated from the rest of the team.
One of the things that you really don't think about in Poseidon that often is how utilitarian he can be. That Whirlpool, sure, it did damage, but more importantly, it zoned out the rest of QG. The reason that kill happened over there on the right-hand side, there was 3 members of QG. That Whirlpool created 2 and 1. The separation, you're all by yourself. You never want to be by yourself in Smite.
This game goes all the way back to the beginning, though. The invade from QG did not work out well. They pushed the lane, went to invade, but there was no call from Knight in the mid lane about the rotation from stealth. That put Thanatos behind, so they could invade on the jungle that was all still available.
And that's one of the strengths of the Poseidon pick. He's one of the best clears right behind Isis, so he was able to clear the wave over the Nuwa and then go help his solo.
And his mobility, pretty good as well for the most part, Poseidon. I mean, obviously, do you remember the days when he used to have that trident, even stronger than it was? His rotations were so much quicker. Still up there, though, with the best of them.
What an exciting game. I mean, it's 3 minutes in, and you could, we've had more fights in the jungle than the actual lanes.
They're not called the world champions for nothing, right? There's a
Very
good
true.
reason they're here as world champions, defending once again, and already they're starting to put a beating down on the Chinese team.
And here's the thing, QG drafted a lineup. They've got a Thanatos, they've got a Naja, they've got a Neith. They drafted this high-tempo early game lineup, and Cloud9's job was to sort of mitigate it. Well, you know what they said? They're confident enough. We're not just going to mitigate it, we're going to play your game. You know what we're going to do? We're going to get your early characters, and that's what's allowed Cloud9 to get ahead already. 2,000
under the tower. Stealth is under pressure here. Ultimate is up, and Andy's in the sky waiting. The support from Jeff Hindler is here. The abduct is good, and Andy gets one. Stealth gets another. And Thanatos is like, well, sorry guys, bye.
Yeah, I mean, that was the bread and butter of the QG lineup. Then, you know, Naja in the air, but the problem was Thanatos wasn't level 5 yet, so they had no kill potential off to Naja at all.
Yeah, one of the big things that you see Naja with when Naja's in the jungle at the very least is the combination of, well, usually a Poseidon, somebody that, you know, what goes up must come down, and when it comes down, we're going to have you fall into a crater. Well, with Poseidon on the side of Cloud9, Nuwa doesn't have that real synergy with the Naja like some of the other burst mages. So because of that, we saw one of the problems. Naja's target comes down and still stays alive.
Talk about problems. 2 men of Cloud9 are just sieging up the red buff. They know it's being done here. They're trying to find a pick. And it's on Thanatos. He's going to fall down here very soon. Andy gets the kill. And now rotation from Baron, the rest of Cloud9. And QG have to back out their own jungle. But luckily, the buff is down.
Master Lu jumps over the wall fantastically. Chiron looking for the shots, unable to secure it. Barracuda's rotation there was very important. So he goes ahead and he makes the rotation over here, does what he can. But really, it's less about trying to get those kills, Zap, and talk to me. It's more about preventing QG from joining that fight that was in the middle.
This is the thing with C9 doing. They're playing perfectly from ahead. They got the lead. They don't want QG to allow them even an ounce or an inch at all this game. They're invading every single buff. They know the timers and expect Cloud9 to spend 100% of their time in QG's jungle.
Well, they want the back harpies here right now. They're even going to steal those away as well. This is just rough.
I mean, Cloud9 right now, this is the perfect game that they're having. If you take a look at the slash lines, obviously there's zeros in the death column as QG has yet to hit it. But you look at Xingqian and Khepri have nothing but assists. In fact, they combined for all 8 assists on the board. And the rest, the other 3 carries, they've got 3 kills apiece plus a couple of assists.
Andy's just roaming around the jungle now like this is a ranked game, trying to put the pressure on even further. Forcing the ult out of the new one. Mikas is rotated all the way over from solo. He's going to lose a whole wave of experience there for this rotation to try and support the rest of his team.
You know, Xingqian honestly didn't even have to rotate. He started to rotate. Baskin thought, you know what, my team can 4v5 them. I'll just wait here for the mid camps and then make my way back to lane.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty much a free rotation for Xing-10. He was able to push the lane because Bologna rotated early, and he's getting mid-harpies.
And now this moment in time, well, the best thing is they've got Khepri and Xing-10 still.
Yeah.
We saw this earlier on day 1. And when those two combine late game with the cooldown reduction and the tankiness they can bring out, it's basically 2 Xing-10s. You can't kill him once, and then if you do, well, Khepri's going to revive him. There's still a chance with Thanatos, even if he's only level 5 by that point, he can still execute if they can get him low enough in the first place, but it's just not that easy.
Yeah, Thanatos is in a tough situation. Yeah. One of the things that Thanatos, one of the downsides about Thanatos is I don't think he falls off like many people think. think, but the problem is if he doesn't get started, he just never does much of anything.
Aggression. It looks like we're going to see Neve picked off here. She's trying to look for a backflip at some point. Instead, the wall, and Barrow will get the kill before he can even get away. There was a 4-man army against 1.
I mean, there just was nothing going on in the left-hand lane. And as I was saying, Thor, if Thor falls behind, which he's certainly not, he can be CC. But if he gets ahead, he can be damaged. Beautiful dodge by the juggler.
It was nice to hug the wall there. He's going to dunk in on Jeff for a bit of pressure. But Andy's still here, low on mana here, so a little bit overextended to the boys right now. It looks like If wants to try and make something happen with Najar, but it's just not here. Barracuda making the rotation to mid as well.
Dangerous entryway. That little corridor could be very dangerous to aggress onto a new Wa there with the exploding minions. So Barra just shows his face and then slinks back onto those Harpies.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud9's doing great rotations. The solo lane and their Hunter are both rotating on mid-Harpy timer, which is perfect.
Oh, yeah.
I'm looking at builds right now, and I think I'm going to see Shoes of Focus on 3 members and Breastplate of Valor on 3 members of Cloud9. Full cooldown reduction, we all know about it, but also we mentioned earlier on 4 physical gods on the side of QG. Breastplate of Valor is a great item against that lineup.
Exactly. The full CDR is no surprise to see on the Xingqian or the Capri.
Oh, the Poseidon.
Well, that's what I was about to touch on. The Poseidon, yes, I like more Krakens than not, but Poseidon is usually thought of as this burst character, get all this damage. What does the full CDR do for Poseidon?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people think, oh, you got to one-shot someone. I have a Kraken that does 600 damage. I need to build damage, but that's not true because if you're dead, you're not doing any damage. So what you want to do is you want to build that HP, survive in the fights longer, and the more cooldowns you get off, you get a lot more damage.
Hold up, because you just turned around, right, and said you want to build defense to survive. I don't see you build defense. I don't even see you build actives.
I'm a hunter. I mean, we don't build defense.
I have an excuse, is that what it is? Even Barry's got actives, see?
Yeah, that's unusual.
One of the biggest things that I like to watch about this Cloud9 squad is the growth specifically. Once upon a time, Andenster, believe it or not, who's pretty much running this game, he was called Landenster. He was nervous. He couldn't really make this happen. And you look at this, he's tenured. He's a veteran now. We've learned, and this is a completely different Andy than we've seen even last year.
Tenured. He's trying to get the purple buff 4v1. Meanwhile, Baskin gets a kill in the solo lane. And he's in a bit of trouble there, but he should be able to ult out of danger. That was 4 members of QG to defend the purple. Is Thanatos going to chase this is the question.
Yeah, he looked like he wanted to follow, decided to go right onto Stealth. Chunks him down to about 75% HP, but Stealth is fine. There's really not much of a threat. Level 10 versus level 7, Thanatos got
to touch on Andenster, I love the way he plays.
Oh, Barrett, okay. A little bit too much here. Uses the ult early. Luckily, though, his boy Jeff is here. Jeff does not have his ult available. Ooh. Now there's a chance for a kill for QG.
China's on the board. Master Lu with the hit over the wall. QG Reapers, finally, 10 minutes in, find their kill.
Stealth was looking for something there as well, trying to swing around the back, but they will get a consolation prize, the red buff there, Cloud9, after Barracuda falling down. That was just Barra being a little bit too aggressive, right, Zap?
Yeah, I mean, as a hunter, when you get
Typical
that lead,
hunter.
and he just finished his soul leader, you kind of feel unkillable.
Well, not quite.
Not quite.
Not quite at all. Barracuda, the lone death on Cloud9 right now as we hit the 10-minute mark. This game, well, Cloud9 significantly in the lead, but it's 3,000 gold. It's so interesting to see. This Cloud9 team has been absolutely dominant, but 3,000 gold is definitely a hole you can climb out of.
I mean, the real snowball here is the experience. You're up 5,000 experience, and what matters in the early game is not the items, it's the levels and the scaling you get from the levels.
Oh, wow, Bologna went in? Alone?
Just
wow.
a little bit.
No,
and the momentum. You talked to me a little bit off camera about how important momentum is in esports and everything. And even Incon was mentioning it on the right here. So QG, they're down 3,000 gold. They're down a bunch of experience, but they're also down this sort of intangible momentum.
Exactly. The kind of mentality QG has right now is they can't fight C9 no matter where they are. Where it may or may not be true, but that's the mentality they're going to have right now.
The best thing they can do from this is learn the mistakes they made. They make big compositions here that showed so much aggression. They showed that they were probably going to invade. Cloud9 were aware of it, and they've been punished heavily for it now.
Not just building into attack speed.
She goes for, I've seen it go for
It's going to be a
wing blade.
It's going to be a wing blade. The HP and the CDR is very good for an aggressive support like that.
It will help them out, especially with mobility. Imagine if you get hit in the whirlpool, you can get the mobility from that as well.
Extremely strong against Poseidon whirlpools, exactly.
We'll take a look at Thanatos here, and again, I'm looking at this character so much because this Thanatos, if he can't get off and running, it's just not going to be able to do much of anything. But what you're really looking for, he has to be an ult bot, similar to a Hun Bats, but instead of being a team-oriented distraction, he's a single target, get rid of Khepri ult debuff, right? So, I mean, is that going to be enough for this squad, or is QG just working 4v5?
Yeah, right now it's kind of dire for the Thanatos. He really is a guy that's very early dominant. If he doesn't get that early dominance off, he falls incredibly behind. And not only that, his scythe is actually very hard to hit. And if he keeps on not hitting it with the levels that he is behind, he's just going to be useless all game.
Well, riding along with Jeff Hinley now, just roaming the jungle, warding up, trying to find opportunities if he can. And Analyst is there too, just going to clear the path. They're going to be looking for the Gold Fury soon. But what they've done so far after is just focus the buffs time and time again.
Yeah, and right now, just QG can't get anything. And again, that's just keeping the experience and the gold off of the map, stripping the jungle buffs, and just creating this buffer so that QG, even if they want to think about contesting this Gold Fury, it's going to be trouble. Thanatos has yet to go in the air. Mikasa's trying to flank. Cloud9 comes completely off of the objective, but a good Thor wall prevents them from going
They want to fight. Cloud9
I got to talk to Andy about that one.
Cloud9 just want to fight here. They're trying to find more kills and then get the Gold Fury after it as well. Mikasa's the only one that can really go in, but he's going to be squishy up against Chiron Barracuda. He's only got magical defense at the moment. Left-hand side, If is in trouble on that Najjar, and he's going to go up to the sky to defend himself for the time being. But when he lands, there's people waiting, and he will fall.
Well, that's one kill for Thanatos as well. 2 on the side of QG, but the Gold Fury falls away of Cloud9, continuing their push towards the win. Thanatos in the air looking for MLC, lands, hits the basic, but the big damage has been done despite the Aegis. Master Lu gets the kill.
Master Lu gets the coup, and Mikasa still trying to put the pressure onto Baskin and Jeff Hindley here. But it's not going to be a good situation for him because he's going to turn it around. Big spin, nice win. Baskin finds the kill on the jungler, and now Lu will fall as well.
Yeah, Master Lu surrounded by 3, nowhere to go. Baskin gets the double.
I mean, this is just the power of the solo laner coming into the mid game when it's still the early game.
Exactly.
He's in mid game form during the early game. No one can kill him. No one can do any damage to him, and you can see how much he can provide in team.
And when you talk about what he can do, he just went back to base after already having core items for what we want to say Jing 10 and got mid Guardian Mail.
Against 4 physical, he's going to take 0 damage.
I mean, not just physical, but basic attackers, right? Thanatos is ability-based, but he has to weave those basics. Bellona is all about the basic attacks. Neith, I mean, she's a hunter. And then Najjar, he's ability-based, but that Flaming Spear late game, that's what makes Najjar deadly during the late game. Well, that mid Guardian Mail, 1 hit, and you're going to be slowed. So you got to watch out for that if you're a basic attack hero.
Thanatos has rotated over to the right to try and support Bellona for the blue buff here, but Baskin is just roaming around the enemy jungle now. Look at him, he's between blue and speed buff at the backside there. He's been spotted, but he's not going to be scared right now with that itemization.
No, I mean, he could just do anything he wants. His main goal right now is to cause a lot of havoc in the QG comms. They're going to say, Jing 10 is over here, he's invading, while Cloud9 can just do whatever they want on the other side of the map.
About Cloud9 doing whatever they want, they're going aggressive once again, trying to contest the speed, but against 4 members, they've changed their mind now. Stealth, though, might be able to catch somebody on the rotation back to mid.
Drops the Whirlpool. Just going to send if he'll think about it and then walk right on through. Not really a problem. But again, what does it do? It opens up space for Cloud9 to go ahead and do more of what they've been doing the entire game, stripping away the jungle.
Yeah, this is a pretty tough situation for Cloud9 to be in because there's nothing really to do on the map. All the buffs are gone. The Gold Fury is gone. It's so early in the game that it's very risky to go for Fire Giant. So here, all they can do is look for picks.
I mean, to be fair, Baskin could just go AFK for a while soon. He's level 17, right? I mean, once he hits 20, it's like, well, I guess we'll just wait for late game. Mikasa under pressure. Good Eagles rally away, though. Away from the danger, but Baskin,
Look at Baskin.
He's dominating this lane now.
He's not taunting, but that back right in front of the tower might as well be a taunt.
You know, I talked to Mega a lot. A lot of the solo matchup is mental, half mental. And just backing in front of Mikasa is just asserting dominance and telling him that he's not afraid.
Andy showing he's not afraid either. Going aggressive against 2 once again. Takes
right
this guy. If took a lot of pressure there. The dunk's going to land. Good beats from If, but he still will fall down to Andinster. Cracking in mid lane from Stealth. Does not connect, however. Knight juking that one out just in time.
MLC now going to look for the damage with the Whirlpool and the basics. Hurt him a little bit, but Knight will be all right. Thanatos coming up the middle lane as well. Only level 11 here, trailing Andy by about 2. Beautiful hit.
I missed
and
the double.
Combined, couple of more basics. Master Lu got nowhere to go. There's the help from Jeff Hindla.
Good weave.
But a good hit from Master Lu saves the life of the Hunter.
Unravel was good, and Jeff Hindler doing the body blocking was fantastic. Meanwhile, in mid lane, Stealth did fall down there as well to Thanatos. As on the right-hand side, Mikasa still being pressured by Baskin.
Good use of the Khepri ult from Jeff. He didn't do it for the revive. He did it to give Thor boosted stats so he can kill the Neath a lot faster.
That mobility really helps out as well, just to add to it, not just the stats of the damage as well.
Yeah, I was talking to Jeff Finla actually about that, and he likes to utilize that Khepri ult aggressively a lot, any chance he gets, right? And a lot of times there is not that opportunity. Well, when you're ahead this much, this early in the game, I mean, that's where you want to be able to use those. So the Khepri ult doesn't work out, but it's a nice look into the different ways, the off-label use, if you will, of some of these abilities.
Bit of steady climb for Cloud9 this game. You can see that by the grass right from the beginning of this one, and the beginning of that first blood all the way through. Even Barry's able to rotate over now.
Yeah, and QG Reavers have actually done a great job of stopping the bleeding. They were down 5K, and they've stayed that way for the last 5 minutes. This is what they need to do. They need to keep farming, try to get picks where they can, but otherwise, play safe.
Cloud9, such a disciplined team. For as aggressive as they've been in the enemy jungle, taking away buffs, being very, they haven't done themselves a disservice. They haven't found themselves diving towers or phoenixes or anything like that just yet, Zap.
Well, I think we could get to that point. I mean, Barry did slip up a little bit earlier on going aggressive there as well. The big key is Baskin is now level 18. I've been saying this for a few reasons because we've seen Mikasa rotate all the way over to support his team. But you're looking at a round for the solo laner, a level a minute. So by the 20-minute mark, we could see Baskin at level 20, Mikasa currently 15.
And what just Anderson did is huge because Gold Fury is coming up, and what he did was Neath used her beads, and Naja used his ult. So now they won't have those important cooldowns for the Gold Fury, which just spawned.
Gold Fury is up indeed, and now you can see that it's Barracuda on zoning duty right now. That's not a name you'd normally say for zoning duty. The other three are going to pick off Knight in the mid lane, potentially has to use the 5 shots defensively, but left-hand side, more aggression coming out as well as If is under pressure. He's looking for the snipes. Barrow not going to be able to find the kill onto If, but they did find the one onto Knight.
Mikasa taking on Basket, probably not a smart choice as he decides to walk away, or rather jump away, and the rest of Cloud9 has the enemy jungle to themselves.
It's one of those games that where they want to go try and defend this QG, but they just can't even get in there. And Cloud9, they're quite happy to just sit there, take the kills as they come, before they even take the Gold Fury. Thanatos in the air, though.
Ooh, missed on the hit, but the one does make a statement. Barracuda cannot find the death, but Thanatos will. Jeff Hindley gets credit for that one. The 17th kill for the defending world champions. They look like they want to go to the finals. What do you think, guys?
Well, it goes to semis.
They look like they want to go to the finals. What do you think, guys?
10,000 experience and 5,000 gold lead. Just over that for the time being. 20 minutes is approaching as Basket and Jeff just farming up the mid lane for the time being. QG Reapers in a rough situation.
You know, one of the things that I find interesting about this one that we haven't even touched on, Cloud9's up 5,000 gold. They're significantly in the lead in every single category, right? But QG has quietly started to win the tower war. They've got the solo lane tower very, very, very early on, even though that's a lost lane for Bologna. And mid tower's basically down anyway.
Talking about basically down, Knight is basically down.
Yeah, Baskin gets credit for that one. Number 18 on the side of the blue and white. And this tower is going to fall. First one for Cloud9. Things are looking all good.
Yeah, they are, and they're just continuing in the jungle over and over again. We're going to see one get hit by a double tap, engaged on Berserker Barrage just a little bit, but with Baskin in tow and the Raw connecting, he'll tick down even lower.
Again, Cloud9, instead of going back for the Gold Fury, they understood that all their buffs were coming up because both their buffs and QG's buffs are on the same timer. So what they did is they got their buffs and they rushed down, killed mid, and looked to invade the enemy speed.
Round the back comes Mikasa, though, trying to put some pressure on, but Stealth drops the Whirlpool, and easy for Cloud9 to walk away.
So I like what Thanatos does here. Thanatos is a character that this whole dirty bubble thing, right? This has been Thanatos' jam forever. You buy boots, and then you get 2 items to max your cooldown reduction. It's usually Jotuns, and then maybe a Mail of Renewal, something else, right? But because how far behind Thanatos was, he went the Mail first. I just like to see those little adaptations to your traditional builds.
Oh, QG still looking like they're trying to fight though the whole time. They're starting to group up now. They are behind on experience, as we can see by the grass over and over again. But they are trying to group up and force them. But look where Andy is every single time. He's actually behind them now.
Yeah, I mean, he's just looking to put pressure as much as he can. He's Thor, that's very ahead. His double tap hammer is going to put any Squishy at half
He's
HP.
looking for Thanatos.
Thanatos went in the air defensively. Thor went up to try and chase him, but instead will land on If all by himself. Beads for the cooldown. There's a wall. There's the double tap. But Berserker's Barrage not available.
Barra?
Finds it through the wall.
just about on the third attempt, does secure it. Andinster saved the wall, and he's double tapped them, waiting for If to use his ult to escape beforehand.
Yeah, the play that Andy made was really smart. What he did is he beats because he expected either the sash or the ult, because as a Naja, that's what you think your counterplay is. He countered any kind of counterplay that the Naja had.
Andinster keeping him busy on the left to get the tier 1 tower down. Oh, maybe he could fall down here. Now, will we?
Beautiful play.
Very nice from Master Lou. Nice and clean.
Love that play. Instead of using the ultimate for the, maybe he gets away immediately, just a snap, not full damage, but the crowd control is there, able to finish off with a couple of hot basics. Master Lou looks great, at least there.
Definitely in Cloud9's favor this game, obviously, but there's still things that QG is showing them that they turn around and say, listen, don't go over the top against us because we can't play. Master Lou showed that a couple of times now.
The biggest thing here is that this is a best of 3 series. I mean, Zatman, you've been down and you've been out. What's it like when you're in this position in 1 where the game is still winnable for QG, but Cloud9 still definitely looking good? Are you looking to game 2, or is your mind still here?
At this point, I would probably be looking towards game 2. It's very important that you adjust your strategy to your opponent. And we've been down personally 0-2 a few times, and all it takes is that one small adjustment to really give you the edge, and you can win.
The biggest thing to really talk about with this lineup, though, this picks and bans phase of QG, is they went 4 physical. It's the first thing you said when we got on air with this as well, 4 physical. And it's going to be very difficult to bring them down. You've also given them Jing 10 and Kepri on the same lineup. Bit rough. I think they need to go back to the picks and bans strategy. Yesterday looked very, very strong.
Look at this Xing Qian with the Gem of Isolation. This is an item that I think is a little under-purchased. It's tough to really fit into a build. It works out very well for Xing Qian because it has a lot of HP, as well as doing something sort of slow-mo. But talk to me a little bit about the Gem of ISO and where else you could put it.
I mean, the Gem of ISO, he got it only because he's just so far ahead. You know, at this point, he should probably only have his Midgardian Mail and Breastplate, and he had enough to finish a whole another tier 3 item.
We call that an extravagant item. It's one of those, like, oh, I can afford Soul Reaver, let's just get it. Mikasa under pressure from 3, wall down, Whirlpool down, Mikasa down.
5-on-1. 5-on-1. Cloud9 putting on an absolute clinic here. 23, almost 24 minutes in. The North American defending world champions are looking at the Fire Giant, almost up about 10 grand. Once they take down this Fire Giant, it will be 10. It's up to QG. We've got Thanatos in the air. He's going to look for the steal, but with the Kraken, the Fire Giant already dead, and he's going to go ahead and chase.
And he doesn't manage to find the blink. It was a very good blink there from the Thanatos in the jungle. The Chinese players do love that blink.
And I love what the Neath has been doing. Neath understood that they couldn't really contest the Fire Giants, so he basically cut his losses to say, hey, let me try to get some global gold for my team, and he got at least 1 tower.
But he gets 1 tower, but now he's going to get hit down by Kepri and Jing 10. Once this goes through, he's probably going to fall. You can even see that Nuwa was like, I'm going to have to leave you, boy, because I've got reinforcements coming still for Cloud9.
Knight hidden for just a moment. Now there's 2 players from... Well, they looked at Knight, and then he disappeared. MLC Stealth gets the kill right there. Barracuda and Baskin giving chase onto a Thanatos. Andy from around the side.
Andy's just waiting for him to walk into tower range and just make sure they secure it. Over the wall he comes. Once they're in tower range, you should have a wall available soon. There you go, zoning him in away from getting back to the Phoenix. The team just running around the map now, Cloud9. They're looking strong today.
Strong might be an understatement. If is obliterated. No ifs, ands, or buts about that one. Now completely unrelated to this game. When do you think surrender is an option, Batman?
I don't really think they need to surrender. What they can use this time for is to talk about their next game. They have all this extra time here to talk about picks and ban strategies, what they could have done different in the early game, and what they can do different going into next game.
That's so interesting because during the picks and bans, your conversation is about that specific game. There's not much time to really reflect on the previous one.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, you know, when you have that conversation, then you can have 6 if you want.
So once the conversation's all over and sorted with, and that conversation should be, we went for the invade, it didn't work out for us, we got picked by a rotation mid, we need better communication, guys. We can't have people rotate the map and not know about it.
Exactly. Speaking from personal experience, we've had F6 a few times at LAN because, you know, we had that conversation. We understood what we did wrong, and instead of getting more and more frustrated because we're getting dominated, moved on to the next game.
So you know what? Let's do this for a second. We're QG, right? Me and you are on QG right now, and I'm just frustrated. Break down what went wrong for me right now.
Okay, we're going to talk about picks and bans first off. We're going to say, okay, we went 4 physical damage. They itemized heavily on defense. We couldn't do anything. Okay, we need to switch that up. Next, you want to talk about the early game. Okay, we went for invades on both sides. Cloud9 did both back harpies. They expected it. Okay, maybe we either need to mask our plans better, or we need to take a different route, ward better, or maybe just go for a more standard game.
Beads in a wall just to make sure he can pin him in, forcing the Eagles rally. Double tap does connect, still Andy under the tower going in. Changes his mind though, but Baskin in support to keep the pressure on. MLC in mid lane, looking for the Kraken. Doesn't really connect as hard as he would like.
Itchy trigger finger there right now, and now MLC Stealth might find himself with no tools in the middle of a problem, but here comes help from the left-hand side, support from friends of the duo lane. Basket, meanwhile, off camera, gets a kill all by himself. Cloud9 are up 5 times the amount of kills the Chinese squad has been able to amass.
So what should be the game plan now for Cloud9? Are they just waiting patiently to think about picks and bans for next game, or?
No, Cloud9 should probably group up here and push down left and try to end the game.
It looks very clinical from them. I'm surprised it's taken them as long as it is so far.
Well, you know what's interesting? This is the slowest part of the game we've had all game. What we've seen out of Cloud9 has just been routinely, I mean, we see the Gold Fury and then usually there's downtime. Cloud9 was in the enemy jungle, making use of that downtime. So this is the slowest part of the game, and it's about to end.
Phoenix on the left-hand side will fall down. They can't defend it. Backflip down there for Master Lu. He has to go back defensively. Stealth going to drop down a Whirlpool for the extra damage, but now 5 minions starting to pour down through mid lane as well. Will they look for the right side first? It looks like that's what they're going to do.
Yeah, Cloud9, they're ahead, but one more time, they know what they're doing. They've been here before. They know what a throw looks like. And I mean, even when you're ahead as far as they are almost 20,000 gold, anything is possible. So left Phoenix, mid Phoenix. We'll take a look at the right Phoenix, and then we can walk right on in. Don't forget, each dead Phoenix makes the final objective of the Titan easier to kill.
And he picks up 1 kill there and continuing into the base, looking for a second. The double tap does not connect, unfortunately. And they're going to get that final Phoenix and wait. Oh, will they?
Still a tower.
Still alive. The tower's up.
There's still a tower, ladies and gentlemen. Cloud9 forgot about it, I think.
I don't think they did.
Honestly, I do.
You reckon?
I honestly think I do. Yeah, I think they did. But it's down nonetheless. 1,500 gold goes to the side of Cloud9. And now Thanatos gets a kill on a Baskin. QG trying to play some defense, but MLC Stealth and Barra able to cut down the ranks of QG before they can even start thinking about it. Firebird being looked at by the Hunter. Grabbed is Knight. One more hit, and it's good.
QG towards the end here had a pretty good defense of that final Phoenix. The issue was they were just too far behind to even stand a chance against Cloud9. Cloud9 are going to take game 1. And honestly, it was a nice warm-up for them.
Yeah, I mean, that one looked absolutely incredible. Cloud9 put on a fantastic clinic, and they don't look stressed or strained at all.
Yeah, no, pretty much Cloud9 played a perfect game from the pregame. They understood what kind of picks and bans they were up against. They knew they were going to get invaded on. They played around the invade, and then they took it from there.
Yeah, I mean, there just was no shaky knees at all. They knew exactly what they had to do. Last thought before we move on.
I would have rather been Paradigm today so far than be Cloud9. Reason being is because Paradigm had some challenges early on. Cloud9, they've been able to come in and get themselves adjusted, but it wasn't much of a challenge from the outset.
Well, you know what? Paradigm, they had a challenge. They had a challenge in game number 1, and then kind of walked through in game number 2. Maybe it'll be a little bit different. We'll see if the Chinese squad can adapt and make a big stand in game number 2. Analysts, what do you think? Do you think we'll see a game 2 that'll be exciting? Let us know.
All right, so Cloud9 doing the Cloud9 things. You know, I think there were some moments there where QG fought back. Of course, Too Little Too Late was the name of that song. And I think, you know, for the most part, I would say that QG knew going into this was going to be like really hard. You know, you're talking about the 2015 SMITE World Champions here. You know, one of the wonder stories of SMITE, and crowd favorites, crowds on their side, confidence abound. They got to see what QG was capable of, you know, in day 1. Honestly, for me, it's really hard to say that Cloud9 were at a disadvantage here.
No, that was a very one-sided match, almost to the point of disrespect, where we saw Cloud9 trying to steal kills from each other, crackening players at 1 health. Capri-ulting people at full health. It just like, you know, when they could chase him down regardless. But it was just straight destruction. And QG heading into game 2, they need to feed Barracuda some fast food so he gets food poisoning like he did in the summer finals, and kidnap Heroin, their substitute, and hide him so then they have 4 players and don't have enough.
But what if the Cuda runs a Jordan here, decides to play with the food sickness?
You know, he did that in the summer finals.
Yeah.
He was sick for 2 games. his team got destroyed by Paradigm, and then he like ran from his hotel room and came on. They still lost, but hey, he played well sick.
You know, that's not the Jordan story, but you know, I mean,
Yeah,
it's okay.
he
We
would
get
have
it.
won, you know.
We get it. You're a PC kid. So just messing around. So anyway, QE, let's talk to you. You know, how did you feel Cloud9 did in this one? Of course, I think you know, as the tone was, the result was fairly expected. As we take a look here at the player damage, thoughts in regards to Cloud9 and also Barracuda playing that Chiron, because I know how much you love Chiron.
They were so dominant. They were all over the place. They actually ended lane phase earlier than expected, and then came back to the lane phase. It was they just wanted kills, basically. They were going for kills every time.
They were farming kills pretty hard.
Cloud9 was really confident going in. They knew they had a disadvantage in the solo jungle. They did their back harpies. They allowed them to kind of put pressure on the blue buff. MLC Stealth rotated in, and then they were able to pick up an easy first blood on the Thanatos. And then ever since that point in time, they were just able to snowball from there, honestly.
Yeah, the Thanatos struggled a lot in this game. You know, I think the casters had mentioned that, you know, you want him to get the ball rolling early, and it just was not happening no matter what they did. So that was pretty tough, tough pill to swallow there for QG. Alternatively, though, I mean, you know, you had Answer just crushing it with Thor. Some brilliant plays from him. Honestly, and also you got to talk about this Chiron here. There was some great plays from Chiron as well.
Phenomenal plays. I mean, Barracuda is so good on this god, and you know, QE's been was talking about it all at the start of the first day. Like, where's Chiron? Why aren't we seeing him? And now that we're getting a little bit later into the tournament, we're starting to see these teams and players picking up and see how potent he can be. Especially his sustain in lane by himself is phenomenal.
Here's his snipes.
This
That
snipe
shot.
was phenomenal. Just watching it from Answer's point of view too, when we saw
That's
it in
actually pretty
game,
cool.
Like seeing the shot and seeing him adjust it. Oh, it was great.
Yeah, that was. He's like, you know, Barracuda's like, yeah, I know. That was baller. That was pretty baller.
Barracuda is definitely like a play-making guy. So he was hovering over AMC. You can make a lot of plays with AMC, but you can also make a lot of plays with Chiron. And we saw that, especially with a safeguard paired up as Capri. So you know that he's going to be playing very hyper-aggressive, knowing he has Jeff the Sexinla backing him up.
Yeah, I love how, by the way, you cannot say his name without saying his other name, too.
Yeah. No, that it's just the single name.
It's just his whole
Jeff
name.
the Sexinla.
That makes sense. That makes perfect sense. That's my community. Gotta love it.
But Chiron so far has been pretty impactful, and I expect to see Barracuda really pick him up. Just the lane dominance we're seeing from these Chirons is unmatched yet.
Expect a lot of Chirons on tomorrow, mostly, because Chiron has everything. He has CC, he has sustain, he has aggressive, and he's great at lane phase as
Does
well.
he suffer in the late game, though, because he doesn't really have a self-steroid?
I mean, every single game that I played as Chiron, I never got behind, so basically he does well at late game as well. But compared to Xbalanque and the other guys like Apollo, he doesn't have a steroid, so he suffers a little bit, but not as much.
So, you know, now looking over at QG, I mean, again, you know, just to reiterate, this is a tough battle for them. Picks and bans coming up in a few for game number 2. Where do you see QG prioritizing? Do they get rid of the Chiron? We know that the Xing 10 situation is present as well as the Bologna situation. So, you know, where do they go? What do they look to ban? Because there are certain things that they just do not want, you know, on the field.
I still like the style they're going for, this very hyper-aggressive composition, but unfortunately Cloud9 was just so strong at adapting very quickly to it. You saw the first blood actually over on that invade against them, right? The Nuwa actually rotates over to try and secure the left Harpies. And the second she disappears from lane, Stealth immediately rotates to his own blue buff out of sight. And so the call didn't come through because Knight didn't know that Stealth had rotated away from the lane. And then it's a 3-on-2. It doesn't matter if you're the stronger 2-on-2. At level 1, just having that extra person is typically going to win you that fight. And that's what we saw. And, you know, I want QG to keep up the invade strategy. They just need to perform and kind of just force it a little bit more.
Yeah, and they have to kind of recognize the strategy that C9 was implementing. It was obvious that they were baiting out the Bologna and the Xing Chen in the beginning after the second ban C9 was, and QG Reapers didn't recognize that. They left both open and they picked up Xing Chen.
Again, you know, folks, picks and bans coming up for game 2 here. This could very well be the final run for QG. Of course, forcing a game 3 would be probably the hypest thing on planet Earth. And in fact, the Earth may explode. in which case we would not have a Game 3 because we'll all be dead.
I mean, yeah, we wouldn't have an SWC, we'd have nothing.
We'd have nothing, but it'd be hype. And if there's only one way to go, it's going being hype. You know, that's just it. But anyway, here we go, folks. Zeus gets banned right away, and that's going to be directed again toward QG. That Giannis is also going to take a seat. You don't want to have to deal with Giannis in those teleports, so good ban there. And
China really doesn't like Giannis at all. Like, both teams will ban him away regardless of the matchup.
What does Cloud9 look to ban here? Xingten, Bologna, no, Sobek. They're going with the same thing.
There's no point in switching up the picks bans. Your first pick once again.
Yeah, this is the same exact thing. Kwaigu Reapers, surprisingly enough, opting for that second pick. They lose game 1, they go for the second pick, and they didn't change their strategy at all. They left Xingchen open for Baskin, which is a very good soul laner, and they're going for the same thing. Unless they pick up Chiron here, I just don't understand why they would go for the second pick.
And this, was it OMG or QG who actually faced a Chiron earlier on and then banned it away in their next matchup because it had so much pressure? No, that was earlier on with Paradigm and OMGB, right? Game 1, they ran a Freya in the dual lane, OMG, against Funballer's Chiron, and then it destroyed them, and immediately the next game, they banned it away and picked up Neath something safer. So we could see QG go for something a little more safe this time, but Isis hovered, and I love this pick. I want them to be aggressive. Isis is the best mid for being aggressive.
All right, well, we'll see what happens here for Cloud9 as they're picking. They go for Thor. So again, expect to see that cause a lot of problems for QG as it did in the last game. Second pick coming through.
Look at Stealth right now.
Same thing.
Synced into his chair. He has no care in the world right now, just leaning back at all.
If you're running, why should you change, right? I mean,
makes sense, especially if the enemy plays right into your hands. But then QG decides, are they locking to Bacchus? Okay.
I like this so far. So this is honestly very reminiscent of Paradigm and OMG, where Cloud9 has drafted 2 frontliners early, along with the Thor, and QG has drafted the Bologna, Isis, and Bacchus. And I believe it was Bologna Isis was also paired over in that last game as well, and I think they had a Neath for the Hunter. So right now, this is kind of going the same way as the China versus EU matchup we saw.
Yeah, so one thing to see is how Cloud9 is prioritizing these picks. They could have picked up Chiron earlier on, but they're opting for this tanky frontline presence there in the Thor and the Khepri. Very safe and very standard for Cloud9. They're not really giving away too much information for future opponents if they do beat Kwaigu Reapers this
Okay, something we did forget to talk about, I know this is kind of going back to that game, but Jeff Hindla picked up a teleport.
Yes.
We don't really see supports ever pick up teleport. I know it's been played once or twice, but that's something that I know every other top team here is looking at.
I mean, it's a mobile bug, you know.
Mercury.
The hug bug goes.
The hug bug.
The hug bug goes global.
So, why the Thanatos ban?
It's just because it executes through Khepri Revive. So it's one of the few counters to that ultimate.
Okay, smart ban there from Cloud9 as Mercury gets picked up. What do you think about this Mercury pick? It's the first time we're going to see Mercury, as a matter of fact, right? Or maybe the second time.
Second time. Isurus
I'm old,
played
and
it
I forget
against,
things.
I believe it was Isurus that played against Kwaigu?
It was, yes.
Or OMG, yeah. So the Mercury didn't work out because it was against an Isis, but now you have Isis with Mercury Karen being hovered over. Amus and Cobb might get locked in here. You're up 1 game. You might as well lock it in, Barracuda. Nah, he's teasing us too hard right now.
Does he lock? He goes for the lock and a
switch to this real fast.
Yeah.
No, don't disrespect him that much. Play your game, and that's what Barry's going to do. Final pick coming in, and Nox.
Oh, there we go.
Combo. This is something that's been talked about, but Nox has a tough time recovering if you're not feeling it and you don't hit your abilities, but Stealth, very confident. You have to be a very confident player to run Nox.
And the thing about LAN is it's a lot easier to hit your abilities on LAN, and Nox is one of those gods where it's a little hard to hit your root, but on LAN, it's a lot easier.
In my opinion, Nox is really strong, but it's just so hard to play her. But I feel like Mercury and Nox are the gods that we'll be looking at later on. Like, we're seeing them a lot.
Okay, interesting stuff there. Well, folks, that is it. It is all locked and ready to go for game number 2. Cloud9 versus QG Reapers. Can QG Reapers force a game 3, or will Cloud9 find their way to the semi-final? We will find out right now. Casters, it's all yours.
Thanks a lot, Golden Boy. We're back here, and one of the more exciting things here is that we're seeing, well, we almost saw the AMC, but we are seeing the Nox, right?
We're seeing Nox. And I'm excited to see Nox, and expect what QE3Q just said backstage to come true. Mercury and Nox are the two that we're going to see a lot more of in the tournament as we get on to the later days. Early signs of seeing them.
Yeah, exactly. Nox is actually a really good pick against Mercury. What Nox brings to the table is a lot of control, has a root, has a silence, and not only that, has a dash to get away from the Mercury.
Biggest issue she has, though, is burst damage. Got a lot of control, but not a lot of burst damage. It's hard to confirm that burst damage for the most part. You need to rely on other magical damage from other sources. So when you do see this Nox, you're looking for the other people to put forward too. Jing 10 will help a little with that.
Of course, and don't forget the combination that Nox brings with the Thor. Nox able to go inside of Thor with her dash, and then Thor, all of a sudden, instead of just one person, there's two people coming down with a Thor dunk. So we'll see just how creative MLC Stealth decides to be with this Nox choice of his.
Give it up for Cloud9 and QG Reapers. Game 2 is about to begin. QG, they need to win this one to keep themselves with a fighting chance of getting into the next day.
So I like what Cloud9 did here, actually. They absolutely dominated QG, but they still had the respect to ban out the Thanatos, right? So QG understands it's a best of 3. They try something exciting with the Najah support. It doesn't work out. They go a little more traditional with a Bacchus. The Thanatos can still happen, so Cloud9 makes sure to ban it.
Exactly. I mean, Cloud9, they saw at the end of the game a little bit of the power that the Thanatos could bring against the Capri. The only reason why the Xing 10 died was because he got executed by the Thanatos. So they didn't want to deal with that at all this game.
Ice is going power pot here early on just to increase the amount of wave clear she can get at the beginning of this game. Mercury, not the best in terms of wave clear, like 1 through 3. It takes him a little bit of a while. Nox, however, with MLC Stealth here, he didn't go for the power pot. It was a good option to help the wave clear be a little bit more effective, but he's just going for the safer method, so he doesn't have to invest in that pot.
Last time around, Cloud9 went 1, 2, 3 on both sides of the map, taking the back Harpies as well as the buffs. This time, more traditional, just the buffs.
Exactly. Like we said before, in the first game, they pre-planned, they expected the invades to happen. This game, based on the picks and bans of QG Reapers, they have no threat of an invade.
And now QG, well, they're just going to do what they can to continue farming up at the beginning. Knight has reached lane there, took Spirit Ball at the beginning of this one, and will be able to push this down quite significantly up against Stealth at the beginning of this game.
Stealth is going to be sitting on his tower for a while here, honestly. I mean, Isis is one of the more push-oriented mages, especially early on, and as you noted, Hindu, the power pot's just going to increase that.
A lot of aggression onto Master Luke. Got a good route off, but he can still be chased down here by the boys. The damage from Jeff, look at him. There was a minion following too. We salute you, frontline minion.
Jeff Hinla, the first one on the board for Cloud9. It's a Kepri, but it's a kill.
Again, this is what Cloud9 likes to do. They like to pick the aggressive duo lane and look to make plays.
And they made it work for them so far. Now you can see Cloud9 once again going aggressive into the enemy jungle. They know they went to the left-hand side of QG, so they're going to go around and take the right.
So standard right here. This is just Cloud9 goes ahead and takes away the back camps. If QG decide to actually try, Cloud9 can fight him. It's a Thor.
It's standard for them to go in and invade, but it's a little less standard just because of how pushed up Xing 10 was on the tower. A little bit of less respect on the Bellona there as Stealth has to rotate back to mid, going to get flipped in. Silence too. Do they have any more follow-up onto this one? Doesn't look like at the moment. And Knight is now being rooted out and put the pressure on one more time.
Beautiful kill onto the Mercury. Knight's in some trouble now, surrounded by Cloud9. Couple of more basics out of the Mage. That's another kill. 2 kills in that exchange going the way of North America.
And Stealth and Andy can just continue to farm up in mid. Now they hit level 5 as well after picking up those kills. Both with a quick trip back to base, probably for full boots or maybe beads as well.
Yeah, and this is the strength that the Nox brings to the 2v2. As soon as Mercury dashed in, she was able to silence the Mercury. Thor was able to stun him into the big burst damage of her 2.
And look at the synergy between the mid laner and the jungler there. You saw exactly when they were in base, MLC jumped inside and then jumped out for the additional mobility. So like small things like that, but that's one a combo that I've not spoke about just yet. Not
Here's
together.
Here's something interesting. Now, Mercuries usually start off with a sprint. We've all heard ad nauseum that sprint gives 32 damage. Right. Mercury started off with an Achilles Spear this time around. Now, Achilles Spear is about attack speed, damage in the mid lane.
It doesn't help you survive that. He's already dead. And Knight, there's a wall, and there's a body block from Andy, and Stealth gets a double kill once again.
And that's exactly what I was touching on. The Achilles Spear, just like its namesake, it gives you a lot of power, but it brings a downside. It makes you very easy to kill. And as Mercury has found out 2 times, it's not a strong kill.
Yeah, at this point of the game, the Mercury can't even show himself against the Thor and Nox. They both have long-range CCs, and he doesn't even have beads yet.
Belgium is cancelled out by the abduct, and he has to flop away under the tower. Full wave coming in once again.
A lot of push coming out. There's a Merc.
That was
Oh,
a good ult.
Barracuda
That was
gets
a
hit.
very good
Barracuda
ult.
gets thrown. This could be a kill if QG play it right. But a great ultimate by Jeff. That's why he's on the team. That's why he's the sex.
Did his job, sat back, waited for Barracuda to get very, very low. Didn't want to waste it, made sure it went off, and now Knight in mid lane being focused by Andy and Stealth once again. Hiding in the circle of protection, but not enough damage to secure the kill.
Beautiful.
Andy, though, he's got the damage to bring it to 6-0.
Andy's just so technically sound. Those basic attack cancels into the perfect hammer throws. Love to see that.
And if you notice, Anderson stopped using his basics after his first hammer throw went out to guarantee the second hit back.
QG, though, did go and invade on that purple buff and steal that one away from Barracuda there. Put the pressure back onto them after they actually did manage to force out Jeff's ult early.
Game number 2 pretty much going the exact same way, honestly, as game number 1. Cloud9, I mean, to say they're off to a good start is doing them a disservice. They have just absolutely launched off the starting line, and QG doesn't seem to have made those adaptations. I mean, they didn't do the invade because it didn't work out, so maybe you can call that one that, but we haven't seen any sort of fix. Cloud9 still able to find the hole.
Yeah, this Nox pick's definitely surprised QG Reapers. It seems like they haven't had a lot of experience playing against the pick, and it's punishing them.
It is punishing them quite a lot, especially with Andy on that Thor as well. He's very, very experienced on that one. Now they're going to invade into the jungle once again, looking for the red. Unfortunately, though, QG have already taken that one down. But they will find Knight again in the mid lane, and the poor lad is under pressure one more time by 3 members. Andy picking up another kill.
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's always so surprising. We saw it earlier on during that the early fight, like 1.5 minutes in, where MLC and Andy combined for those kills onto the mid laner and Mercury. Nox brings out a surprising amount of damage, almost like a Habwa.
Yeah, and one of the important things to note is how C9 pushes their advantage. Look how deep their ward coverage is. They even have wards at the enemy red buff.
There is a ward in the jungle there for the Chinese team, so they know what was up, but they're still going to go in and get bursted. One falls down, Mercury falls to Stealth again.
So much damage, to quote my friend Gandhi. 5 kills, 0 deaths, and 2 assists on the mid lane. Nox just MLC Stealth. Last year, he was your finals MVP. This year, he's looking very, very strong.
They're looking very, very good, and especially going into tomorrow as well. They're going to be having to face off against Fanatic or Epsilon. So one of those 2 teams will be in a great position to take them on. And the good news for Cloud9 as well, Zap, I guess, is the fact that they can sit back and watch that match later today.
Yeah, exactly. And also, I think Cloud9 might have a little bit harder of a time than Enemy did against the European teams, because Cloud9 kind of plays towards our style, towards our picks and bans, and the way that Fnatic picked against us at Super Regionals was a complete counter. So I'm curious to see.
Threw you off completely.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how that match will go.
And I mean, not for nothing, Epsilon versus Fnatic, I mean, those 2 teams were scrim partners for a while. Yeah. So there's a lot of secrets that are all on the board, really. It's just a matter of who's going to play the best. So.
And the big key for Cloud9, though, is that they've had this game against QG Reapers here. Because they got #1 seed in North America, it's allowed them not to have to reveal too many strats going into that game. Whereas those boys that we're going to see face off in game 4 today, the next one up, well, Mikasa's dead.
Baskin understanding how his character works. I mean, picking this Xing Qian, that's just what Baskin does. Drops the dot, walks away. Barra's in some trouble. Thor's going to help out. Barracuda can't find the kill, so he'll fall down for QG's first kill of the contest.
They do get 1 kill, but they will get turned on as Baskin makes the rotation, and Andy picks up If as well. A little bit of miscommunication there, though, between Jeff and Barracuda, as they both use their ultimates.
Yeah, you've actually seen that a couple of times this tournament. Chiron uses his ultimate at the same time that Kepri does, so it actually goes to show that a lot of teams don't have as much practice as they need to really master the Chiron mechanics.
Yeah, it's one of those things that we see a lot when it comes to things that break CC. A lot of times, Hell, CC immunity, and beads, they'll be used at the same time. Geb, shield, and beads, those are the egregious things that we've seen teams do that early on when those characters were introduced, and now the top-end teams, they trust the Geb shield's going to break that CC.
Well,
so with Kepri being newer in Chiron, teams have to sort of work that out.
You also won't get Chiron on the same, Chiron and Kepri on the same team that often in scrims. Yeah. One of them will be banned for the most part. So actually understanding the mechanics of how the ultimates will interact with each other as well as be on the same wavelength can take a little bit of time for the teams.
A little bit of a lull in the action right here as Cloud9, well, the foot is still on the gas. Baskin not letting anything go. Gonna pick up that blue buff away from Mikasa and deal some damage while at the same time.
Is a Mercury and a Bacchus rotation coming in, but a little bit too late for them to really do anything about that. Speed buff is coming up soon, and you can see that the mid lane is trying to join in just to soak as much experience as they can.
Man, QG, they are just up a creek right now. They lost in game one. Like I said, I had a little bit of faith knowing that there was a 3-game set, but QG, they have to start pulling out all the stops here.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud9 is just going to keep on invading, continue to pressure all their buffs. I'm sure Cloud9 now knows that their red buff has respawned because they knew the timer from before.
One thing that I do think is in QG's favor is a Mercury instead of a Thanatos. Thanatos fails to get started. Well, he never really does anything. Mercury late game is a monster, regardless of how long it took him to get there. So,
but you need to get there first of all as we watch Mikasa under the tower being pressured by Baskin. Baskin realizes it's going to take him a little bit too long with his cooldowns to find that kill, but it will force him back.
That time, no dot.
But Mercury can't even get to late game. This is 9 minutes in right now, and it's going to be very, very difficult.
Yeah, I mean, a Mercury behind, this far behind, especially going Spear as is active, just not going to really have the impact that he needs to have this game.
So, yeah, you know, the spear doesn't even, to me, it doesn't even seem like a Mercury item. Mercury is a character that relies on those crits for sort of a 1-2 punch, not many, many smaller hits.
Yeah, I mean, he already does enough burst damage with crit items where he doesn't really need that active to push him over the edge.
So left on side, Stealth going aggressive onto If, going to find the root, and Andy follows up with a wall. Beads from If there to get himself away with the
Andy wants it.
But they're both going in.
Andy wants to land on someone. Instead, they're going right towards the Gold Fury. Cloud9 is going to force QG to fight or give up this objective.
Wanted to mention that as well a bit earlier on. Nox and Thor, the combination, they can jump inside. Nox can jump inside and then dunk down and explode even further damage.
Cloud9's very own type of special delivery. If gets hugged, if gets hit by the hammer, double tap. A little bit of damage coming by way of MLC Stealth. He gets the kill for the dozen on the side of Cloud9. Damage onto the Mercury. He's going to be in trouble. One more hit, but his ultimate goes the other way thanks to a smart wall coming out from Cloud9's jungler.
Andy wants to try and chase there, but not going to find his snipes from Barracuda. Put some good damage on Knight. Stealth under the tower. Finds the root in the silence. The burst is good, and Stealth gets the kill as well.
MLC Stealth gets the Kepriel because he knew the Neasel was enough. Beautiful, quick thinking coming out from the guys on the defending North American team.
Tier 1 tower does fall down. Tier 2 tower still standing right now. Going to put the pressure onto this one for the time being and see if they can bring this one down. Mercury round the side, but doesn't have his ultimate available.
And actually what you just saw there is actually Nox's strength against the Isis. Isis' main damage source and main clear is her Wing Gust, which gets interrupted by the huge AoE silence.
And it's also good against Bacchus too, because you get the silence on Bacchus, he can't belch, he can't flop away. Then you root and cripple him anyway with the root. So it's, you know, it's a very difficult matchup for Bacchus too.
Exactly, great against any god with channeling abilities.
And Neith another god is good against because she relies a lot on her abilities, backflip, spirit arrow, just to be able to get those abilities off in the first place.
Yeah, one more time, Cloud9 finds themselves in the lead by a long shot, just past the 10-minute mark by about a minute or so. And Cloud9 up, well, 5,000. Wow.
I am impressed by China this year. Even though this game doesn't look that good on paper for them, they've had a very, very good performance overall. They've managed to get themselves through to the second day. Both the Chinese teams got through. Take into account QG Reapers here. They were the #2 seed in China, so not the best team. We saw the #1 seed earlier on up against Paradigm, who put up a much better fight.
I mean, it's tough. They're up against the #1 seed of North America, and this is the kind of
world champions,
and you know, reigning world champions. So
you hate saying that, don't you? Why do you hate saying it so much?
It's tough for me to say sometimes. But
you had a world champion solo laner.
Yeah, it wasn't enough.
It wasn't enough. So what do you need to steal next? Is it going to be Andy as well? Andy and Barra?
Just Andy.
Oh, you Barra?
Well, Andy and MLC Stealth are going to combine real quick. Right on down to Mikasa, already taken out. Now everybody's looking at Merc, at least for a second, until he disappears thanks to the hammer of Thor. 15-1 read the kills thanks to Cloud9, and they're going to take out a tower as well.
Not as slow this time around from Cloud9, though. Instead of like messing around in the jungle and taking away buffs, they're taking down the objectives. The tier 1s, the tier 2s are starting to be put to bed. Right-hand side, they're going to like blow in a free push. Let's just group up and look for a Phoenix on the left-hand side. We can even swing for a Fire Giant.
Yeah, I mean, one of the worst things you could do while you're ahead is defend the enemy split push. When the enemy split pushes like that, that says to you that's a desperation play. What you want to do is just group up, take as many larger objectives as you possibly can back and then do the even bigger ones like Fire Giant.
Did you see that as well, that Nox jumped inside and got the free back? Yep. I love those little interactions. Red buff will be taken down here by Barra and Jeff, who are all alone here. May get collapsed on by QG if they realize they are all alone.
Yeah,
will Knight come round?
Positioning looks really good for the red team. This could be a good opportunity for QG Reapers. It's a 4-on-2, but Andy comes from the right-hand side, turning the tables. This looks like a trouble for Master Lu, and it is. Andy puts another kill onto the board, and that is a dead mid laner as well. Mikasa will get away, but not before two members of his team take a spill. It's 17-1.
And this is kind of the strength of the double teleport that Cloud9 has, right? QG Reapers thought they had a big advantage in the 5v2. Two people instantly teleport to a ward, and it's a 4v5.
And that's classic Andenster. We are so used to seeing this teleport all the time on Andy, and it's rare to see it on a jungler, except for Andy. It's anything but.
Eagles rally goes off by Mikasa just to get back to the Phoenix range. But the tier 2 tower falls in mid lane for Cloud9 as they pushed it on. They'll probably swing around towards right now and start cleaning up those towers too.
Yeah, you know, and one of the interesting things about Thor is every other jungler you can say to yourself, okay, I need these two actives. But when you think of Thor, after you get beads, what do you really need? You know, add extra mobility with the teleport.
Exactly. I mean, we used to see a lot of blinks even, and that was just sort of extra. So, you know, with Blink, the recent changes to Blink and everything, teleport just sort of feeds itself into being very good with Thor. And one of the problems about playing against Thor is how omnipresent he can be. He's just all over the map. Well, you put a teleport to wards in his pocket, and that's even more trouble. You never know where he's going to be.
Everyone in Cloud9 just went back to base for the most part there. Finished off some items. Book of Toth has been completed by Stealth there. Started to stack that one up. Looks like Andy's going for more actual penetration there as well. And Executioner being worked on by Barracuda.
Yeah, I mean, look for Cloud9 here to probably group up for the Gold Fury. Then after the Gold Fury, look to pressure the right side of the map, take the Fire Giant, and end the game.
Everybody's just so far ahead right now. Yeah. It's just too much.
It's almost well, it is a 10,000 gold lead. Going the way of Cloud9. Master Lu caught up. Half of his HP taken out by MLC Stealth, who is 4 levels his senior. And that's the mid lane versus the Hunter. So MLC Stealth looking in a good spot.
Just want to go back to Nox there. We mentioned at the beginning of this game, Nox does not have a lot of burst damage. That's the big key. They don't have a lot of burst damage on a Nox. She's so fed right now. If that was a Poseidon, that'd be dead. One shot. But the control was good. That's what Nox is going to bring in the later stages of this tournament if we see her played more.
Exactly. Yeah, Nox is not really that kind of carry mage that you see out of Poseidon or Kronos or Agni.
Even Giannis. Like, Giannis with a burst is so much harder.
Exactly. But to complement that, that's why the Xing 10 pick is such a vital pick for the C9 lineup.
Right now, Cloud9 looking to make a push onto the right-hand side. They're coming from both angles, both in front and behind the tower. Mikasa trying to do what he can to prevent the left-hand flank. Knight is already toasted thanks to the hands of the jungler. He's not quite dead, but he's pushed out of the fight nonetheless. Andy is saved from across the map by Jeff Hindla. And Cloud9's going to look towards the mid-lane Phoenix.
That wasn't so bad for the boys at QG, but it's Master Lu's now cut out because the rest of the team had to go back to base there. But Mikasa did his job. He got on Barracuda and split them apart and stopped the AD carry getting involved. But now they're looking at the Phoenix.
MLC is pretty low. If QG want to make a move, it's on to the Nox. If belly flops on a Barracuda, Barracuda down to 40% HP. Beautiful hit by Basket, going to control. And if will take a spill thanks to the Xing Qian dot. Mikasa in some trouble as well. MLC Stealth just dancing around with no HP, no fear on the mid laner, knowing that he has access to the Chiron dash.
Yeah, use the dash to get away from danger there and just leave Basket on the front line there just to zone them out and make sure he can protect and peel for his team once again. They do not find the Phoenix. Sorry, they don't find the Phoenix.
Nope.
So QG hold.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great hold by QG. It's very early in the game for C9 to be diving the Phoenixes and getting away with it as if it was 30 minutes in.
Right. And I mean, that's sort of, we were talking about how disciplined Cloud9 was not finding themselves behind tier 2s on Phoenixes. Well, all right, there we did see that. So Cloud9 has to retreat a little bit.
It's a bit tough for them because when it's 5v5, the other team is able to defend pretty well against the Phoenixes, and Cloud9 kind of has to force the situation in which puts them in harm's way.
Well, it's also, I mean, it's 19 to a single kill, Zap. And earlier in the previous game, I asked you about the mindset of QG and how important that is to have the momentum on your side. Well, sometimes you can get ahead of yourself and think you're actually more ahead than you actually are.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to fall into that trap, and C9's doing a good job of staying disciplined.
Talk about discipline, stealth going in there, getting the silence and the root off onto Master Lu. He will fall down shortly. Mercury comes in with the Sonic Boom, but can he get any damage off before he falls? Good backers and Intoxicate comes out from the belly flop, but Barra still managed to pick up Mercury, and we will see backers fall as well to Barra for a double.
Double kill onto the Barracuda. He's going to keep pushing down this mid lane. At Cloud9, all 3 Phoenixes are up for QG. Make that 2. Phoenix dead in the mid lane at the 18-minute mark. Credit goes to the blue and white.
Back we come once again. One interaction, remember with Nox, because she can keep going inside people and using that ability to escape, she can also go with them on teleports. She can go with them across the map and back to base. You'll see these rotations all the time from Nox, looking to get into positions.
Well, as we take a little break from the action right here, important to note, the Xbox Open Bracket Tournament has concluded. Envy with a 3-0 sweep will be your 4th and final contender. Hey, one of your teammates is on that squad. Omega, the world champion, is going to be fighting to be an Xbox world champion this year around. So we now have all 4 Xbox teams ready for their finals.
If Cloud9 win Worlds, and we also have Henry win the Xbox bracket, all 5 people from last year win Worlds.
That is an exciting stat. Omega, by the way, Omega is the player we're talking about. Previous solo laner for Cloud9. They made the swap earlier in the season around the fall split. Baskin came in as Omega went to join Zapman himself on Eager.
Fire Giant being done by Cloud9 as 3 members do zoning duty, and by zoning, well, they're getting some pressure onto Mikasa, who was trying to make something happen. Blinking, and there's Baskin to secure this kill. More than likely, Eagles Rally used to get away. Good Spirit Ball will help him out for a second. Meanwhile, though, on the backside, is he going to find a steal here at all, the Mercury?
I love the moves coming out from Jeff, just barely avoiding death, making sure not to use his ultimate on himself. He wants to save that for his teammates. Meanwhile, off screen, Master Lu takes a spell thanks to Xing Chen, and look at Nox in the enemy base.
Yeah, I mean, you actually got to give a lot of credit to the Mercury there. He did his job.
Yeah.
1v2, he stopped the free fire giant that Cloud9 thought they had.
Exactly. Cloud9, you talked in, I think it was game 1 or maybe the previous set, about how you don't always need 5 players to take the fire giant. And again, Cloud9, they take their lead and they try to play it, but maybe not as well as they thought they could have.
Right, I mean, Cloud9 did the same thing to QG the first game. They had 3 people zoning out 5 people. So what Mercury did, he remembered that. He actually went around the map underneath and stopped him from doing Fire Giant.
A little bit of a lull for a second as Analyst did die there as well, but he does have a teleport available to him when he respawns, and will be looking for the Fire Giant more than likely with the whole team this time as Mercury, well, his hair uses the beads early already. Barry's still going aggressive here, looking to try and box out a Mercury, and well, with that level of that crit, 1-2, gonna find the kills.
Again, great assist coming out from Jeff Hindley. He's just been such a good facilitator, able to use his Kepri pluck to make sure that nobody can get away. Andy, on the other hand, doesn't need a facilitator, doing it all himself in the mid lane. Barra as well. 3 members wiped off in 3 separate engagements for Cloud9. Now with this situation, I think Cloud9 is going to be able to take down the Fire Giant.
Yeah, this should definitely be a free Fire Giant. I'm actually surprised they didn't go for the win there. It was 2v5, and Neath hasn't even backed yet.
Well, you know what? There were 2 separate occasions in this game where Cloud9 tried to do something and didn't come up successful. I don't think they want to try it a third, right? Fool me once, fool me twice. You don't fool me 3 times. So they go for the Fire Giant. They play it a little bit safe. Still alive, though.
Taking a long time for it to bring that one down. Is an early Fire Giant, though, as well, but they are pretty fed.
Yeah, oh yeah, they're definitely fed here. Look for them to, they're probably not even going to back. They might just go for the left Phoenix and try to end the game here.
Yeah, and he already pushed that one up, stopping Neath from being able to push any way further down that whatsoever. 5 minions still pouring down mid lane. That Phoenix will spawn relatively soon. Keep an eye on the flash to show the Phoenix is about to spawn.
3 members for Cloud9 grouped up on the left. They'll meet up with the other 2. All 5 are here. A beautiful ward by QG spots the rotation. And everybody knows where everybody is. All 5 members of QG gonna have to play defense on this Phoenix, but they're gonna have to do it while 15K down.
Yeah, and the problem for QG, they really have no easy target to burst down. Nox can get away, Chiron can get away. They have Kepri, they have Chiron all. It's impossible to kill anyone.
No engage at the Phoenix in the end by QG. They couldn't look to defend that one. Now we can see Cloud9 rotate to the right. There is a tower still remaining there as the middle Phoenix does fall once again.
Yeah, they remembered the tower this time around.
Have they? Yeah, they just about.
So Cloud9 heads over. They're going to look for this one. 1,500 gold one more time for taking this down. And we'll see Stealth is the one backing in front of the enemy this time, taking a page out of Baskin's playbook.
I want to see what he's going to buy now that he's gone that trip back to base. Is he actually going to pick anything up? No.
Just thinking about it, maybe. Yep, he goes ahead and buys a Heavenly.
Okay.
That's just going to allow his team to get into the base even more quickly. And that's exactly the type of item that you want to buy in the situation you're ahead. But when you buy these utility actives, they open up different doors for your team that might not have been opened without that item.
Exactly. I mean, it goes to show their discipline. They all had about maybe 2,000 gold in hand. They said, okay, let's not take the risk of throwing at the third Phoenix. Let's back. Let's guarantee this win.
This is what Cloud9 are doing here, though, guys, just so you all understand at home. They're actually trying to get the experience on the stage and with their computers and with their setups in this atmosphere. It's very important for them to do that going into tomorrow. So I can understand why they're taking it so slow and, you know, pacing this one out here, Zap.
Yeah, exactly. You want to get a really good feel for the LAN experience and the LAN environment, and they're doing a great job of that.
While still being respectful. I mean, it's not like they're dragging this one out. I mean, QG had to play defense and kick them off at the Phoenixes a couple of times. So I think Cloud9 just sort of woke up a little bit and said, hey, you know, there still is a team here at Worlds, and they're capable of playing defense. Now, this time around, though, I think this might be the final push. Almost 20,000 gold in the lead is the North American team. MLC Stealth in a little bit of trouble, but uses his dash to get away. All 5 members of Cloud9 are here. Jeff Hindla in tow. They're going to make a push onto the right-hand side, Phoenix.
Mercury is across the left-hand side, keeping out for his ultimate because QG have to defend here if there's going to be any hope in hell's chance of them defending and winning this game or coming back into it some way. It doesn't look like it, though. It actually looks like China. Both teams will be eliminated on day 2, and Cloud9 will more than likely be the final.
Yeah, 3 Firebirds down. Cloud9 now pushing onto the Titan. Isis ultimate is down. Knight trying to do what he can to save this game. And he takes to the skies looking for a kill. The Titan's under trouble. So are the members of QG. No deaths, but the Titan. Ladies and gentlemen, Cloud9 will be moving on to the court semifinals.
2 North Americans, 1 European team are now qualified through to the semifinals. We still have to find out who Cloud9 will face today up against. So who they're going to face in the semifinals?
Right, they do have to wind up after they'll be facing the winner of the very exciting matchup of Fanatic and Epsilon. But before we get ahead of ourselves, why don't we reflect on what we just watched? Cloud9, I mean, I said this after game 1, the whole set was an absolute clinic. Cloud9 looked like they were actually on Cloud9. They looked like a freight train. I don't know how you stop this team.
Yeah, I mean, they pretty much played perfect from the get-go, from the pregame. They didn't take QG lightly. They said, okay, here's our game plan. Let's execute it, and they did it perfectly.
I mean, just taking a look at it, there was my notes are just filled with objective. Cloud9 knows what it takes to win the games, and that's exactly what we're looking for. You've heard it enough from me. Why don't we hear it from the players themselves? Kelly is on stage with some members of Cloud9.
Thank you so much. I am joined here by Barracuda. Now, there's something I want to see. It seems that anytime your name is mentioned, the crowd goes wild. So I want to try something out. Is there any Barracuda fans? So I think it's safe to say that you and your team are the fan favorites here, and you're also the returning champs. Does that add more pressure to you guys? Does it change your play style?
Not at all. Pretty much we take every match like we're the underdog. We never think that we're coming in here like we're the best. We're going to wreck everyone, except for what Andy said earlier. That doesn't matter. Yeah, it's just like we're coming in like we're the underdog. We have no pressure. We're just yellow swagging the entire time.
Someone in the audience just asked, what happened to the B, man? Where was AMC?
I'm really sorry, guys.
All right, so we have Epsilon versus Fanatic up next. Who do you give it to?
Oh, God. Fanatic.
Well, congratulations on your win. Is there anything you want to say to your fans and sponsors?
I love you all, like, seriously. Like, yesterday I talked to fans for, like, 12 hours straight. Like, the entire day was just talking to fans. Like, they're so supportive. Everywhere I go, people are stopping me like, hey, Barracuda, I love you. I'm like, cool, let's go. Yeah, that's just awesome. Like, the environment here is amazing. Like, the fact that we have so many C9 fans here blows my mind. Yesterday, at the Logitech meet and greet, we went through 500 posters. Like, we just signed so much stuff. We had no idea we had this many fans. It's just amazing. I love all of you guys. Thank you so much. And
congratulations, man. Congratulations to Cloud9. Like I said, we have Epsilon versus Fnatic up next. Let's go to the analysts.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Alienware Analyst Desk here. Now, of course, guys, Cloud9, looks fantastic as they get ready for tomorrow. They will await the winner of our next matchup, which is probably going to be match of the day, given you know the pedigree of the two teams that we have coming up, Epsilon and Fanatic. But let's actually show the Logitech First Blood first here. And Adonis, why don't you break this down for us?
This was, I believe, actually Kepri. Yeah, Jeff Hindle actually able to secure First Blood here. This was just them catching the Neath at an awkward spot. And, you know, this Chiron Kepri lane, so potent coming out from Cloud9, and it's actually the dot from the Rising Dawn that stops it.
Wow. So, again, just good work there. From Cloud9. You know, it's not much to break down from the game, but one observation I did make was that in the last game, they seemed to be very kill heavy. You know, they were just shutting down QG as much as possible. In game 2, objective work was definitely the name of the game, showing that, you know, Cloud9 can play both sides of the field there. They can play that, you know, heavy kill game, or they can just, you know, play the objective.
Yeah, we saw kind of the kill farming in game 1, and game 2 was a lot more objective control based, you know. I think the first tower in game 1 was like 15, 20 minutes in. Like, it was a long time. This time, the second they got a couple kills, they forced objectives. C9 played both sides of the coin, and I think we're getting comfortable in both regards.
Yeah, Cloud9, they played almost the same exact composition. They just swapped the Poseidon for the Nox, and they were able to control the objectives. They weren't like kill hungry as they were in game 1, like you mentioned. The Kepri swapped out the teleport for the Heavenly Agility to make sure his team could engage or disengage from the team fights. They took it very seriously compared to game 1, and it showed when they only dropped 2 deaths.
What about for you, Curie? How did you feel about Cloud9's performance here? Obviously, you know, they were a heavy favorite, without a doubt. You know, not in terms of just crowd reaction, but just in skill against QG. And now they get ready for tomorrow's games. Any takeaways for you?
I think Cloud9, like the caster said, they were just getting used to the stage. It's pretty important to feel comfortable while you're playing, especially coming to the tomorrow, which are the most important games.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you win tomorrow and you make your way to the final, right? Like, that's it. Hinduman kept saying Cloud9 are going to the final. It's almost as if he was prophesizing it. Very eager.
Which is eager.
Oh, eager.
That's that man there.
That's that man.
But
I didn't think about that.
I mean, obviously, he's switching sides to North America. We've already converted QE, 3Q, you know, the We Love Bacon man. So
that's right. He's halfway there.
Right now, from talent staff, I think it's only, you know, Ataraxia they're stuck over on Europe.
I don't think you'll ever have Ataraxia rooting for the United States or and North America in
I think he's looking for Mr. Bond right now.
Yes, he is. He is looking for. That was a good one. That was a good one. I don't even think Ada heard that. He was just on the side there on his phone. He had no idea that you just burned the crap out of him.
Nothing.
Anyway, all right, guys. So that's going to do it for us here at the Alienware Analyst Desk as we get ready for our last matchup of the evening. It is going to be a doozy, a really, really good one. You guys are not going to want to go anywhere because we have Epsilon taking on Fanatic, 2 of Europe's finest, square off here at the SMITE World Championship quarterfinals. Who will come out on top? Find out in just a few.
In. We've got a dead even game.
Quick back coming out of Cherio there as well.
I'm really surprised that London Conspiracy has allowed these top tier picks to get through, and they're suffering for it now.
Relatively even between these two as well, less than 100.
But it's justice, right? It's justice. You're even with justice 9 minutes in.
4 for 4 though is the big one. Zashu on this right hand side now trying to rotate around. You can see the back coming out over there as well.
Tower being pressured by Fexes right now. Cherio trying to defend it. Too much damage coming up from Emilzi and
Just
Arrow.
going to back away and just go back to the dual lane here, try and farm a bit. Oh, wait a second. Fexes in a lot of trouble here. Cap's come down. The lightning is doing his damage and he's going to fall.
Oh!
Hello everyone, I'm Gavin Bigelow. For over 3 years, Hi-Rez has utilized Twitch as a platform not only for SMITE Pro League and our patch notes, but to cultivate our great community of streamers. For a long time, we utilized a 24-hour live stream, providing a slate of great streamers and content for you, our viewers. In the past few months, we realized something. By having a 24-hour channel, we seem to be monopolizing the best and brightest streamers onto one channel. We wanted to change that. Streamers should be able to grow and build their own channels and audiences without fear of viewers going straight to SmiteGame. having streamers curate their community not only helps the individual streamer, but also Smite as a whole. And well, that's really what it's all about, isn't it? Thank you so much for your time. Good night, good Smite, and good luck.
It's really dark.
I spilt water on the streaming PC. Like a lot of water.
Sean, man, awesome job with the previous patch. I mean, all you guys, you totally knocked it out of the park.
Thanks, Todd. We're really proud of it. We're excited to work on the next one.
Well, you guys better get back to work. This next patch needs to be perfect. Oh, that's me. By the way, have you heard of this guy, Psy? His track rocks.
This new Psy track, so strong.
Sean?
We finished the Tribes patch.
It's been like 3 years.
You said make it perfect.
I meant metaphorically.
I haven't seen my wife in 3 years.
Let's go ahead and publish it now.
I've forgotten the warmth of a shower.
I know exactly what we'll call it.
Two on the nose.
Are back in the Hi-Rez Expo at the SMITE World Championship, and I am joined by none other than my dear friend, a wonderful man, APC. APC, how is day 2 for you?
Electric. Stands are filled, the expo is filled, everyone's having a great time. Cloud9, everyone's favorite. You know, got Barracuda on the stage. You got to see him a couple minutes ago. I think everyone's happy to see them, and we have an awesome matchup to end the day. It's a great day.
Great day indeed. Now, we talked yesterday a little about your rise through eSports, gaming, and having that kind of career success that I think a lot of kids want to emulate. And we're kindly joined by APC's dad, Brian. So I'm going to first say, Brian, welcome to SMITE World Championship. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. This is just the second year I've been here, and I'm just always surprised just how the much energy and excitement and all that just camaraderie that comes with this takes place over a video game, which is something I just never in my life thought would happen.
Well, right there on the never in your life thought would happen, I have to take a little segue there. APC, I imagine, as a young lad, playing, video games in his room, in front of the TV, whatever he was doing, you probably weren't thinking one day I'll be standing at an event where millions will be on the line, hundreds of thousands of fans will be watching, thousands will have turned up to be part of it live. What goes through you when you see that? Other than pride, that's an easy answer.
Well, it's funny because when I see Adam and where he is today and where he started, we started with a 386 DX computer, and we used DOS. And we would go to bulletin boards and download games, and I was really into that at that time. And I didn't know where the computer world was going to go. And as we got up to Windows and 3.1 and off that, it was the games kind of followed it. And we had the games, and we'd get games, and we'd start playing it, and I was playing it, and Adam would follow. And then I saw Adam kind of really getting into this a little bit more. And we would share computer time with all the kids. And Adam was smart enough to actually lock up computers on his sister so that she would get really afraid, get off the computer, and Adam would get extra time. So it just showed me something right there. But
he's incredibly devious.
Yes, he's very devious, but to a good point,
Well, okay, now I'm going to throw this out there because I'm sure there are a lot of kids watching, and of course you might want to take a quick snap of this when you show it to your parents later. If you could talk to the parents out there, kids who are, just like APC, wanting to have that career, or like the athletes that are here, want to rise to those kind of premium spots in esports and gaming, what would you say to them?
I would say it is a very wholesome thing to do for a parent, letting a parent let a child, do this kind of activity. It really is kind of a hand coordination thing. It keeps, he's not out in the streets. He's not, carousing with kids that you don't want him to carouse with. It's really kind of wholesome, and it's also teaches them a lot about the technology. Adam knows so much more about technology. I'm an engineer, and I wouldn't even attempt to try to buy anything on a computer or anything else. I'd go right to Adam because he is so far ahead of where I am. So there's a lot of learning that does go with the gaming, and the gaming itself is just very interesting. You meet a lot of people, online. The whole competitive thing. One of the things I found out here is the way the combatants from the different countries, they just are so great. These kids are great kids, and they like each other. They cheer each other's on, and I would encourage it. I really would encourage it.
Encouragement right there. We know that this man's devious and a computer wizard. If you have questions about what you want to buy in technology, hit APC up directly, and your endorsement. This is a wonderful place. There are truly people from all over the world coming together. That's why it is the SMITE World Championship. From us here for now, we'll be back later.
I'm just going to say Cyclone Spin because we're both Asian and we're both solo laners.
Biggest rival? I'm going to give it to Maniac. He's a great guy.
At the moment, I would say iRefer because I see him as the biggest or the second best support in EU after myself.
It would be Trixtime because he's like the most aggressive support, and I'd say he's equally as good as me. So I love a challenge versus Trix, and when I get him to feed, it satisfies me very much.
Probably the guys on C9 are our biggest rival just because we have a really long history with them. So yeah, just everyone on C9.
My biggest rival is probably Reels, because we used to scrim each other a lot and it was always back and forth. He's a really good player and he's always on point.
It'd probably be Barracuda. Every time either him or me get mentioned, everyone's just like, Zap better than Barra, Barra better than Zap, and it's just the thing that goes on.
I think the player that's my rival directly, I'd say, would be probably Jeffenla, because he's a support. He used to be my support when I was ADC, and he's very good, very talented. So I look up to him as much as possible. But I think he's definitely the one that I have to surpass to be one of the best support in it.
My biggest rival is Zatman. We've just gone way back. There's always our rivalry of the best hunter in North America, best hunter in the world, and we've just always butted heads either in ranked or competitive in tournaments.
Biggest rival? I don't really have any rival, but I would say, maybe Dimi. Yeah.
Epsilon. Porque Epsilon viene jugando muy fuerte, se nota que están un paso más arriba que los otros equipos internacionales y vienen ganando por paliza en la liga de ellos.
我觉得最有竞争力的对手应该是 OMGB. I like everyone, maybe Zapman, friendly rivalry, but apart from that, no really there's no really animosity between any players. I don't think. I think you know what it is as well. It's like there's a lot of shit talk online, but then when everyone comes to the events, it's a whole nother story kind of thing, And then when everyone goes back after the event, everyone's just chilled out. Next time people come to the event, it's the same story. Everyone's just chilled out kind of thing, From there.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Alienware Analyst Desk. And of course, folks, this is going to be a great matchup between Fanatic and Epsilon. Of course, I'm Golden Boy, joined by Adonis, Incon, and Harry Potter's lost cousin, the one and only Ataraxia.
Is that the best shot you've got? Come on, dude. You can do better than that.
I had to bust out a Harry Potter one, but I have plenty more coming your way.
That's such a cliche. They're not even the same glasses, just because I'm British.
That's actually why.
You can do better, dude. I believe in you.
When you're sleeping, I'm gonna draw a thunderbolt on your head. You're not even.
That's the real thing is if you give him a scar, use a knife.
Okay, well you just got really dark. Hold on.
No, Jeez, I'm just saying, just go all the way with it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you can only draw a lightning bolt. That's right. I'm sorry, you can't draw a thunderbolt. Whatever, same difference. Same difference. Okay, Jeez, production, get out of my ear. God. Anywho, hi guys.
How's it going?
Okay, so let's talk about this matchup. We have Fnatic and Epsilon, two of Europe's finest, and we'll start with one of Europe's finest right there. See, look at that. I send you a negative, I send you something bad, and I bring it right back with something.
I love you.
I'm like a sweet tart. Anyway, what do you think of these two teams here? It should be a great matchup.
This should really be the best matchup of the day, because these are two very tenured EU teams. They are scrim partners, and we've seen from the games that we've seen separately, there's a lot of influence and shared aspects in both of their plays. So who does it best? Which team is going to come out top here?
So yeah, and that's actually something to bring up. Incon, as a professional player, you have like a scrim partner, right? And in this instance, Fanatic and Epsilon are scrim partners. So they know what the other one wants to do, their tendencies, the things that make them, who they are. How do you think that each team approaches? Are you going to see some crazy picks and some unique bans this time around?
I don't necessarily think it's going to be anything crazy, but it's going to be crazy in terms of what they think each other are going to do. So you get into your meta, right? You have your practice that you do with your partners, but they're going to try to pull out something, at least one or two gods that they're not used to playing, or perhaps even gods in different roles. That way they don't know what's going to happen, or if they never invaded, now they're going to invade, or vice versa, something like that, just to mix it up so they don't know exactly what's going to happen.
It really depends on how close the scrim partners are. I know Cognitive Red and Cognitive Prime from last year, now TSM and Cloud9, they were very close. They shared everything. They never held anything back from the opposing team until they got to LAN, and then maybe developed and figured it out from there. But they had 10 minds all together to create and develop their strategy, and they finished first and third at Worlds. Are Fnatic and Epsilon as close? That's my question. Or have they been holding back some of the picks, some of the strategies for the potential matchup right here?
What do you think, Ataraxia?
Well, when we were this time last year, we were scrim partners with Fnatic, and I don't think we were as close as Cog9, Cog Prime and Cog Red back then. So it's hard to say. I would probably say that you come to Worlds, you have to practice everything you've got. So I don't think there'll be anything too spicy or too different. I think, as Incon said, it's probably just going to be maybe an invade or maybe a spicy Mercury pick. Please.
Where's the Mercury this tournament?
Yeah, he's going to come up big for one of these teams' players.
China and Latin America, they brought it out so far.
I want to see it. This is the game. This is the moment where we can pull it out. But of course, it's going to be like adapting Thor, like, all right, go kill everybody. I get it.
Yeah, you want to go with the safe pick, right? But, then again, maybe they know this as well. Maybe they're keeping this, in the back pocket. But in any case, folks, we have a great matchup. Again, I keep saying that because it is going to be a great matchup. What a way to close out the day here for day 2 at the SMITE World Championships. So let's go ahead and intro the teams. First up, we have Epsilon.
Epsilon eSports. Amy. Adapting. Yaman. Hi-Rez. Emilito.
There you have it, folks. Epsilon, this squad looks fantastic, really making a splash in the prelims. But then their opponents, they lost in a shocking matchup to Enemy. How are they feeling? We'll find out in just a few. But first, we intro Fanatic.
Fanatic. Maniac. Captain Twig. Zeros. Badger. Real Zax.
All right, so Fnatic versus Epsilon. Again, I mentioned it before, that Enemy loss there certainly, I guess maybe stinging Fnatic, catching them off guard, something that they probably didn't expect. Not to take anything away from Enemy. They are a fantastic team, as we saw earlier today. But I guess with that being said, You know, like how is this going to affect them moving into this game?
This matchup is going to be very close, but I think I have to agree with Ataraxia. He hasn't said it on stage yet, but backstage, he feels like Fnatic could be tilting here. They're a very emotional team. They're driven by emotion, and that loss to enemy could have cut them pretty deep.
All right, well, let's see what the players think right now as we have Sean over at the stage to kick this match off. Sean, take it away.
Rock, paper, scissors it out. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Oh. So already setting things up, as you can see right here, having a little discussion with none other than the man Irafa and of course Reels, and we were talking about the fact who's going to start answering my questions first, because we have indeed saved an absolute firecracker for last. Are you guys ready for this? Now, Fnatic, Reels, talk us through your day 2 of the SMITE World Championship.
Pretty nervous going up against Epsilon today, but we played them so much, so I think we got it in the bag. We know what they're going to do.
Over on this side, Irafa, firstly, you know, you wake up this morning, you knew what was kind of out there. How did you spend your day?
Just chilling, just relaxing, getting ready to kick some Fnatic ass.
Now, it would be inappropriate if I kind of ended it there, so I have to say, how do these words make you feel, Reels?
I mean, it's fine. Like I said yesterday, you know, let's let the gameplay do the talking.
So, Irafa?
As he said, that's fine. The team that wins today will probably win Worlds because we're both equally as strong, so good luck.
All right, guys. I think there's definitely something on the line here. I think this could be entertaining. Gentlemen, would you like to shake hands? That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Guys, come on. A big round of applause for Epsilon and Fnatic. Come on.
It's our last matchup of the day, folks. If you guys aren't loud already, please, come on, make some noise for these two teams. Epsilon eSports versus Fnatic, two fantastic 5-star teams battling it out here to close out day 2 at the SMITE World Championships. Picks and bans have begun.
So the thing I'm really looking for here is that, you know, throughout the 2 days we've been here, Zeus and Bologna, Epsilon and Fnatic have had a very unique approach in that they're the only teams that have, they started out banning them straight away. And the Zeus was the first pick that both of them did. So how are they going to deal with this? This is clearly something that they've experienced in scrims. Are these gods not going to get through at all? Or are they going to try trade them out?
It'll be interesting to see exactly what they go with. These two teams have so much knowledge on each other that they're going to ban out exactly what they don't want to play against, whether it be something from scrims or whether it be something typical. You know, it might just be the Thor, like, yeah, adapting Thor is that good and we never found a counter for it. Or it's going to be like, hey, we don't want to deal with Reels as Freya because that's what kills us in scrims.
Oh, Freya and Isis go immediately. You know, one thing that was said just a second ago is Neath gets banned as well. And Zeus, this goes by really quick because he wanted to let the gameplay do the talking. Adonis, what do you think about that?
I mean, Reels said let the gameplay do the talking, but we see how well that worked against enemy. So he's going to have to step it up in this game. And Jingtin locked in, likely to see Bologna on Fnatic's side there. And yeah, no hesitation.
Jingtin, Bologna, and Seoul all made it through the ban stage. So all are possible picks right now. Will they go for it? No, they're looking towards the Kepri right now over the Seoul.
All right, so they get Kepri, locking it in. What is Epsilon going to go for here at Araxia?
I would expect the Seoul as they are hovering on right now. And maybe if I don't know how much they prioritize the Chiron, but we could see the Seoul Chiron dynamic with Chiron able to go mid as well as Seoul, you know, the mid ADC swap.
Let's not forget that Thor's still open. We still have an opportunity here to pick the adapting Thor against
Then it
Fnatic.
has to be Thor, right?
I mean, there can't be any other pick here, right? There's no way you're going to let it go through and they can ban it or pick it next time. It has to be the Thor. Wow.
Ymir.
Surprising.
Does that get locked in?
It could be. Iraffer has run this before, and he runs it in. So we were talking about it, right? These are private scrim partners. They have developed their own meta. while we see Adapting dominate everyone with Thor, maybe Fnatic have found a way to play against it and like him playing Thor because they can bait him out stuff. But for now, you know, Thor is also a god for Captain Twig. He plays it often, and he plays it well, but it looks like Zhang Kui going to be highlighted for the mid lane.
This is the first game we've seen Amir in, correct?
Yes,
tournament?
in this tournament.
Which is really interesting. And iRafa, he is known to play, he is one of the European sports who will play Amir, although I do believe he played at Super Regionals, and it wasn't the strongest of showings. I think they may have won the game, but it was not
it's something
convincing as his Sylvanas or as Geb. So you know, maybe in scrims it's been on the up and up again, and he's willing to put it out on the stage.
He's definitely one of those gods that either does extremely well or extremely bad. He has no movement abilities to help him get out. So if he can get ahead early, then he can dominate by coming in with huge amounts of crowd control and damage for that matter. But if he gets behind, he'll continue to get picked off over and over again.
I'm wondering if Epsilon are going to send a third target ban over to Reels.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, we just saw the Medusa ban, which is absolutely 100% that is for Yamin and his Medusa mid.
All right, well, Naja is going to be the one that gets banned out here.
That's for Captain Twig for sure. He's a very mean Hunbat and a very mean Naja.
I almost feel like neither team wants to pick Thor right now.
It could be that, yeah. I mean, I think Twig is definitely going to go for his bats. Maybe Epsilon just know that Thor is going to get through, so they're waiting until the end and they're getting him what they want. Like the highly contested Amir.
This Fnatic lineup is so tanky right now. Bellona, Khepri, Zhang Kui, for all intents and purposes, is a full damage
What does
tank.
Fnatic go
and
for Hunter
bringing out
here?
a giant ultimate as well.
What do
Fnatic
they go for
here?
Hunter?
I think we might see a Rom, honestly, out of Reels. Reels is a very good Rom. He likes that hyper carry type, and a lot of the other ATs are gone. Adapting Thor, very exciting. I also want to say I think that's going to be a Chiron mid and a Sol ADC.
Really?
I think so. I think Yamin with his Hunter mid. I would love to see Chiron mid.
We didn't see it a lot in the Pro League though. It was really only kind of at Super Regionals where he started playing with it. But I guess going against Zyra is
Oh, nice.
Oh,
I've been looking for
baby.
this one. All right, so Apollo gets locked in. Boys, lightning round predictions. Go, Adonis.
I honestly prefer Fnatic's comp here.
I prefer Fnatic's comp as well.
I prefer Epsilon. I'm giving it to Epsilon.
I'm going to go with Epsilon as well. All right, boys, here we go. It is time for the final match of the day. Two of Europe's finest teams. Make some noise for Epsilon and Fnatic as we toss it over to the casters.
Thank you very much, Alex. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the commentary booth for the final time today. It is the fourth match of the day, and certainly what must be the match of the day. Epsilon versus Fnatic, and you heard the analyst split down the middle. What do you guys think?
It's going to be close. I don't know. It's either going to be Fnatic coming in with plays out of the Humbots or everybody's favorite Adapting on Thor.
I will vote for whoever Incon didn't.
Yeah, fair enough there. You know, looking at that Epsilon lineup, it is 3 magical damage cores. Really, I mean, Amir and Sol, both very high damage dealers, Xingqian as well. So I think that's why you hear the analyst kind of saying, you know, the composition for Epsilon is maybe a little bit questionable. But you also heard them say that these two teams are scrim partners and they have formed their own meta within the matchup. So we got to think this has been successful for them in the past.
I'm hoping so. A lot of people are saying this is the start of the tournament. I don't know. I don't think that's exactly true. China had a really good showing today, but I think this is what fans have been waiting for. Epsilon and Fnatic take to the stage. Fnatic, a tough loss yesterday off a game that I think most people expected them to win.
And Fnatic in a must-win situation here.
Everyone in a must-win situation?
Epsilon too.
Yeah. But Fnatic, they've struggled with the enemy a little bit here, and generally speaking, this team tends to wear their heart on their sleeves a little bit.
Oh yeah.
A loss in game number 1, I think, will be a 100% indicator of a match loss for Fnatic.
To be fair, we don't really know what it's like when Epsilon loses. They haven't done it very much.
That's true.
They did lose to Paradigm in the Super Regionals,
but then the tournament was over.
Yeah, I guess you're right. But looking at Ymir's build, he has a Mark of the Vanguard.
Okay.
That's interesting for support.
That's aggression.
Suggests to me early aggression. Yeah, I mean, Mark of the Vanguard, very good against those archer volleys, mitigating 5 damage from each source, which does indeed stack up. It also gives you a nice little chunk of bonus HP. I am actually a little surprised, just kind of in a vacuum, to see that it is Emilitu going to the duo lane with Raffer as the Sol. I maybe would have preferred to see a mix of the damage types in the duo lane with a physical damage hunter and a magical damage guardian, but Epsilon knows best with their 1 loss on record in the regular season.
But if they have double magical, that really hurts Soul Eater build, ensuring that they don't get that extra physical protection. right?
Fair enough.
So why not try to rush it down for a different type of damage?
And something to keep in mind is Chiron's slow on his 2 is insanely powerful.
I was still under the assumption, even after saying what I just said, that Soul was going mid lane. It's going to be Chiron in the mid lane.
Yeah. How's the escapability for Chiron? I mean, like, how does this mid lane actually work?
Well, against Humbots, he'll be fine because the only thing Humbots has to stop is dash.
What is this? What is this? What is this?
This is all.
This is a dance. I mean, this is where you're seeing what
How
the
did he
analysts
hit
were
that?
talking about.
How
Well,
did
they have a ward. They have a ward.
Still, but how does he hit these things every time blindly?
Because he's the best player in the world.
Ooh, we don't know that yet.
Do we not know that
we
yet?
haven't seen him face off against Andy.
Have you never seen Adapting stat line?
Andy and Adapting still have to play. We're at Worlds. This is where we do this.
But Anister's never really been the most considered the best player in the world. He's
That is-
considered the most dangerous player in the world for a long, long
I
time,
don't
and probably
know,
still
man.
the case.
Season 1, I mean, that was my man.
It was him or Gars, right? That was the toss-up always. But at least in the back half of Season 2, it has been the Adapting show.
But one of those players has a check that was handed to them for like $1.3 million.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, Adapting was still playing Tribes then.
All right, so we have Raffer going into the jungle here. It looks like a back camp invade. Now, if you look over on the bottom right side of your map, you're going to notice a hard rotation to a blue buff that wasn't taken. Neither blue buff was taken.
This is, I mean, we're seeing something really, really special here. I mean, this is a very highly developed matchup between these two teams.
Yeah.
I mean, Raffer taking these back camps, a very non-conventional move. You don't see the punish coming out of Fnatic.
This looks normal, and it's not.
Right, yeah, exactly. This looks like how the game is played by all teams based on how they're rotating around the map, but indeed it is not. It is definitely a very heavily developed meta between the two teams.
One thing to keep in mind is these two teams are the scrim partners. They've been scrimming each other since the beginning of the SPL this season, so they kind of know the ins and outs of each other. Like Real said in the trash talk, he's like, we already know how they play. We got them easy, or whatever. He said something like that.
Yeah, I also have heard that scrims have been pretty tight between these two teams.
It's true. And when Fnatic is back against the wall, they tend to perform pretty damn well.
Yeah, they do, but it's the match that they perform well in, but I do not have a lot of confidence in this squad if they do go down one game.
That's true.
Another thing that we did fail to mention that, is definitely the case, a nice wall going to come out from Raffer there, but look at that, holding the freeze. I mean,
That patience was
yeah,
crazy.
Not willing to use the mana. We did fail to mention that with the Amir +2 Hunters, this is a very good early Gold Fury lineup.
5-4 right now.
Back
and
camps.
That's the support to the duo lane. Basher a
back
level
camps.
behind. Yeah, Raffer getting that extra back camps really gave him quite a big advantage.
3 minutes and 3 seconds. The wards have gone down. Nothing is spotting Adapting sitting here and waiting for an opportunity in the mid lane. But instead, he's going to cut his losses and head back to the base and go ahead and build into his boots too. So there we see Zhang Kui just a little bit too tanky to take the risk.
Going right to the back camps. You'll see Yaman probably hold the last hit here as you're going to see Adapting rotate back into the jungle. This way they're splitting the camp. We'll get back into lane at almost the same time, ensuring maximum efficiency. Again, this is why they're considered one of the best teams in the world. It seems like a very basic play, but I mean, it's a lot of things that people struggle with.
This team is pretty similar to the enemy squad in North America. Payne putting together kind of that Moneyball team of very good players that hadn't really had a ton of success. Same thing on the side of Epsilon, barely missing last year's SWC.
And again, look at the efficiency. He rotates down using Bumbas to ensure maximum gold, and at that point, Yaman has already pulled the back camps. Again, very, very efficient, and yet, Epsilon still down a few hundred gold here.
The Fnatic, did they pick up both mid camps perhaps? Oh no, it was the blue buff invade that's putting them ahead, one would imagine. They got both of the blue buffs on the right side.
But for 500 gold?
Some of the gold difference is coming between the Watchers and the Vanguard, that's why as well.
And Maniac has pushed the lane in a few times over here on the solo with the weaker early game from Jin.
Yeah.
Left side camp's going to blue. Right side, I'm pretty sure went to red, yeah?
Yeah, I believe it did. Yeah, and Hunbots is now at his orange buff.
Ooh, look at that. Just barely found that hitbox. Took him 4 swings to find it, but without pulling the Gold Fury, takes the 50 gold win.
Counter warding.
Pretty early, too.
Yeah, very early for a
I'm
Sentry.
surprised it's on Gold Fury. They usually don't like Sentries.
No, it's
on
because of the
gold.
Amir comp.
No, it's because of Fnatic. They know they... Look, Fnatic's pulling the gold. Oh, no, they're
killing the other one.
Fnatic was doing 5-minute Gold Furies 2 times this week.
But Epsilon
that is true.
Epsilon has definitely the better lineup for taking the early Gold Fury, though. I mean, really, both teams are wanting it. Raffer going to be kiting around this buff and waiting for Adapting.
What's this?
Adapting, looking for the plan. Maniac is
Got
going
him.
to slam down on top of him. This
Got
time the CC chain, Munio's attunement, and out he will go. Up to Shingten to race it down, but Dimmy unable to follow up, and Maniac will be forced back to base, but with his life.
Perfect CC chain, perfect auto attack cancels, but no follow-up from Dimmy. He didn't feel that he had the mana. He didn't want to move too close because he knew he would push Maniac back.
Yeah, he didn't have the mana, and he didn't have his ultimate up. He must have used it on Dimmy or on Maniac some other time in the lane.
Yeah, and honestly, a rare kind of mechanical mistake, I think, out of adapting. He could have thrown that hammer forward into the lane a little more and ported to it. That was the only opportunity to get a kill, a very low percentage play at that. So he went for the confirmed damage out of the double tap.
Well, I think he was expecting the follow-up from Dimmy, but Dimmy just didn't have his one-up.
So coming back to the lane, Maniac choosing into what looks like Stone of Gaia build even before the boots. So not looking for damage, which means early rotations and early fights are probably not in the mix here for Fnatic, at least not on the right side of the map. This kind of leads to me that they're not going to be going for those early Gold Furies they've been known for throughout this tournament.
Yeah, it'll probably sit on this Emerald Talisman for a while, though. He'll go back to finish off those boots before maybe never even getting into the Stone of Gaia.
Look at Raffer's player damage. He's sitting at 0 right now.
Actually, while I could see that being a pretty cool stat, Zhang Kui being at 0 with that card.
Yeah, Zeros hasn't even hit Yaman yet.
His name is representing his numbers.
Yeah, Zeros, indeed.
Trying for the push. Yaman.
Look at this Chiron clear. I mean, you know, this is a relatively new god. Haven't seen too much of him in competitive play. In fact, this is really his debut. And first time getting to see Yaman take him mid. And it seems very, very successful. I mean, he hasn't been under any pressure so far in this game.
I really love this character. He's, especially for newer players who are just joining the game, he's super easy to play. His passive activates automatically. His 2 is auto-targeted. His 4 doesn't let you die. I mean, he's just a very basic character, but when you play him at a high level, you can do things like knocking back people into your Constellation charge. I mean, there's a lot of technicality to him, and I think it's perfect for a player like Yaman, especially a player like Yaman who was so amazing with characters like Ra, those big snipes. I mean, his ultimate, those giant Astral Arrow Constellation shots are just right up his alley.
Yeah, we saw Barracuda show that off earlier.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, Adapting's going in the air.
I don't know.
He's looking for Twig on the backside. He will get the stun. He's going to get the no.
Okay.
No, his Tectonic Rift was down.
Oh, Adapting. Wow, very uncharacteristic
strange,
combo
yeah,
miss.
strange for him to go to ult in without the follow-up stun there. Maybe just thought he had enough burst to take him down. And let's take another look here with Raffer's build. It is going to be the tank boots on top of that Mark of the Vanguard.
Okay, so I think the first time we've seen them in this tournament.
Yeah, 2 Mark of the Vanguards, in fact, on this squad between the Xingtian and the Amir.
I think that's a perfect idea, though. I mean, there's a lot of dot damage, right? So between Khepri and Zhang Kui, getting that Mark of the Vanguard is going to reduce a much higher amount of damage than almost any other item in the game would.
And I also like the tank boots into the Apollo because the Mez is really annoying for Ymir. So if he's not sitting in that, he gets to be doing more things.
Still one of the most underestimated moves in Smite. No matter how many times it gets used, how many times Apollo comes in and out of the meta, it's instant cast, it gives him protections, it's a huge AoE around him.
I think a lot of people just forget about the protections. It used to give magical protections too.
know.
Now it's just physical, thank God.
I'm triggered. I'm triggered. Please.
Yeah, old Apollo.
Better than old Sun Wukong?
Like, was he better? Like, in the 1v1, who
What about old Guan Yu?
I was just trying to make Bart mad.
Old Guan Yu?
I tell you, old Guan Yu, nothing has ever been as powerful as base lifesteal Anubis.
Now there's new Guan Yu in Amaterasu.
Oh.
Yeah, the new old Guan Yu.
Yeah.
It's not as Diesel, though. There's no silence this time. Uh-oh. Okay, so Maniac forced to ult out there. Dimmy without his ultimate as well now.
I mean, this is really a slap fight between these two for some time. And we've seen this matchup a few times so far in this tournament. It's been a very popular set of solo laners. Thinking about, back to the last Worlds tournament, who were really the favored solo laners then?
I mean, Maniac and Divios.
Yeah, we saw some Sun Wukong.
Oh, I'm talking about characters. I
characters
think players.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, Wukong was pretty important. Hercules, I think, won the tournament
Hercules,
pretty much hands
Amir
down.
was it a popular solo laner, in fact, for Zaylee as well?
A few times, yeah.
Yeah, so you see a little bit. I mean, and that maybe gives you a good idea of
well, forget about the solo lane. Let's talk about the duo lane here. We got Emilito and Reels on the screen. You can see it's actually pretty close, but man, that win-loss ratio. Look at Emilito with that 42-10.
But Reels on average putting out more damage, and that indicates, it will belies his desire to play more late-game based carries.
But that and Emilito is not the carry type of player. He's the one that sets up a lot of kills. He's a very different hunter player than almost everyone else in the circuit.
He plays super aggressive, though. I love watching Emilito play. Like, yesterday, he jumped into the Tier 1 towers on her and just
that was awesome.
ulted.
And I thought that should have been a kill. Like, he should have died, but it's just so weird and so strange, and he has no land nerves. He has nothing that debilitates him from making these insane plays.
He just has no fear.
Epsilon roaming the maps, threatening this Gold Fury early. They should know there's a sentry here as it was counter-warded from their control. Gold Fury just going to sit right on top of that Fanatic Sentry.
So this just looks like a classic Fnatic game right now. 10 minutes in, 0 kills for both teams. It just looks like they're farming up. The Mark of the Vanguard pickup is good for the dot damage, but I think looking at the game right now, I think you'd rather went Watchers because no kills have happened at all. And Capri's literally up 400 gold just from the Vanguard, or 500 now.
Dimmy jumping forward here. Maniac sitting by, just watching. Won't have much trouble clearing up the wave. Both solo laners seem pretty content to continue the slap box. Left side, Emelito rotates over. We'll get some free experience here. Doesn't look like we had Reels able to get out of the lane. Raffer not in a great spot, but a good freeze will get him out of it.
That wall was insane. It blocked off the Kepri one that kept him alive. If he got pulled there, he would have got pulled right into the tower, and he's like, Ymir, what is he going to do?
You know, it's funny because Ymir is seen as a rather weak character. He very rarely gets picked or banned, but for some reason, this character is banned a lot against Raffer, and it wasn't, and he picked it this game. So this will be the first time in, I think, a very long time where we really get a feel of what this character can do in the hands of a master.
Oh, I can tell you what it'll do. It's going to do about 450 damage with the Glacial Strike to some of these squishier targets at around level 12. I mean, that's really what the power of this god is. He has a nice amount of control. He's very bursty, and he has one of the highest damage abilities in the game on an 8-second cooldown.
So if you look at the levels, he's actually taken 2 in freeze, 2 of his ultimate, and 2 in his wall.
2-4-2-2 build-up out of the level 10.
I don't know whether or not that's a misclick or whether he really feels like that second level of the wall is going to be really important. Because remember, it does increase.
It increases the duration of the wall. And I think so. I think a lot of this game is going to come down to splitting up the team fights, keeping that Zhang Kui out. But here we go. The first team fight really breaking out. Raffer is going to be the first to fall. 2-0. Zeros on the backside will get picked up, but the Kepri ultimate will save him, bringing him back in the near ground. We see Maniac getting piled onto by Epsilon, but in the same time, Zeros picks up a double kill onto Adapting, and up into the sky will go Reels, and down he will fall to the mid camps, where they will find yet another kill. Credited to Yam and Maniac to go down as well. Reels trying to make something out of this. A Serenade is going to find 2, but very, very low. Reels, one more hit will take him down, but away he will get. Hunbot sleeping out, everyone low on mana. The free shot from Yemen, maybe enough to get it. No, it will not.
Oh my God. Kepri passive saved Kepri's life right there.
Both him and I don't understand how they're getting out of this. They're going to try into the tier 2 here. It winds up being slightly in favor of Fnatic for now, but if they can burst this tower down and force Zhang Kui into a situation of insane amounts of defense, this is going to be a big win for Epsilon.
Oh, they take the tier 1 there, nice and handily. First Blood was credited over to the side of Fnatic. 666 gold, still in favor of the red squad in this matchup, but getting closer and closer to 2,000 experience going the way of Epsilon, and level advantages with 2 hunters is a big problem.
You know, I go back to what you said, about the Mark of the Vanguards. The difference there seems to be a little bit of tankiness, and yes, they're ahead in gold on the side of Fnatic, but the experience leads in the favor of Epsilon. They take the tier 1 tower as well. This is going to expose Zhang Kui. I want to see Adapting just hold that down.
And look at that. Ymir already finished his shell. I think that's really important against the Zhang Kui comp for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Tons and tons of damage reduction there between those tank boots and that shell early on.
And that Mark of the Vanguard.
Yeah, indeed.
And at that point, the Ghosts are doing like 40 damage to Ymir, maybe less, and then take 5 off of that?
It was really, really unfortunate that Zhang Kui got all those kills in that last engagement for Epsilon, because it does give him a very early Warlock stash.
Right, but we've seen Zhang Kui get to the point where people know I can just build shell against it. It's possible that they're going to use that against them. Maybe they really wanted Apollo to get those kills.
Well, fair enough, yeah. I mean, Apollo definitely brings more of the late game, but he does pick up 2 assists there. And the Warlock stash is completed nonetheless for Zhang Kui, giving him some tank ability and some damage coming out. Stone of Gaia was indeed finished off after the boots by Bologna, suggesting perhaps that she is looking to farm up a bit more and just use that teleport 3 to join the fight. Beads 1 on 4 members of Fnatic. And Beads 1, in fact, all around. So 3-minute cooldowns on any CC cleanse.
Blue buff going to get taken here. Right back to Dimmy. I'm sure he'll be sitting in this lane for another, 15 or 20,000 minutes.
Yeah.
God bless.
I think Xingtian maybe has the most boring itemization ever.
I will build defense and health.
Yeah, it's cooldown boots and a Breastplate of Valor and a Mark of the Vanguard, and it's going to be an E-Staff after that, and then probably like a Bulwark.
Yeah.
I mean,
that sounds about right.
He's just going to tank it up, and well,
Stone of Gaia.
Welcome to the world of percentage damage.
You can see Dimmy actually trying to use that percentage damage to beat down Maniac. I think it's a good idea.
And yeah, well, but Maniac with the Scourge able to heal up bit by bit.
Look at Emelito's build. He decides to go into full cooldown as Soul. I kind of like it.
I love it.
But I hope he builds some Pen eventually, because Pen's
yeah.
really, really strong on Soul.
I'm expecting Polynomicon right into the either Spear or Demonic Grip. Either one works fine.
Probably Demonic Grip to go along with the Polynomicon, one would imagine, just because they apply at the same time. It's all nice and happy to have. And, you know, it makes some sense to go for the full CDR Soul, giving her max passive all the time, increasing your tower damage, locking out zeros here. Raffer's going to go ahead and freeze him. Beads are going to be popped. No ultimate used just yet. The wall going to come in as well. The mark is going to be shot by Chiron as well. Reels thrown in the in-hands here and there, and the Soul Trail will bail them out.
I love the wall there because you can watch Zhonghui take a step away from the wall towards Ymir because he knows he wants to get into that blind spot, and that's just why Raffer held the freeze the whole time. These guys know each other so well.
Another thing, going back, I think he took the extra point on it in his wall on purpose, because most Ymirs you play against, they only have 1 point in the wall. Oh, we got a fight here possibly.
Badger in some trouble. They're going to get his beads, but the slow will still hit. A brilliant wall going to come out by Raffer, and the ultimate being channeled. It's going to end just before the Khepri ultimate, but Yaman will be credited with the kill on to Badger. Maniac going to try to return something, but in the backlines, they're forced to contend with Dimmy, who has an ultimate, who's going to find two. They're both have their beads forced. Maniac liable to fall in this fight, but a Hunbot's ultimate keeping him alive for now. Maniac gets a return kill on to Raffer. In a lot of trouble is Maniac, but that Zhonghui ultimate is enough to hold out Epsilon. Dimmy still wants to fight. Down will be coming Reels. One in hand on Emilito to do it, and down he will fall as well.
Oh no, Dimmy.
Dimmy, he's got Audacity active, does that Apollo. Yaman running back to the mid lane. Reels waiting for the team. Overhead smash, couple in hands, but they just can't fight the Xing Tian. He's just too powerful.
A lot of that came down to how long they tried to bait. I mean, Badger just stood there inside his ultimate, waiting, not waiting, but having to wait there. They focused so much into his support, they were able to turn it around immediately. Fnatic get a huge win out of that one, picking up both Raffer and Emilito.
So who's got the better late game now is the question. It's got to be the double hunters on Epsilon, right? I mean, this game's fairly close to 17 minutes.
I mean, it's Reels. It's Reels on Apollo. You're going to split push. You're going to send someone to try to solo Reels?
Well, you heard, right?
That.
I mean, you heard when the players were talking about really the real strength of Reels is as a late game hunter, he's just so slippery in team fights, and he tends to find the right time to flank. And Reel's the type of player that likes to fight with 6 items, and you know, at the point where 2-3 in hands are going to kill your back line, Apollo is a very, very good character to have after 30 minutes.
I think in late game it's going to come down to how well Badger gets his ult off. If he gets it off on Bologna or either Reels in one of the fights, if he gets a good ult, it's going to be really, really hard for Epsilon to take them out.
2-4 right now. Fnatic still with a small lead, not much. The experience difference still favored Epsilon. Remember, these guys, they scrim a lot. They know each other very, very well, and you could see it reflected in their gameplay.
Can we hover over Ymir again? I think he has 4 points in his wall now.
No
Look at
way.
That. That's crazy.
Over the CC. Well, I mean, it's
Zhonghui.
Yeah, better against the Zhonghui. I mean, preventing the Zhonghui from entering the fight or keeping him locked out from joining his team. I mean, just basically isolating the Zhonghui is going to be...
Apollo as well.
Yeah.
Also Khepri too. We saw it there. He walled Khepri off.
Yeah, not a lot of leaps, but a lot of dashes on the mobile characters. Just Maniac's ultimate and Captain Twig's leap are the 2 on the board. And besides that, they're going to be relying on movement speed and dashes. And, well, of course, Amir's wall better than the freeze in that regard for holding them out.
Speaking of movement speed, Emilito forced into the Corporeal form there as we do get a rotation. Nothing too nerve-wracking, I would say. Level 16 apart for the Hunters. We got a level 17 on Dimmy right now. I'm pretty sure that's the highest, tied with Yaman from the mid lane. Chiron doing really, really well. And you got to love the fact that they have the double hunter lane on the same team as the person who's going to be able to reduce their damage. But Bologna is going to play the key here. I'm surprised that we saw her go into a Runeforge Hammer instead of going into something like a Runic Shield or a Midgardian Mail, because there's a lot of auto attack damage on the left side, and he doesn't seem to be trying to take it down.
I can't even remember the last time we saw a solo inner that's physical not build a Runeforged Hammer. I mean, it's just such a go-to item on this lane.
I just love Dimmy sitting there hitting with the axe over and over again while he's healing with his whip. It's hilarious.
I mean, how long have they been doing this? Neither of them have taken damage. We have this again. Khepri's not in a great spot.
How many times are we going to see this exact play where Raffer finds a wall just off the left side of mid? Looks like there's going to be some kind of fight breaking out. I mean, neither of these teams is willing to commit to the Gold Fury. Oh, I hold that thought. Yaman's going to start it up. Let's take a listen in with Epsilon's comms as they're going to try to defend Fnatic and take this Gold Fury.
Nice.
I can't get out. I can't get out. Okay, let him die. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm on. I'm trying to wall it for you. Nice, I'm ulting. Run, run, run. I'm throwing them away. Nail out. Nail out. Nail out. Humba jump. Song is low. Song is low. Out. Capriel. Capriel. Get out. Kill him now.
Okay.
Kill him right now. Just get out. Get out.
I'm on Capri. You get out.
Get out. Force double. Force double. Get out. 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 Det är stilla valt. Det är stilla valt. Det är stilla valt.
I had to beat.
Double on the roll.
Nice.
Good
nice,
job.
nice,
Good ball.
nice.
Yep. No cap field. No jungle.
Alright.
I was just ulting for the port.
I got confused. They're pushing mid.
No, it was this.
Gold Fury was picked up, but at what cost? Fnatic finds a couple more kills on the follow-up, and now it's tier 1 under pressure.
Captain Twig has come to play today. That entire run that he managed to do was just what we've expected from Captain Twig since the end of Season 1, where we thought he was going to be for all of Season 2. That was the return of Twig right there.
That was great. Maniac's ult is what really saved him. He stunned the guy out who was trying to finish off the kill, and that's what made Twig live.
How frustrating is that for Epsilon now? I mean, they let one kill get through their fingers there. They get blown up on that Gold Fury, and this game is now effectively dead even once again at the 21-minute mark. Fnatic, they have that Apollo still waiting in the wings, and eventually Reels will have 6 items.
Adapting to the sky.
Gonna try to make a play. He's gonna find at least one with the stun, but not from the Mjolnir's attunement.
Got one.
Raffer finds a freeze as well. The wall is there. The ultimate being channeled. A lot of damage going to come out. Xingtian going to keep them in place for the Amir ultimate. Here comes the Hunbot's ultimate. Khepri enough to save Reels as well, who's standing on the backside. Emilito going to try to force them out. In the meantime, Zeros has fallen. Twig in a lot of trouble. Xingtian will have enough to finish that one off, and it's a double for adapting. 2 members down, only 3 remaining, and Reels forced back to the base. A tier 2 now going to be sieged by Epsilon.
Really well played by the Epsilon. They spread Fnatic out. It just made it easy for them to pick the kills up. Capri had a really good ult there, but they went different directions. Some of them went to the left lane while the other ones retreated back to the mid lane.
You know,
really, really well executed by Epsilon.
The shell came in perfectly. You know, he didn't use it too early, even when it seemed like Zhonghui, even when it seemed like Zeros was getting the upper hand. He waited till that ult was activated and then replied in turn. And then, of course, Dimmy with that knock-up on Captain Twig as he was trying to get away. Just beautiful play around the board. Epsilon looked like they were in complete control from start to finish.
And now with that, Epsilon will take the gold advantage, handily back from Fnatic up to 1,500 yet again. Experience now getting closer and closer to 4K as a goal is, 2,500 gold and nearly 3,500 experience in favor of Epsilon after that last engagement. Picking up a couple of kills in that tier 2 tower really helped him out, especially considering that they gave back so much of that Gold Fury.
I mean, this was probably the first team fight that we've seen that was truly won by one team or the other, and Epsilon needed it, right? I mean, after the way that last fight went, I could see morale maybe starting to get low in comms, right? But it was the opposite. They were completely controlled throughout.
And it is going to be the tower killer soul. Max passive.
Love it.
And a Polynomic on an Obsidian Shard. This is primarily going to be an objective damage soul. Now, granted, she can still put out some nice damage against players, but the build is focused in that direction.
I would still like to see a Demonic Grip to make sure she has extra attack speed to push those towers down, or even try to box the Apollo in the endgame. Reels right now is level 18, has some of his core items online. In fact, all of his core items. Going into the crit now, it seems we're going to have a pretty standard Hunter build.
I think it's probably already at the point where the Soul cannot box the Apollo. I mean, just Executioner really changes this matchup. And unless you have a Demonic Grip or your Freya with a Fatalis and Pen Boots, it's very hard to fight into Executioner.
Again, we're going to see a not Midgardian Mail or Runic Shield. Runic Shield was really the item I was looking for, but it looks like Maniac is going to be going into Spirit Robe, going to try to gain some just flat reductions.
Could always still be the Hide of the Urchin.
Oh, no, that is Hide of the Urchin.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is not Spirit Robe. You're absolutely correct.
Which seems fine. There'll be plenty more kills in this game.
10 more?
You know, even at 3 or 4, it's probably worth it at this stage in the game. I mean, all that bonus.
4 stacks, it becomes mathematically valuable. But, I mean, Fnatic, after that last fight, I don't know that I'd invest into that item. What about you?
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
We do have a Spirit Robe coming out from Humbots, though. Captain Twig wants that full cooldown reduction. Very smart. Try to get as many jumps in as possible. Once he's level 20, has max cooldown of the jump and damage with the poke from Same Crit Monkey. He'll be able to be very effective in team fights by being able to get in and get out, especially with those blinks.
But does Fnatic have enough damage to take this game late? When you look at the side of Epsilon, Dimmy's a core damage dealer, Adapting is as well, Yaman, Raffer, Emilito, they all are damage-based characters. On the side of Fnatic, you have Maniac, who's really a disruptor, Captain Twig, who really falls apart as a damage dealer, the Hunbots later in the game. It comes down to Zhonghui and Apollo really to be late game carries.
Well, Maniac also has his bludgeon. If he could get a big bludgeon off in one of these team fights, they could definitely take it just off of that.
True,
that's why
good
Bologna's
physical
so
ability
powerful.
burst out of Bologna, but you don't want those low percentage plays to be what you're banking on. It just seems like Epsilon has a much lower execution requirement past 25, 30 minutes in this game than Fnatic will.
Emilito is actually doing this right now to build up the heat without having to burn an ability. It's going to take 20 auto attacks to get there, and it looks like he did it. At this point, he's going to force a rotation. He's very hard to fight because of how much extra damage and attack speed he'll be gaining off this passive.
Yeah, just keeping it stacked up now, and Twig's going to come in and take about a third of his HP before he gets the abilities off. Rafter's going to freeze out Badge on the backside. Beats are going to be forced. There's a port coming into this ward. It's going to be Dimmy over from the solo lane. Bologna going to follow suit shortly. And Epsilon is going to fall back from the Gold Furies. Fnatic gets the better of that trade.
A very curious Heavenly Agility pop as well is going to make it very hard for them to fight into zeros. They need that as a disengage to be able to deal with the ghosts coming out. They'll be relying almost 100% on the shell. Otherwise, they're going to be so spread out in the next fight that it should belong to Fnatic.
A shell apiece and a Heavenly Agility apiece on each team here. Both of them really looking to, I mean, these engagements, as you've seen them, have been so long. I mean, by general standards of a Smite 5v5 team fight, these have been lasting forever.
Yeah, I mean, 10 kills between Fnatic and Epsilon, who are normally very aggressive teams, at 26 minutes is considered a rather slow game. Both teams, I think, are very nervous. One small misplay can wind up ending the game completely.
Well, I think Epsilon is really aggressive. This is just a classic Fnatic game, in my opinion. They like to just draw it out as much as they can.
Oh, I think that shows the hand a little bit. By throwing the wall there, this is going to stop a lot of what they were trying to do with Zhang Kui. The Heavenly is still down for 26 seconds. This might be Fnatic's chance to jump in there. I'm very surprised they didn't take the opportunity with that wall being down, especially for how long it was lasting. They got to know that he's leveling it.
Well, they have to contend with both Adapting's wall and Rafter's wall to really get that Zhang Kui free.
That's true. Structure comps, man, I love them.
Look at the old Adapting build up here. This is a very aggressive Thor build-up.
Best build, man.
Yeah, I mean, normally you'll see another defensive item after the Mail of Renewal. The Spirit Robe being pretty popular in that slot. And then maybe a Titan's Bane later on in the game, or even a Brawler's. But
I think this is the way to go. I mean, Brawlers, I think, would be very good as well. But there's not a ton of healing on the other side. Gold Fury getting started up again. They're trying to force something here. Raffer just blocked out over half the team as Badger tries to work his way in. Captain Twig's going to have to blink in here. We got ourselves a fight.
Emilito's going to pop the beads and try to fight Captain Twig on the backside. It's Dimmy and Raffer trying to maintain a front line for Epsilon.
Back.
Fnatic in some trouble. Heavenly going to be popped. Zero's moving forward, but no ultimate popped off yet by the Zhang Kui. Now Amir's ultimate going to do a moderate amount of damage, and the wall is going to be there to block out the rest of the team. Tossing back two is going to be Dimmy as they try to disengage. Zero is in trouble. He is going to pop to the dot, and it's going to take him back towards Adapting, who's looking to take down Captain Twig. Now it's Real's going to go up into the sky, getting bursted down. He's dotted by Dimmy. It doesn't look like it is going to be enough, but Epsilon has gotten the better of Fnatic. But that was the sneaking shot from Chiron waiting.
It functions like Neith's World Weaver, not like an actual detonate. It was waiting for him on the ground, and as soon as he landed, bye-bye.
And now the Gold Fury fight starting up yet again. Maniac coming in with full HP with his teleport, Adapting on the backside, taking a bit of damage, but no real damage dealers putting it into him.
Again!
Huntbot's ultimate with Jotun's Wrath already back up. Adapting will pour it out nonetheless. Twig going to come over, but he's going to walk right into a wall. Yaman gets a kill on the Zeros, and Yaman has been an absolute nightmare in these team fights. Someone needs to check the Chiron as Epsilon is poised to take another Gold Fury.
They're going to get it back here out of Adapting. He's healing in the base. Maniac looks like he's going to let this one go. Raffer retreats back to the Gold Fury, and a big objective win as they tie the board and kills. Epsilon's going to find themselves with a pretty big lead here.
That was like a 15-minute Gold Fury fight, more or less.
So let's go back and just show everyone at home exactly what happened. Reels gets dotted, right? He's going to get hit in the backline by a pretty diesel shot from Xingqian.
Okay, here comes all the damage, and now you see the Seeking Arrow. It's pointing on him. It's just below the Chariot, and poor Reels, dead.
He didn't notice. If he saw it go off, there was a chance he could have gotten into the fountain. Even then, I think he probably would have died.
First tick does.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what would have happened if he rode all the way to the fountain. I wonder if it would have healed a tick before he...
No, the fountain takes usually a second. That applies instantly. The only issue is like maybe it times out like Neith's Arrow. Neith's Arrow after X amount of seconds will at least it used to go away. That might have timed out, although it seems unlikely. He just didn't see it coming.
Yeah, or even just the one in hand proccing the lane.
Epsilon starting this fire giant. Maniacs are in there already.
Looks like they just want someone to fight them. Captain Twig getting poked out a bit by Adapting, playing very aggressive.
They invested a fair amount into Maniac here. Obviously, Maniac getting the worst of that exchange, but it's not the end of the world. He's lost a couple hundred health, but they're going to continue going. They're going to force Maniac to ult here. Oh, that's big. They need that. They're still going. Yaman's going to come down. The ult gets wasted. Dimmy's gone as well.
Dimmy just missing that one. Hey, you know, they should really just pop some shots into this tower here. Bologna does still have that tier 3 teleport up, as does Xingqian, just coming off cooldown. So you're going to see Maniac fall back to base and pour back in if it does look like this siege is going to continue from Epsilon. And indeed it does, and in she will come. Rapper moving forward, tanking the tower for a moment. Wall is there. Percentage damage out onto Maniac, and an easy disengage with a tier 1 for Epsilon. 6 kills apiece through 30 minutes.
I really feel like Fnatic might have needed to commit to that fight if they were going to use the teleport. It's a long cooldown, and now Maniac's not going to have that for the next engagement. Epsilon knows this and should start keeping pressure around the map.
Pushing in the mid lane here is going to be Epsilon. They'll shove it up. They'll try to maintain this map control best they can and make this Fire Giant very difficult for Fnatic to defend.
That is a lot of wards.
That is a lot of wards.
A lot of Epsilon wards.
That's a lot of wards.
Epsilon, it doesn't look like Fnatic has really spotted this one out, or at least they're maybe conceding it. Badger must know what's going on, but the wall is there and the damage is done. Maniac has one opportunity to ult in, but he's really knocked up, and Epsilon eSports will take Alienware Fire Giant at 31 minutes.
Maniac didn't have it.
Oh, he had no ultimate. That's right.
He had no ultimate.
Earlier.
That was a really good play by Epsilon. They knew that Maniac didn't have a way to get over the wall. They knew that he didn't have his teleport up. They've been keeping track of their professional players. So all they had to do was keep him out and put someone in the front line to make sure Zhonghui didn't get in there. They did it perfectly. They got themselves a Fire Giant, and game 1 right now is in the hands of Epsilon.
Yeah, between Chiron and Soul's damage, they're just able to burn the Fire Giant really, really fast.
Yeah, looking at the damage there, Chiron and Xingqian sitting at the top of the damage charts. Just below them is Zhonghui and then Soul. So 3 out of the 5 top damage dealers in the game belong to Epsilon.
And I love this, love this build from Dimmy. The Mark of the Vanguard here is going to shut down the only real damage that Fnatic's going to have to be able to try to kill a Xingqian, and that's Apollo.
And what's really cool, we see Rapper has low damage, but that's not really the story of this game for him. His walls have been on point, and they've been phenomenal. So even though he's playing Ymir and he doesn't have the highest damage, his walls are crazy. Like, look at that one, walling the minions off.
I mean, we have not seen walls like this in a very long time, if ever. I really feel like Rapper has changed this god today. I mean, not finishing your 2, not leveling your freeze, but going in for the wall to shut down a character like Zhonghui. This shows a master level of theory crafting. I mean, this is what Rapper should be known for worldwide.
So you may be wondering, you know, why those minions are getting walled off there, and that is to advance your own creep wave significantly by holding the enemy minions in place. Yours can advance freely. And by doing so, gives you a little bit of extra push, and even if you do it enough, a double wave as you try to get into the base.
Well, they're backing off here. The Gold Fury's not up for a while. I think they're just going to cross the map entirely and pick up this tower. Let's take a look at Golden Hand here to see how much they've earned, and it's really not all that much.
Under 1,000 all the way around the board, but with another tier 2, they'll be looking pretty good at finishing off some items, namely that Deathbringer for Apollo is the next big pickup for the squad.
And we got looks like a Gem of Isolation coming out from Xingqian as well.
Yeah, he already has the E-Staff, so it's almost 100% certain to be the Gem of Isolation.
He needs 200 more gold, so I'm sure Demi's like, I really need you to kill this tower.
Well, looking to siege into the base here is Epsilon. Let's take a listen in with their comms as they have Fire Giant buff and siege the right side Phoenix.
Chill for a bit, chill for a bit. I'm walling him off. I'm looking for it.
Get report. Belona disarm down. That's good, that's good.
Watch out, Demi, you're on your way. They shelled, back off.
Alright. Phoenix.
I'll be on it now. I'm gonna look to all Apollo in.
I'm on Phoenix,
Phoenix, guys.
Got it.
I'll stand Apollo.
Back off. Alright.
Go mid. We can get out. Alright. Can we not get gold and more farm? Then I can face tank him if we do that.
Careful, what the fuck?
So I'm gonna wall him in.
Yeah?
He's walled in.
Yeah.
Don't kill him. He's gonna get drunk.
Belona jumped in. Capriel. We can kill
I might be dead. I'm dead.
Okay, back off.
I'm ulting Zhonghui. They're going. Yo. Look. Good job. Belona. Hambas, help him. Rover. Help him. Good job.
I'm
still got a wall. Yeah, Hambas has no jump. Oh, I should have waited for my blink.
We can get this.
Yeah, we can get mid, I think. Be careful. I'm tanking it for a bit.
Full elf and port.
I'm gonna try wall the Apollo if you get it. Get it and get out. Good job. Run for your life.
We'll look for gold.
Bart, what are these walls, man?
Run for your life.
Every single time Rapper finds a position to put this wall up, he just blocks out 3 or 4 people. I think we're going to see a repeat of last year, and we're going to see Ymir bans today.
I just want to say Dimmy's ult was insane. I don't know how he got into the middle of the team. He just picked up 3 people and whipped them in.
That's free Gold Fury too. Let's go back to Golden Hand, and we're going to show you. It was 600 to 700, and now it's 22.
It's so hard to stop this push from Epsilon. I mean, you wall off one side of the Phoenix, both of your range DPSers sit off to the other side of it, and you saw how fast the Phoenixes fall, right? I mean, you have maybe 4 to 5 seconds to respond to that. The wall lasts an entire duration, and they're easily picking these up, and it's very hard. Fnatic has to burn movement abilities to do anything about it, and they have so many dash.
And if that wall's there, the only way to stop the Phoenix is to go around that choke point of the other side, and Emilito's just going to throw a giant stellar burst to your face for 800 damage.
Look at the gold. It's even in kills, but Epsilon just has all the gold in the world right now, just because they have all the structures down, and they also have taken a lot of gold Furies.
And they still didn't even lose that tier 1 on right. They have all 6 towers remaining. They've gotten every objective so far. Yeah, all the gold Furies, the Fire Giant.
3 gold Furies and a Fire Giant.
All they're missing is 1 Phoenix, a few more kills, and a Titan.
Well, what they do have is 2 5-figure leads, 10,000 experience, 12,000 gold, going to the side of the boys in blue, and Epsilon looking for the victory in game number 1. Fire Giant started up.
They might try to fight here just to try to see if they get a good fight.
I mean, they have to.
Look at that wall, though.
They have to stop this Fire Giant. They can't afford this. Twig has already burned his beads and his jump. He's trying to get in there. It's getting pretty low, but a very smart reset from Emilito will force him into a bad spot. Twig already forced to jump away, low health, adapting, taken to the sky.
It's going to be Reels. That's the target. They're going to try to get down this carry. Bologna's looking to save him, but the beads are there from adapting, keeping him moving. Zeros moves in with the Ghost channeling, but Xing Chen's going to wrap them up for now. Namir Ultimate's going to do a good bit of damage. Glacial Strike coming down as well, and the Zeros ultimate just not doing enough walled, and yet again by Raffer. There is the Khepri ultimate to save Bologna, but it's not going to be enough. Khepri may make it out of this one alive, but Bologna will not. Yemen moving forward with the charge. A couple more shots to do it. Captain Twig going to try to man fight, but you can't stop the horse, and in will come Chiron. Yemen scores the deicide for his squad. 12-7, 37 minutes in, and Epsilon is ready to take out Fnatic. It does look like game 1 will be going their way.
I think no one in this room truly surprised that the top-seeded Epsilon coming out of the season, they know what they're doing, man. That was clean.
What they don't know how to do very well, Brandon, is lose. This team has, what, 3 total losses this season?
3. 2 to Paradigm in the finals, and we had 1 loss in season to Fnatic.
4 losses.
4.
Didn't they lose to...
They lost the best of 5.
Yeah, oh, you're right.
I was best of 5.
So they lost 4 total games. 1 in the regular season, 3 in the post game. And, well, these cats look a little unstoppable.
That was crazy. I mean, the comp was crazy. You can't even really ban. I mean, granted, you could have banned the Xing Chen, but Xing Chen, strangely, wasn't the issue. It was Ymir.
Well, and it wasn't Xing Chen. It wasn't adapting Thor. It was Raffer's Ymir. And, well, I think we answered your earlier question, why does this guy get banned so often against this player? Walls. Turns out, just put 4 points in your wall.
That was crazy.
That was crazy.
That was complete meta shift from everything we've learned about the character since the beginning of Smite, because he's one of the first gods. He's been here forever, and he just took a god that is old as the game and changed him. Crazy.
Well, hey, and that sets us up for game number 2, guys. Let's hear what the analyst had to say about that one. Golden Boy, take it away.
Thank you so much, Bart. Yes, that was a great match to kick things off here for our final matchup of the day. I have to say, you know, one thing that has really, I guess, caught my attention about Epsilon, and I think Bart touched on it a little bit, was their adaptability with, you know, picking certain gods. That Ymir pick was awesome, and you just saw in certain parts in the game that Ymir, the wall just comes right up, and it was so effective. Ataraxia, what are your thoughts?
I think that you're absolutely right. You know, when we watch the replays back, we're going to see these amazing Ymir walls, and you know, it's a bit of a pet peeve for me because people will look at, you know, people who don't watch the game, they'll go to the Reddit, they'll see the scoreboard, and they'll see, oh, Rafa was 0-3 and 8. Well, I guess he didn't do that well. But really, you know, a wall is not a stat that comes up. It's not a stat that you can really show off to people until you actually watch the game. So while anyone looking at the stats will say Rafa's probably not the MVP, if you look at those walls, if you watch that game, he is no doubt the MVP.
I would say that Fnatic were dealt with a little hot and cold there. What'd you say? Because, you know, Soul in your mirror? Yeah? Did someone boo me? I will fight you. I will find you, whoever you are. This guy, you see, they're all booing me now. This is it. This is my
Twitch chat.
This is my exit from the Smite community, folks. It was a good run.
It was nice to know you guys.
It was same here.
He's already shipping you off too, because you took shots at him earlier.
Hey, he's a wizard, Hari. Anyway, all right, so let's go ahead.
This game, though, it was so intense for the first 20 minutes, and it was, you know, the traditional Fnatic gameplay where the first 20 minutes there's like 1 or 2 kills, maybe a small team fight, nothing crazy. I believe it was the 24-minute, no, it was the 20-minute Gold Fury, where Epsilon get it, but lose 2. And off of that, they just started getting further and further ahead. It wasn't a massive team fight at one time. It was just like, we kill 2, you get 1. We get a tower after the fight. And they just kept inching those leads away until they got that uncontested Fire Giant, and that's when the lead went from 3,000-4,000 to 12,000.
I think this is how we know that we're watching, the top tier of a Smite, because a game can have the slash line of 7 and 7 in kills completely equal, and what we find is, Epsilon are taking it to the next level because they're getting ahead through objective control, through positioning and very careful use of ability, rather than actually, Fnatic aren't making mistakes individually. They're not dying and they're not getting caught out. They're just getting out-teamed, really. The team synergy of Epsilon
outplayed as a whole
forward.
team.
Exactly, and that's why they were able to get these objectives and really pull far ahead, even without the kills.
It was the stuff after the stuff, as you mentioned, as FDOT says. One of my favorite phrases in Smite, actually, because it's so true. The kills were completely even, but Epsilon was using their kills way more effectively than Fnatic was. They were taking down towers, they were getting objectives, and they used that to get ahead, which eventually led to that Fire Giant, which is when the game started to get out of control.
I mean, as soon as you get Fire Giant, right, at that point in time, that's pretty much where, things start to go downhill there. I mean, it takes a lot for a team to keep it together after something like that happens, or it just takes a royal screw-up on the other side. But there you could see the percentage graph there, and it is...
I think they're just reversed
the wrong way around.
They're a little, they were a little confused. The teams were a little confused.
Yeah, no, we caught it. Yeah, the graph was like, what do I do with this? I didn't know who would win. Even he thought it'd be down the middle. Hey-oh, see, look at that.
I actually really liked Fnatic's comp, but I think Ataraxia made a great point in this fact that we didn't really see them team fight well. At Gold Fury specifically, we saw Twig actually, when Emilito was stacking up his heat passive on Sol, we saw Captain Twig kind of get baited into trying to stop it. Even though Emilito wasn't doing the Gold Fury at all then, they were just kind of like trying to catch someone out, and Twig fell for it. He goes in, he uses on Betzel, immediately forced out, and then a fight broke out after that. He doesn't have that up. And that happened so many times where Twig or Kepri would try and go in, and they would just feed in one at a time, and Epsilon were fighting as a pretty tight core, and just Fnatic were getting picked off on the outskirts.
Yeah, absolutely. Just all of them, they weren't really able to get what they wanted to do off. Like, we never really saw the big Jean Quail that turned the tide of a fight, because there was always a shell ready every single time. We didn't get to see that. We saw a couple of actually amazing ults by Captain Twig.
Yes.
That really, we had these great initiations by Rafa, trapping people off, and then suddenly Twig comes in, ult saves lives, turns the fight, but eventually when the actives came online, as Epsilon started teaming up more, they just couldn't get anything done.
All right, so what does Fnatic need to do here, Incon? I mean, we're going to game 2. This is it, right? Loser, that's it. You're done. Your life here in the SMITE World Championships is concluded. What do they need to do?
Fnatic, more than anything right now, needs to just take a breath. More than any pick that they can take, more than any ban, they need to breathe. They need to say, hey, we're still in this. You can't be down. You've got one more game. You take it one game at a time. You say, it's a best of one. We take our best of one. We look at it strong, and you go into it, and you kick ass.
All right. What do you think about, obviously Epsilon had some unique picks, Adonis, Do you think we're going to see something like that again? Trying something that will throw them off that Fnatic just doesn't expect?
I'm sure Fnatic wasn't too, surprised by that, considering they scrim partners. But we could see something a little bit crazy. I really like this Chiron mid coming out. We had talked about it earlier yesterday. This is something that we could see, and we saw how powerful it was in the hands of Yaman. Obviously, this player didn't really play Hunters in the mid lane until near the end of the split, but these past couple months he's been practicing them, and I think that's something we're going to see for the rest of the tournament. The team as a whole seems very comfortable, and it's a very Paradigm style of gameplay, and I feel like after they lost to Paradigm in those finals at the Super Regionals, they've adopted that style.
It adds a new level of fear as well to Sol, because Sol is a character that actually allows the Hunter to go mid, because then you have the magic, the magic physical divide isn't thrown off. So whenever you let Sol through, you're not just letting Sol through, you're letting the idea of a Hunter going mid go through. And Hunter's the strongest thing that, Pretty Prime, the mid laner for Titan, he loves his Hunters mid. And the thing that he loves about it is that they are so good before 5. It's really hard to fight a Hunter as a mage going into the mid camps. And it really shows, how much pressure you can really put out with that. So when, back to the point, you can't really let Sol through. It's not just about Sol, it's about what they can get with Sol.
All right, well, we'll see how all this works out, folks. Game number 2 is coming up next here. It's going to be a good one. let's go ahead and get started with the picks and bans. Here we go, and you know, Ataraxi, I gotta ask you, buddy, how does it feel to be on the right side? You've joined me on the side of good, of always being correct.
You heard me. I said I preferred Fnatic's comp, but I thought Epsilon was gonna win.
No,
I didn't hear that. I think you said Fnatic was going to win, right?
The second in game, I said that.
That's why Epsilon won, is because you said Fnatic were going to win.
I'm almost certain you said Fnatic were gonna win. You said Fnatic were gonna, and Ataraxi said Epsilon.
I said they had the better comp. They just didn't play it well.
You're a dirty, filthy liar. That's what you are. All right.
Soul banned away. And the sides have switched, so Fnatic like to take first pick in this one.
Now the thing is, are they going to let the Jingchen go through? That was, in my opinion, a big proponent. No, they're not. They're just going to ban Rails' Freya off. Obviously, that's been doing some work in scrims. So are they going to go for the Jingchen and trade the Bellona?
I think it'd be hard to not go in for the Jingchen. Such a strong character. Now, of course, I expect to see immediately the Bellona locked in because there's absolutely no reason not to make sure that she's in your team.
The question is, yeah, but you could also wait, knowing that's a guaranteed pick, and look for something else. But you know, no team has.
I wonder how many times Shinten and Bellona have been 1 and 2. Solo has pretty much driven this. You know, a lot of this choosing from both sides. All right, here we go.
Back to Adonis's point, it's too risky not to take the Bellona there. There's no reason not to take Shinten and Bellona.
Yeah, no,
why not? They're both such strong characters.
True.
Run Bellona in the jungle. Run Shinten in the jungle. Why not?
But that's what I was asking. You know, has Fnatic practiced Bellona and Jingten in other roles, or is it always going to Maniac? Khepri picked up. I like this for Iraffer, although it's going to be a different style. Last game was a very aggressive Ymir play, maybe a little more supportive passive Khepri play.
We are seeing an absolute mirror from last game. Epsilon were first picked before, and they took the Jingchen, and then immediately the Bellona Khepri, Fnatic, Twigs, Humbats. You know. He's doing a lot of work with it throughout the tournament. He has some great ult, so no complaints about him picking that up.
Honestly, without Captain Twig last game on the Hunbats, they would have lost that game way earlier.
Absolutely,
he landed several 4-, 5-man Hunbats ults, which is absolutely incredible. So there's no reason not to give him that character he's playing so stellar with right now.
I really dislike the Zhonghui pick here. I think that Epsilon handled it incredibly well. Maybe they've gone for it now because Amir is off the table. That's the only thought process I can really get behind, because I felt like Zeros did not have the impact that he normally does. That's not because of him, though. It's because of the way Epsilon played and drafted. The Zhonghui ults never really got to make a big impact. So maybe without the Amir, we'll see a better showing.
I agree with you. Epsilon eSports right now, especially with the Khepri, who already has the damage reduction in the kit. That's one of the biggest counters to Zhonghui is the shell, because it comes in with the protections and the damage reduction. And then on top of that, you're going to have Khepri damage reduction. So Zhonghui does no damage with his ultimate that way. And so it's a very risky pick. While the God is very strong, it's not necessarily strong against that composition.
There's also Giannis picked up for Yaman in the mid here. And Giannis is Zhonghui's ult. It's very good for players who can't get away, but Giannis has, a movement speed buff in his kit. He can also get to a wall and just portal out of that damage. So it's going to be very hard for Zyros to get anything off in these team fights. And honestly, I think Yaman has one of, if not the best, Giannis in the world in his style of play. I think he reinvented the character in the middle of the season when we saw a much more supportive and defensive style. His portals are almost never used aggressively. You'll always see him portaling his team in and out of fights.
When preparing for Epsilon back in the fall split and the summer split, it was always a big heated debate as to whether we ban Giannis from Yaman specifically, because he, as you said, he just thinks outside of the box. In that famous quote of thinking with portals, he does that, and you will no doubt see it in this game.
I love seeing the Chiron pick come out here. It was extraordinarily effective last game, so why not pick it up again? Such a strong character, and everything in his kit synergizes extremely well. One of the best kits in the entirety of SMITE, actually, in my opinion, as well.
He's so versatile. Where is his bad point? He's great early. He's great mid-game. He's decent late. He's not as good as someone like Apollo or Ram, but he's still pretty strong.
Fnatic is going for the circles of all circles. No, that's not a circle. That's a great
he snipes in circles.
That's true. Yeah, circle snipe. Yeah, Rama
Reels
has
an absolutely insane Rama. As a Hunter player, I am so excited to see him on the true hyper carry of our role.
If you have a true Ram,
please.
That's the sign of a true hunter.
It's happening, Con.
Finally get the Mercury pick. It was waiting for this moment.
It's that meme. It's happening. All right. Well, there you go, folks. It's locked in. A lot of debate here in the Alienware analyst desk, but unfortunately, we have to take it away. Not so much, unfortunately, because these guys are all right. We're going to go ahead and toss it over to our commentators to kick us through for game number 2.
Thank you very much, Alex. And fortunately, you are up here with us and not back with them because we are waiting for game number 2 of the best of 3 between Fnatic and Epsilon. Epsilon up 1-0 and moving into this one. It's been Fnatic all comfort picks.
Mercury has hit the table.
Or just Mercury.
Mercury.
But I see Bacchus and Rom and Hunbots on the side of Fnatic, and I feel pretty good about that because those are best in slots for them.
Have you ever seen Mercury just one-shot someone?
Yes, I also saw Mercury being played by Latin America get one shot by everything else.
That doesn't count.
Sure it does. I mean, this is an assassin. It's a melee assassin later on in the game. He does struggle with survivability. Adapting also was not really playing to form, I want to say, on that Thor.
I really feel like Mercury is one of the best picks against Zhang Kui just because you can force him to ult, then get out, and then have one of the best reinitiations possible. I'm really looking at Adapting here to make the big play.
Zhang Kui feels like a major liability to me in this matchup. I mean, last time Fnatic got knocked out of a LAN, it was because of Zhang Kui. NG got knocked out of a LAN because of Zhang Kui.
I was just going to say that.
Aurora, what do you think? I mean, is this the right pick?
It's hard to say. The Ymir's off the table now, so it could work out better than the last game for sure.
Yeah, no Ymir, no Thor. You know, those geometrical blockings being a very big deterrent to Zhang Kui. But nonetheless, this god has seen a very high pick rate with a very middling performance.
So no red pot coming out from Captain Twig. This means it's unlikely we're going to be able to see him fight, considering Mercury basically gets a super red pot by popping sprint at
You
any
did
given
have
time.
a purple pot used by Zeros.
Did we?
I believe we did, yes.
Well, on Zhang Kui?
On Jonathan Kui.
Wow. Well, Aurora?
Shout out to Kiki. Kiki does that sometimes, which is I
Kiki's
don't
not a
know
world.
if I agree with it.
Kiki's a support player. He plays support Zhang Kui with a purple pot?
Well, now he's a support player.
Come on now. All right, so buffs getting started here. Zaros will take a few hits before getting to lane topside, a little bit quicker across the board. So going into this, it looks like Yaman should control the pressure in the mid lane.
Well, he does have the purple pot, so I feel like it's going to be pretty hard for him to get complete control. On the first wave, since he got there first, he's going to be able to push Zhang Kui in, but after that, I feel like it's going to be hard for him to keep it.
Adapting might have a chance. Yeah, keeping Twig out, it's going to guarantee right camps and an immediate rotation over. It's going to force Fnatic into the left side. All rotations should belong to Epsilon for the first about 2 minutes.
And look at again, both blue buffs are still standing. Something must have happened in the right lane where they just pushed each other off of them.
I feel like it's just like, hey, we're scrim partners. We know exactly what we're going to do. Rotating over, Adapting, trying to fate Maniac here.
Yeah, that usually indicates that, like, in their scrims, that they went through an entire, like, season of fighting each other. And that one was picked up by Red there. Dimmy and Adapting going to combine.
Dash is
The
down.
blue buff, Dash is down. Maniac in some trouble. A couple more in hands. Adapting's going to pop his sprint. And down he will go to the major look. First blood to Adapting on the side of Epsilon. And that is not good news if you are a fan of the gold and black.
There is no team in the world that would in any way think to themselves, a winnable game is still possible when Adapting gets first blood. We have seen every single time Adapting gets first blood, they win the game by like 12, 15
right,
minutes.
but I mean, that's like every time Epsilon picks a god that starts with A, they won every game, right? But, you know, nonetheless.
Oh, no, they don't have any gods that start with A.
Oh, God.
Pardon, no.
It's all over. But, okay, I would want to mention one thing earlier on, which is Yaman on Yanis. Yaman on Giannis.
Fun.
Broke records with this god. When I mean, he was, I believe, played him 8 games in a row, I want to say at the end of Split 2, and didn't drop a game, put out the most player damage, and put Giannis back on the map when he had fallen out of favor. And we're going to see him piloting one of his best gods here in the elimination game versus Fnatic.
Emilito. Oh my god, so much damage coming out. He's controlling the 1v2, forcing them to split out, and he's wasting a ton of gold by allowing those towers shots to hit the minions. Epsilon's in a great spot already.
Yeah, Chiron's just so strong in lane. He could just bully both of them as much as he wants.
So what's the solution here for Fnatic? I mean, they give it the first blood there. Mercury's going to be a problem. He's now just going to go and just like jungle in obscurity until he has a few items at this point. I mean, First Blood's going to put him out far enough ahead. He doesn't need to really force plays at this point. You may see him wander over to the duo lane for an ultimate at some point.
And Mercury is basically ward immune. I mean, he jumps down through the entire lane width to ensure he can hit these Sonic booms without having to go through the jungle. This is a big problem for characters like Zhang Kui who don't have a lot of movement. And for a person like Zeros who relied so heavily on characters that were movement-heavy hunters or characters like Giannis, it's strange to me to see him go into such an immobile character like Zhang Kui.
And this game's a completely different story than last. We already have one kill, but we saw our first kill like 11 minutes in the last game. So this game might go a lot quicker than the last one.
And also, I mean, here's one thing, right? You're fighting into a Khepri, and you've drafted a team on the side of Fnatic that is really, really lacking in burst. You have Bacchus burst, you have overhand smash from home bots, and really besides that, you don't have anything that's going to put on a lot of damage at one time, which means all these dots are going to be very easy for Khepri to ult and save the target.
What you're looking at here, they're trying to get to this purple buff. Captain Twig trying to spread it out here. It's going to wind up being a 4v4, and it looks like it should be in favor of Epsilon, but I don't know if they're going to commit to this. They see Zhang Kui rotating over, and I think they're going to take the wash.
Yeah, well, the mid camps are coming back up as well, and they likely want to fight over here at the left side. Those will come up second, and Captain Twig's going to be frozen at purple.
I really like the idea to invade the purple there. The blue buffs were both down, so they don't have to worry about getting like the triangle invade on the other side. So I really like the idea coming out of Epsilon, but it's good that they backed off because they knew they had numbers coming.
They get the left side
taken, yeah.
Right side going to be aggressed now as well by Epsilon. It looks like they're likely going to pick that up. Zhang Kui by himself can't do much but toss a card out, but it is going to be enough to hold Epsilon back for the moment, waiting for the 3v2 advantage.
Overhand smash should be able to clean this up. Made you look whiffs. Adapting still there, though. This 3v3 can turn south really quickly for either team. They've got to be careful. Jumping in is Badger to try to control the space in the camp. Will go to to blue rather, but I thought we were going to see Adapting go in.
They're just respecting the purple pot on Zhang Kui. It's about to fade away now, so that's why they didn't want to fight.
30 more seconds or so, and then it's gone, and that's going to be a pretty big swing. That's a 50 power loss for Zhang Kui.
That's really, you mentioned it earlier, Brandon, but it's a big part of the strength of Mercury is that sprint is effectively a red pot on a 60-second cooldown.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually stronger than that. It's like 30 damage, man.
Yeah, but you know, obviously it's only active for a few seconds, but you know, generally speaking, that's all you need, and it builds, of course, into a very nice late game scaling. Sprint 3, Badger in a good bit of trouble as the ultimate's going to come out from both of the assassins here. Hunbot's ultimate not that effective. Mercury's is Captain Twig on the backside, overhand smash. Zeros will get credit for the kill onto Adapting. Oh my god, the Unstable Vortex does an absurd amount of damage, and Raffer, he's in no man's land here.
He could back right now.
Yeah, he can recall.
Oh my god, he's going to back.
Wait,
left side. He's coming around down the side. Is Zhang Kui?
Nope.
Oh.
Jing Chen does not find him. Captain Twig also doesn't find him. Unable to close the noose.
And Yemen was sitting there. If they did end up catching him, he was going to portal him through, so he was fine no matter what there.
So they do manage to find one person. Getting Adapting down at this stage can be helpful, but honestly, cutting down a 2 killing spree as opposed to a 3 or 4 is not going to be enough gold. Still, shutting down Mercury probably their key here. I mean, they weren't going to be able to kill Timmy. They focused Raffer pretty hard as well, but I think Adapting's fine with that trade. Gold for gold when some of it's going on Mercury is always going to be a win for the Mercury.
Yeah, and he finds his second kill as well before going down in that fight. 1,700 experience. 1,500 gold in favor of Epsilon through the first 6 minutes, guys. We are riding along here in the dual lane. It's Reels and Badger versus the solo Emilito for the moment. Khepri floating around the mid lane to help out that Zhang Kui as he does, to help out Yaman as he falls back to base. And, well, overall here, it does seem to be Epsilon's game through the first 10 minutes. Fnatic, you know, maybe an early Gold Fury here could help really put them back on track. It would be a big pickup for them if they were able to find an objective early on in this game.
I'm tracking Adapting right here once again in the mid lane, and it looks like Zhang Kui might be in some trouble. Very surprised to see that Raffer didn't commit to that. Really thought we were going to see the abduct there.
I feel like they don't have a lot of wards, so they didn't want to really go in, because if they came out of the jungle, that would have been dangerous for Epsilon.
And once again, Epsilon seems to have locked Fnatic down long enough to stop their 5-minute Gold Fury rush, which they've been so adamant about throughout this tournament. Constantly on the back foot since the very beginning of the series. It seems they're still 1,300 down, despite only a 1-kill difference.
Still, the top net worth in the game is sitting on the Mercury. He's getting closer and closer to about 1,000 gold up on that Hunbot, only 300 of which is due to the first blood. So
whoa.
Considerably out farming. Here comes the rest of the squad as Epsilon moves in. Abduct off the mark, but doesn't matter. Doesn't look like Badger's going to be in some trouble, and indeed, Unstable Vortex will clean him up. Overhead smash onto Adapting, but the Khepri ultimate is there, pulling him back. Captain Twig unable to stop the bouncing monkey, but now in he will go. The Mercury ultimate used to move not very far at all. The last shot not going to be enough from Rom, but through the portal will fall Captain Twig, and down he will go. Raffer moving away from his team to prevent anyone else from taking damage. damage from the Ghost. He will sacrifice his life, but still doubling up the kills. Epsilon
Oh, he's
4,
looking for it. He found it. He found the hole. He's trying to fight. It's going to be Zeros trying to sacrifice for this one. He's crippled, taking a lot of damage here, but it looks like they'll have to back off. Yaman was just a little bit too slow to get close enough to Reels to get it done. Still 2 for 1 at the end of the fight.
I like the idea coming out from Yemen. He just wasn't able to pull it off fast enough. That would have been insane if he was able to.
Difficult to find.
Yes, for sure.
Yaman coming back, low mana. Wow, this is a little bit risky. Granted, it's only Badger, but still, I mean, that's how you know the map. You know the players that you're playing. You have enough map awareness to know that with 2 spells at most worth of mana, look more like 1, and that amount of health that you can go and continue farming. That's good play.
Can we see Golden Hand? I want to see what he's trying to finish because he's not backing for some reason.
It looks like no. I mean, it would be 1,300 gold to even get restored artifact, and that's not the end of the world.
I guess that's what he's going for because he should have backed by now if he's not going for that.
Oh, yeah, he's going to back with 11. I expect wards, maybe a level of beads.
Yeah, maybe beads.
Yeah, beads too are going to be picked up there by Yaman, as well as a Sentry Ward and a Observer Ward. So, fair enough.
Yeah, smart to keep at least some gold. That way he can get into that Chronos Pendant. It's pretty hard to get into that restored artifact. It's 1,300 gold. It's a very long time before you're changing your character in terms of damage or CC reduction, just anything. And then, of course, another 500 out of nowhere. Adapting, decent damage pull right after. Adapting, finding another kill, and the Spirit Gun comes out just to get his team across the map. Is this going to be a Gold Fury?
Just that fast down will fall the support on the side of Fnatic, giving a 5th kill over to Epsilon and extending their lead over 2,000 gold over on the right side. Checking in with the solo laners. Dimmy getting the best of Maniac yet again at that blue buff.
Very hard for Xingchen to confirm that again.
Nice sidestep.
A nice sidestep there by Zeros, but he still will get rooted and wrapped up. He's going to pop his beads, his shell, and his ultimate. It may not be enough. The stun's going to come out as well. Adapting, looking to run the front down.
God.
Yaman picks him up the backside of that astral, or I'm sorry, as the unstable vortex up into the ultimate will go Rom. Few shots on a Raffer, and it will pop to bring him back to life. Chiron going to knock back Twig into Adapting, moving forward, and the crits are going to be there, and down will fall the Monkey. And Reels takes more poke out of the Chiron. He can't continue engaging here, and Epsilon is up 5 kills.
Emelito able to knock Twig back before he can answer. Badger out of nowhere, trying for the stun, should have enough. He's gonna need the belly flop. He's got it, he gets a return kill. Raffer's gonna go down, but he has no movement, and Emelito's looking to chase this one down.
He's got no anything, and Emelito's gonna hit most of those shots. Now he'll fall back to Reels. It's gonna be pretty tough for Emelito to move forward in a straight line and not take too much damage from the Rom here. And so as a result, he'll clear out the minions.
But going back to the kill on Hambaz, Adapting definitely crit him there, and he only has a second tier of Golden Bow.
7%, man.
Yeah.
You roll dice. It's fine. You've never played against Snoopy, who hits it every single time?
Yeah, Snoopy crits all the time.
That 7% is 70% what's in the hand of Snoopy. Maybe Adapting got helped out.
Or Barracuda in ranked when he's playing Artemis. He gets crits all the time off his passive.
That's 15. That's like double.
And Zero's a little bit out of position here. Adapting CM, he does indeed. He's going to move forward and start putting in the Spear Gun on the mark as well from Yaman. He'll go through the portal with a Kepri as well. There's a crit for nearly 400 damage yet again. 7% coming through. Zero's going to go down to Adapting as he moves forward with the ultimate. Down will fall Badger as well. Reels forced back onto the towers. 4 members of Epsilon continue to swarm, and the door is starting to close for Fnatic here in the early game.
Second lowest level in the game right now. Captain Twig at level 9 does not have even an ultimate available to him to try to stop this push. He should let this go. Take a page out of Anisser's book and just give it away. He was forced to waste his blink there. That's going to be a 150-second blink cooldown for an attempt at a Gold Fury he had no business trying for.
Yeah, and when you talk to professional assassins, a lot of times what they'll tell you is that the blink is more valuable at level 1 than your life in the first 10 minutes of the game. That it's better to die without using your blink than to use your blink and live. And Captain Twig's not going to have an opportunity to really aggress again for some time.
Look at the gold difference between the junglers. A 2,100 gold difference right now between Captain Twig and the now Adapt King, really coming into his colors.
King, I like it.
1,300. I mean, rather, level 13. I mean, that shouldn't even be at this level. I mean, how much damage has he done? Let's go to the damage charts. We've seen these crits come off. 5,400 from Mercury at just 12 minutes into the game.
I mean, but it's definitely worth pointing out that Yaman is the playmaker in this game. 4-0 and 3 hasn't died. I mean, the Mercury's been all over the map, but it's been the burst damage from the Giannis that's really been making the difference. And again, they will combine for killing the Zeros underneath the tier 1 tower out of nowhere. 10-3 for Epsilon. And all things told here, I mean, like I was saying at the beginning of the game, Yaman's Giannis was banned out after being so successful for multiple weeks in a row for like nearly 4 months. he was not allowed to get this god, and it seems like that's when slipped past Fnatic, as they must not have been running it in the scrims. Now there's going to be an engagement once again,
the crits.
and once again, it's Yemen's damage coming through, and the crits from adapting. Badger will go down.
The major look crit, plus the golden bow just did so much damage. It's why you don't stack up against Mercury. And Dimmy rotates over after a beautiful auto attack cancel and Discourage to steal away the blue buff. Epsilon has complete control over every part of this map so far, and it's only going to get worse as they aggress into the tier 1.
What's really distressing here, I think, if you're Fnatic, is that how effective this Epsilon squad is with adapting without Emily.
Oh! Where did that even come from? And then Emilito goes in to try to confirm it. He didn't even think that he was going to get that kill. 13-12 right now. Epsilon's lead grows and grows now. 6,000 gold. Fnatic's dreams are again dwindling.
Yaman play Giannis because it's so different than what we see out of other top-tier Giannis players. When you think about players like MLC Stealth that are known for their Giannis play, it's almost entirely based on the ability to be a really absurdly disruptive utility mage, bringing your team in and out of fight, saving people, you know, kind of the farce portals that MLC Stealth will do, where he will put it up and not go through it to try to disrupt the enemy team. Yaman is a damage-dealing semi-carry on this Giannis. I mean, that's how he plays it. It is a core damage-dealing position.
And going off the Giannis, his build has Pen Boots and Chronos Penned it.
I love it.
People usually go Pen into that, but he's kind of going into the more mana route. He's going to pick up a Book of Thoth off of the Solar Reliquary, and it's just going to keep letting him throw out spells over and over again.
Yeah, a bunch of damage. I mean, the burst is going to be tremendous. The kill potential, not so much without the penetration, but still against these not so resilient targets, he's going to be taking out. I mean, look at that.
My God, Yaman just won't stop, man. And it's still somehow adapting. Oh.
That got 500 damage ahead of him in the damage charts.
I was going to say.
Look at Malone on the back line. Dimmy has a great angle here, and in a lot of trouble is Fnatic. He's going to get two with the ultimate, and away will go the rest of the team as the Spear Gun comes through, and the Unstable Vortex underneath the Tier 1 tower. It will fall. No one dead just yet, but the ultimate used by Bacchus. Zero's still in the back of this fight, waiting, putting out the card, adapting, moving forward.
He's going to trade.
Damage. He will go down, but not before picking up Captain Twig. They still do have Chiron, and they'll trade one kill either way, and a Tier 1 tower going to Epsilon.
Not close enough for Rom to be able to hit these shots. Raffer will live, and it looks like Maniac trying to push this one away. It'll be a 1-for-1 trade, adapting for Captain Twig. Definitely in favor of Fnatic until you factor in that Tier 1 did go down in that exchange.
So adapting went really far into the Tier 2 there.
Holy moly, look at that.
It was a miscommunication because he felt like he was going to get Kepri ulted by Raffer, but it never came out. So that's why he dropped so easily in that team fight.
Oh, Fnatic still has a long way to come back. I mean, maybe a Gold Fury. I mean, they can't let another one go down. Fighting under Tier 2s or Fire Giants seems likely as well, but we go back to this death by 1,000 cuts.
We're talking about fighting under Tier 2s or Phoenixes with no towers down. Or, I'm sorry, just one, just the one.
You know what? You're right. I thought that they were. I thought they
but
had them down already.
I mean, they can't really defend
God.
these Tier 1s at this point with 11,000 experience deficit at 15 minutes.
And now this Bologna build's got me feeling ways, Bart. That Frostbound Hammer right now to shut down the attack speed of Rom and stick to him, that's going to force them to have to deal with Bologna, and Mercury's going to be free to run around.
I just like how he's going in more crit. Adapting's just going to keep going and crit and crit and crit, and he's just going to get all the crits out and just destroy everybody.
You'd expect this to be the Deathbringer followed up by even a Rage Blade as well, or a Malice?
I don't know. It could be Malice, it could be Deathbringer, or it could be Rage. It just really depends on how he likes playing his Mercury.
See, normally I would really like to see a Rage here, but he's been getting so lucky this game that I would probably be just riding it like, go for the DB, man.
Why not?
No, seriously. I mean, he's been swinging super hard. And look at this greed, man. And what are they going to do? What are the Fnatic roster going to do here to try to stop this? Like, seriously, they can't fight into this.
Well, and now it's going to be the Gold Fury. I mean, they'll start the fight here around the red buff, but it's really the Gold Fury. Yeah, they have the vision of all of the Fnatic squad here. Captain Twig and Badger easily seen. And it's just going to be up to Raffer and Yaman to basically hold them here while the Gold Fury is started up by the boys of Epsilon. And it doesn't look like Fnatic's going to be able to make a response. Badger will just now find out that they're doing it. Sentry Ward is down. Gold Fury under 1,000 HP. Belly flop. Ultimate, not enough. Secured by Epsilon.
Adapting going to come in. He's going to stun 3, force a whole bunch of beads. Raffer going to get flung back, but I think it might be too little too late here. Adapting's going to get the Kepri ult. Continues to rush down, but he's very low here. But, oh, look at that. Janus right out. Shots from the sky. Not going to be enough. Not going to be enough at all. Reels trying to fight into this one, but it looks like this one's going to belong to Epsilon.
Back down to the ground will go Reels. No kill onto Adapting. Zeros to go down. Adapting wants to rejoin the fight. In the meantime, Reels will pick up the kill onto Yaman, but not before Maniac goes down, and now it's a full-on retreat by Reels. 1, 2 shots to hit from Emilito. He'll get the free one as well here in just a moment. A third shot, and they're not going to go deep will the boys of Epsilon. They'll be content with their 2 kills and Gold Fury making it 16-5. I'm sorry, 3 kills and the Gold Fury making it 16-5.
Badger was able to get his flop out onto the Gold Fury, but his ultimate came just a little late, and Epsilon was able to secure the gold.
And after that, I mean, it was just control point after control point. Kepriel on adapting baited too long. Yaman able to ult them out of there and ensure that adapting and Dimi could get to themselves a better position. Emilito control from the backline, 5-16 now, and another objective 1 for Epsilon.
I mean, this game seems like we're closer to 30 minutes than 18 with the kind of items, lead, damage, objective. I mean, Epsilon is so far ahead. Their net worth is pretty astounding as well. Before 20 minutes, they're going to hit the 50,000 net worth mark.
So he did go into the Rage. He did get a lot of crits in that fight, but it's because he had the Rage. I saw he got like 4 or 5 crits in that fight, so that makes a lot more sense now looking at his build.
I like the Rage. I mean, you have inherent attack speed as Mercury, so why not just go into the item that's going to get the most use out of it? After this, something like Deathbringer or Mercury becomes, or Deathbringer on Mercury becomes so much more valuable because your crit percent is through the roof. I mean, he's already sitting on 40 base before auto attacks. It's going to average at 55, and then add 20% to that, good times.
That is really, really good times.
I mean, he has so many options here. Any penetration item is going to give him a ton of damage, or just more crit is fine as well. I mean, Titan's Bane or Brawler's Beatstick would be really, really tough to deal with.
Yeah, I would like to see some Pen, especially for pushing down Phoenixes and towers, getting the Fire Giant down. Pen would be very, very effective.
Maybe a Crusher.
Down. But no, don't do that.
Yeah, no.
That's not a thing.
How about a Brawler's Beatstick for Titan's Bane? I think that's the right pick.
Titan's Bane.
We could even see him go into Spirit Robe or you know, any kind of defensive item. It could be a Mail of Renewal. It could be a Bulwark.
A Mail could be insane at this point. They're trying for it. Maniac whiffs the ultimate. Xing Chen not really known for the ult. Still kind of,
That's big.
2-1, but it's still something. They're getting these little bits out and another 1,500 gold added.
Well,
Fnatic.
look at it in return to this. Zhang Kuei is going to take a tier 1 in the mid lane.
Oh, he's going to die for it.
Rama took a tier 1 as well.
Oh,
They're gonna stop the tier
Mercury dove all the way back. Look at the damage.
Mercury goes back. Zero's going to pop the ultimate, but the crits are just too much. And down he will fall indeed. Can't stop the adapting train, it appears.
They used 2 ultimates for that, and I think it was a great idea. With having
Rapper stopped him.
Oh, no. Now Reels has no control either.
Of Epsilon now as well. They know they have Fnatic out of sorts spread out around the map. They know there just is no chance for a response. Only Badger is up. Fire Giant now down to 6,000 HP.
We've seen crazier things.
Badger going to do what he can. He blinks forward too early. Belly flops out again as well. Stylish, but strange.
He got him off it.
For now, and now he's going to die. Probably.
And will come Maniac to port in as well. I mean,
I'll miss you, Badger.
Yeah, just cows with the slaughter there, really. I mean, they just kind of. I'm not sure why Maniac.
You got a lot of player damage there, at least.
Last year,
Fair enough.
Last year, Fnatic came in as the favorites. They were poised to win the tournament. They wound up taking 4th. This year, in their position, it looks like they're going to wind up going down. This is a 5th place shot right now.
Wow, that's surprising. Jin 10 is sitting on the bottom below a Khepri. That's pretty surprising, especially with him being in the solo lane.
What is that? We were seeing Xing 10 take down carries.
Bologna's done twice the damage to Xing 10.
And the thing is, too, he's in the solo lane, so he's poking most of the laning phase, too. That's so surprising to see.
There, the Adapt King at the top there.
Look how
14,000.
sad this Hunbots is.
Level 14 compared to, oh my god. He's
level 14.
He's level 19.
With a Jotun's Wrath and a Mail of Renewal versus 2 crit items, a 3rd on the way by adapting.
Adapting is level 19.
And adapting is level 19 in 21 minutes.
5 levels. Look at the GPM, the difference. The damage difference actually belongs to Captain Twig, but the win ratio, less games played, but much better ratio.
Well, the damage goes to Captain Twig because the games usually last longer for Fnatic because they draw them out for so long.
That's fair.
Epsilon just ends their game so fast. There's not a lot of time for him to do a lot of damage.
Look at the KDA, 2.6 to 8.7, I think is the best thing that we could possibly talk about. And that's what Adapting has been known for. I mean, he's unstoppable.
Badger in a lot of trouble here. The knockup going to be good from Xing 10. They have Adapting isolated out here, but they're not going to be able to get too much damage in him. They can't burst now that the Khepri ultimate is there, and Adapting's just going to walk back out of this one. And, well, it's very reminiscent of the Aphrodite Kali compositions we saw about a year ago this time, this Khepri and Mercury.
The Khepri all came out a little too soon. I don't think Raffer knew where the rest of Fnatic was, so he was kind of worried when he got tossed because he probably called that he had no beads to get out of the Xing 10 ult.
Emilito finally coming in. He's going to get sped up. Reels almost getting crippled. Captain Twig not in a great spot as Yaman and Emilito continue to put the work down, keeping this locked down.
Dodge almost all of that poke.
Yes, they do.
which is going to be pretty good for them. Considering that, if they get poked out, Epsilon takes the Fire Giant for free. But still, I mean, for all the, what I was saying around adapting Thor last game being a little bit underwhelming, this Mercury performance is what we've come to expect from this player.
Speaking of adapting, he's back. He's had his health back to full. Beads and Heavenly Agility are both active, and it's very possible that they could try to take down this Gold Fury. They have an extreme amount of damage between the auto attackers, and you can see Badger trying to work his way in. Already using that blink, he's out of position, still has belly flop, but not in a great spot.
There's just no reason for Fnatic to stop baiting out this Giant. Down will go Zeros, Reels to fall as well. Captain Swing going to do what he can. Adapting doesn't have his beads, but it doesn't seem to matter. And the fight going to continue on. Over on the right side, Kepler is there. Reels is down. Adapting getting the double off of that one. Maniac, he's going to try to make his way out. They're just going to let him go. No, they won't. Of course they won't. In comes the entire team, actually, to kill Maniac. And here is the Fire Giant. And once again, it all rests on Bad just somehow doing something to disrupt this.
A level 12 Bacchus is the sole propriety for a win for Fnatic, and he's already getting bursted. Adapting, getting this for power. That is not for resurrection. They want to burst Badger down. He's trying to get out. That's basically his only attack spell at this point, and I don't see him getting very much farther.
Oh, yeah, that's it. Boom, boom.
And Fire Giant's done.
And Fire Giant will be falling here just a moment. Under 1,000 health, now under 500, and down it goes. The buff is active. Adapting, going to heal back all that HP.
Captain Twig's going to get seen here, but it looks like they might let this go.
No, they won't let
Timmy's going to go over? No, okay, he's going for the blue buff.
But in that last team fight, we really saw Golden Bow do wonders. Rama and Zhonghui were right next to each other by the speed buff, and he was just cleaving both of them down with crits. It was
Team Golden
crazy.
Bow. Team Golden Bow, forever.
Insult to injury here. Gold Fury going to be picked up by Epsilon as well. Yaman trolling and adapting a little bit there.
No, he was actually doing that to avoid damage and tank
Yeah,
it.
right. He wanted to make the Mercury harder to hit.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. Come on, man. I mean, he's doing damage with the unstable vortex. He doesn't need much else. That was intended.
Bologna has the Shield of the Underworld now as well. Just really to break into the base. I mean, this is what I like to kind of refer to as the histogram view. Just look at how many items Epsilon has versus Fnatic. And anytime you see this where it's like 3 items going into 5, it just gives you an idea of just how dire the situation is. I mean, 20,000 experiences is pretty unbelievable through 25 minutes.
And it's not like they have like a lot of level 20s. There's 2. It's Dimmy and Adapting. Raffers 14, Yaman and Emelito are 19. It's not like this is a, end game scenario where everyone's level 20. This is raw experience gains. I mean, the level differences are insane. It's 3 levels, 5 levels, 4 levels, 2 levels, and another 3. That's ridiculous.
I mean, what's pretty amazing is that Epsilon is making Fnatic look like the Chinese teams they played earlier in the tournament and the international teams they played.
Hey.
This is a 22-5 beat.
Come on. This morning, that was awesome.
What?
The first game of the day this morning with the Awelish play was incredible.
Oh, it was great.
I was on my seat the whole.
No, that's no knock on the international teams. That is Fnatic getting handled by Epsilon.
Coming into the Phoenix here, they're looking to close this one down. They have Fire Giant. There's no other objectives on the map. They've only lost 2 tier 2s. Maniac not in a great spot as the Solar Flare hits, but they're going to back off. They'll continue their pressure. Fire Giant will heal them up. Remember, Khepri out of combat. Every 5 seconds will be giving that shield up, and yet into combat he goes.
What has been the difference between Game 2 and Game 1, Aurora? I mean, Epsilon in Game 1, they were doing well, but they weren't this far ahead. Things seem to have really changed.
Yeah, Adapting's had a really good game, but you also have to look at Maniac. Maniac hasn't really been playing Jing 10 like all the other Solar's have this tournament. He's really not put out a lot of damage, which is really surprising to see out of him.
He died really early.
He did, yes. That is right.
Oh, Dimmy jumps in. I love that Scourge to stop the damage from the right side, and I think the Ghosts have been wasted.
Yeah, Zero's not going to get much damage out of this. Another major look, another ultimate coming out from Adapting. Even more damage raining through. Unstoppable 7-kill streak, an 8-kill streak now with a double kill for Adapting. And moving forward is Epsilon. Fnatic will call it. And there it is. The Titan falls, and indeed, Epsilon eliminates Fnatic and moves on.
Before we continue, guys, a big round of applause, please, for Fnatic. The longest standing roster in SMITE. Absolutely incredible gameplay throughout the weekend and some of the finest SMITE players you'll find around the world.
But nonetheless, they do fall to Epsilon, a team that was barely misqualifying for earlier on in this year and have really come back and turned into a true powerhouse in the SMITE scene. This European team looks like they're going to give the NA boys a good run for their money back on the other side of the bracket.
I love the way they played. I mean, Raffers completely changed the Ymir meta. The way they played game 2, the Mercury, I mean, I think this is what Envy was looking for with the Mercury play when they were at regionals. I mean, adapting was unstoppable. Maybe a little bit lucky with those crits.
Well, I mean,
it helped a lot.
Peppery on top of the Mercury, it gives you that certain amount of confidence playing the Mercury, right? That even if you go and you get too deep, you're still not going to die.
It was across the board. Everyone on the team played incredibly. We barely mentioned Dimmy's name. I mean, the guy was constantly hitting 2- and 3-man Bologna ults. I mean, his control with Xing 10 was incredible. Both games, he was unstoppable. He barely even got touched.
Yeah, I mean, Aurora, again, we were saying, like, what was the big difference there? And was it really the Mercury play? Was it really just adapting, changing game 1 to game 2?
Yeah, his kill on Maniac really put Maniac behind, and it really offset him for the rest of the game. It definitely was the Mercury play, but it also contributed from the Xing 10 not putting out as much damage as he should have.
Well, fair enough. Fnatic does get eliminated. Epsilon does move on. Let's toss it down to Kelly Link on the stage with an interview with Epsilon. Kelly, take it away.
Thank you so much, Bart. Congratulations on your win. How are you feeling right now?
I feel awesome, you know. I'm pretty speechless. I will have a few good comments soon, though.
So what did you do to prepare against this game for Fnatic?
We've been scrim partners for almost 6 months, so, you know, we've done 6 months of preparation for him.
You're going up against Cloud9 tomorrow in the semifinals. What are you going to do to face them?
We're pretty confident versus C9. We wasn't too phased. of being in the same bracket as them, so as Real says, we'll let the game do the talking.
Anything you want to say to your fans and sponsors?
I love you all. Thank you for supporting us.
Congratulations again, and we are going to go to the Analyst one more time for that post-game analysis.
Thank you so much, Kelly. Yes, this is the Alienware Analyst. That's our final match of the day, and my goodness, it was, I mean, you know, game 1 was intense. You know, there's a lot of back and forth, and then, you know, obviously things went Epsilon's favor. This time around, Epsilon looked like a championship caliber team that is ready to face off against the defending champions tomorrow. Adonis?
Epsilon, they came prepared. They came out swinging in this second game specifically, and I think, you know, Fnatic, they just weren't ready, right? The second they lost that first game, I think the series was over. Ataraxia said the same thing earlier on, Fnatic. You know, they're a team that runs on emotion, and after they lost that first one, it just felt sloppy. Even this first blood where adapting rotates over, it just seemed like Twig and Maniac didn't know what to do, and you know, you heard the casters talk about it. Maniac putting out like 4,000 or 5,000 damage by the 20-minute mark.
Yeah, that was just not his game. He must have been off, whether it's because of the previous game that they lost or not. And really, it just let adapting take over the entire map, man. People have been saying, I've been saying, Ataraxia has been saying, where's the Mercury? We found out where it was waiting for, and it was waiting to put Fnatic into the ground.
Look at that damage. That is actually, I know we got a bunch of kills and he crits and all that, but it's, you know, it's like Mercury is really, really good.
Really good or something.
Yeah, it's crazy, you know?
It's crazy.
Who would have thunk it, you know? But so that does raise some questions, though, right? Because you're Cloud9. You saw what Mercury is capable of doing. You also saw a very unique Ymir strat as well that went in game 1. One thing that Epsilon has shown is that they are not afraid to diversify. They're not afraid to try out things that haven't been done in this competition so far in SMITE World Championships, as here you see some footage of Mercury doing what Mercury does best.
I think this is a 3-man ult. This is a really nice 3-man ult that completely disrupts Fnatic, even through the Hunbat's ult, and it's just, it's so good. He went 15-2 by the end of this game. He actually had more kills than, he had half his team's kills, over half.
That's insane.
I mean, more kills than all of Fnatic.
So if you're Cloud9, then Ataraxia, are you trying to ban him out then tomorrow? Do we got to be cautious about this, or are you not worried?
I don't think you can really ban out adapting. I think he's shown that he can play. He's played what, 4 different gods now.
You could say that he adapts very well.
You could say that.
Hey,
you might get a boo from the crowd, but you could say it.
Give me one, people.
But so if I'm C9, I'm either thinking they either play a lot of Mercury, and then they're just going to ban it out, or maybe try get it, or they don't think it's that good and think maybe it's just a one-off game, which is fair. You know, we've only had one game of an EU NA team playing Mercury, so maybe it is a one-off. So maybe we'll find out tomorrow if it gets picked and how well it does. But if it gets picked again by Epsilon and they win with it, I guarantee it will never get through again.
I agree. I don't think that they're going to go in with the Mercury. You know, it's only got that one try right now on adapting, so I doubt they're going to be worried about that. They're probably going to go fairly typical bans. You know, you don't want to deal with your Shing 10, Souls, Bolognas. You give or take on those, and maybe give away the Thor just because you were practicing on banning it originally, right? Everybody was planning on getting rid of the Thor, so maybe get rid of that as well, and then see how he does on Mercury, or pick Mercury yourself.
I want to see Thor-Nox combo come out between these two teams because we've seen them both run it. I think if Thor comes, it could go to Nox to mid.
There's just one point I want to make about Epsilon as well. They've played 4 games now, won all of them, and Dimmy has not died yet.
The Undying.
Dimmy, the Undying. He is still not died. And on day 1, I said if someone's going to end this tournament, regardless of whether they win or not, with the least deaths, it will be Dimmy, and I'm still standing by that. 0 deaths, 4 games, and I think that's going to continue tomorrow.
That's a very impressive statistic there, right? Now, also something that Cloud9 needs to think about as well. And actually, speaking of, let's take a look at the bracket and recap what we had here today, what we witnessed today. Of course, the story coming into it was OMG cracking their way into the top 8 alongside with their brethren from China, QG Reapers. Unfortunately for them, their journey ended in the quarterfinals as Paradigm and Cloud9 made quick work of both of those teams, respectively. Then on the other side, you had Enemy facing off against Pain Gaming. A lot of people thought Pain was, oh, wait for it, gonna bring the pain. Oh, yeah, that's a good one. Bring it to me. Yeah, you gonna hit me with the slow clap? Do you hit me with the slow clap? You're terrible.
Well deserved.
Okay, all right. I digress on the bad jokes.
Great. No,
it was a
great.
bad joke.
I loved it.
No, but really, though, a lot of people thought Pain was actually going to do very well against Enemy, not thinking that Enemy, you know, were capable maybe of holding off Pain, or that they were, but it wasn't going to be as easy as a 2-0, and Enemy looked very, very good. Adonis, what are your thoughts in regards to that match?
Enemy can no longer, like, they can't be, they're still the dark horse, I guess, because they came in as a dark horse, but this team is a world-class contender.
I agree.
They play so intelligently. They may not have the best players in each role, but they have some of the best players all around and just the best minds, I think.
But you know what, though? Their greatest challenge is ahead of them, because tomorrow they face off against Paradigm, a squad that has come to this event with a lot of clout, a lot of hype, high expectations for them. And of course, surrounded out was the match you guys just witnessed, which of course was a great matchup. And Fanatic is nothing to be ashamed of. They, just got to, go back to the drawing board and figure out what they can do moving forward, throughout SMITE competitive. Now, on the bottom portion of that bracket is the matchup that not only will close out our broadcast for tomorrow, but will also be the hypest match that Hype has ever seen. And this could indeed be the thing that destroys the Earth. Cloud9 versus Epsilon. I mean, I don't know. What do you think about this, boys?
I can't predict that match. That's one that I can't go in and I can say I can give an edge to a team immediately. Actually, I think it's more because I think Epsilon might be a little bit better, but North America, Cloud9, you can never count them out.
Yeah, that's right. And they were looking good, both objectively and also in that kill column, right? They were just doing the work that was necessary. But one has to wonder, Fnatic was a greater challenge than, QG. Not to take anything away from QG, a great team. They are here after all. But Epsilon took out Fnatic, and that was definitely not an easy matchup. So for them, Epsilon's confidence must be a lot higher. What do you think, Ataraxia?
For tomorrow, I think that we're going to see 2 games of EU versus NA. And I think we're going to see EU versus EU finals. I think tomorrow is the last day of the SWC for NA, at least as far as PC SMITE's concerned.
Woo.
This is EU's year.
I can't say that I agree with that. I think what we will see, though, is one NA and one EU team making their way into the finals. I think this is going to be fairly straightforward. We're going to see the #1 EU versus the #1 NA going head-to-head. We're going to have Paradigm versus Cloud9 in the finals.
Ooh, okay. What about you? You actually made your bold prediction.
You know what? I can't count out Enemy anymore. I think it's going to be Enemy versus Epsilon in the finals.
Whoa. Wow.
Just wanted to counter me.
Maybe a little.
I actually have to agree with Incon here. I think we're actually going to have Paradigm Cloud9 in the finals. And because I said it, that means it will happen. Because of this, though, guys, that's going to do it for us here today. Not to mention as well, tomorrow, folks, we are going to have some Xbox Smite. Our friends over at Envy have made it through to the open bracket. I know you're pretty happy about that. And it's going to be a good one. It's going to be Eager versus Envy tomorrow. That's going to be taking place here. Should be a good matchup. Really going to root for my boy Allied, who was here last year at the Analyst.
I don't know about being a good matchup. I think it's going to be a quick matchup.
Ooh. Oh, man. Well, they're your teammates, so you're obviously biased.
I don't think it's biased. I think they're just the best. They always have been. They always will be.
This guy right
just like the PC.
It's because they have a mega, right?
It's just like the PC team, right? There's so. Wait a minute. Oh, you okay?
Yeah,
all right. You want some ointment for that burn?
Ow. What team were you playing on again? I forget.
Oh.
That was 2.5 years ago.
Oh,
okay?
RG.
Oh, I don't have a dog in this fight.
We were top 4. We were top 4.
You were top 4 of like 4 teams, though, weren't you?
Yeah, 3 teams.
That's like.
And which position in top 4 was that? Would you say?
We were the
4-4?
The fourth of the 4.
Yeah. So that's you're just basically the loser.
Hey. RG, you look at the players. We're all successful now. You know, I'm here on the desk. We got Pecky's killing it on graphics.
Okay.
Wolfie, one of the most popular streamers in Smite, and Snoopy, also one of the best hunters in competitive.
So then, what that tells me is, if you can't compete, you cast. If you can't compete, you get a job at Hi-Rez. If you can't compete, you just go and stream. That's basically what's that. All I hear is just a lot of this, a lot of excuses.
You're crushing me, Gold.
I know, I am.
You're
I owe you a beverage later today. All right, folks.
5.
Well, we hope you guys have been thoroughly entertained today, because it has been indeed another awesome day of Smite competition here at the SMITE World Championships. That's going to do it for us here at the Alienware Analyst Desk. But before we go, we're going to toss it over to Kelly at the stage. Kelly, what's going on?
Thank you so much, Golden Boy, and thank you guys. Did you guys enjoy day 2? The 4 teams of the semifinals have been decided. It is Paradigm, Enemy, Cloud9, and Epsilon. You guys can join us for the 2 Best of 5s and the Xbox Invitational Best of 3. The red carpet starts at 10:30 a.m. tomorrow, and the game starts at 11 a.m. Have a good night, guys.